Chapter 314, The Bells of King's Landing, Chapter 276. Chapter text. Remains quiet here, for which I am glad. Mother and Uncle Aaron have informed me there was some unrest after Garin betrayed Lys and fled like the coward he is. You probably already know, but Uncle Aaron says he is gathering his men within the stepstones. Lady Rennis has made it clear to us all she is here to defend Dorne. I am quite thankful. 2 dragons are a boon not many are granted. Mother still frets though, but Mother is always fretting. Mariah, that is Lady Dalt, shoos me away most days and says my mother merely needs rest. I paused my reading, noting what seemed to be almost hesitation in the writing. If Alyandra had brought it up with me, then she must certainly be beside herself. Apart from the accursed waiting, there is little more news. How are your children? I miss them very much, even little Viserys and his Merax. Half my court will not believe me that a baby dragon took such a liking to my company. And of course, pass on my regards to Rolf, Alizanne, and Jane. Be sure to inform Alizanne to be on her best behavior and that Jane should try not to be so grim. And, if you have time and it is not such an imposition, would you check in on my friends? Your manse was an oasis in the desert for them, and the meals we had there are among fond memories for them. The letter after that was mostly niceties, nothing of true substance. My first thought was to write back immediately and tell her of the preparations here and how we all missed her fiercely. The last line made me pause though. Inviting the future of Dorne to a meal would not hurt, I supposed. I let my gaze find the window before I heaved a sigh. Daemon solidifying his hold on Lys, Garin finally surfacing in the stepstones. How long until my uncle turned his gaze to Myr and Tyrosh? I had hoped Lys fall would send Westeros into a frenzy of preparation for his return, and it had, but not in a way I could help with or contribute to. I stood, sudden anxiety flitting through me before I took a deep breath. No running off half-cocked. I couldn't help Westeros prepare for war, not as it stood now, but I could play nicely with the Dornish heirs for an afternoon. Decided, I reached out and found the bell pull. A maidservant appeared a moment later and curtsied. Would you have a message relayed to the keep? I asked politely. I wish to invite the Dornish hostages for a meal. Your Grace, she murmured respectfully. And one to Felena Waynwood, to dispatch Alice back to the manse, I added. Another polite affirmative. I thanked her and sent her on her way before stepping out myself. I could send another servant to inform the cooks and nobody would bat an eyelid, but if I sat in that office for much longer I'd brood myself into a filthy mood. My head cook pursed her lips when I entered her domain, disapproval clear in her stance, even if she would not say it aloud. A stout woman, only a few inches taller than myself, yet it seemed she towered over even knights at times. Especially where the kitchen was concerned. I gave her an apologetic smile and her pursed lips became a frown. Why Grace, she mumbled finally, sensing I wasn't here for a light snack. It's not finger food again, I offered and she cracked a smile despite herself. Emma's feast before our departure had become something of legend among the staff. I am inviting some guests tonight, I do apologize. How many, Your Grace? She asked with a resigned tone. 15 or so. It need not be a feast. She glanced around at her staff. Any requests, Why Grace? She finally asked. I smiled. As spicy as you can make it with your limited prep time, I said and she rolled her eyes. I wasn't fooled. Even if she was annoyed by my request, it wasn't an impossible task and I paid both her and her staff enough that the occasional upset to their schedule could be forgiven. Still. And because I have upset your carefully planned menu, I will dispense the usual bonus. She perked up noticeably at that. Why Grace, you'll have your food. It was delivered with an undertone of now shoo so I shooed, thanking her profusely. Having ticked that job off of my list, I steered myself to where most of my children would be having their lessons. Septa Layla glanced up as I entered. All but Alice were sat at the tables that lined the classroom, scribbling away. Well, they had been, I'd thoroughly distracted them with my entrance. I dispensed another apologetic smile as Layla bobbed in her own curtsy. We are having guests soon, I told her. Might my children be excused? If your Grace requires it, she said smoothly. None of them have behaved in a manner that would see me exclude them. I asked and she hesitated for a moment. Of course not, Your Grace, she lied. Today has been rather quiet. If I may request they finish their current work first. Of course, I replied, glancing about and just catching Jocelyn looking back to her work. Her cheeks were glowing red. Well, if Layla wasn't going to tell me, I would assume it wasn't serious enough to warrant punishment. Who are our guests? Asked Iman curiously. Alyandra's friends, I told him. They've been rather cooped up at the keep now that she's gone. A nice meal and a change of scenery will help, yes? Good company, too. Will there be Dornish food? Asked Rena, eyes bright with sudden longing. I recalled, suddenly, that Rena had adored Dorne. I never miss an opportunity for spicy food, I told her, and she gave a happy little cheer. It won't be as good as in Dorne, though. As long as there are stuffed peppers, she said dreamily. Someone sounding suspiciously like my youngest daughter huffed in laughter. Finish your work and then get ready, I told them before nodding once more to Layla and leaving. Once outside again, I stopped. Food organized, company organized, yet I couldn't face the office again. What other task could I simply not delegate? I started walking before I second-guessed myself. Joffrey's office was not far from the children's classroom, at least. Less time to sulk myself out of it. He answered swiftly when I knocked, his eyebrow raising in an unasked question as I breezed by him to sit in front of his desk. Good afternoon, he said icily as he returned to his own seat. How may I serve Her Grace today? I'm hosting a small gathering, I told him, summoning the same act I'd put on in the Riverlands for a private performance. All breathy gasps and no brain whatsoever. Do say you'll come. I was rewarded with a twitch. Truce? He asked after a moment. Truce, I agreed. He groaned and rubbed his hands over his face, leaning back into his chair, and it was not hard to see how utterly exhausted he looked. You need sleep. There's only so much time, he protested. And only one Joffrey, I told him. I need you at your best. Who else will keep me on the straight and narrow? He huffed with joyless laughter and let his hands fall into his lap. Laenor said the same thing, he told me. Although he failed to mention I was your keeper. You speak sense on occasion, I told him, and he huffed again. Then he let his head fall back, gaze tilted towards the ceiling. And sometimes I do not, he whispered. Laenor was right. I should have forgotten Larys. It's personal now. Larys would not take kindly to being forgotten, I informed him. And if we are right about him, it's always been personal. He snorted. I knew the cause of this morose mood, of course. He felt like he'd lost a child, right as Larys was to gain one. A loss that had cut him to the core. A gathering, he asked finally after neither of us broke the silence for a while. What for? Our Dornish friends, I told him easily. Aelyandra asked. Ah, he said knowingly. So Little Dorne comes to the Little Keep. Little Keep. I echoed, and he laughed. A name the servants use when they think themselves unheard, he told me. It's not just Aelyandra, is it? No, I admitted. I am on edge again and ready to fret myself apart. Then a gathering you shall have, he said, his tone laced with sympathy. At least he wasn't telling me what a poor idea it was. I have arranged food and my children's attendance, I told him. Might you arrange security? Some might point out security should have been arranged first, he said slyly. Was that a jape? I asked archly. Tell me more of those, my court fool. Insults, he snorted, but he was smiling. Only just, but it was there. Perhaps we both need more japes and jokes. Wait until I tell you of the dress Lady Roshby wore to court not 2 days past, I told him archly. A finer joke you would not hear. It has been some time since our last get-together, hasn't it, he mused. Tell me of it, no doubt overspiced food preferred by madwomen and Dornish. Your daughter loves it also, I pointed out. He smiled softly. Madwomen, he reiterated, then stood. I followed him up. I will have a few more nights on duty tonight. Thank you, Joffrey. It wasn't just his acquiescence to my latest whim, and he knew it. I'd better find a lady and prepare myself. Goodbye, Rhaenyra, he called as I stepped from his office a little lighter than when I had entered. From some distance away, I could hear the excited chatter of children that had just gotten an unexpected reprieve from a day of work. I headed in the opposite direction, seeking out Syrah's rooms. Come, she called as I knocked. She was seated at her desk, writing by the looks of it. Scrunched up paper told me that whatever she was writing, she was struggling with. Rhaenyra. Yes, are you busy? At my question, she glanced at her work and sighed heavily. Not especially, she replied, tone taking on a gloomy edge for a moment. Did you need my help? Little Dorne is on its way for a meal and I wish to look presentable. She smiled knowingly as I spoke. Yes, yes, Aelyandra asked, you needn't look so smug. It's lovely you hold her so close to your heart, she told me. Yes, I'll help you prepare. What were you writing, anyway? I asked as we set off for my rooms. She frowned, biting her lip for a moment. A letter, she finally said, more than a little cagey. I gave her a look. She sighed. To Larys. To Lars. She waved her hands back and forth. I know, she hissed. I know what he has done. He allied with Alicent in opposition to you. I know that Joffrey hides his excesses from me because he doesn't wish to upset me, but his wife is pregnant, Rhaenyra. If you knew what Maris and Joffrey suspected him of, I warned. Some unforgivable crime, I'm sure, she said bitterly. I have precious little family left. Let me clutch what I have close. I swallowed hard. Could I really blurt their suspicions when I myself could not bring myself to believe it most days? You need to speak with Maris, I finally said. That bad? She asked. I winced and she groaned. That bad? Bad enough you hesitate to even speak of it. Mother's mercy, Larry's, you horse's ass. I kept my mouth shut. She shook her head finally. I'll speak with Maris. I nodded, lest any further words betrayed my thoughts on the matter. Maris was a strong, like Syrah. She was best placed to tell her. It wasn't cowardice. Sorry, she finally said ruefully. I asked, I replied. And I could have told you to mind your business, she replied primly. We kept the conversation light after that. She was annoyed, I could tell. I suspected part of her had wanted me to give her the truth, or maybe assure her that Larry's was no great foe and that he would not be lost in any struggle that would arise. I had done neither and it was troubling her. She declined my invite graciously, however, protesting she disliked the heat of the food and the children would have more fun when she was not harassing them about their table manners. By the time I greeted our guests, the manse was awash with the smell of spice. Hello Miles. The Lady Bright Boy perked up at my voice, directing me a nervous smile. Tall, well-muscled, and handsome, it was not hard to understand why he was popular among the ladies of the court. And young Vorian. Vorian Dalt was more bookish by comparison, a little thinner and much more shy. Yet as Sylvana and Maria were fast friends with Maria, these boys had been among Alyandra's closest companions. Your Grace, they both intoned respectfully. I waved them out of their bow. You are Alyandra's friends, no bowing for tonight, I told them. And that goes for the rest of you. The small gaggle of Dornish heirs regarded me with varying degrees of bafflement as they shuffled past me. Hugh Jourdain, Casella's son, was a tall boy standing a few inches over even Miles. Myria Drinkwater hung off of his arm, they seemed to be the most nervous among the crowd. Of all of Little Dorne, these had visited the least. Tiara Jourdain and Isla Wells greeted me politely and with little fear, Ulwick Euler still bowed despite my insistence he need not. Anders Garg Allen, Albin Blackmont, and Garibald Manwoody took great delight in teasing him until the loud and strident voice of Ynys Euron Wood insisted they should bow too for making such asses of themselves before royalty. They fled rather quickly after that. Ynys herself was accompanied by Mora Corgile and Clarice Fowler, all smiles and giggles with them. A facade, I realized upon closer inspection, one that it was soon very easy to see the cause of. Especially when she sent her companions along without her and hovered by the door anxiously. I'd half turned to ask her what the cause of her behavior was when it was answered before I'd opened my mouth. No greeting for myself, Your Grace, asked Miles Toland. I turned back, keeping my smile in place by reflex alone. I was not aware you were coming, I told him politely. You have avoided most gatherings, or so Alyandra tells me. My deepest apologies. After we got along so well in Dorne, how could I deny an invitation from the soon-to-be Queen of West Eros? His smile was sharp and I heard the threat. I also heard Ynys' horrified gasp. Soon to be? I doubt that, I laughed, as if it were no great thing. The way I met his eyes afterwards left him in no doubt as to how I'd interpreted his little barb. Judging by his own returned gaze, it was not a misinterpretation on my part. My apologies, Your Grace, said Ynys quickly. Miles here is struggling to remember his manners. He was born a bastard, you see, and was never taught how to behave among his betters. Her own words might have been blades for how he reacted, straightening up and directing such a look of hatred at her that the knight behind me tensed. Bold words from you, Ynys, he replied, practically shaking. How is your uncle these days? She let out a bark of laughter. Is that the best you can imply? She laughed, although there was an edge of hurt to it. Yes, my uncle slept with my mother. No, I am not his daughter. Come, strike again, Miles, give me something with a little spice in it. Enough. I spoke as he opened his mouth, red with rage. Your defense is appreciated, Ynys, but unneeded. Go enjoy the food. As for you, leave. Leave and know I will be passing on your remark to the King's Guard. If you're lucky, they will have no sharp questions for you over the matter. I'll remember this, he told me, eyes flat with hatred. This is an insult. Then have Alyria register a formal grievance with my father or Lord Arendane, I told him. Leave, now, before I have my knights make you leave. Chapter 315, The Bells of King's Landing, Chapter 277. Chapter text. Felena accepted the offered tea with a smile and thanks, waiting quietly until I'd poured myself some and had gotten myself comfortable to pull out the mass of documents that made my wrist ache by sight alone. I managed not to grimace as she slid them across. I take it there have been no major problems? I asked, peering at the first mass of paper and parchment. Accounting. Great. I reached for the quill. Not at all. It's a strain with Marya gone, but Alyssa has proved quite an able assistant and few of the ladies have taken on greater duties, she told me as I gave the front page summary a once-over. Eye-wateringly expensive, as usual. My contributions were a mere fraction of costs these days, a fifth at most, and I still quailed to see the numbers. Do you think she's entitled to her allowances back? I asked, initialing the page and turning over. I can only report on her behavior, Fal said primly. She has been unfailingly gracious and kind, without any prompting others have needed, I should add. It has never been how she treats those below her that worries me, I groused, signing off on another page. But her temper. Her temper, yes, Fal mused, scratching her chin thoughtfully. She's quiet, but every now and again, you see it in her eyes. She trailed off and scooped up her tea. She might have made herself a kinslayer, I sighed. Felena hummed in commiseration. I'll give it back to her. And her work with me? Fal asked. I'll ask her, I replied, pausing in my work to rub at my wrist. I think she'll continue. She enjoys it. I think she likes the challenge more than anything, Fal admitted. I give her problems, she enjoys solving them. She has a way with people, like her mother. She knows when to soothe and when sternness is the best approach. Like her mother indeed. For better or for worse, it seems, I snorted. Temper tantrums included. You have long ceased those, Fal offered, amused. I placed the quill down and gave her a look. She laughed softly. You have done what is needed, regardless of your anger over the matter. Alyssa will do as well, when the time comes. Speaking of which, has she mentioned writing to Osgood at all? I knew she had through Joffrey, but as for what those letters contained, I was at a loss. Pull the plug now or wait. If I did so now, with no apparent cause, there would be gossip. The realm would wonder. It might impact her later, it might not. Dare I risk it? Dare I risk her future? Would Emma even agree? I knew Jane would, for she had no desire to make this agreement between us a torturous thing. Yet I would look a prized fool if Emma lost her fondness of the boy as she grew and wished to spurn him in the same way Alice did. A prized fool and a poor mother, for I would once again have given Alice something my other daughters could not have. She still seems neutral on the matter, Felena told me. They speak of tales. It seems to be a common point between them. Emma and he seemed far closer when we visited, I pointed out. Sometimes I wonder if... The door crashed open suddenly and I was half on my feet with a dagger in my hand before I realized it was Lena, panting as if she had sprinted all the way from wherever she'd landed Viagar. Or perhaps merely from where she'd left her horse. Felena glanced between us, taking in my shock and Lena's state. I will return later, she told me swiftly. Thank you, I managed to get out. Behind Lena, I could see Eric's confused face. I gave him a nod and he returned it, returning back to his post beside the door. As Felena passed her, Lena shuffled forwards, further into my office. She didn't speak as the door swung shut, twice she opened her mouth to speak, and twice she closed it again, looking torn and full of grief. Is Nerys okay? I asked finally, when the worry became too much. Why yes, fine. She is fine. She looked as if she wanted to say more but, oh, of course. You can't do it, can you? I asked sadly, seeing an easy way to solve my problems disappear over the horizon. She flinched at my words. No, she said. That is, yes, I can. At least, I think I can. No, I know I can. Then she took a deep breath. I am making a fool of myself, she told me. I can unbind a dragon, but I won't. You won't, I repeated. Her eyes remained defiant and I realized, quite suddenly, I was still holding my dagger and we were both still standing with my desk between us. Flushing, I got rid of the offending weapon and dropped into my seat. Lena took the place Felena had recently abandoned, but she did so gingerly. Start from the beginning. I wrote to you, I found Grey Ghost and lured him in. I used Viagar to keep him in place and with the Dragon Keeper's help we bound him in chains. I nodded. I knew that much. After that, I bought Nerys to him. At first he would not respond to her, but eventually. She gestured helplessly. They were bound. Despite whatever Lena had discovered, I would admit to being beyond curious. I had Cyrox, but I couldn't tell you how it had come to be. My children had all gotten their dragons, what was it to become a writer, really? Yes, well, sort of. It's like a note is struck and by degrees she came to match it. Gods, I'd pay to see another binding. With some it's so quick, as if they were made for one another, but with her it was slow, drawn out and easy to see. I could write a dozen books alone. She took another deep breath, a sudden cloud passing over her features. But that's the problem. Continue, I prompted. She bit her lip. It seems to me, she said carefully. That the only way to separate a rider from his or her dragon, and ensure there is no binding of another, is to silence that note. I waited as she watched me. When it was clear that I was not understanding whatever she was attempting to get across, I had Nares help me, she told me slowly. I looked within her, I searched for a way to, the note is their inherent magic. I had gotten that, I told her. So it would destroy any further ability in the magical arts. Worse, she told me. Worse than that. We are born with magic in our blood, Rhaenyra. All of us. Not just Valyrians, everyone. In most, it's only a sliver, a tiny fraction, but in us, it's... She stopped again, and gestured wildly with both hands. We are beings of magic. Our forefathers were born with, you remember me speaking of the two sides of magic? Light, life, fire, and cold, destruction and darkness. Ice and fire. Two forces in opposition, yet linked to one another in a way I have only just begun to understand. I do, I told her. I thought you had given up that path of study. I cannot forget what I have already learned. Valyria was awash with fire, is still awash now, which is rather the problem we were born with a connection to it. So was Nares. To silence it, she gave me an aggrieved look. To silence it is to break a person. I didn't have an answer to that. So you see, she carried on sadly. I can't unbind a dragon. It would be kinder to slay the rider, it would be kinder to slay the dragon, death over madness. I thought, very suddenly, of Aegon. I imagined what it would be like, he was tall and strong and proud, he would rather die. My mind rebelled, conjuring an image of him stooped and twisted, with nothing left in him that made him Aegon. Aegon, my infuriating, entitled brother, who was nonetheless proud and noble and good. I jumped as Lena seized my hand, mistaking my silence for disapproval. Please, she begged. I've made mistakes. I promised what I couldn't do. I'm sorry. I am. I will make it up to you somehow, but I can't do this. Not to Nares, not to anyone. I can't do this. I raised a hand and she cut herself off with a choked gasp that sent me staggering to my feet and rushing for her. She looked half wild with fear for a second, only to pull me close into a rough embrace when I threw my arms about her shoulders. She was shaking. I am not so invested in this that I would castigate you for following your conscience, I mumbled. She let out a sigh of relief. You wanted this. I wanted to give you this, she replied. I wanted a quick and easy solution. This isn't quick or easy, I told her, stepping back. She watched me, not carefully, but certainly closely. Still, it wasn't wasted. She shook her head violently. Not at all, she told me. Gods, if you could see it. I half wish I could. She returned my smile as I dropped into my seat. Magic is endlessly fascinating. If the throne were not my goal, I'd join you in its study. Go and live in a cabin in the woods, Lena suggested. 2 witches to scare the small folk. A pretty picture, I sighed. You, me, and the kids. I'm sorry, she said again. I shook my head. I'll continue my research into it, but I fear there's little more I can do. I take it you are still against Adam and Alan. The look I gave her spoke volumes and she gave me an awkward smile. I would want it for them, and us, I finally admitted. And mayhaps when I am queen, I may allow it. My father would not. We have been given a lot of rope by him, especially with Nares. I will not throw that back at him. Wise to not to turn and bite the hand that fed you. I blinked. Was that one of mine? I couldn't recall any more. Perhaps, I settled for saying. We could always ambush Visera with an egg. She laughed, then clapped her hand over her mouth. She knew well my quiet younger sister's opinion on dragons. For a moment, I pictured her being pursued in much the same way Cyrix had pursued me upon our first meeting. She likes her books more than Emma, that one, Lena settled for saying once she'd gotten her giggling under control. She'll be thrilled when she learns what Aegon has planned for her, I sighed. There wasn't much I could do regarding that marriage offer. Which reminds me, I must track Maris down and ask her if she has gotten anywhere with her investigation into the Brackens. I'm not sure what to do, Lena admitted. I have some work into the growth of dragons I could pick up. I could ask to study the protective nature of the runes I have transcribed in my travels, but it's not a priority. Not with Daemon's return imminent. The ones at Storm's End? I asked. Them and others. Runestone, the mountain fortress I found in the Vale, Winterfell, and the Wall, she trailed off. Bring your work here. I will give you my office. I need you here. At the statement, she blinked in surprise. Rhaenys is gone. As Daemon gets closer, my duties and well as Laener's will only increase. My children, our children. They need to be taught, she realized. We've been tutoring them on an as-needed basis, I sighed. Now they need to be the best they can. I don't want them anywhere near a battlefield, but I am not going to play the fool. Battles can find you easily, avoiding them can be impossible if your opponent is determined enough. Teach them how to run, teach them how to fight, teach them. My voice broke and Lena reached across the desk again to grab my arm. I dropped my hand atop of hers, stroking the palm over long, thin fingers. Don't worry, she told me. I'll do it. Chapter 316, Interlude, Miles. Chapter text. The knight watched him and he cursed himself. His father had loved his temper, his passion, once. He remembered his fond laugh, being pulled close into a tight embrace. He cast the memories away. Everything he had been was gone, and he would be less than a memory to his own son. His own son, the knowledge burned in him, that his son would not know him, would not even have those fleeting memories for comfort. He would have Ghost Hill, though. He could do that much for him. All it would cost him was everything. He had not been prepared for the letter. He had been told it would come, he had been told what his prince planned and his role in it, yet when the paper had been smuggled into his rooms, it felt like a punch, knocking the air from him. There were no platitudes, but then that had always been Casella's way. She had given him a task and she would not flatter him for it. She would simply expect it done and in turn, she would uphold her side of the bargain. She expected sacrifice, as she had sacrificed for Dorn. She had turned against her own blood, the Lady of High Hermitage turned on the Lord of Starfall. No, he had a grand task, a task that would see his name echo through the ages, one that would secure everything he had worked for. Memories of his son came again, the sobbing mother and squalling babe. He remembered how it felt to cradle him close and his heart stuttered in his chest. Tears threatened, but he refused to allow them to fall. He would not shed tears here, not in this backwards land. He would not give them that and they would not take it. No, no tears would be shed, and he must begin his work. Before he could attend to it, however, he had a problem to remove, one of his own doing. He should not have laid such an insult at the bitch's feet, but the letter had. She was the reason his whore of a sister had taken Ghost Hill from him as effortlessly as she had, he was certain of it. The reason this was his duty now. So he had laid down his insult and been held to account for it. Oh, how the Fat King had made a show over his fate, dragged it out as if they were not all aware of the mummer's farce. The Fat King could no more slay him than his daughter could. The last defender of Ghost Hill struck down in the north? Struck down for a mere insult? A hostage lost for a poor choice of words? All of Dorne would see them for what they were then. Thus, he needed his watchful jailer gone. I'm going to the privy, he told him icily. The knight scowled. Am I considered able to do so yet or do wish to watch me piss again? Cunt, the knight growled back, waving a mailed fist in his face. The knight wanted to strike him, he could see it in the man's eyes. He half wished the knight would, at least it would be a real fight. Oh, I'm all aflutter, he snapped back, standing. The knight followed, eyes blazing with barely concealed fury. Oh, but northern knights, especially this one, so predictable. A foot jammed in the door had him fighting his smile. This is the third time you've watched me this week? Something you wish to confess? The knight shoved him, his dark glare telling him he was close to losing it. Excellent. The knife was concealed where he had left it, easy to grab, easy to plunge into the knight's throat. He would have preferred a stab to the base of the skull, quick and much cleaner than this. The knight tried to cry out, tried to struggle, managing only a gurgle as he threw them both into the wall. He smiled grimly as the man struggled against him, the smile at odds with his thundering pulse and shaking breath, but did he need to smile? Smile or weep, he could not go back now. His death was insured. Better make them remember him than die for some nameless night. When the knight's struggle grew weak enough, he stood and shrugged off the doublet. The shirt beneath had survived, but look at this. This sleeve is ruined. He gave the knight a quick kick, earning choking sounds. He frowned before he could stop himself. The white sleeve dyed red, would anyone notice? He would have to make sure to avoid anyone that would, as if his trek through the halls was not already perilous enough. The knight moved again, rolling over and sending a fresh wave of crimson spattering across the floor. He caught the knight's armored side and rolled him back over, avoiding the blood this time. The man was groping at his neck, eyes blank with terror. Could he still see him? He hoped so. You're going to die. You're going to die for the pride of a worthless king. Die here in a stinking privy having failed your one duty. The knight managed a wet groan. I could put you out of your misery, he told him, keeping his tone calm. I won't. Had you remembered your oaths, sire, I might have done. In Dorne, we do not forget them. He let the knife fall from shaking hands. A few more long moments, and the man would remember nothing ever again. To his shame, it took him a few moments, a few deep breaths to steady himself. His death would soon follow this night's. 7 help him, he had known. He forced himself to straighten and step away from the privy. Not a soul around, but then, he had spent an age learning this keep, learning how everything worked. Their rituals would be their downfall. He'd heard they were the disgraced queens. He half wished he could send her his thanks. It wouldn't be half so easy to avoid the servants if they were not so strictly timed in their duties. It felt like an age, picking his way through the keep. His heart pounded in his throat the entire time, expecting the cry of alarm to be raised, seeing the dead knight's eyes staring at him, mocking him. If he failed because of his pride, he would pray for the mother's mercy that the fat king killed him before Kosella got to him. He had heard whispers about what happened to those who crossed her. He found the storeroom, dusty and unused as the letter had promised. He found the bow, the only thing in the room not coated in dust and grime. He found the arrows too and the pot he was supposed to dip them into, as if Kosella doubted his shot. His breath stuttered as he found Kosella's last gift to him. A quick and painless death, a clear liquid in a small bottle. He could still run, a traitorous part of him whispered. He might make the docks before they found the body. And where would he go? Home? Where his sister ruled, bowing to a princess who had forsaken them all. Ynys might think herself clever, but he knew Alyandra had not resided alongside his fellow hostages. She had not even suffered alongside them. The burning brightness of the sun as he threw open the shutter took him almost by surprise. The weather had been grim the past few days. A sign, it had to be, that the day he had chosen saw the sun burn proudly in the sky. It was as if it looked down upon him, approving of his actions. He banished the night's eyes from his mind. Banished thoughts of Corin's unworthy heir, banished thoughts of his son. The fat king would be in the gardens, holding court at his pavilion. Swarmed by knights, lords and ladies, all of them laughing at his unfunny jests and flattering him. He would open their eyes. The gate to the gardens would be guarded, and by a knight who would know he was supposed to have a watcher. If he was unlucky, it would be a king's guard too, but he did not need to go through the gate. He held his breath as he climbed out onto the ledge. The world tilted for a moment and he forced himself to breathe. Slowly, carefully, he edged over it, nearly screaming when the stonework crumbled under his foot. He clung for a while after that, until his panting had subsided. He smelled the gardens before he saw them and heard its occupants soon after. He wanted to laugh when he saw the prince and princess by their father's side. A show of unity, well, this would divide them with ease. He offered a prayer to whoever cared to listen that none should look up as he lowered himself from the ledge he'd used to enter the gardens. A slow descent, one devoid of any shocks or surprises this time. Not even the 3 kings' guard that stood alert by the king saw him as his feet finally touched the cobbled path. He did not stop to enjoy the feeling of solid ground, he couldn't. This was the worst part. The place he could taste failure. One night, one alert sounded, his back prickled as he left the path, a small copse of trees providing perfect cover, if no line of sight. He could get closer, he mused, but he would risk too much. Risk the entire matter. Instead, he selected his arrow, dipping the head into the poison. One shot. He would get one shot. After a moment, he placed the little bottle in front of him. He would need it quickly. He would not die in the black cells. No, he would die under the sun with the taste of victory on his tongue. He let the crowd's murmurs wash over him, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the place he knew the king occupied. How long did he have? The night dew on the next watch would not go looking for his errant brother-in-arms until the sun began to set. The servants were not due to clean his rooms until tomorrow. He forced himself to hold the bow loosely, not clutch it tight enough that his hands hurt. The sun continued to burn bright, the fat king continued to bellow and laugh, and the crowd continued to fawn. Sweat beaded his forehead as he fought to control himself, to control his breathing. He felt like he might come right out of his skin. What if the crowd stayed longer than other days? What if they did find the body? What if? What? Breathing felt painful in that moment, and his vision swam. He cast the thoughts away as best he was able. Tried to imagine the crowd as a forest and the king as deer. He had enjoyed hunting deer here. He recalled one he had brought down, its antlers almost like a crown. The memory made him smile and calmed his beating heart. He only needed to hit, he told himself. With even a graze, the poison would act fast. The Targaryen king that had brought so much death and despair to Dorne deserved a slower death, one laced with considerable agony, but Kosella would not risk the maesters or the clever men of the princess finding a cure. His heart lurched as the crowd began to clear. It was slow at first, a few men and women leaving arm in arm, yet undeniable. He swallowed, his mouth suddenly as dry as his homeland. The long goodbyes and groveling at the king's feet seemed to last hours as whole groups began to take their leave until the only ones left were the king and his quarrelsome children. He licked his lips and drew another, painful breath. He went to draw his bow, only to pause. They were arguing. The bitch ready to strike her brother, the fat king was taking her side. His flabby face red with anger as he laid a hand on his daughter's shoulder, the prince was snarling something, his hands balled into fists. Something regarding a dragon? It mattered not, for in the next instant, the prince's knight in white reached out and laid a hand on the prince's shoulder at the king's barked order. The prince froze, snapped one last invective and turned to storm off. The fat king stepped out from the side of the Lord Commander, letting his hand fall from his daughter's shoulder, his other hand stretched out in a call for his son on his lips. The prince kept on walking, not even sparing his father a glance. He let out a shaky breath as the moment seemed to slow. He loosed his arrow. A moment later, the arrow sprouted from the fat king's chest. The man almost looked surprised, as if he could not fathom what had happened. It seemed the entire world froze at that moment, even he froze, exultation stuttering in his chest. Then the princess screamed. A ragged sound that seemed to be torn from her, rather than something that she had done. It was almost inhuman, full of grief and anger. One he knew well. He'd heard it from his own throat after all, when Targaryen archers had done more than put an arrow through his father. Fitting, he thought with a laugh. Relief was rushing through him now as the king dropped backwards, that puzzled look still on his face. The scream echoed for a moment and then the gardens were filled with cries and shouts. The princess rushed to her fallen father but her knight seized her, placing himself between her and any further attack that might come. He needn't have bothered. He let the bow clatter to the floor, unable to keep the smile from his face. Another laugh bubbled up his throat as he scooped up the bottle Kausela had provided. He held it in his hand as the prince finally reached his fallen father, blade drawn as if that could change anything. It was odd what might be seen. Before death, the prince's white knight had not moved to protect him, but was the first to track the flight of the arrow and begin running towards his hiding spot. Too late. Raising the bottle to his lips he sent a wordless toast to Garen and to rightful places. Then he raised one to Kausela for good measure. A vicious bitch, but one that had seen a king dead, she had not faltered in her faith. Then, before his suddenly quailing heart could prevent him, he downed the bottle. Chapter 317, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 278. Chapter text. He looked so peaceful, laid on his bier before the Iron Throne. So at odds with every heed. The next moment I was sitting before the bier, my legs holding me no longer and fresh tears were pouring down my face as thought abandoned me for a while. It was just so at odds with how he'd been in life. He'd always been smiling or grimacing, always in motion. Now, there was nothing. I groped for something to dry my eyes on as yet more tears followed. Not fair. Not fair. I was supposed to have more time. Hadn't he agreed to live? Why'd the coward take his own life? Why could I not stay angry? Why did it always circle back to this terrible, yawning emptiness? Why did my memories insist on playing out our time together as if taunting me with the fact he would no longer be there? Why did it keep poking and prodding that gaping wound in my heart? I took a deep, shuddering breath, the noise too loud. Why had I ignored the bastard's joke? I should have pushed father to take him to task, anything but this. Something bitter flooded my mouth. I wanted to scream, to smash things I wanted. I wanted him back. Damn it. I wanted him back. I wanted him to scoop me up and call me little fire and reassure me. Without thinking, I reached out, fingers brushing over a clammy and old hand before snatching my hand back. What had I expected? The warmth he'd held in life? Not when he lay on his funeral bier, tended to by the silent sisters. I wasn't sure how long I sat there, just gazing at him and weeping. Perhaps I might have spent all day and the night too, thought revolving from self-recrimination, to hatred to despair and then to numbness only to begin again. The telltale tap of Joffrey's cane roused me somewhat. His face, pale and full of concern, made my teeth ache. He said nothing as he limped forward and lowered himself down next to me. I gave him the same treatment, wanting nothing more than to curl in on myself. To not be seen. I ignored him as he gazed at me, mouth opening and then closing again as he groped for something to say. Just as Lena had done. Just as Lena had done. Corlys has given orders that a room should be made up for you, he rasped finally. You sent the others away, I thought. He trailed off and I realized my hands had curled into fists, the numbness becoming anger even if I was not sure what I was angry at anymore. Him? He was supposed to be watching. He had sworn to me, he had. I'm surprised you don't want me to start plodding away, I spat, tone thick and nasally, and he flinched before his eyes darkened with pity and sympathy. Maybe I might have been angry at that, but my anger was gone again, replaced by grief at the reminder of what was to come and why. I looked back at my father, peaceful in his repose and choked on a sob. He laid a hand over mine, warm where mine felt freezing. Not now, he murmured. Not. He paused, pulling a face suddenly as if he had realized the words he wished to speak would only serve to inflame me. What a state I must look, no sleep or food, all blotchy red and feeling like my head was 3 times the size and twice as heavy as it should be. Take all the time you need, he finished lamely. Maybe that pissed me off more, I couldn't tell. Everything swallowed up by the emptiness in me. Say it, I told him. I'm not made of glass. I was attempting to be tactful, he admitted. When my mother died, my uncle asked if he intended to remarry. Father struck him. I didn't answer that, wiping furiously at my eyes. I was going to say that Westeros grieves with you. Even if he was as heartless as to move now, the world would revile him. I managed a few more shuddering breaths. He handed me a handkerchief, not even wincing as I blew my nose on it. I don't believe he will move yet. He is grieving deeply himself and he has, some honor to him. The last words he ever said to our father were that he hoped he lived long enough to see how he had erred, I whispered, something loosening in my chest. Nares. He must, regret that greatly, Joffrey murmured. He should do. Joffrey didn't reply to that, turning his head to Viserys from me, a small frown furrowed his face. You hated him, I accused. He stopped, then took the breath of a man sealing his own fate. You know I did. He has caused too much for me to like him. Yet I respected him, in the end. He loved Luke and threw himself behind you. Suddenly breath would not come. What had I been aiming for, I asked myself as I fought for air, some more fury. Deep breaths, Joffrey was telling me in a gentle voice. Come now, deep breaths. Moment by moment, I regained control, the world spinning around me as his hand moved to my shoulder. It felt like he was the only thing keeping me tied to the floor. That if he let go, I may float off into the sky. He pulled me closer, and I let my head rest in the crook of his shoulder, body feeling as if it were made of lead in the next moment. We stayed like that for a while, I wasn't sure how long. It had to be close to evening by now. Maybe even dusk. The children also wish to stay here, Joffrey told me gently. They want to see him. Of course. Of course. They would grieve him as I would. He had spoiled them rotten and they had idolized him in turn. I should go to them. Help them. I wasn't sure I was even in a state to, sentiments shared by Joffrey if the look on his face were any indication. Then my vision blurred with tears again. I am sorry. There is no need for apologies, he assured me, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt. I tried to follow him up, but my legs and arms wouldn't quite respond. I felt as weak as a babe. I wept again when he held out his arm and pulled me to my feet, the world swaying dangerously around me, tilting forwards and then backwards as I struggled to get my bearings. Joffrey held onto me through it all, managing to keep the pity of his face somehow. My breath became a series of choking gasps again as I saw my father anew. Deep breaths, Joffrey reminded me. Let me take you to your rooms. I nodded, not trusting my voice, and slowly he guided me out. Very slowly, I realized, wanting to laugh and cry and feeling completely unhinged. Him holding me in his cane, me barely able to stand under my own power. I am a fool, I whispered. He hummed thoughtfully. Hysterical laughter bubbled in my throat, only to die the moment I saw Sir Stefan. His face was grim and ashen, breaking into a look of relief when he saw me clinging to Joffrey. I looked away, something bitter and awful clawing at my throat. I knew, gods damn it, I knew it wasn't his fault. He had done his duty, exactly as ordered. When that arrow struck my father, he had prioritized protecting me from a second shot, and yet, he'd been alive, as he'd dropped. I'd heard him groan in pain. He'd been alive as Stefan had thrown himself between me and him. Yet when we had reached him, Aegon and myself, he had been dead. Those accursed few seconds. I could have reached him and he needn't have died alone. Died alone and in pain, and I was crying again. Damn it, it wasn't his fault, and yet I wanted to blame him so badly. He had taken my screamed accusations with a type of stoicism. He hadn't deserved it. He hadn't. No one had. Joffrey gave me a panicked look when I stopped and disentangled myself from him. Then sighed as I began wiping at my eyes furiously again. The world felt too real and strangely distant, all in the same moment. A hard to quantify feeling, something was wrong. Sir Stefan, I rasped. Your arm, if you would. Joffrey gave me a nod as the knight stepped forth and did as ordered. I knew I should apologize, but the words froze in my throat and would not come. I should ask Joffrey how the others were doing, but it would be an empty gesture and I knew it. Joffrey would know it too. I nearly asked anyway. At least until Aegon stepped into the hall before us, Helena at his side, and the anger came to me anew. He looked as well as I felt, Helena even worse. Both wore black and Aegon had foregone his habitual blade even. There was an awkward pause, one that stretched on and on that I could not bring myself to break. If I did, it would be with something scathing and cruel, and I couldn't. Had she known? Had she seen it in her dreams? Was this some path of hers playing out? I shouldn't think those things, couldn't if I wanted to retain my sanity and avoid the image of a paranoid fool, but I wanted to ask. To beg her to tell me the truth. So I turned and rested myself against Sir Stefan, his breastplate cool against my face. Sir Joffrey, Aegon said, although it was barely more than a whisper. My sister, is she? I am escorting her to her rooms, Joffrey replied stiffly. In the keep? Aegon asked. Lord Corlys had them made up, he replied in a tone like ice. The silence returned. That's good, Aegon finally mumbled. That's, yes. How are the children? As well as can be expected, Joffrey replied. Then, as if the query were dragged from him. And yours? They are young, they do not understand. Helena choked out a sob then as Aegon spoke, and I felt my own tears come once more. I took a deep and shuddering breath and forced myself to look at them both. He noticed my gaze and swallowed, before glancing at Helena. She stood motionless, gazing at me in turn with tears streaming down her face. We should be holding one another. Helping one another through our grief, and yet. Aegon stepped forward suddenly and Joffrey's hand snapped up to rest on his shoulder, his face a mask of cold defiance. Aegon paused, looking almost surprised. She has not eaten since dawn. She has not slept since before that. Whatever your business, you can wait, Joffrey told him in a tone like ice. Your devotion to her does you credit, Aegon mumbled. I have no business, save for a few words. Then speak them from here, Joffrey told him, and for a moment I thought he might draw the blade hidden in his sword stick. I am sorry, Aegon finally said, his gaze falling away from Joffrey and coming to rest on me. I am sorry, sister. Those words I said to you. I should not have spoken them. They were cruel and unkind. It hurts, that those are the last things I said to him. It hurts that I spoke in anger and hurt. I did not understand then, why you had allowed it, why he had allowed it. He was your king, I told him, and Stefan's grip on me tightened. But when have you ever not questioned him? Aegon stared at me in silence, emotion warring on his face. For a moment, I thought he might argue. That he might chastise me like I was a child. For a moment, blood rushed in my ears and my pulse pounded in my throat, and I was ready to throw myself at him in rage and hate. Then he stepped past Joffrey before my spymaster could react and wrapped his arms about me as best he was able to, given Sir Stefan clearly had no intention of moving. And I broke once more. Chapter 318, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 279. Chapter text. I did not see Aegon again before my father burned on his pyre. When Corlys informed him that it would be Syrax that lit it, he did not protest even once. Guilt, Laenor had said, judging by what he'd said to me that evening. Joffrey had dragged me back to my rooms. Likely guilt for what he had intended, I had groused back. My father had burned on his pyre, I had wept and broken once more. The unfairness of it all burned in me. Did I not deserve more time than this? Time Daemon and Aegon and the whole sordid lot of them conspired to steal from me. Laurent bowed to me as I stepped into the small council chamber, and my carefully crafted armor almost flew apart in that moment. Queen. The word, the role, felt bitter and tainted. 32 years of chasing it, only to wish it away for more time with my father. Years of grand dreams to be cast aside, compromised on, if I could do them with him at my side. It was Aegon, seated to the right of the chair I had so recently occupied, glowering at Corlys, that prevented me from losing it entirely. Instead, I thanked the Lord Commander and seated myself, for the first time, in my father's seat. Laurent took his seat as well, a sharp look from Corlys cutting of Edmund's protest. Silence reigned, tense and awkward. I let my eyes meet Corlys as he examined us all with a critical eye. My lords, Corlys began, but found himself interrupted the moment he opened his mouth by Tywin Lannister. The Lannister twin was smiling, smug and lazy, as if even sitting in his chair was far too much work for him. Come now, Lord Hand, spare us all the niceties, he drawled, as if he was part of some grand joke he had yet to tell us the punchline to. There is only one matter we must put to rest today. I felt the tension in the room skyrocket and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. For his part, Aegon's gaze shifted to the wall the moment Tywin spoke. His features might have been carved from granite with how unmoving they were. I heard, just barely, Gerald mumble what sounded like a threat. Lord Tywin, Corlys said in a tone that carried rebuke. A king lies dead, assassinated in the Red Keep itself. The 7 kingdoms are under threat, both from the usurper prince and the Dornish one. Carefully measure your words, or do not speak at all. It was very telling that Corlys had used the name usurper prince and not rogue prince. Tywin knew it too. His teeth flashed as his grin became more teeth and challenging. Aegon merely inclined his head a fraction, a muscle jumping in his jaw briefly. The matter you refer to is no matter at all, Laurent told the Lannister stiffly. Aegon did move then, staring at the Lord Commander as if he had only just seen him. King Viserys will be succeeded by Queen Rhaenyra, as his will and oaths the lords of Westeros swore dictate. I swore no such oath, Tywin spat. Lord Jason did, Corlys said firmly. Unless you are informing us that he has chosen to forswear himself. Oaths sworn under threat to a rotten cause are no oaths at all, Tyland argued. My oaths were not sworn under threat, nor were my brothers, Laurent snapped back. The King's Guard will uphold Viserys' will. Are you so certain? Asked Tyland, and in the next moment, Laurent's hand dropped to the hilt of his sword, his face thunderous. I appreciate the support of the King's Guard, Sir Laurent. Surprised, the two men turned to me. I could understand their surprise as well. I was surprised, the words that had been struggling in my throat had emerged with a clear voice. Yet it should be clear that Sir Tyland questions your honor and the honor of your brothers to bait you into rash action that he may use as grievance later. How dare Tyland began, his face purple with rage. It felt almost freeing to call him out on it, to say the words everyone in the meeting had been thinking, but societal convention conspired to keep them from saying. Well, let him be outraged. I was done playing nicely. Tyland, hold your tongue, barked Corlys. I am Lord Regent until the coronation. I will uphold Viserys' will. You are the only fool here, insisting this matter is not settled. Only because he believes himself some great and clever man, willing to let us dance into a trap he is overly self-congratulatory about, I replied smoothly. Tyland's mouth opened, but I forged on, something gleeful in my veins now. There was no need for politeness. Either they allowed me to succeed my father or they made their move. There was nothing kindness would win me here. Come, Aegon, speak up. My brother moved his gaze to me, raising an eyebrow. I met his gaze, letting my defiance show. If a man intends to piss on everything the father he professed to love wished for before the ashes of his pyre are barely cool, then he should at least use his own voice to do it, should he not? My tone was harsh, too harsh, but gods if it wasn't freeing. Or will you let this man, who can barely contain his glee and delight at our father's death, do the work for you? Very well, Aegon said finally, his voice cracking slightly. I formally request that a great council be called, to let the lords of this realm decide the matter of the disputed succession of King Viserys. Let this council find the wisdom of King Jaehaerys, who presided over a similar council when his own succession became disputed. Corlys watched him dispassionately, before looking to the rest of the small council. Lyman was the first to shake his head. The realm prepares for war, we can ill afford a great council, our coffers certainly cannot if we intend to drive Daemon from our shores, he told us all, his voice reedy with age, but nevertheless quite clear. I also advise no, growled Bryndamere of Tarth. I would cast aspersions on the honor of any man who would swear an oath, only to forsake it when a better offer comes to him. How will we know if this council will even be honored? I concur with Lord Lyman and Lord Bryndamere, Gerald Redford spoke, sending an ugly look at Tyland. Our master of laws betrays himself with his conduct. Not what I would expect to see from a knight. As the master of laws, Tyland butted in. I would advise we concede to Prince Aegon's demand. It seems you are overruled, Corlys interrupted. And yet I have not been able to give the reason for my advice. Tyland pointed out, smirking again. Should you not ask? Perhaps it may sway some minds? Or is that what you fear? Aegon, I said. My brother turned his frowning face to me and I realized he was struggling not to scowl like a child. You have some plot, reveal it now, instead of letting your court jester irritate us all. Rhaenyra, he said, his tone almost a rebuke. This behavior is unbecoming of you. Annoyance? I asked. Frustration? Come out and say it, before I have Tyland thrown out of the room for the unassuming joy he takes in our father's death. Lord Tyland, my sister speaks crudely, but not untruthfully, Aegon began. Tyland snorted. Please correct your behavior before this council. My apologies, he drawled, not sounding very sorry at all. I might have pushed the point but Aegon rose from his seat, his face grim. My lords, my princess, he began, his tone dispassionate as if he were reciting the speech by rote. Which he was, I realized. By all rules of this land, I am heir to the Iron Throne. My father willed it to my sister, it's true. He was wrong to do so. A daughter before a son is unheard of in any part of the Seven Kingdoms. Especially when the lords of the realm have previously made it quite clear they would back a male claimant over a female one. They choose my father over Princess Rhaenys and over Sir Laenor for that reason alone. My father broke faith with that, a betrayal of those that raised him to heir. A king's word is law, Corlys interrupted. A king has a duty to those he rules, Aegon retorted, heat finding its way into his words, before he took a deep breath. My lords, if the king cannot show he respects the laws of the land he rules, if he goes against the will of those he rules, then how can those same lords be assured that other, more fundamental laws will also be obeyed and respected? Boy, the princess told you to speak your plot, Gerald growled. Speak it. The lords of Westeros have lost faith in the Iron Throne's ability to protect them, to protect their customs and laws. If this council, if the throne, will not respect the laws of this land, then neither will the lords. As he finished his little tirade, I wanted to stand and choke the life from him. That means your little war with your uncle, princess, is over before it's begun, Tylan sneered. No troops will march for you. It was Lyman who spoke, and we all turned to him. It was hard to tell who was more surprised. Traitor. I blinked. I had never seen him so furious, red with rage and barely able to speak. He was trembling with the force of it. So much so I began to worry something was wrong. Never before have I seen such blatant betrayal. You may dress it in polite words, but you are nothing but a traitor, not even worthy of your title of prince, he all but howled. King Jaehaerys himself would be against you, would he be here? Lord Lyman, perhaps you should. Brindamir's weak suggestion was cut off by him raising an accusing finger at my suddenly pale brother and a momentary stupefied Tyland. I will not be calm. You children think this some grand game when you place every man and woman in this kingdom at risk. You were not here. You did not hear what Daemon did. You do not know what he will do. If the princess had any sense she would have you seized this instant. I was aware my mouth was hanging open. So was half the council's. Rich coming from you, old man, Tyland responded. King Jaehaerys would never have allowed a woman to usurp her brother. The Iron Throne is beholden to its lords, Aegon told him. That phrase seemed so comforting to him. King Jaehaerys understood that. Maegor did not. The armies of the Westerlands will not rise for Maegor with teats, Tyland crowed triumphantly. I flinched. That nickname could not leave this room. It will rise for a brave and bold prince, one who understands the burdens and responsibilities of the Iron Throne. Oh, the responsibility to leave you alone to act as a king once more and the burden to dig you out of whatever pit you get into. I asked archly. Mayhaps it would distract him. Tyland glared at me. If you had your way, you'd have us bowing and scraping to use the privy, he snapped. Enough. Corlys bellowed. Prince Aegon, I will give you one chance to walk back such a blatant pronunciation of betrayal. I will not, Aegon declared. You are aware that this council is empowered to arrest you, should you not, he asked, his worn face, annoyed. Frustrated. Should I be arrested for my championing of the rights of the lords of this realm, those that support me will march on King's Landing in order to put me upon my rightful throne or avenge my unjust death. He sounded confident yet, there was a tremor in his voice. The threat, he was not as confident as he seemed. I let my hands curl into fists, hidden by my dress. If you will not do it for yourself, boy, think of your family, Gerald urged. You condemn them all for childish pride. They will not thank you for it. My family are no longer in King's Landing, he told us all, meeting our eyes one by one. Then, with a trembling hand that he could not hide, he leaned forward to hand me an envelope. It bore my name. Helena and Visera left last night with the children. If you seek to arrest me for this, you will find my supporters will champion my son, if needed. Chapter 319, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 280. Chapter text. You are a better sister than I perhaps deserve. This is betrayal. Of you. Of our bond. What began in Highgarden ends today. I never truly told you of my visions. I barely understand them myself. Part of me now wants to curl up and break under it all, even still. You gave me what I needed to weather their storm and I thank you for that. I know you will be angry. I know you will be grieving. I also know those moods will pass. One day, you will want answers. I hope I am there to provide them. I hope that you will trust me to provide them. But if I am not, if you do not. Here is my truth. My confession laid bare. In the beginning, I saw death. Infinitely repeated, every change brought pain and a new vision of death. I was so very scared, Rhaenyra. I was so young. As a mother now, should they come to Riker, I would be broken inside. Morgul changed things. You gave me that. Now I see stories. They're distorted things. Dragons and lions and wolves and rivers of red, but stories nonetheless. It is like when I would fly Morgul about the Eyrie. I would see the giants' lands above the clouds themselves. A dozen other, smaller peaks would follow. Never the full mountain though. I often feel like that. The peaks are the things I see, but they pale in comparison to what I do not. You must think this is an elaborate excuse. I do. A way of telling myself that I have done this terrible thing for a good reason. The truth is I do not know. Not truly. I hope, I pray, I beg the gods, that I am doing the right thing. That this is the path I must traverse to find the peaks I want. The story I desire. But perhaps the gods play me for a fool, and I am a madwoman for believing dreams ahead of the waking world. I do not know what I would do if that were the truth. My dreams are not all bad. Sometimes I dream of you. Sometimes, I wish I did not dream of you. You are easy to find in my dreams. Too easy. Yet I set out to find you all the same, if only to see you happy for a few short hours. I have to tell myself not to look for you after today. Maybe I will see you happy with those you love rallying to your cause. Maybe I will see you in the depths of burning hatred for me. I do not know. That scares me. I hope I know how this ends, but I fear I do not. I hope you can forgive me. Hella. The letter had been screwed up in a fury and launched at the fireplace. I'd missed and Joffrey had taken custody of it, insisting it revealed more than her complete and utter betrayal. How? I asked, too riled to be having this conversation. Joffrey smoothed out Helena's letter once more, affecting an air of being above it all. I grit my teeth. I do not know, he finally said. I believe their escape was done on Morgul's back. They would not have gotten far, Lena told him. Morgul is not a large dragon. They did not need to go far, Laenor interjected. Just flee the city. Visera is a child, Riker barely out of his swaddling clothes and Viella is a babe, Corlys warned. Do not overestimate a burden they would be to a dragon. My patience ran out. My brother has half the realm in open defiance in a move so boneheaded I have to believe he has nothing else planned. My uncle marches on Westeros to kill and burn us all or worse. Garen prepares to cross into Dorne to kill and burn everything Daemon doesn't and my father is dead. Nobody met my eyes. Every inn and tavern will be awash with rumors of the traitorous coward prince, Maris told me, her eyes furious. Harwin has been set on purging anyone that so much as breathes Aegon's reasoning in public. Not even crowned and I am a tyrant, I snarled at the carpet. Lena's hand shot out, curling around my arm as if she were trying to comfort me. You will be crowned, Corlys told me seriously. Aegon's lords will soon lose their taste for this rebellion. Only his diehards will fight for Riker and when we have Aegon in our hands, his lords will fight to bring us the leaders of the Greens in shackles. I swear this to you. I am being unreasonable, aren't I? I realized and Corlys laughed, earning himself a dirty look from Joffrey. Laenor nudged him. I expected you to saddle Syrax and fly to the high tower yourself, Corlys chuckled. I'm surprised by your restraint. I'm sure, I told him, forcing myself to relax. In all seriousness, Laenor said a moment later. No one will call you a tyrant save those who have already decided you are. Aegon may dress his actions in pretty words and justifications, but he is withholding troops in a time of war in order to influence the throne. That is a betrayal by the law of any land and anyone not committed to it will see it as such. And in the meantime, he holds half of Westeros hostage, I mumbled. He is not so safe in the capital, Joffrey mumbled, his hands playing over the head of his sword stick. Neither are his brothers. We'll see how defiant he is after a few days in the black cells. A great number of the nights he parades around with our heirs or second sons to the very lords that defy you now. Once they break, the rest will follow, and Aegon will be forced to concede. A pretty picture. If we can capture them all, Lena said, putting her emphasis on if as Joffrey bristled. How many knights does he have to stand between him and any guard we send? A good number and all competent with the blade. Many more than competent. In the corridors of the keep, it would become a bloody battle indeed should he resist. Joffrey shot her an annoyed glance but whatever he might have said in response died as Corlys shot him a warning glance. I swallowed the anger again. She did make a good point. And what if we call his bluff? I asked, making Maris chuckle. I glanced at her, and she transformed it into a hasty cough. Go to war, let Aegon sit there without council or army like an utter fool. We have more dragons than Daemon and far more troops than he can muster. And better riders too, Lena said in an icy tone. There's an idea. He'll have to protect his troops landing, that's at least one dragon. If he splits up, we pick them off, if they do not, we can face them en masse. Corlys frowned, but Laenor was already shaking his head. Then we would have a broken and exhausted army and Aegon's would be fresh and ready to fight. Our lords are not so loyal they'd face that when he's waving the council around. At his words, Corlys nodded along. An attractive idea, my godfather sighed. But a doomed one. He wouldn't fight so openly. If I defeated Daemon without his help, or his lords, his own men would begin to abandon him. Out of shame, if nothing else, I argued. My heart wasn't in it though, too many what ifs and too many chances for it all to go terribly wrong. He really had chosen his gambit well. Was this what he had intended for father? What would have happened had that Dornish arrow missed its mark? Tears burned at that thought and I sought distraction. My eyes dropped to the letter again, and I ached to pick up and read it once more, even though I fancied I knew it by heart by now. I know, I sighed as Laenor opened his mouth once more. He'd march with what he had regardless. Forgive me, dragon combat is not my expertise but, there is also no guarantee you would have all your riders. Should Prince Aegon gain the dragon advantage, Maris trailed off. Lena's eyes drifted closed and I felt her shudder. He wouldn't be able to, Laenor said firmly. My children will not fight in this war, but the lords of this realm do not know that. So tales of young Alyssa's prowess atop Vermithor and Luke's daring on Skywalker alongside tales of the coward prince? Maris asked wryly. I stamped down the alarm that brought as Joffrey gave her a level look. No, he said sternly. No, she echoed, looking as if she wished to protest. The children are kept out of this, Lena told her gently. Of course, my apologies, she said smoothly. A nice idea, I offered. She gave me a grin. The Craven Prince should be adequate, however. Aegon doesn't like his nightly show to be questioned. Which brings me to another point, Joffrey announced, reaching for Helena's letter. He looked troubled. You saw it too, Lena asked him, a suddenly similar troubled look on her face. He nodded gravely. Saw what? I demanded. Even Corlys looked cautiously curious. To begin with, allow me to establish certain facts, Joffrey pronounced, sliding the letter to Corlys. Helena has inherited the dragon dreams of House Targaryen. She is able to see parts of the future, or potential futures, in her dreams. To change them causes her great pain, but she is able to change them. I don't believe she can predict what changes she has wrought until the dreams come once more, I added quietly, and Joffrey nodded. Rhaenyra, do you recall our talk about Runestone, and the effect it had upon you? Lena asked, anxiety echoing over her features. Given what had also happened that night, I was willing to bet she wasn't keen to bring anything that happened up in front of Corlys. That I risked a fate worse than death and should consider myself lucky I escaped with permanent scarring. I asked archly, and she flushed at the reminder. Scarring? Asked Maris. Impossible, I would have seen it. Not bodily, Lena muttered. Maris' mouth snapped shut. Explain, Corlys commanded, and Lena all but squirmed on the spot. As I explained before the war in Dorne. I touched the runestones of Runestone and nearly died for doing so. Corlys raised his eyebrows as I spoke. He'd clearly wanted Lena to explain, but she looked so miserable, I didn't have the heart to leave her to it. Syrax saved me and I fell ill afterwards. It did more damage than I expected, it has compromised me in some manner, in a magical manner. Mother's mercy, whispered Maris. How did Rhea keep that quiet? Other events created sufficient scandal, if you will recall. Joffrey told her, and she understood after a moment of thought, nodding thoughtfully. Regardless, there are implications. With Helena, as well, Lena told me. She can direct her dreams. She can direct them to you especially easily. A spy I cannot defend against, nor predict what information she can glean. He trailed off as I felt very stupid for not seeing it earlier, and horrified that my privacy might be invaded to that degree. She said she would only act in defense, I mumbled, not sounding convinced to my own ears. Aegon does not know of her ease in finding Rhaenyra, Lena mused. I cannot say I know Helena well, but I do not think she would tell him. Joffrey scowled. It's still a problem, Lena insisted. If she sees something she believes puts her family at risk, even once? Can you say she would not speak up? Lena hummed in thought, his features taking on the same troubled mien that the rest of us now had. Lena, can you prevent her from seeing Rhaenyra? Asked Corlys. There was doubt in his tone that made me want to cringe, so I could only dread what it might do to Lena. There are ways, yes, she mumbled. But I don't know how to do it. Dragons are what I know. Maybe some runes, but building defenses, even with time and room to get it wrong, I can't say I could. I see, Corlys answered, an unhappy look on his face. Joffrey. Fake small council meetings, misleading Rhaenyra on certain matters, communicating to her in writing any corrections. I cut him off, some of that earlier anger returning. Mislead me? This is a war to put me on the throne, I refuse to be misled. He sighed, as if I were being unreasonable about the matter. I will take it under advisement, Corlys said quickly. Rhaenyra, we need a decision. About Helena? I asked. He shook his head. About Aegon, he told me solemnly. We cannot force a coronation until he is dealt with. He is, not quite in open rebellion against the throne as yet. Until he is, or until he backs down. I consider it a rebellion, I told him shortly. Joffrey, can you get my brothers and their retinue in one fell swoop? Without butchery or slaughter? Or the risk of making my brother a martyr? Fell SWO all at once, he asked, lips quirking in amusement before he looked almost anticipatory. Yes, give me a month. 2 at most. I will see him in the black cells and all his knights too. Gods, I'll admit I have been waiting for this day. The day half the realm rises against us, asked Lena, tone laced with annoyance in stark contrast to his almost anticipatory manner. For the day that smug little princeling meets his reckoning, he told us, hand ghosting over his stick once more. There wasn't much more I could add to that, I realized glumly. I hadn't been waiting for it. Yet. I was now. I was angry at him, I realized. Furious, resentful. That his rejection of all I had done could do this to me? It tasted like failure. Chapter 320, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 281. Chapter text. I'm sorry. Jane could not even meet my eyes as she stood before my desk, her cheeks and eyes red in a way that spoke of tears. It's not your fault, my dear girl, I reassured her. Not what she wanted to hear, if the way her breathing hitched once more. Silently, I cursed Amos Bracken to the seven hells. Your father fears violence and wishes you safe. Does he? She asked, voice small and almost mutinous. I kept my face carefully blank. That is what his letter says, I told her, gesturing to the offending article. The letter demanding Jane's return to Stonehenge had arrived not a week after Aegon's little show and our subsequent decision to have him and his compatriots arrested. It made my teeth itch, the demand that he be arrested never far from my thoughts. Yet I could see the terrible consequences of such an action laid about before me. I order his arrest, he turns the attempt into a bloodbath. A bloodbath I would win, but a bloodbath nonetheless. If he survived, I'd still have leverage, but it would be leverage tainted by the anger of those whose sons and heirs I had killed to reach my goal. If he died, that did not bear thinking about. And if I ignore him, I leave him sitting pretty on an army whilst I fight Daemon with half my expected manpower, and that's if I could trust him not stab me in the back in the process. He's lying, she told me. I believe so, I admitted gently. She raised her head slightly, looking utterly miserable. My heart broke and I stood, rounding my desk and pulling her into an embrace. Even so, he is not wrong to request your return. There is danger here. She sniffled. A lump in my throat returned with a vengeance. In fact, I think it's rather a good idea. Oh, and how I hated that. Hated that my wards became a target by their presence at my side alone, that sending them away may be the best way to protect them. What? Jane breathed, pulling back. Her face was a mask of confusion. You know what is happening here in the keep and in the wider city? I asked. She shuffled awkwardly but nodded. I cannot swear that this will not end with blood. Laenor and I have decided that you will not be the only one returning home. What? She asked again, looking aghast. I tried not to wince at her expression. She would be the best reception I would get to this all day. It is dangerous here, I told her. I could not bear it if I kept you here only for you to fall in some plot or betrayal. She stared at me, then chuckled bitterly, her gaze falling to the floor again. Ali said I should convince you to keep me as a hostage, she whispered. I nearly choked on that one. I told her I could not, but I wanted to stay. I pulled her close again. She sniffled. I don't want to go, she whispered once more. You could. You don't mean that, Jane, I told her gently. She flushed. You love your father far too much to mean that. I do. Ali's Anne says he is a. She paused and I fancied I could hear the blush as she pushed her face further into my shoulder. Finally, she took a great heaving breath and pulled back. Her smile was wobbly, threatening a grimace more than any joy, but she was trying. You will let me come back when all this is over, won't you? She asked. Of course, I replied, battling the kernel of dread when all this is over brought to my attention. My daughters would not let me consider otherwise. She gave me a clumsy curtsy and then turned and scuttled out. My heart tightened painfully as I heard her bite back another sob as she fled. The easiest conversation, and I already felt like a cloth that had been wrung out entirely too violently. I did not know how Ali's Anne would react. I dropped back into my chair with a groan. I did not have to wait long, at least. Ali's Anne Blackwood breezed into my office. I miss the manse, she told me with an oddly shy smile, for her anyway. I had to get a knight to show me here. I glanced around, taking in the very different decor. It felt wrong and I missed the manse just as fiercely, but I could not abandon the keep now. Not with Aegon entrenched in it. Instead I gave her a smile. I cannot rule from the manse, I settled for saying. True, she sighed. I don't suppose there is much I can say to convince you to allow me to stay. Jane, I sighed. I take it you passed her. No, Ali retorted with a crooked grin. It's just, that letter arrives and then I get the ominous summons to your office. Sab, sorry, Lady Sabathy always says you worry too much. I reasoned. She trailed off and shrugged. At least it saves me from breaking bad news, I settled for mumbling. She nodded, her features turning sly. You could keep me close to punish the Brackens, she told me, her voice lowering almost to a whisper. A reward for my brother's faith. I think not, I told her sternly. I'm better equipped to survive any skirmish here, she argued. I have my bow and I am familiar with a dagger. Ali's Anne I sighed but she cut me off with a sigh of her own. It was worth the try, she told me. I was angry when I realized, but I'm not now. I knew her well enough that her words sent equal amounts of dread and suspicion through me. And why is that? I asked, those feelings only worsening as her grin returned, broader than usual. Because if there is a war, you need someone to keep my brother honest, she told me proudly. I shall be your woman, your grace, fear not. I'll fight for you and I'll make sure every Blackwood man capable of wielding a blade or bow will do as well. I did not groan, but only just. Alice-Anne, I am very fond of you. She nodded at my words, but I saw the hint of pride she didn't quite hide at them. Words failed me when I opened my mouth again. She had marched in that other timeline. She had survived even Eamon's burning of the Riverlands. Even some of his own allies could not boast that. Please, be careful. Her look faded a little, her smile becoming crooked once more. I will. The words held the gravity of an oath, and once again I found myself rising. She let me pull her close, huffing with laughter as I did so. Tell me, did you tell Lady Sabitha? Yes, I told her. She huffed as she stepped back. That explains her sulking, she told me. She sees you as a little sister, I told her. Of course she's sulking. Well, I should go annoy her then. Truly distinguish myself as an honorary sibling. I sent a mental apology to Sab as she left, striding out with her head high. I bit my lip. Mayhaps I should have tried harder to dissuade her from her plan to fight, and yet, enough of me knew her that I knew the attempt would be futile, that it would serve only to irritate her and half soothe and half inflame the worry in my heart. She was what, not that far off 16. Gods, an awful thought. A woman grown, able to make her own decisions, even if those decisions took her to the battlefield. I let my eyes drift close as I retook my seat. I still remembered her as a child, all bright-eyed with wonder at this new home she found herself in. Or her face screwed up in indignant rage as she and Jane had their first clashes. What would I do if she died fighting under my banner? For my throne? I know why Joffrey wants to be able to hear your thoughts. To smile so happily in one moment and then scowl in the next. I cracked open one eye. Laenor gave me his own smile, full of nervous energy. I take it Alice-Anne took the news well. How did you figure that one out? I asked, opening the other eye and turning to face him. He gestured around the room. Nothing is broken, he explained. She intends to take to the field with her brother, I sighed. Consistent with what we know, he told me. Then frowned. You're worried for her. How could I not be? I returned quickly. He snorted, raising his hand to his neck and sighing. I know how you feel, he offered, a truce I took with a smile. Rolf. He is your squire. His last chance to back out of the decision he had come to at the same time I had. It's not the same. You could keep him close. Jocelyn would probably thank you. He winced at the reminder. Delaying tactics were all we could deploy there, they would be furious that we were sending their friends away, but if their friends had already processed the information, perhaps some of the fury would be blunted. So Laena had taken them for a day of practice, drilling them on how to escape an unwanted fight and how to push their dragon's limits to run. No doubt they were disappointed by the subject matter, but this was what they needed to know in order to live, fighting was a secondary concern. It's for Jocelyn that I'm doing this, he told me glumly. If Rolf should die. He paused and pulled a face. I was her age when I first realized how I felt about Jof, he whispered. Had Jof died then? I don't think. I would not be the man I am today. That, actually surprised me a little. I had thought your relationship began closer to our wedding, I asked. He snorted in amusement, but it couldn't quite banish his troubled features. Much more like Jocelyn, he told me wryly. I refused to even acknowledge those feelings until I had no choice. Well, we know who to blame now. It was a weak tease, but he smiled nonetheless. There is entirely too much of both of us in our children. He let out a short bark of laughter at that. I think we'll be seeing entirely too much of you in the coming days, he sighed. Father, forgive me, she'll be furious. Sir Laenor, your grace. Laenor's grimace returned in full as Rolf's voice sounded from outside the door. You asked for me. Come. I called as Laenor turned to face him. I winced as I studied him. Tall now, compared to the tiny boy he had been on his arrival. The first hints of red hair on his chin told me he would soon be growing his own beard. He'd be tall, one day, that much was already evident. Your grace, he managed to squeak out. I winced as his voice cracked slightly. Another sign of his age. Did I do something wrong? Not at all, Laenor told him. He relaxed a little, but he was still worried, still bracing for bad news. I hadn't seen him like this since the aftermath of his and Jocelyn's little stunt on Dragonstone. Back when he had feared he would lose his place as Laenor's squire. My heart ached a little more fiercely. He'd only just turned 15. He would not understand. We called you here because we have some news, I told him gently. He straightened up noticeably at my words. Jane and Alice-Anne are being sent home in the wake of, Tensions here, Laner told him slowly. Rolf nodded. I have decided that you should also return home. There was a moment of terrible silence as he digested those words. Then he flinched backwards as if he had been physically struck, tears springing up in his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was croaky, as if he were barely fighting back tears. Sir Laner, please. I apologize for whatever it is I have done. Please, give me another chance, I will do better. Laner reached out, grasping him by the shoulder as he continued to profess his apologies and pleas. I swallowed back my own tears, the action painful. Rolf. Laner barked as if tears weren't also glimmering in his own eyes. Deep breaths, my boy. He trailed off with a hiccup, staring at Laner like a puppy that had just been kicked and was trying to figure out what it had done to deserve such punishment. This is not punishment, Laner told him firmly. War is coming. I am no craven, he protested. Squires fight by their knights, please do not send me away. I will fight, I'm not scared. Nobody has called you a coward, I told him soothingly, but he did not even glance at me. I do not fear death, he insisted. Let me fight with you. I fear death, Laner said swiftly, cutting Rolf's next round of begging off as the boy gave a kind of strangled cry. Most men do. Rolf, I will spend my time on Dragonback, flying from battle to battle. You are an excellent squire, better than any I have trained before, but I cannot take you with me into war. Then let me serve another man, please Sir Laner, I want to fight. For a moment, I thought he might add something else, but his ears went red and he fell into sudden silence. You will be fighting. My words seemed to finally remind Rolf I was in the room and he whirled to face me, his skin now a luminous red in embarrassment. He looked about ready to weep. Alice Ann Blackwood told me she intends to fight for me and keep her brother honest as she does. Would you give me the same assurance? Rolf's mouth opened and then closed, a frown banishing his tears as he processed what I had just said. My father intends to fight for you, he finally realized. I had thought he would withhold troops or fighting the Lannisters. Yes, Laner confirmed. We. Castamere, we don't have the men, how could we? Laner took hold of his shoulder again. Your father has allies and a plan, Laner told him. And I have a more selfish reason for my request. Sir Laner, he asked, he was still stuck on the idea of his father actually fighting their liege lords. It shocked him and I couldn't help but wonder why. Had Roland truly not spoken with him about the plan? My daughter, Laner said finally. That did get Rolf's attention. His ears were red once more as he focused on my husband. You are her betrothed. Her closest confidant. Her friend. Her dearest of companions. At his words, Rolf's face grew progressively redder once more, his fingers going down to fidget with his sword belt. You have to live for her sake, as well, Laner told him gently. She would be destroyed without you. Do you think so? He finally managed to squeak. I know so, Laner replied gravely. What other man in this world is worthy of her? Rolf looked thrilled. Then he frowned. She won't hate me for leaving, will she? He asked, sounding small all of a sudden. Joe, she could never love a coward. It is not craven to go, is it? To go from one battle to another? I asked. To be my most trusted eyes and ears in the Westerlands. Right, he squeaked again. Yes. Yes. I will. He paused and then cleared his throat, straightening his back. I frowned as Laner threw me a puzzled look. A moment later, Rolf drew his sword and knelt before me, holding the blade out as I had seen dozens do before. Some to my father, some to me, the idea of Rolf. I, Rolf Rain, heir to Castamere and House Rain, offer my services. I will shield your back and keep your counsel and give my life for yours if need be. I swear it by the old gods and the new. I opened my mouth and then closed it once more, momentarily struck dumb. The oath of a knight, Laner observed, fighting to keep his face straight. And I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth and meat at my table. And I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you to dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new. Arise, Rolf Rain. He lifted his face towards me and beamed, bracing himself to rise. Laner held up a hand, smiling suddenly. Not quite yet, my squire, he chuckled. I am sorry, Sir Laner, he babbled quickly. But I thought it appropriate. I am not angry, Laner reassured him. In fact, I am. I am proud of you. To see what must be done past the veil of glory. Many knights make that mistake. Thank you, he breathed. Laner drew Dark Sister and I realized what was coming next. Jocelyn would explode on the spot when she found out, but how could my husband do anything else at this moment? Rolf froze as the blade was laid over his shoulder, as if he could not quite believe what was happening. He did not draw breath until Laner began to speak, his tone solemn and full of gravity. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and innocent. In the name of the maid, I charge you to protect all women. Chapter 321, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 282. Chapter text. The bang of the door had me glancing up, startled. Maris Strong stood there. I blinked. You are upset, I realized. What is wrong? It's not important, she lied. Then she noticed my expression and pulled a face. With visceries. I had quite forgotten Sierra requested to see me. She wants to know what we suspect Larry's of. I forced myself to take a deep breath, banishing the storm of emotions that stirred in me. I see, I managed. You sent her to me, Maris told me. I did not answer that with what I wished to. That, whilst I knew he was Allison's and guilty of a great many crimes, I did not believe he'd set out to murder his own siblings. Perhaps he resented them, perhaps he'd even be capable of striking at Harwin, but that was on the basis he wished for Harrenhal, and Alice and Sierra could never stand in his way for that. Lionel may have supported my father, and gods didn't that still feel like a blade slipping between my ribs, but he'd never emulate him. I am hardly best suited to deliver the news, I settled for saying. She laughed bitterly. Of course you aren't, she replied in a tone even more bitter than the laugh somehow. It made me bristle, something she spotted and no doubt disliked because she changed the subject as smoothly as sandpaper. Still, if she reacts even half as badly as Jocelyn. Don't bring her into this. The command saw her blink. I couldn't think of her and this at the same time right now. Anger and guilt would go to war in my breast, fear providing a potent third side to the battle, and I'd be useless as it raged. She did not blame Rolf, I had to be thankful for small mercies. I apologize, she said finally, letting out a breath of air. It's hard. He's a threat. A danger. He'd kill my children, my husband, sometimes. I very keenly understand Joffrey's focus. You give me the men and resources I request, it's enough. If anything happened to you and it was due to my failure to provide you with some manner of aid, I trailed off and she raised her gaze to meet mine, a quirk of a smile and then her face was serious once more. And I am thankful for your support in the face of your own disbelief. Part of you knows I am right. You will not acknowledge it, and why I can only guess, but, she stopped and shook her head with a weary sigh. Regardless, it's not why I came here. I managed Harwin through his grief, I will manage Sierra. That made me pause. She gave me a thin smile. You told Harwin? When? Did you even ask? She held up her hand, the fact that her thin smile was still in place telling me that it was a false one. He is my husband. I will not have such secrets between us. I told him the first time he held Joffrey in his arms. I could not risk my children. I realize now Sierra should have been told as well, but we cannot focus on the past now. As I said, it's not important. Her tone was brisk and matter of fact. I wanted to keep on at her, but something in her eyes told me she would not brook discussion today. Then what is? I asked, giving her a look that spoke volumes about when we would be discussing the matter. She wrenched open the door to my office and peered down the corridor again, huffing in annoyance at whatever she saw. Searslow, we ought to name him, she muttered. I told him to meet me here. Perhaps you could take a seat and not alert the entire keep to your excitement. At the rebuke, she paused in thought and then snorted. You caught me, she said, ruefully. But this is important, make no mistake. My brother? I asked. She shook her head. Your uncle. Ah. I swallowed, trying to master my emotions. Fear. Anger. Grief. I let out a slow breath. Before me, Maris seemed almost ready to fidget and it occurred to me I had not seen her like this in a long, long time. Bad news, I realized. She pulled a face. Perhaps, she replied, tone cautious and almost sly. But it comes with an opportunity. Joffrey swung the door open a moment later, limping in. It seemed more pronounced today, or perhaps that was me choosing to focus on anything that was not my uncle. A dangerous thing. What news and why in this manner, he half growled. It seemed Maris wasn't the only one upset today. I'd ask him, but I knew as well as he did that it was only a delaying tactic and he wouldn't appreciate it. News from Liz and this could not wait for a report, she replied smoothly. Joffrey's annoyance faded into concern and he dropped into the last remaining free chair. Daemon is pulling back from Tyrosh and Myr. What? That, he had not yet secured either city's fall. Hells, he barely had Liz and he certainly did not claim dominion over the disputed lands. My sources say he isn't keen to waste men on them when Westeros is fit for the taking. He will be gathering what he has in Liz and is making ready to cross the narrow sea, Maris explained. Via the stepstones, no doubt. Word is that Garen isn't going to entrench himself there but push on to Dorne. If he can cross before Garen has a foothold, but after he has drawn the attention of our forces there, his crossing will be an easy one. Rennis will not allow that to happen, I rasped. She knows the true threat. Does he know that? Asked Maris. No, despite my words, it was not actually his crossing that made this news so urgent. I should hope not, Joffrey muttered. His movements show haste on his behalf, a lack of confidence he could fight a Westeros united under one queen, but they are not worth a summons. I have a name for you, Maris replied, her tone sharp and waspish. One you should know well. Johanna Swan. The name sounded passingly familiar. One of Manfred Swan's children? No, he only had one daughter and she had fallen victim to one of Elenda's schemes. Cyrena. A cousin then, perhaps. My musing, or rather desperate attempts to distract myself from my darker thoughts muttered, was cut off by finally noting Joffrey had gone rigid with rage in his chair. Someone you know? I asked. I disliked feeling foolish and I just knew I would feel foolish when her identity was revealed to me. All of the Stormlands does, he hissed, and I realized he was genuinely angry. Genuinely furious at the invocation of her name. It is a stain on our honor. A stain that is about to become more than merely inconvenient, Maris told him shortly. Gods, she was pissed at him for his own problems with Larry's, I realized, as if it were a slap to the face. Another thing to feel foolish about. Explain for those of us who have no clue, please. Maris must have realized what I was doing, or at least taken heed of my short tone, because she let out her own long and weary breath. Daemon has placed her in charge of the city of Lys, she finally said. She garnered much popularity as a voice for his new slave followers, enough that he has rewarded her in turn. How does a Westerosi noblewoman end up at the head of a mob of freed Lysane slaves? I finally asked, willing any of them to express disbelief at the question. I would not brook it, not today. Joffrey beat Maris to her answer with a sigh. Because she's a slave herself. Or was, it seems Daemon's coming has been quite fortuitous for her, he told me, closing his eyes as if the very words pained him. She was taken in a raid some years ago. It's a painful tale. They began late in the year that Daemon abandoned his crown in the Stepstones. We know now to harass you in the court of King's Landing. Corlys had returned to Driftmark to manage some crisis or other. It left the Stepstones, weakened. The Triarchy took advantage. No. They began raiding the coast of the Stormlands and Dorne. Never so far north that they risked Corlys' fleet around Driftmark, and never so south that they risked reprisals from what was left at the Stepstones, but, for a good few months in that area, they raided with impunity. Johanna Swan was captured in one such raid. Along with her companion, Mary Tarth. It was if someone were dragging the words from him, I reflected with growing horror. Our good master of ship's sister, in fact. They were barely 5 and 10. An afternoon ride gone dark and wrong. Their guards slain and themselves seized. Gods. Lord Cameron Tarth, Brindamir's father, ransomed his daughter the moment the demand came. Mary Tarth was returned without physical harm. Johanna Swan would not be so lucky. I was aware my mouth was open in horror, but I cared not to close it. Joffrey's gaze shifted from the wall to his boots. It was Lord Manfred's father, Lord Eustace. He was a miser, famously so, he refused to ransom her. He claimed that his brother's daughter was not worth the coin. They say he burned the demand and hung the man that bore it to him. And Bormund allowed this? I asked, voice cracking slightly. Bormund was dying, Joffrey muttered, fists clenched tight on his stick. And Boros more taken with hunting and hawking. No one ever let him forget what he had done to his niece, but by the time Manfred inherited Stonehelm, Johanna Swan had long vanished into the Lysane pillow houses. And the name remains a source of shame for any in the Stormlands ever since. More so for House Swan, of course, Maris told me. Joffrey's tale had dampened her anger, now there was only a type of melancholy on her face. One I could very much sympathize with. Now it seems she has returned to the fore, ruler of Lys and voice of the voiceless. Poetic, Joffrey snorted. Not me, Maris shot back. That's in her own words. It takes cunning to get to where she has gotten. My sailor was keen to spill all he knew about her when plied with willing girls and good wine. Johanna wasn't far off from achieving this herself, Daemon merely made happen what many believed was already inevitable. She would rule Lys in all but name, the Black Swan. Maris glanced at me as I remembered, something of a knowing smile on her lips. Gods, I really did feel like a fool now. She was a source of much gossip in Lys after she made herself mistress to a wealthy noble. Name not important, she didn't stay long. By the time Daemon sieged Lys, she had men dueling for her attention and time, Maris crooned. She seemed almost impressed. No, scratch that, she was impressed. An admirer, are you? Joffrey sniped a moment later, confirming my thoughts. Of someone that went from slave to powerful lady in her own right, snapped Maris back. A courtesan Joffrey began to retort, his eyes flat and unfriendly. Enough. They both settled at my annoyed snap, neither looked particularly reprimanded. Maris, Joffrey is not responsible for your dear good brother. Stop baiting him. Maris shot me a look that contained enough anger to confirm my theory on why she was being so snippy with Joffrey at least. I bring this information to you because it seems to me that a Westerosi lady may be amenable to diplomacy, Maris finally said when none of us spoke further. Might I remind you all, Manfred Swan is a Green Lord. We have no reason to protect him or his lands. Especially if he has agreed to this farce the prince has thought up. Joffrey, how angry will Elenda be if we offer her Stonehelm? I asked. She had a scheme playing out there and I respect her enough not to tread on her toes. Cyrena Swan no longer resides at Stonehelm. She and Robin Mertens have been enjoying their newly married life, rumors of trysts discovered by an angry father aside, Joffrey told me, although he didn't look happy about it. Elenda, or rather Boros, have awarded them a small estate. There's a woman to admire, Maris said approvingly. And fear. A neat crack in green power with nary a blade lifted, save for Manfred Swan's perhaps. He was furious at Robin taking his daughter's maidenhead and Lord Simon is quite furious in turn at Cyrena's seduction of his brother. Especially given he had been hoping Robin would be found with quite a different maiden in his bed. Now, both sides are wondering if the other sabotaged such a plan and none will be quick to trust again. And Elenda comes out of it smelling sweeter than honey and with a reputation for generosity, Joffrey finished for her. Maris nodded. Offer her Stonehelm then, I decided. And as much gold as you believe we can afford. If Lys turns against him at the right moment, we could kill his march into Westeros by causing dissension in his ranks, or at least force him to send men back to resecure Lys. I'll prepare an offer, Joffrey told me. As for you, if you require my help with Syra, you need only ask. I don't, Maris said primly. Focus on Tyland Lannister, leave Larys to me. Chapter 322, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 283. Chapter text. I hope you know this won't work, Corlys observed, a pleasant smile on his face as if we were merely speaking of the weather. Of course it won't, I replied with a similar tone. This is a show for the rumor mongers. This is a closed meeting, Corlys snorted. That has never stopped them before. Half of King's Landing will know before sunset. That did provoke a chuckle at least, the sound of mirth briefly attracting the attention of the Master of Whisperers. He was pale, grim. Father had been his friend and the recollection was like a bolt to the chest, making my breath stutter for a moment. Would it ever stop? Would that feeling of empty loss ever abate? Perhaps we should begin, I rasped and Corlys gave me a startled look, before calling out to the assembled small council and our guests. Aegon, Aemond, and Doran. Laena and Laenor. We took our seats, uncomfortable glances this way and that. You called a council, Lord Hand, Aegon began. Has some crisis struck, or do we revisit our previous discussion? For the love I bore your father, Aegon, there is no previous discussion, Corlys lied. Tyland snorted and Aegon swallowed, but his gaze did not waver. Aemond's did though, my brother's gaze dropping to his lap. It was brief, but it screamed weak link. The Ironborn were scouting the stepstones on my orders. We have had word from them. Grim news, I fear. He did not give Tyland time to speak, although I saw the Lannister twin open his mouth. Instead, he raised his arm and signaled. The Ironborn entered soon after. I recognized him. The Winch that had been Dalton's slavish shadow. His manner of dress had not changed. Still grim leather, now almost tattered from his time at sea, the bloody half-moon clasp still gleaming at his throat. He bowed. Your Grace, he said, it took me a second to realize that he had addressed neither me or Aegon. Probably a safe bet. I bring news. Tyland opened his mouth again and then shut it with an audible snap that almost made me wince in sympathy for his teeth. It was not hard to see why he had acted so, given how swiftly Aegon's elbow had moved. Lord Alistair Winch, welcome, Corlys began, as if he hadn't seen it. I knew he had though. Part of me wished he was petty enough to draw attention to it. It would please me, and this council, to hear your news. Alistair pulled a face but gave yet another half-bow. More a bob, really? I commanded the force sent to the stepstones. 30 longboats, to discover the movements of Garin Martell, he told us. It took us longer than we thought, Your Grace, on account of him not being where he should be. Even though I'd already known what news the Winch would deliver, it still sent a thrill of dread down my spine. Others made their surprise more obvious. Lyman went pale, Brindamere leaned forward in his seat, focusing on the Ironborn with interest. Gerald and Maester Edmund merely looked worried. Even Tyland stopped lounging, going still and almost twitching as Winch spoke. As for my brothers, 3 different reactions. Aegon remained stock still, as if he was chiseled from stone. Iemand emulated Brindamir, although the look in his eyes was one of rage. Duran seemed not to understand, his eyes shooting around us all. Explain, Laner almost barked before anyone else could speak. Lena reached out, resting a hand on his arm, but she didn't fool me. Dorn was a painful topic for her. Alistair Winch gave him a nod. He's moving his main force straight for Dorn. We caught the last of it. They're using cell sails, we reckon they know him from his time in the disputed lands, because we don't recognize the ships, Winch explained. We shadowed them, but they were prepared and we weren't. So you ran like scared rats, sneered Thailand. The Winch bristled. I was glad he'd surrendered his blade, that was dueling talk if I ever heard it. Like fuck we did, the Winch snapped. We burned what he had left. Took what supplies we could. He's down a few hundred men or so and a few weeks' worth of food. In Dorn, that passes as a powerful negotiation tool. At my observation, Thailand scowled and the Winch almost preened. When will their invasion begin? Soon, he assured us. They were drawing up for a landing. I've left a few longboats behind with orders to disrupt things, but the force we sent out has returned to the fleet. King Viserys ordered us to blockade the narrow sea. Brindamir muttered something that might have been a condemnation of piracy they were no doubt engaging in. If Winch heard him, he didn't react. Continue with that, I ordered. It is imperative his crossing must be challenged. I trust you've put some thought into dealing with dragons. Alistair opened his mouth to reply, but Aegon interrupted me smoothly. There is little they can do, save for splitting the fleet and remaining on the move. A dragon has the advantage over a ship. Laner was not to be outdone, apparently. Save for when they move low to ensure a proper burning, my husband snapped. Aegon glared at him. A strafe does not guarantee the flame will take, to truly burn a vessel, the dragon must be stationary for a few minutes. If your men can keep their heads, the rider is vulnerable. Fascinating information, Thailand answered quickly. Please, spill more of our vulnerabilities. Lord Lannister, enough, Aegon told him. Thailand settled, looking as if he had tasted something foul. He turned back to Laner and replied, although it was as if the words were being torn from him with hot tongs. Thank you, Sir Laner. Your expertise on dragons and naval combat will be invaluable during the coming war. I'll pass that information on, sirs, Alistair muttered. It was clear our bickering would be delivered to Dalton's ear the moment he arrived back at his master's side, and that annoyed me for some reason. You are dismissed, Corlys intoned. He bowed a final time and left, long strides seeing him vanish rather quickly. So, an exiled and disgraced prince invades a land rightfully belonging to his niece. A common tale, it seems. The green side of the council did not react to that. I was actually impressed. The part of me that wasn't quivering with the desire for them to react, of course. Mayhaps they saw it for what it was, obvious bait. When we last spoke, you declared that you would influence the lords of Westeros not to march, or respond to rightful calls to raise their banners in defiance of a usurper, Corlys began, directing his gaze at Aegon and Aegon alone. My brother raised his eyes to meet his gaze. Durin was staring at his shoes. Aemond looked as if he wished to weep. Thailand looked as if he had just figured out our game in inviting all of my brothers and not just Aegon. It was nice to see some self-recrimination there. Chagrin made a nice change from smug superiority. You are too kind to him, I interrupted. Corlys let me. Aegon's gaze flickered between him and I before he seemed to realize I was speaking now and Corlys was not going to save him. The taverns are alight with tales of your cowardice. Tell me, if you will not fight our traitor uncle, will you at least fight the man who murdered our father? Aemond stood suddenly, even as Aegon flinched back. Fuck this, he growled. Aegon began, but Aemond was already marching towards the door. He paused once when he realized Durin was not following. Durin, for his part, was red, but seemed intent on sticking by Aegon's side. After he had gone, Aegon shook his head, looking frustrated. You are cruel, sister. He won't fight for you. He's Aegon's man, Durin muttered, glaring at me, only to snap his mouth shut at a glance from Thailand. Durin is right, Aegon told me. His gaze was back to defiant and it made my teeth itch. Aemond dislikes this, mummers farce you are forcing me to play a part in, but he believes in my cause. He knows the throne you claim is claimed in defiance of law. Cruelty is part and parcel of her tricks, Thailand told him, as if I weren't present. She has no martial ability, no heart or head for command. I itched to pin him to his chair with a dagger. You stoop to child's insults, Thailand, I struck back. I may not use a blade nor command an army, but I still have wit and intelligence. You cannot claim even that. Look who speaks of childish insults, Thailand retorted. Let me tell you what I can claim, princess. The support and love of my sibling. Not even your own beloved Helena stands by you. The next thing I knew my chair had rocked back from under me and both Brindamir and Gerald were struggling to hold me back. I had moved, I recalled that much, moved with killing intent. At least I hadn't drawn a knife, but gods, I wished I had. Something to knock that smug look off his face as he claimed victory with a mocking half-bow. I have had quite enough of veiled threats and posturing, Corlys snarled, as if two men weren't physically restraining me. Tywin Lannister, I hereby strip you of your title of Master of Laws. Do you now? He asked with evident joy. I went still, but it was not enough to fool my captors. I am the one threatened. Any other monarch would have your head for such disrespect, Corlys replied smoothly. Be thankful such mercy has been extended. Leave. She is no monarch, he hissed. I will leave when King Aegon orders it of me. Sir Laurent, see to it that this nuisance is removed, I gasped out. Laurent rose, something dangerously close to a smile on his face. Tyland rose also, although his own smile was gone, replaced by apprehension as Laurent strode closer. Laenor also rose, moving to flank him. Lord Tyland, perhaps it is best if you did depart, Aegon finally muttered, breaking his silence. Tempers have run high. I am not going to be sent away like a naughty child, he snapped. I wanted to smile, dissension in the ranks. Aegon's expression did not change, still as if it had been hewn from rock, as he gazed at his one and only reliable ally. Tyland might have said more, but it seemed Laurent did not wish to pass up his chance, and grabbed him about the shoulder. Tyland pulled away, but Laenor seemed equally as eager to manhandle the former Master of Laws. He let out a wordless shout of fury as both men swung him around and bore him from the hall. Aegon watched it all, his gaze barely flickering. It did make me wonder, as Gerald and Brindamir cautiously released me, what did he think of the Lannisters? Of Jason and Tyland? I knew how he felt about other, younger members of the family, but not about them. He had to know they had raised him as a puppet. He had to know he could have married into them and been happy. Did he put up with them for what they brought him, or did he genuinely still love them as family? Did he resent them? Was he grateful? I could not tell. Mayhaps I should find out. I kept my eyes on him as I sat down once more. I would have a lecture due after the meeting, but I did not care in that moment. Aegon sighed. A weary, unhappy sigh. We can stop, I wanted to say. You and I, we can stop. We can still pull back from this. Another part of me wanted to scream and howl and throw things at him until it was spent and silent. We will be raising the banners in truth. Viserys decided to, but never gave the order. It is long past time we did. It will be Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name, that calls them to battle. Aegon nodded at Corlys' words. I have already made clear my demands, he rasped. That you have, Corlys replied. You know what this means. I am aware. There was almost respect in his eyes as he gazed at Corlys. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Sorry enough to pull your head out of your arse. I asked and he just laughed, a helpless little chuckle that cooled my anger faster than I could have expected. Without the heat, there was only emptiness. Emptiness and resolve. Sorry we are split in the moment we should be united, he said, rising. Durin rose with him, almost looking afraid as his gaze flickered about the room. I do not blame you. I don't even blame father anymore. I don't know who is to blame. Perhaps one day, we should sit down and figure that out. Perhaps, I replied for lack of anything else to say. He didn't say another word as he marched from the room, Durin at his back. He should be in a cell, Brindamir snapped a moment later. He has 50 or so knights at his back. Heirs and sons of lords with their own guards in turn, Laenor muttered. It must be done carefully. It will be done, my lords. They turned to me as I spoke, but I only had eyes for one of them. Edmund. Oh, he had lapsed into the background and was doing his best to pretend he did not exist these days, but I would not forget just why he was here. Just what his ilk had done to Gerardis. Make no mistake. Any traitor and their allies will see justice. Chapter 323, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 284. Having confirmed no current changes to my council, it seems I require a new Master of Laws. Another week, another meeting. Ravens had flown, Aegon's side had settled, with surprisingly little reprisal so far. I couldn't help but mentally brace for it. With Alisanne's crown on my head, any pretension was out of the window now. Battle lines had been drawn, I had proclaimed myself queen and thoroughly ruined any remaining hope I would simply go away. The fact that I had done so by ascribing my name to a declaration of war and forced all those who would accept me to show it by gathering their troops for the war. I'm sure there are many who would think it a masterstroke. I was not one of them. My queen, Edmund began. Although he had previously resigned his post, Lord Jasper Wilde is by far the foremost expert on the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Enough to raise his troops when told. I asked. I believe so, yes, your grace. The tone made me pause. deferential, respectful, genuine. Someone was not enjoying their current position, evidently. Would Jasper raise his troops? The order not to would burn at him, enough to defy Aegon, perhaps? I cannot deny his talent, I finally managed. It really wouldn't do to slap away an offer of truce so quickly. If he thought I was at least willing to listen to him. Place him upon the list of candidates, please. Corlys nodded, and scrawled Jasper's name onto a piece of parchment. My queen, might I suggest Lord Morton Morigen? Asked Brindamere. I managed not to smile, but only just. Elenda, the woman had an uncanny knack for shuffling allies our way. He is among Lord Borrow's most valued advisors and is willing and able to provide his wisdom to this court in turn. A nod and Corlys added the name to the list. I wish to make a bold suggestion, Gerald called, heedless of the sudden looks he was getting. A ruling queen is unprecedented. Why not continue that? I would ask her grace to consider my own liege, Lady Jane Arryn, for the position. Lyman gave a disgruntled mumble at the suggestion and I was left between the desire to strangle him or kiss him. It was true I had very much considered dragging Jane here with an offer of some position, and he had just given me a rather good excuse to do so. I just knew he'd done it for all the wrong reasons. He did not care what role I gave Jane, only that she was here. For where she went, Jessamine would follow. Idiot. Fool. Why not? I said a moment later, giving him a look of warning. He swallowed and met my gaze evenly. Lord Corlys, if you would. Corlys gave me a wry smile and jotted down her name. Any other nominations? I asked after he finished writing. Lord Hand. Lord Roland Rain, Your Grace, he answered smoothly, almost as if the name had been given to him beforehand. A loyal vassal with strong ties to your own family. Have you given any thought to raising Lord Harwin? Asked Lyman as the silence dragged on a little too long. He has been a more than able commander of the watch. More than able. Exemplary, by all accounts, for his stance against corruption. Lord Harwin wishes to remain in his post for that reason, Corlys told him. I smiled in agreement, letting him see it as fond exasperation. Lyman chuckled, genuinely sounding amused and almost charmed. It hit me then, he must have seen Harwin grow up as well. Well, I cannot deny it suits him, he chuckled. Harwin was not added to the list. With no more names forthcoming, I was left to make a show of musing over those put forth. 4 names. I knew who I wanted to pick in my gut, and I knew who I absolutely did not want. Yet my decision was foregone. Already promised. Send a raven to Castamere to congratulate. The doors opened, cutting me off. Aegon stepped through. He did not see the consternation and disapproval directed his way though, his troubled eyes were on me and me alone. Of course. I forced myself to take a deep breath, stand, and shoot him a polite but apologetic smile as he strode towards me. Brother, I started as he reached me. Except he carried on going, his hand extended until Laurent moved faster than I had believed any armored man could move, standing up and putting himself between us in one swift movement. Rhaenyra, this is important. He sounded, scared. Please. Laurent stepped aside but did not leave as I nodded. Aegon cast a glance between him and me, then drew a shaky breath. I have bad news, he began. Was he scared of me? He was. I felt my eyes narrow, even as dread began to grow in my chest. What had Aegon so full of fear that he was not even noticing Alisanne's crown? I had not done anything even slightly hostile. Look, I know about Cedric passing information on, and I know about Gawain's mistress. I froze. The names of the knights Joffrey had won in his retinue. Cedric Farman with his gambling debts. Gawain Westerling and his woman. I do not approve but, it is not important. They are the tip of the spear, Sir Rupert Doggett, Sir Adrian Tarbeck, his hands were trembling, and now I was as well. They had been Joffrey's agents in the Westerlands. His chief reports. Lord Jason has always known, he mumbled. He has always known about Roland Rain's intentions, Tarbeck was never his. Why are you telling me this? I demanded, fear making me reckless and bold. Not 1 moment ago I had been appointing Roland my master of laws, and now, what? Was he dead? Besieged? If you are so certain you know of. Stop and listen to me, he hissed, his eyes flicking backwards to the door. Corlys had risen from his seat now, making his way over to us with cautious eyes. I didn't know how far he'd go, sister. Please, believe that, if you believe anything. I stepped back from him and this time I did not signal Laurent to cease when the knight caught Aegon by the shoulder to prevent him from following. Go so far, I croaked. All eyes on us. I had to hold it together and yet it felt as if I had been doused in ice-cold water. What did he do? Aegon's gaze flickered about the assembled men. It was like he could not decide on guilt or defiance. I forced myself to breathe and then nearly leapt from my skin as Corlys laid a hand on my shoulder. Sir Tyland is on his way here to deliver his report in full, he finally mumbled. Corlys drew a sharp breath. Laurent merely drew his lips back into a wordless snarl. He is the brother of Lord Jason Lannister. Lord Jason Lannister, who is Warden of the West and Lord of Casterly Rock. Tell me, you bastard, I snarled. What has he done that you are oh so keen to remind me he is someone not to be slain where he stands? He swallowed. Then the doors swung open and Tyland Lannister, flanked by his retinue, entered. There was an easy smile on his face, one that did not falter in the slightest when he saw Aegon before me, despite both our ashen faces. Your Grace, he smiled, bowing low. If I was not frozen in place by the fear of whatever news he brought. It was mockery. My brother sends me to report on dire news. News of treachery. He was almost laughing at me. Damn him, he found this to be an amusing joke. I knew then, no matter what news he did bring, he would not leave this room as a free man. The black cells? It was a tempting thought. More tempting as I watched him stride forward until he stood before us all. Aegon must have seen it on my face because a moment later he backed away. Laurent let him go, shifting to be ready for whatever might come. News bad enough to bring armed men into the presence of your queen unbidden? Asked Bryndamere, his hand on his blade as if he wanted violence. Tyland glanced about, as if he had not noticed his retinue. Then he seemed to feign surprise. Maybe only a few days in the black cells, I thought to myself. A few days worrying about whether I intended to keep him there for good. Enough to make sure he never played the jester in my presence again. These men are here for me alone, you understand. Her Grace has made it quite clear she'd throw aside law and precedent for the chance of bodily harm. When nobody responded to that, he smiled again. I feel unsafe, you see, unless I have these good men with me. Especially given the treason that my brother has uncovered. A plot against the Westerlands and all the realm. One that would have divided it utterly. Roland's plan, I realized, dread becoming almost a numbness now. It had barely been a week since Tyland's humiliation. Was this his revenge? To attack Castamere, they would be fools to do it. This might kick off this war before any of us were ready. Then fresh dread. Aegon had said Tarbeck was never Roland's. I glanced towards my brother. Said brother was glancing between Tyland and I as if he feared I was a bomb and Tyland a foolish flame, dancing merrily about, heedless of the danger. Tyland, Aegon finally murmured. This is not appropriate. It's entirely appropriate, Tyland replied. Lord Jason Lannister has arrested and attainted both the Rains and the Marbrowns for their betrayal of. Arrested? Something painful echoed in my chest at that. A silent acknowledgement that Aegon's fear was fear of my reaction to this. Roland's plan had always been risky, but to be caught and arrested in one fell swoop with nothing to show for it. And Rolf, gods, Rolf, he'd been so proud when he had sworn his oath to me. I could only imagine. But of course, he could not stop there. His smile widening as he took in my silent horror. He was enjoying it. He wanted to savor it. Deepen it. Perhaps I was a fool to consider the black cells at all. Perhaps a fool's motley would suit him. Perhaps I would have him play the jester for me for the rest of his natural life. Of course, Your Grace, the plot does not end there, he told me with false sorrow. We have discovered they plotted with certain river lords as well. Frey, Blackwood, Strong, Vance. He stopped and then all but leered at me as if he was waiting for my reaction to confirm what had to be guesses. Enough, I finally managed, and his leer became a smirk. I wished to use a target for my knives. What treason have they committed, but to deny your own treason? To raise their men in defiance of your own false order to hold? You should have a care, Tyland, that your glee in their arrests does not return to bite you. One of those you have in your custody is dear to me and I will return any harm done to him tenfold. Oh, dear me, he responded, his features graced suddenly. I am sorry to tell you this, believe me I am. No. No, 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 we had sent him away to save him. We had. No. At my realization, he smiled again. Not mocking laughter or jeering, but silent satisfaction, the satisfaction of a man that believed he was having the last laugh. Rolf Rain chose to flee rather than accept lawful arrest. The Knight of Casey pursued. I am afraid he did not survive the fight. I guess you'll have to whore that girl of yours out to another traitor. I heard his words. Yet they could not quite register. Would not quite register. Rolf. Dead. No, it wasn't true. A lie. A lie propagated by a man who wished to hurt me with his words, given he had no other weapon. A lie. He was a good lad, Corlys whispered a moment later, sounding as if he had been physically struck. Far better than any of your ilk, Lannister. Now he is dead. You should not have knighted him so soon. He was utterly unprepared, after all. Fancy armor but no substance, or so Jason informs me. Sir Daemon made quite the sport of it. They say after he was done, that armor was all that was left of him. He was wrong. He was about to find out just how wrong he was. Dread and fear and numb shock became fiery rage that made me rock with the force of it hitting me. My vision narrowed. I wanted my knives, the gods knew I wanted my knives, but then it would be over too quick. Thailand had suffered a grim fate in canon. Never before had I so desperately wished I was her, a Targaryen in truth, that I could have a man's cock fed to him or his eyes ripped out and sent to his family with my fondest hopes that I would soon visit that same fate on them. It was my teeth aching as I ground them together that brought me back. It was Aegon moving backwards, wide, around my assembled men. It was the two kings guard by the door, Eric and Garibald dropping their hands to their swords. Take him, I commanded, voice ragged. It was not a yell. Not a scream. A command. His men moved as if it had been, moving to circle him. I heard Aegon cry out in dismay, saw Ricard Thorne cross to him in an instant, heedless of Garibald's snarl in his direction. Aegon, will you start our war here and now? Are you certain you can win? Brindamere and Gerald emphasized my words by drawing their own blades. I let my hand curl around the hilt of a knife. Mayhaps it would be too quick, but I could hit him from here. He wore no armor, just that scarlet doublet, his throat was bare and I knew I could hit it. Knew it in my bones. Tell your men to stand down, Thailand, come quietly, and when I take Casterly Rock, you have my word I will not show Lorien Lannister the kindness you showed Rolf Rain, I threatened. Thailand went white, as if the idea had completely not occurred to him. Rhaenyra. Please, Rolf was a knight. Lorien is a child. Aegon protested. An innocent child. A child like Riker or Viella, would you promise them such kindness? I spared him a glance and he swallowed, stepping back as if that glance were my knife flying at his face. If you took a child from me, I left the threat hanging, turning back to Thailand. I watched Rolf become a man. I loved him as my own. He was to be my good son. I will have an answer for what you have done. Thailand, stand your men down, Aegon called. Thailand whirled around. What? And have the bitch feed me my own flesh? I think Noto and you have lost your wits if you believe I would. I am your king, Aegon said, his tone like venom. Stand them down. My brother will have an answer for this, Thailand promised him. I will give him one, Aegon promised. Then his gaze flickered to me. Lord Jason yet holds the rest of the Rains and the Marbruns. I will ensure no further harm comes to them. If you will swear to me that you will keep Thailand unharmed in turn, I will ensure Rolf is given a burial worthy of a knight. My oath, Rhaenyra. Hang your oath, I snapped. Damn him. To make this about honor, and I don't need an oath to treat a prisoner as he deserves. To the cells with him. I understand, Aegon murmured. My demands now include his release, I hope you know. And my demands include Rolf back and alive before me. My demands include not having to deliver this news to my daughter. He flinched at that. You have until the end of the year. If my demands are not met, you will face our uncle alone. Never have I come so close to throwing a dagger at a man's unprotected back. Thailand's men stood down, following their prince, and Thailand kept his gaze on me as Garibald seized him. That smile. I wanted to cut his lips off. I wanted to. I threw the knife into the table instead. At least he wasn't smiling anymore. Chapter 324, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 285. Chapter text. I had been dreaming, although the dream slipped from my memory the moment I awoke. In my arms, curled tight against me, Jocelyn stirred briefly, a frown marring her face, before she went silent once more. My heart ached and I reached up to brush a lock of hair from her face. Another knock and I sighed. Your Grace, called Laurent. At his call, Jocelyn's eyes flickered open, confused and groggy. I bit my lip. Well, it was too late now. A moment, please, I called back as Jocelyn braced herself on my bed, pushing herself up to examine her surroundings. Finally, she seemed to realize where she was. Sorry, she mumbled finally. I swallowed the pain the broken-sounding voice brought. That pain for her had been a constant companion since I'd had to break the terrible news to her. Since then I'd seen her break, seen her reach for explanations and hope, then break all over again. I'd weathered her anger, her blame, the insults screamed through the door. I'd weathered her siblings' confusion and grief, both for her and for Rolf. I'd weathered Iman's anger too. Of all of the reactions to Rolf's death, Iman's anger had taken me by surprise. In fact, I realized, as I cuddled her close once more, I'd heralded her appearance at my door as a good thing. A sign she was getting better, maybe? A sign she was willing to forgive me for my role, although it would be a long time until she looked at Laenor without resentment and anger. It still broke me anew as she sobbed into my shoulder. I'd almost been glad she'd eventually cried herself to sleep. No need for apologies, I whispered into her hair. I should speak with him, though. Right. Oh, I wanted to stay in that moment more than anything else in the world. Instead I forced myself to release her. She shuffled back, rubbing at her eyes. I clambered to my feet and reached for the silken robe Laner had gotten me oh so long ago. My neck and arms protested at the motion, Jocelyn's weight on them had taken its toll. Thank the gods I had been readying for bed when she'd arrived, else I'd have slept in my dress and that would bring a whole host of new pain. Laurent blinked when I opened the door, taking in my attire before averting his eyes, evidently not used to it in the way Stefan was. Poor man. He'd taken his family's capture hard, but he had said nothing, done nothing. Exactly as his oaths demanded of him. I knew I should be more worried about him, about what he may do when he discovered what was common knowledge to those who had been by my side for years. What is it? I asked, a yawn stretching my mouth a moment later. Laurent opened his mouth to answer, only to pause as I felt Jocelyn appear at my shoulder. Is it about the Westerlands? She asked. It was whispered, too much emotion for me to pick it apart at that moment. Laurent's face spasmed in sympathy, but he shook his head. Mayhaps he'd prefer news from the Lannister domain as well. They'd been quiet since I had informed them Tyland now resided in a tower cell and that I demanded the release of those who had been willing to do their duties and fight Daemon. No doubt Aegon would have dispatched his own commands. For a brief, irreverent moment, I wondered if his panic was real and he was begging Jason in his own missives. Laurent's next words destroyed that. There is news from Dorne, he told me, tone low and urgent. I'll dress, I told him. He bowed as I let the door close. I didn't bother with anything fancy, not if this news warranted a midnight wake-up call. A simple dress, dark enough to pass for black. That brought a pang. Mama, it's bad news, isn't it? Jocelyn asked, falling back to sit on my bed. I spared her a glance, her eyes were on the floor, her shoulders hunched over. Likely Garen has made his move, I told her softly. We made plans for it, but Garen has had years to plan his invasion and we have few eyes in Dorne to discover those plans. Do you think Alyandra is okay? The question made my heart stutter in my chest. I opened my mouth, but no reassurance would come. I'd sent Rolf away under the assumption the first acts of violence would be here, either Aegon would strike or Daemon would. And now he was dead, killed by Lannisters for a plan his father had concocted in my name. At my silence, Jocelyn choked out a sob, hand coming up to rub at her eyes although I knew it was not sleep she was trying to drive away. Can I come with you? She asked and I could not say no, not to that broken little plea. There was no one else I could send her to, not at this hour, and I could not leave her alone. I could see her squaring her shoulders, getting ready to insist in the face of the denial she believed was coming. Yes. Those shoulders slumped again. Put your boots on. Laurent was still waiting when I wrenched open the door. He said nothing as Jocelyn followed me quietly. The news just arrived. I asked. Sir Joffrey deemed it necessary for an emergency meeting, Laurent told me gravely. I swallowed the worry, told myself that all we'd done had been enough, but I knew it wasn't. Although it was Lady Strong that received the initial message. I didn't quite hide my whimsy at that. I had not been a very good friend these past few weeks. Syrah's grief, Mara's quiet anger over it all, the sleepless nights she spent scouring Joffrey's records, no, I had not been a good friend at all. It was as if the universe had presented me with 3 options and told me to pick 2 of them, a good queen, a good mother and a good friend. It hurt that the choice had been easy. Do you know how bad? I asked. He tilted his head, then shook it slowly. Sir Joffrey was worried enough, he added when I fell quiet, heart a riot of worry. I could hear Jocelyn's breathing behind me, those short gasps telling me she was trying her best not to weep at his words. Losing Rolf, to lose another? I wanted to stop, to turn back and comfort her. The council rooms were grim and quiet when I entered, no lord looking better off than Jocelyn and I. Brindamere looked fit to fall asleep and Lyman was pale in a way that made my heart twist anew once more. Gerald seemed more awake, but even then his eyes seemed sunken and exhausted. I suppose no one slept soundly these days, not with the realm lingering on the very brink. I didn't let my thoughts linger on the absence of a master of laws, I would get angry all over again. Laenor was sitting beside his father, their faces almost a match for how grim each of them was. It seemed Joffrey had not shared his news with anyone. I swallowed. How bad was it that this seemed necessary? Upon seeing his daughter, Laenor's face became one of grief once more. He had not taken Rolf's death much better than Jocelyn, even if he had expressed it differently. A cold fury the likes of which I had not seen since Criston Cole had crippled Joffrey and Laenor believed he might never wake. Jocelyn's accusations had buried his rage beneath pain and self-recrimination, but it had done nothing to extinguish it. Joffrey sat to Laenor's left, having taken what should be Roland's seat, staring at papers strewn about in front of him before he raised his gaze to mine, his features as grave as Laurent's words. Then his eyes slid from me to Jocelyn and his expression changed. My stomach dropped out from beneath me. His expression said everything. Gently, I lowered myself into a seat, unable to take my eyes from his face. Grief and anger and bone-deep tiredness. Beside me, Jocelyn seemed to hesitate, then Gerald rose and proffered her his seat and she took it with a grateful mumble. What is it? Corlys grunted once we were seated and paying attention. Joffrey looked almost torn. Son's pair has fallen. The gut punch was almost expected by that point. Impossible. Corlys was the first to speak. Rhaenys wouldn't have fallen so quickly. She hasn't, he answered, moving to hand Corlys one of his papers. Briefly, I recognized my good mother's hasty scrawl. She is alive and preparing a counterattack from Ghost Hill. Corlys stared at him, a muscle jumping in his jaw. Then he reached out, slowly, and took the offered paper. His eyes seemed to drink in the words as though he did not dare believe they were real. And Alyandra? Luke. Jocelyn demanded at the same time I opened my own mouth to ask the same thing. Joffrey closed his eyes. Rhaenys believes Alyandra escaped alongside Mariah Martell, he said after a moment. Alyria contacted us the moment Rhaenys reached Ghost Hill. She has sworn to send more information when she is able to collect it, but... Luke. No, Jocelyn moaned before Joffrey seemed to shake himself. We, Rhaenys that is, believe he is alive, but Skywalker is chained in Son's pair. On what she managed to see Luke is likely a prisoner. He trailed off and took a deep breath. I realized then, as we lapsed into silence, that it was impressive he was even holding it together this well. With a shaking hand, Laenor reached over, laying it on his shoulder. We'll get him back, he rasped to his lover. We'll bring him home. How did this happen? Bryndamere finally asked. We sent 2 dragons and men. Will Lord Rhaenys out, Karsella and Garen attacked Son's pair in her absence. Heads whipped towards Corlys. He was still holding Rhaenys' letter, his jaw clenched in anger. My boy speaks truly. We'll bring Luke home even if I have to reduce Dorne to ash myself. Can we truly divide our attention so? Asked Edmund, only to shrink back as we turned furious gazes on him. We can. Jocelyn protested. Send me. I can go rescue him. Please. No at my denial, she turned accusing eyes to me. Rhaenys is in Dorne. She has Alyria's support. If Alyandra is with Mariah Martell, they can raise an army far faster than we could march ours there. Jocelyn glared at me, dashing angry tears from her face and my heart ached anew. I reached out, laying a hand over hers and for a moment, I thought she might pull back. Then came more tears and she leaned forward to hide her face from the room in my shoulder. Is that your response? Asked Joffrey, his voice quiet. It must be, I rasped, raising a hand to Jocelyn's back. Believe me, if I had the choice, I would march every man capable of holding a weapon to the gates of Son's pair and show Garen just what he has aroused, but... Aegon and Daemon would be at our backs. I dislike it as much as the next man, Corlys muttered finally, placing Rhaenys' letter on the table. But I trust Rhaenys. She loves Luke fiercely, she will not put him in danger. Joffrey worked his jaw for a moment, before glancing down once more and clearing his throat. In the silence that followed that declaration, Jocelyn's sobs slowly subsided. That is the problem, isn't it? Lyman finally said, surprising us all. Have we heard from the River Lords loyal to her grace? That seemed to startle Joffrey from whatever his thoughts were. He raised his head to meet Lyman's gaze, before nodding. They are preparing for an attack, he finally told us. A portion of their strength will be reserved for holding their strongholds. The rest are preparing to march the moment we have a target for them. Be it Aegon or Daemon, Corlys added, with a look to me. I swallowed. As if sensing his gaze, Jocelyn pulled away, shooting me an angry look as she did so. We are attacking Aegon, she protested. He killed Rolf. No, child, Jason Lannister killed your betrothed. We know it for what it was, a blatant call to war. The lords of Westeros we need to hearken to us will not. They will see a man who was intending to betray his liege lord being stopped. At Lyman's words, Jocelyn's jaw set. Rolf didn't betray anyone, she argued hotly. He was going to fight for us. That is what we'll tell the realm, Corlys said soothingly. But Lord Beesbury is not incorrect. It was Roland's plan to attack the Golden Tooth in order to... I don't care, she yelled, on her feet in an instant. Corlys' mouth snapped shut and I became aware of looks being directed my way. Accusing, maybe? Wanting Jocelyn under control, probably. I met Gerald's with a cool look. Rolf told me he swore an oath. He said he'd fight for Mama. He did and they killed him for it. And because, her anger died, her eyes cast down to the table. And they killed him for me too. We were supposed to get married. I was going to be Lady of Castamere. Jason didn't want a dragon for Rolf's family. No one seemed quite sure what to say to that, me in the least. Finally, Lyman spoke up again, his tone soft and gentle in a manner I remembered from my own childhood. Child, This council will have justice for your betrothed, he told her gently. She nodded. More tears. Quietly, Laner rose and pulled her into his arms. She didn't resist this time, and I caught the look he directed at the assembled counselors, daring them to say anything about it. I miss him, I heard her whisper into his chest. Papa, I miss him. Hush, he murmured back, softly. I do too. Chapter 325, A Gulf of Grief, Chapter 286. Chapter text. I stared at the report Joffrey had presented, amendments by Gerald to explain some military issue or other, though it didn't help at all. I could read the words, but I could not tell what they said, what they meant. My mind kept going back to my losses, Dorne and the Westerlands both. My mistakes in Dorne were easy to see. What allies we had there were too little and too late to prevent Garen's landing. The signs had been there from the beginning. The riots, Will, the failed vulture hunts and the lost raven, all of it pointed to Dorne's precarious position. I could not fix it now, only hope that the influence I had imparted on Aelyandra saw her align herself with Rhaenys to rescue Luke. It still burned that I could not ride out and save him myself. The Westerlands and their Lannister rulers burned at me more. Gods, I had known their arrogance, I had known how invested they were in Aegon, I had seen it 1,000 times over, but this was too obvious, too arrogant, too much. What was the point? Their whole stupid plan, the capture of the Rains and Marbrands included, seemed designed to bait me. And then suddenly, the realization hit, making me glad nobody was with me, for it struck me like a punch to the head, the quill dropping from my hand and splattering ink across Joffrey's neat writing. My mind raced, with dawning horror. That was the point, wasn't it? That's why hate lay so bitter on my tongue. It wasn't just what they'd taken from me, was it? It was that they'd done it because they were so sure they knew me. They'd baited me. They had crafted their plan around me. They'd made me the weak link in Black Power. And they'd succeeded. They couldn't beat my lords, my advisors, couldn't outspy me, couldn't challenge me with dragon superiority, barely had more men to their names than I did. So they'd settled for beating me. Joffrey, Corlys, even Laenor wouldn't have batted an eyelid, all would have moved long before now. But Rhaenyra? Rhaenyra loved her brothers. Rhaenyra hated Daemon. Rhaenyra, who had a woman's heart. Rhaenyra, who cared so much for her wards. Rhaenyra wouldn't. Rhaenyra would care, deeply, that one wrong move would plunge the realm into civil war that Daemon could only profit from. Another realization chased that, an ugly twisted one, that I wished was an unwelcome intrusive thought. They were wrong in that sense. I had spent half my life believing I'd face Aegon and Daemon for my throne, my desperate attempts had been to change the inevitable, but Joffrey had been right. The inevitable couldn't be changed. And after everything, after Luke and Rolf, I realized I didn't care anymore. The realization was not sudden, more a dawning awareness as I stared at the ink-stained page. I didn't care anymore. Rolf had already fallen victim to my weakness. Luke may yet know, I wasn't going to sit here and wait for my children and those I loved to die. Not for Aegon, not even for Helena. I breathed for a moment, letting the hot rage bite at me. So many bad ideas lining up to present themselves, fantasies of revenge, of showing them all that their beliefs were wrong. Mager with teats indeed. Rhaenyra of Cannon seemed so close right now. It wasn't hard to see how she'd fallen so far. Rhaenyra, my name for far longer now than my old one. It was my name now, not hers. If she ever had existed, she had died young enough that there were none here that knew her. But I couldn't do that, no matter how much I wanted to make them hurt, to make them bleed. Oh, and in that moment, I truly wanted to. A shaky breath and I rose to pull the bell pull. A young woman appeared a moment later, eyes alert but guarded. Not one of mine, it would be a long time before I felt comfortable with these men and women. At least I could halfway trust Garibald, the knight currently staring over her shoulder. At my nod, he stood down. Fetch me Sir Joffrey, please, I asked. She paused, a fraction of a second, and I realized my voice was almost shaky. How odd. Instead, despite the action making my shoulder blades prickle, I turned my back and seated myself back at my desk. She was gone when I glanced up. I reached for the parchment. Decisions needed to be made. Jane. I paused after writing her name. What to say? I hope the Vale muster proceeds without issue. I prayed to the Seven that we would not need it, and my prayers have been in vain. Yet it is not only your knights I must ask of you. Come to King's Landing, cousin, and take up the title of Master of Laws. It was brief and commanding. My cousin would bristle. I bit back the fantasy of letting her and shook my head. It would do me no good to annoy allies. I added in a please, a few platitudes to soften the letter, asking after her children and Jessamine. A few questions on how the incident with the Corbray brothers had resolved itself. I was admiring my work when Joffrey swept in, tired and pale. How did you find out? He demanded. I blinked at him. He paused. Then flushed. You didn't, he mumbled. My apologies. What has happened now? I asked, straining to keep the anger from my voice, as Joffrey slumped into a seat with a groan. A few things, he finally mumbled. Mostly, Harjan Greyjoy is dead. I see. That left Dalton as Lord of the Iron Islands. The knowledge sent a chill through me. Have the Ironborn moved to abandon their position at all? Joffrey shook his head, but I could tell that it was not the death of a sick man, no matter how odious that was bothering him. I put the letter to Jane aside and waited. Larys has a son, he finally mumbled. I squashed the annoyance that brought and tried to focus on the sympathy. It didn't work. I am sorry to hear that, I lied, and he must have recognized how insincere it sounded because his head jerked up. Rhaenyra? Asked Joffrey, his eyes full of concern. Odd for him. Grouchy was a better way to describe his mood in recent weeks. I would have expected rage with the news from Larys. I directed a shaky smile at him and he raised an eyebrow in response. How to admit what I had realized? How to admit what he and many others had known for the longest time? How to tell him he was right without enduring his smugness on the matter? I am very angry, I told him, folding my hands in front of myself and willing myself to direct my anger at who it needed to be directed at. His concern faded slightly. I am considering a lot of bad ideas, right now. Then luckily you have me, to dissuade you from them, he answered quickly. He couldn't quite hide his quick, triumphant smile. That didn't help. At my narrowed eyes, he straightened in his seat. I'll save you the dramatic speech. Is Edmund right? Is Jasper Wild gathering his troops? I finally asked. He is, Joffrey told me, pulling his mind away from whatever thought process it had been following. But I caution you to see that as a sign he is breaking from the Greens. Why? I asked. Joffrey frowned. Aegon is no fool. He may tell you he will sit out any war you bring to your uncle, but his lords are gathering their troops. Quietly, and not a full muster, but enough that they could defend themselves should we attack. Or should the situation with Daemon change? He paused, then tilted his head in a manner I knew was playing up his curiosity. Although I do question, why do you ask regarding Jasper? He is no friend of ours. No, he is decidedly not. Jasper has broken because he values the rule of law over anything else in this world. Probably even his son. Joffrey flinched and I ignored it. But why have the others not broken? From their point of view, I suppose the doubters believe they can play both sides. Those that don't doubt are his true believers. I hummed at Joffrey's words. So who in the Stormlands is sticking with Aegon? I asked. His eyebrows shot up as he no doubt saw my intentions. You intend to unleash Elenda, he realized. I do. His lips quirked into a smile again. I didn't bother with the look this time. Manfred Swan and Simon Mertens are being awfully quiet about their muster, he told me finally. Then those will be Elenda's targets. Make examples. If Jason Lannister wishes to crow about vassals and betrayal, Aegon will discover we can play the same game. Perhaps once consequences make themselves apparent, he will realize I am quite serious. I would have thought him to delight in the scheme, but he seemed almost hesitant. And another thing. Oh, he asked. Should I start a list? I will need to speak with the Lord Commander. I think it time I stripped those white knights from his side as well. Why had I not done it before? Thoughts and fears of triggering his rebellion. But Tyland Lannister had made it quite clear that there would be one, whether Aegon still believed otherwise or not. And if they object, he asked carefully. There are 3 that I find suspect, 2 impressive candidates within King's Landing and plenty of knights beyond that. He hummed thoughtfully at that, the manner telling me he had thought of some objection, but did not consider it worth the argument. Good. And Joffrey? Not expecting another thing, he paused in the act of rising. The Black Cells, did you ever find the secret passage there? We did, he replied. After I became aware of the knowledge Larys possessed, I mapped the tunnels myself. Brick it up, I commanded. Joffrey opened his mouth, as if to say something, then he stopped as if someone had struck him in turn. Oh, I am fool, he said heatedly a moment later. Your other time, who ensured Aegon escaped from the city? Larys did, I replied. But I fail to see how that time is relevant. Aegon will not work with Larys, not after the warning he delivered to my dear brother when he was Alicent's. I have never seen Aegon so wroth as the day he was found in Maris' bed. I have learned that I have misjudged your brother. I believed he would never sacrifice his knightly image, but he did, he sold it to have his lords hold back their troops. I stared at him. It was true we hadn't seen it coming, that the idea seemed so alien to Aegon that the fact he'd even gone along with it seemed laughable. And yet he had stood in the council room and told me with a grave face. As it happens, my theory isn't at odds with what we believe we know of your brother. I let the thought trail off. Joffrey, I am having a difficult day. Thailand, he said. I froze. Well now, perhaps I could forgive Joffrey his waffling. It would make sense as to his baiting. He believes he has an easy way out. No doubt he believes his freedom will be all the more sweeter should he have escaped your revenge for his words. He must have great faith in Larry's, I observed. He once murdered a man in cold blood not a few feet from where Viserys feasted. He was not caught. Why would Thailand not have faith, he asked me, looking annoyed. At himself, I suspected. HRM. I asked. It does not explain the soldiers. He must have been aware arrest was a possibility, yet he seemed shocked. Aegon, I realized as he spoke. He nodded. It wasn't just you he was baiting, Joffrey finished. Odd though, Thailand is a man far too in love with himself, but to fail to realize how badly he has misjudged someone. Aegon watched Rolf grow as I did. The admission burned my eyes again and then brought a fresh wave of anger on its tail. I think he also knew what Rolf was to Jocelyn. He would not be jumping through the hoops he is if he did not bear some love for us. Perhaps. Joffrey looked aggrieved again. Well, your theory makes my next words quite fortuitous. He raised his eyebrows in response to that, but did not interrupt me. Thailand is due a change of scenery, I'd rather he stay there until I am ready to deal with him. Have Sir Willem rouse the guard, I intend to deliver this news personally. Is that wise? Although I could detect no disapproval in his words, I still wished to bristle. No, I replied shortly. But other ideas involve slicing bits off and feeding it to him. Joffrey was quiet for a while after that, then he snorted. I cannot tell if you are serious or not, he finally admitted. Probably for the best. I couldn't either. The thought should disturb me, but it didn't. Very like Queen Rena. It took me a second. Best hope he doesn't jump from a window then, I replied. Joffrey went to say something, and then he hesitated. I directed a raised eyebrow at him. With your permission, I will have men posted in the tunnels. There is no point in making Larry's attempt easy for him. Chapter 326, Interlude, Lucille. The giggling became a shriek of laughter and she found her lips curling into a smile, even as she attempted to school her features. Be gentle with your brother, Cass, she chided, but the smile gave her away. Cassina gave her a broad smile, seeing right through her as always, and returned to tickling her brother as he wriggled and laughed. He likes it, Mama, she laughed as her brother batted at her hands. Smiling, she took mercy on the poor babe, and retrieved him from his sister's mercies. Cassina pouted, but there was no real heat there. He'll be big soon, Cassina objected as Philip wriggled in her arms, hopelessly overexcited now. The maids would have a task to get him to sleep this afternoon. He will, she cooed. But you will have another cousin soon enough. Cassina's face lit up at the reminder. She sensed many children in her daughter's future, she adored them enough now. Come, she decided, standing so abruptly that her son let out a loud wail that made her wince. He would be a strong boy, if his lungs were this strong now. Let us find your father. Strong like his father. The thought made her smile. Papa said he would be busy, she sighed, a momentary shadow flitting over her daughter's face. With the soldiers. Are they going to fight the Dornish? There was the question. They will fight whomever the queen tells them to fight, she answered. A queen. She had not believed, not truly. Now they followed one into war. Or rather, Boros Baratheon followed one to war, and they followed in his wake. Her own father had made that quite clear. Martin was not so sure it was loyalty to Boros alone, but he dared not say that in front of their father. Jove was close to the queen, but she still worried her younger brother followed the queen for the wrong reasons. Like Laena Velaryon. Mama, is something wrong? Asked Cassina, already by the door with an eager look on her face. You look upset. Her daughter had inherited her keen look, a blessing and a curse at times. I am quite well, little one. Come, carry your brother for me. Any thoughts of her mother's mood were gone as Cass held her hands out with a look of joy on her face. Lynmouth Hall was transformed. Gone was the home of her childhood, now it felt more like a fortress than ever. Men at arms there, knights around every corner. Excuse me, sire, where might I find my husband? The knight nearly snapped, she could see it in his eyes and in his posture as he turned. Then he took in her dress and the colours Cassina wore and good sense made him think differently. With Sir Martin and Lord Giles in his solar, my lady, he murmured. Thank you, sire, she replied. In my father's solar. Yes, my lady. He'd winced slightly at the emphasis she'd placed on father. Good, he should know not to be so foul to those around him. The 7 charged knights to be gracious and kind, and her reminder was much gentler than the one father or Renly would have given him. Lucky for him, he had been correct as to her father and husband's location. Cass. What are Lucille? She favored her husband with a broad smile, even as Cass surrendered her brother to their father. Renly chuckled and lifted his son up high, laughing at the boy's happy cries. Oh, he was still a dream to her, even today. A beautiful night she had loved from the moment he had unhorsed Martin at the tourney to celebrate Lady Elenda's name day. Lucille. She turned. Father was sat at his desk, face vaguely disapproving, with Andrew at his back. Her nephew was desperately trying to ignore his father. Martin was grinning at her now, but she had no doubt he had been doing his best to distract the boy. Father's a little annoyed you interrupted our manly business, Martin told her, his eyes sparkling, heedless of the glare their father was now directing at him. We were discussing Lord Giles' summons, Renly put in as he lowered their son back into Cass' arms and turned his attention fully to them. Boros wants him to travel to Storm's End. Our queen has finally acted. Joffrey spoke of demanding action from her, father said, pride evident in his tone. It was clear who he believed was behind the end to her inaction. Not quite the war in Dorne that Boros wanted, Martin put in. But clearing traitors from our kingdom is no small prize. What? She breathed in shock. In the corner of her eye, she was aware that Cass was suddenly intent on the conversation. She would have to ensure she knew not to repeat anything she heard outside this room. It is unfortunate that some in the Stormlands chose to hearken to Prince Aegon's disgraceful call, father grumbled. Boros has ordered me to ride to Storm's End and take command of the men he has assembled there to seize the Swans and Mertines. And we can thank the father that dear old Elenda didn't appoint her father for the role, Martin drawled, this time earning himself a clip across the back of his head. Show some respect, boy, her father barked as her brother rubbed at the sore spot. Ah, my apologies, father, he muttered, features almost sulky. Then they brightened. Still, it means something that father was chosen. It means nothing, their father responded, tone indicating he'd like to take his hands to Martin again. With respect, Lord Giles, I agree with Martin, Renly murmured. Her father looked annoyed, then heaved a sigh. House Lynmouth is being rewarded for leal service, my lord. For Joffrey's leal service ow. She turned back to find Martin clutching his head again. Joffrey is the queen's good brother, their father said sternly. Nothing more. Father, she interjected as Martin's face darkened. You do our brother a disservice. We know well he is her advisor and informal information gatherer. Her father snorted and half turned his head away, his features becoming sour. Martin shot her a grateful look but her heart hurt for father at that moment. She barely remembered Joff before he had left. She did remember eagerly listening to Martin reading aloud his letters and playing with the dolls that so often accompanied them. A squire for the sea snake himself, and then a promising tourney knight. Oh, father was so proud. And then Joff had nearly died, emerging from his long sleep with a shattered leg and shattered dreams. Father had begged him to come home, she and Martin had begged. Joff was too proud. Too much like them. Had he come home, would he still have married that woman? A woman who had cast him aside and humiliated him. And now he was bound to her. Who would the queen choose, she wondered, if Joffrey were to displease his wife? They had taken his name. I keep expecting the Raven to arrive any day now to tell us of his small council position, Renly confessed, a wry smile on his face. Do you think so? She asked. Oh, that did make her happy. It had been clear to all that the queen held Joff in high regard, especially after their visit. Such a position for him. The wistful smile on her face faded as a bell rang out, loud enough to drown out whatever Martin had opened his mouth to say. The next moment, father was on his feet, reaching for his blade and Renly was rushing to her and Cass with a grave face. An attack? Martin asked, reaching for Andrew. The moment of silence seemed to last forever, and then the soft afternoon light was replaced by blinding red. Gods, she heard her brother yell, dimly, as her husband seized her. She could hear Cass screaming, Philip's loud wailing, Dragon fire! Dragon fire! Renly, get Lucille and the children to safety, father was calling. Martin! With me. We'll rally the men. Those are dragons, she heard Martin bellow as Renly hurried her along. Dragons, multiple? She could hear the screaming now, as they crashed from father's solar into the corridor. She could see the flames rising. Come here, little one. Renly commanded. Lucille, can you carry Philip? Andrew, stay close to me. She reached for her babe, his terrified cries snapping her back into the present moment. Cassina whimpered as they moved, shouts of terror and the sounds of dying men. It grew hot, too hot. The castle was burning around them. Gouts of black and red flames visible as their attackers sought to burn Lynmouth Hall to the bedrock. Memories of the tale of Harrenhal sprang to mind and she clutched her son close as Renly let out a vicious curse. She would have cursed him in turn on any other day. Yet their way was blocked by fallen timbers and fierce flames. She couldn't think. She couldn't think, not over the wailing of her son nor her daughter's frightened cries. We're cut off. Renly called to her. She could barely see him through the smoke now, her eyes stinging. Breath seemed hard to draw. No, she would not fall apart like some silly woman. Think of the tales she had been told the first Dornish conquest. The raiders that had assaulted the hall and the brave Sir Cedric who had raided them in turn as night fell. How had he left the castle? We can head into the Cedric's tunnel, she urged. Renly nodded, his face grim. Her heart beat frantically in her chest as she followed him, as they ran away from the doors and windows of her father's halls into the basements. She could hear. Mother have mercy, she could hear them dying. They burst into the basement at last, the air stale but blessedly free from smoke. Sir Darnall, Sir Alan, to me. Renly bellowed. Any of you that can still walk, follow us. We will leave through the sewer and make for Haystack Hall. Andrew. Where is Andrew? She asked, her brother's son nowhere to be seen. Renly turned and then cursed again. I told him to, he trailed off, eyes searching for the boy they both knew wasn't present. Did you see when we lost him? She hadn't, she'd been too lost in her own fear and her own panic. Renly, we must find him. My lady, we cannot go back up there, one of the knights urged. We barely made it down here. And that will not be protection for long. As if the knight had made it happen by speaking it, the ceiling shook, loosing dust down upon them, sending the servants whimpering and gasping in fear. Damn it all to the seven hells. Sir Alan, see my wife to safety. Renly barked and fear cut through her as assuredly as any knife. No. No. You said his look stopped her. I must. If there is any chance he is alive. Get them to safety, Lucille. He gave her a smile then and she felt the tears fall. Papa. Where is Papa going? Asked Cass as he lowered her gently to the floor and gave her a pleading look. She swallowed, throat tight. Papa will find us later, Cass. We must go now, she lied. Renly gave her a grim nod. Gods be with you, Sir Renly, rasped the elder knight. And with you, Sir Darnall. I leave them to you now. She wanted to scream after him. To yell and beg him not to go. The tunnel was not far now. They could be free. They could escape. They could run and live and Cass and Philip would know their father. But the knight she had fallen in love with would not turn his back on Andrew. Haystack Hall, he told her, eyes serious. Wait for me. We have to go. Sir Alan, the younger knight, shouted as the ceiling shook again and the sound of breaking masonry split the air. Dashing her tears away, she nodded to her husband for the last time. Find Andrew and follow us. Come back to us, Renly bawling. I command it. Chapter 327, The First Battle, Chapter 287. Daemon has struck at Tarth, avoiding the castle but burning the ports and harbours. The confirmation, delivered from my master of ships' lips, sent the assembled men gasping and murmuring in shock. It just made my heart hurt and my head swim. I could show no fear, even as I desperately wished I could. He was here. He was coming and the men that had already heeded my call would not be enough to stop him. I swallowed. I wanted to look at Lena, knowing she would be pale and quiet. I knew she would not be looking at me but at the map, at the areas the reports indicated he'd already struck. He is burning the coast of the Stormlands, Whaley's Mooten said grimly, mouth set in displeasure. He means to make a landing. Where are the Ironborn? Demanded Gunthor Stokeworth. Gone, spat Gerald Redford. They ran like cowards. For all their boastful words. Cowards, bellowed Brindamere a moment later. No, let us speak plainly. They are traitors. As like as not, they joined Daemon the moment he promised them any leeway to reave. We don't know that, John Cargyle mumbled. Mayhap they have withdrawn and are preparing to harry him from a better position. Silence followed that. I fear that is wishful thinking, I finally said, earning myself glances and respectful nods. Dalton would not withdraw from a fight. Perhaps Hagen meant to fight him, but Dalton would do anything for the right to reave freely. Brindamere didn't look happy that I had agreed with him, instead his gaze went down and his mouth twisted. There was shuffling among the lords. I should have seen it, Laenor muttered. The build-up, their movements, their boasting. You are not the only one guilty of that, I admitted, shame burning in my breast. The man, the boy, was a monster. Why had it not even occurred to me that he might find a fast ally in another monster? Ego, perhaps. I could hardly see them cooperating for long. A pity, mumbled Bart Emos Celtigar, his eyes fixed on the map that had been laid out before us. Had we retained them, we might have set them loose on our enemies. The Ironborn burst out Robert Bar Emin, his eyes flat and unfriendly. Bart Emos met his unfriendly look with a similar one in turn. The man was old, unyielding, and clever. Then again, Bar Emin had spent his younger years as a companion of the sea snake. Enough. I called and the two fell silent. I did not miss Lord Robert's eyes travelling to Corlys in mute appeal. He was Corley's friend and ally, not mine, and he made that quite clear. Her Grace speaks truly. Evidently Corley's had seen it too. Gods, my hand looked tired. He looked his age and that brought fear to my heart. So much fear. It was like Renus had kept him young, and now that she was so far away and surrounded by danger, he could not keep up. The Ironborn were mad dogs, Corley's continued. Viserys unleashed them because he wanted his brother dead and because he could not imagine they might turn. The Ironborn are silent, until such a time they are not. I will not indulge in dreams of what use they may have been, I told them. Bar Emin relaxed at least. Have no fear, my lords, once my uncle is defeated, I shall have a reckoning with them for this betrayal. Good, Bard Emos grunted, giving me a nod of approval. Then he frowned. If only you were so strict with your brother, your grace. We might not have an armed insurrection in the keep itself. Watch your tongue, Laenor barked before I managed to get a word out. The comment is fair, I managed through gritted teeth. But the delivery was blunt, my lord. He met my gaze, challenging me. I wanted to bark at him, make him understand that petty power plays here and now only aided Daemon. After a moment, Bard Emos lowered his gaze. My apologies, your grace, he murmured finally. I'll have a message sent out to the coastal regions warning of the threat Daemon presents, along with what mother taught us of countering it, Laenor finally said, his tone making it clear he would brook no more talk of the Ironborn. If he moves from the Stormlands, then we make sure he doesn't. Heads turned as Laena seemed to rouse herself from the reverie she had been lost in as we had discussed the Ironborn. My heart dropped as she raised her eyes to me. I saw the defiance. I knew, in my heart of hearts, what was coming. My lady, Whaley's Mooten began but hesitated as Laena turned her gaze to him. His eyes flickered to me and I gave him nothing. It seemed my lords, what little of them had arrived in King's Landing so far and had earned an invite to this council, did not know quite how to take her. A woman with no inheritance or men to her name, but a woman who rode a dragon and around whom rumors swirled. I will speak plainly, she shot back and Whaley's yielded. She had their attention now, their curiosity, and I could not shout her down. So I steeled myself as she spoke again. Daemon sought my hand once. He claimed to love me, mayhap he was truthful, but after we defended the stepstones together, he followed me home. He would not accept my love for Sir Joffrey. He is a man of whom denial will cut to the core. He tried to kill us that fateful night, and then he burned a town in vengeance when he failed. Laena. Corley's tone was a strange mix. A strangled alarm, something dangerously close to fondness. What you are suggesting is dangerous. Yes, I wanted to babble. Yes, it is. Keep her from going. You are her father. I beg your forgiveness, Lord Hand, but what is Lady Laena suggesting? Asked Sir John, his face earnest and almost worried. I could see the twins in him. She wishes to spearhead our response to Daemon in the Stormlands, Laenor said quietly. I caught his sympathetic look as I glanced at him. Arrogance, muttered Gunthor Stokeworth. Daemon is a man of greed. It's the throne he wants. Best we keep Viagar here, for it will be King's Landing he rides to burn before long. I wanted to seize the excuse, but the words died in my throat. I looked at Laena and realized she was avoiding my gaze. If only she'd spoken to me. Even as a dry part of my mind wondered if she had even considered the matter until she saw the truth laid bare on Corley's map. Signs indicate he still bears some obsession, Gerald Redford put in cautiously. Then I'll say what we all wish to, Bard Emos burst out. Is there any truth to his claims? Laena flinched. Corley's half rose, but Laenor was faster, on his feet with his face twisted a moment later. Luke is Sir Joffrey's son, he spat. Bartimeau's gaze slid from Velaryon to Velaryon. I give my apologies again, he murmured. Lucerys was a fine lad, is a fine lad. A credit to his father. A credit to Lord Giles. May he find peace with the Seven. But the rumors do give credence, I rasped. Then Laena did look at me, a curious hope in her eyes. If he is so delusional as to try and claim her son even after all these years. He wishes Sir Joffrey to wonder, to hesitate. He wishes to foul the love that denied his own. Lady Laena is not wrong to assume his obsession still burns strong. I knew Daemon as a boy, Lyman said, speaking for the first time. He wanted what was not his. The throne, a girl. If it was given, he lost interest. Never could something tempt him as much as that which was denied to him could. Viagar is the only dragon able to face Caraxes and Magan, Laena insisted. There is Vermithor, said Lord Whaleys. There is not, Laenor corrected him. My daughter is too young to see combat. Daemon would snuff her out in an instant. Someone huffed at that statement, but I did not care to look at who. Do you intend to keep your children from battle? Asked Gunthor, eyes wide. My daughter implied it. But 2 of our dragons are in Dorne. John burst out. Your grace cannot fight. That leaves only Prince Laenar and Lady Lena. I am capable. Annoyed eyes swung towards me, including Lena's. Hypocrite. Of defending King's Landing at the very least. We cannot forget Naerys, either. The bastard, sneered Whaleys. Daemon's bastard? Your Grace, you cannot place an army under her command. And I will not, I snapped back. As Sir John has stated, we have 2 dragons fit for combat in King's Landing. Rhaenys and Luke are in Dorne. With Malay's might and Princess Aelyandra's support, I suspect Garen's rebellion will fall in short time. And should Princess Helena take the field? Asked Bar Emin. She won't, I murmured. Corlys gave me a look. We believe she intends to stay close to Old Town, and in any case, in dire straits, the prince and princesses can bolster our defense, he told his friend. Lord Robert and Lord Gunthor nodded, looking mollified at least. And should Prince Aegon call for her aid? Asked Bart Emos. No, we must eradicate the threat within before we turn our attention to Daemon. You suggest a bloodbath in the keep, I told him. We are moving against his lords. He will surrender if they break. He will fight his way out to bolster their flagging resolve before he allows them to surrender, Bart Emos shot back. He speaks of peace, but Jason Lannister has spent years showering his followers in cheap loans and Garmin Hightower has put the fear of the Seven into any who might waver. Then I will lead the efforts to ensure the traitors are seized, Laenar declared. If her grace assents, of course. The Westerlands, husband? I asked. His eyes gleamed and told me I had guessed correctly. Lord Lannister not only ignored my call to war, but assailed loyal houses that did heed it. He slew my daughter's betrothed in a foul and dishonorable ambush because he feared what the marriage would bring to House Rain. If any deserve to have an example made, it is him. Your Grace, Lord Jason claims Lord Roland intended to march not on your uncle, but on Lord Jason's forces themselves. Edmund did not shrink under my glare, even if he had to be feeling the lack of allies these days. The last remaining green, or just perhaps, my last remaining opponent on the council. He'd certainly been quiet, I'd almost forgotten his presence. Lord Starbeck, Perrin, and Ruttiger have sworn as such. All lords who have received large gold sums from Casterly Rock's vaults in recent months, declared Corlys. A lie, but one they believed. Which leaves us with the question of who will lead the armies that will bolster my Riverland allies. I asked. The lords straightened, each trying to look more impressive. A sign of favor now could be leveraged by a clever lord. A good job for the new queen would earn them much prestige and a lifetime of respect. Your Grace, I am from the Riverlands. Maidenpool will serve as a fine foothold there. A good argument, and so I made a show of thinking it over. I do not deny Lord Whaleys would be a fine pick, Bart Emos Celtigar put in. Yet I would advise a more experienced pick. A man who has seen war and blood. Whaleys bristled at the implication. Yourself, you mean, Robert Bar Emin snapped. Your power lies in your ships, Bart Emos. Last I checked, they could not navigate Tully's rivers, nor could they sail over land. I agree with Lord Robert, Gunthor Stokeworth said quickly. Whoever is sent must have a ready command of troops. He fell into silence as I raised a hand. Your arguments all have merit, I told them. A good start. Soothe their pride. Yet had I not decided a long time ago to reward Mutin if I could? His honesty and loyalty had earned him that much. Lord Whaleys, you will lead the force into the Riverlands. As a river lord yourself, you are best suited to the endeavour. I will ensure you receive ample support from the Crownlander lords for this task. He nearly preened, but not quite. If her grace and Lord Stokeworth may, asked Corlys, giving me a curious look. I would ask that the men of Stokeworth remain in King's Landing to reinforce the city's defence. If her grace requires it of me, Gunthor answered, his tone a faux humble. Ah, there was Corlys' look. Telling me to back off, before I fouled up some idea of his. It might have grated, but I knew I had little head for war and strategy. Politics and people, yes. For example, making Whaleys swallow the issue of Naerys in a way that did not embitter him too greatly. I will have Naerys dispatched to cover your army as you move. Have no fear, my lord, she is yours to command and deploy as you see fit. He didn't like it. He really didn't. I could see his mind twisting this way and that, seeking some way out. I did not miss the other lord's satisfaction at his sudden conundrum. You are too important, my lord, to send with no protection should disaster fall. He opened his mouth, ready to argue, to suggest another solution, one that I was prepared to deny the moment it fell from his mouth, when the doors swung open. A young man, a page of one of my knights, scuttled in. Your Grace, he murmured, bowing low. Sir Joffrey begs your pardon for the interruption, but begs your ear on an important matter. It seems this meeting has come to an end, regardless, Corlys observed as Whaleys Mutin's mouth snapped shut and a look of chagrin echoed over his features. Come, I wish to hear Sir Joffrey's words myself as well. Poor man, mumbled Gerald Redford. To lose his father and brother in that way. Brindamere flinched and Gerald realized his mistake a moment later. Have hope, my lord, there were survivors from Lynmouth Hall, Lyman murmured, rescuing the hapless Lord Gerald. The rest trooped out, only Lena and Corlys not making any move from their seats. I will summon you once more lords arrive, I told them. Once they were gone, I lifted Alisanne's crown from my head and groaned. Another problem we must soon address. I must be crowned now we have called their bluff. Then I forced myself to straighten in my chair once again as the door banged and Joffrey limped his way towards us, a grim expression on his face. Chapter 328, The First Battle, Chapter 288. Chapter text. Joffrey was pale, his face grim, and it sent my heart twisting with guilt. Joff? Asked Laenor, his tone impossibly gentle. Joffrey glanced at him, then drew a deep breath that seemed to make him shudder with the force of it. I have had word from Elenda, he said after a moment of silence. Boros is preparing to defend the coast. Swan and Mertens are openly mustering. Our moment has passed. I digested that quietly. What should have been a safe seizure of lords under Aegon's command, something to pressure Aegon into rethinking his withholding of men. There were still other ways to bring pressure but none so public, nor as likely as to put the wind up his lords either. Laenor assaulting the Westerlands would have to do. Joffrey met my eyes and then Laenor's, his face halfway to defiant in a way that immediately had me feeling defensive. Then he slapped down two very official-looking documents. What's this? Asked Corlys, shooting me a glance. I scooped up the first and Corlys reached for the second. A royal proclamation, I observed. For the arrest of Mullendor? Redwine? Bulwer? Q.E.? Are these all of the men that sided with Aegon in the Reach? For the most part, he answered. His eyes flickered to Corlys, who was reading whatever Joffrey had given him with a grimace. And a neat way to soothe Florence's pride at being bypassed so, grunted Corlys, handing me the document he had been reading. A betrothal contract. I met Joffrey's gaze and he straightened. I was aware of Laenor leaning over my shoulder, the little hitch of his breath as he read the words. This complicates matters more than I would wish, I told them. Not to mention Desmond Florence's own priorities. Complicates? Asked Corlys. He'd heard of Desmond's want for a dragon but I had not yet told him of my half-formed plan for Ali's betrothal. I hadn't told anyone, really. You have not promised her elsewhere? Joffrey demanded, eyes suddenly angry. I bit back the instinctual retort to that. No, I replied slowly. But I had thought to offer Jane Aemma in Ali's stead should there still be difficulties. Hang that, Joffrey snapped. Ali's is being given the chance to become the next Lady of the Eyrie. This will earn us the men we need to break Aegon's greens before they even move against us. Hold on, Laenor sputtered. This is something we must discuss. Aegon is not leaving the keep anytime soon, I told him, cutting off his protest to Laenor's words. Daemon is the threat we must respond to. Of course, he sighed, throwing his arms into the air in a way that made my blood boil. Of course you are still looking for a way out. Stay your tongue. I demanded. I am sending Laenor to the Westerlands and Laena to the Stormlands. Mutin will be marching with Naerys to break Aegon's hold on the Riverlands. I am fighting him. Let the Westerlands rot. Break his heartlands first. Joffrey argued back. His family is there. The moment they have no one to rally behind the Westerlands will bend the knee. Enough. Corlys shouted. I forced myself to calm down, tried to still my heart and school my features. Joffrey is right, Laenor said quietly. If we can seize his family as well, his rebellion is done and the Westerlands are on their own. And when the Westerlands are allowed to send their army where they will? I asked acidically. They'd have to choose who to strike at carefully, Corlys murmured. Reinforce their Reach allies and leave them open to the Riverlanders. If they reinforce the Riverlands, then they face House Mutin and the River Lord and Vale forces. With the dragon, Laenor added. And if they split their forces? I asked. Jason is no fool. A reinforced Tully army could hold out. Do you recall? Laenor began. Then he frowned. Roderick Dustin and the Winter Wolves. Ah, the North's answer to the Falcons, Corlys muttered. Will Cregan even have assembled men by this point? He should have done, he was eager to begin the moment we left, Laenor told him. A fast-moving cavalry force, the main bulk of the army following behind. Keep the two forces pinned in the Riverlands with dwindling supplies and an army bearing down upon them. Whilst you break the high tower, Joffrey insisted. Alan Tarley is already bringing together those who swore to us in the Reach. Lord Rowan will soon move to eliminate House Weber for their treachery. It sounds like your mind's made up, I observed, my tone chilly. Laenor glanced at me, looking unsure. He glanced back at Joffrey and bit his lip. Must we truly marry Aemma off for this? It is Rhaenyra's right to order their arrests. Joffrey shook his head warily. We can manage the arrests without Florent's army and what lords that have stuck close to him. He wants ties there to ensure that they stay defeated, I told Laner. Why wouldn't I? I have no expectation that you will deal with Helena, never mind the issues Wrecker and Viella present, he snapped at me. A dragon-riding family that derives its power from the throne will serve as an able check until that threat recedes. Something tells me you would only be pleased with my actions if I went looking for blood and cheese and let them loose on my sister, I retorted, and he recoiled as if I had physically struck him. Is that what you think of me? He demanded, sounding more shocked than angry. All I do is to make sure your children live and rule as they should. And we both know that's because they are Laner's children before they are mine when it comes to you, I shouted back, pushing the heavy chair out from under me as I stood. Joffrey went a strange shade of red at my words, as if he couldn't figure out whether to be furious or not. You have no care for me or mine. Now because I will not slaughter my family, you look upon me like I am the weak one here. Maybe I cut him off. I don't want to hear it. I snapped. I'll sign your damnable proclamation, Joffrey, because my hand and husband agree the idea is sound, but I will not have this insinuation that I am the fool for not being the cruel monster that would see me dethroned before my first year of rule. I am not mager with teats. No one could accuse you of such a thing, he responded, his tone mutinous. You are more Aeneas with teats. Joffrey, perhaps you should take the day for yourself. Spend some time with your daughter, Corlys suggested. Rhaenyra will sign these documents and have them dispatched. We will talk on this matter later. Without another word, my spymaster turned and marched off, his movements jerky and almost mechanical. He didn't have his cane, Laner murmured after he had disappeared from sight. Pride, I groused. Insufferable git. I was rewarded with a look of reproach from my husband. He is grieving, Laner finally said, his voice quiet. You feel guilty, don't you? Corlys asked after a moment. Of course I do. Laner told us. It was I who suggested he marry Laena. I put him and his family into Daemon's path. He could have said no, Corlys said gently. Do not take the decision from him. He loves Luke and Rena too much to blame you or regret it too bitterly. Then he reached for the betrothal contract once more, a thoughtful look on his face. It's not a bad marriage, he said finally. And Joff isn't wrong. The Hightowers have overstepped and they will still have power as long as your brother's children have dragons and keep a credible claim. Alice will have to deal with her marriage, I suppose, I mumbled. I will tell him he was wrong, Laner told me. You are not Aeneas. I let the Westerlands and Dorne fall from my fingers, I let my brother amass armed men in my own keep, I forced myself to stop talking. It doesn't matter. They made me the linchpin for their plan. It still cuts deeply. You should have acted sooner. Your hesitation means we face Daemon with half the realm still disputing your crown. I will not coddle you and pretend that isn't true, Corlys told me. But their plan has failed. Aegon has burned his goodwill as a warrior, his lords have sent their sons and brothers to our arms as hostages on his word. Tywin Lannister languishes as your guest in the Black Cells. If he should try and tip the scales now, yes it would be a slaughter, but it would be a slaughter we win. I suppose if Laner is close to the Stormlands, he can reinforce Laena if needed, I groused. Laner nodded as Corlys winced. Gods, I wish Rhaenys were here, he mumbled. She'd go with her. I want. The moment she has Luke back, Mother will come, Laner told him. Which reminds me. At both his father's and my gaze, he flushed slightly. I meant to bring it up whilst Joff was still here but he shrugged, looking distinctly unhappy. Well then, what is it? Asked Corlys. The children, he began. We have to think about moving them. Splitting them up. Moving them. I echoed. Then the realization of why hit me. You cannot be serious. King's Landing will be a tempting target, Laner reasoned, taking in my dawning horror and Corlys' thoughtful look. If we are attacked, I would rather they be apart than all here for the taking. It makes sense, I admitted, swallowing hard. What did you have in mind? Jocelyn, Alice, and Aemon remain with you. The twins are the eldest and although it makes my heart ache, they may be needed to defend King's Landing alongside you. Aemon is your heir, we cannot send him away, although I bitterly wish we could. Rena and Aema together, I murmured. His words made sense, even if it made my heart ache. Jane is coming here but someone in the Vale can host them. They'll appreciate being together. Thick as thieves, those two, Corlys mumbled. I take it you will be naming him Prince of Dragonstone soon enough. I think it's a little presumptuous to start giving out islands before I've even won the war, I grumbled back. Some part of me didn't want to let go of it. It was my island, my haven, gloomy as it was. I'd made it mine over the decades. Perhaps, but it will send a message, Corlys reasoned. I'm told you intend to force the matter of the Kingsguard. Why should I not? I asked. Laurent is mine, as are Garibald, Eric and Stefan. I have ready replacements to raise to their positions should they not cooperate. Harold Dark, Adrian Redford and Willem Royce. Favoring the veil a little, he murmured, scratching at his chin. 3 of their numbers would be Crownlanders, Laner pointed out. Corlys just smiled. A fair point, my son. I admit I have yet to encounter Sir Harold, but I know of Sir Adrian and Sir Willem. Good knights, if Dark has half their talents, I would rest easy regarding your choices. I think I'll dispatch Eric with Emma and Rena, I decided. It keeps him from his brother. You fear they'll fight? Asked Corlys. Laner pulled a face. I fear they'll kill one another, I confessed. Eric grows increasingly frustrated with his brother's refusal to leave Aegon's side, and well, I have no clue what Eric's problem is. It would be good to know it. What of the other 2? Fell and Thorn. I opened my mouth to reply to Corlys and then hesitated. Fell is loyal to Aegon, Laner answered for me. Laurent and he have clashed. Fell has avoided the White Tower since. Thorn is harder to know. He seems to dislike Rhaenyra, but Laurent says he was loyal to Viserys. It matters not, I declared, reaching for Joffrey's proclamations. I'll demand they renounce him publicly. If they refuse, they end up like the rest of them. And if they agree? Asked Corlys after a moment where the only sound was my quill. I reached for the wax. We'll burn that bridge when we reach it, I replied, affixing my seal to the arrest warrant of more than a dozen lords. Chapter 329, The First Battle, Chapter 289. Chapter text. What about the Westerlands? Demanded Jocelyn, her eyes blazing and her voice shrill. I suppressed the wince and met her gaze levelly. They will be dealt with, I told her, voice level. They are not our first priority, however. Depriving them of a figure to rally to in Riker is. Riker is a baby, she snapped, tears threatening. Alice reached across, laying a hand on her twin's arm. Jocelyn's lip wobbled as her gaze dropped and she glared at the floor. Next to them, Aemon looked torn. As if he wanted to agree, but could not quite bring himself to. The Westerlands have no true divisions amongst their lords. We were lucky to have what we did, and even that could not shatter the Lannister grip on the Westerlands, Laner explained gently. With everything that happened, Jason Lannister has made it quite clear what awaits anyone who tries to defect. Whereas the Reach are one boy's life away from an all-out civil war over Highgarden, Alice said dryly. I could tell from the way she met my eyes she wasn't happy at all. You are making Emma marry into that. Rena snorted softly at Ali's words. I shot her a warning look. I refused to feel guilty. She wasn't stupid, she knew what the betrothal would mean should Desmond Florent accept it. There were worse fates than Osgood Arryn and she knew it. He isn't bad, Emma mumbled, then flushed as Alice shot her a doubtful glance. He reads, but he is no warrior. Alice argued, turning back to me. Mother. She will be fighting half the Reach before she even has a babe. Really? I asked. She stopped her triad and glared at me. Your sister is not even 10 yet, too young to be talking about babes and war. Is this because of Osgood? No, she snapped back, eyes blazing. Eamon's mouth opened, but a look from both Laner and I in tandem made it snap shut once again. My dear boy, but it wasn't his job to get in between his sister and I. Then what is it? I demanded. You would not be so aggressive otherwise. But Laner cut her off. Alice. Her mouth snapped shut at the warning in his tone and I watched as her jaw clenched tight. Why are you sending her with the Moutons? She finally asked. Laner shifted, looking annoyed. I can fight. Jocelyn can fight. Why send a bastard? She stopped, glancing at me warily. I raised an eyebrow and she hesitated. Before sighing explosively and throwing her head back, ringlets cascading in a mess about her face. Even Jocelyn's head had risen now, staring at her sister as if she had not seen her before. I don't want to be stuck here, she finally let out, almost a wail. Jocelyn and Eamon's faces told me they shared the sentiment. Daemon is out there and he could burn anyone and we are stuck here. We are old enough. We are 3 and 10. We can fight. If we were boys you'd let us fight. Jocelyn burst out. You sent Luke. That was a hard decision to make, Laner told her, sending her red with anger. I wonder why, Alice muttered. I didn't miss the way Rena had leaned forward, eyes alert and attentive. Luke was dispatched with your grandmama, I pointed out. You will be staying here, with me. To defend King's Landing. You act as if we are still swaddled, Alice muttered. Mother, please. If it is danger you wish for, then you will find it in King's Landing, Laner told them gently. Do you think it will not be a target? Alice sat up a little higher in her seat, although I could still see doubt in her features, the way she studied him for any sign that he was just fobbing her off with an excuse. I took a deep breath. The sad truth is, there is nowhere I can send you where your safety will be guaranteed, I told them. I don't want danger, Jocelyn murmured. I just want. She trailed off and my heart ached. I promise you, we will have justice for him. She looked almost small, hunching over in her chair. Silence reigned for a moment and then her hand came up to dash away tears. I went for my handkerchief, but Alice beat me to it. When will you hear from Highgarden? Emma asked, as if she wanted to take attention away from Jocelyn for the moment. I glanced back to her to find she was fidgeting with her dress, folding pale blue fabric over her fingers and tugging at it. Are you certain he will say yes? He seemed interested during our visit there, I pointed out, forcing my tone to be gentle. She nodded, a frown briefly flitting across her features before they smoothed again. We will know soon enough. I dared not ask if she was opposed. Too horrified with myself. It had been easy to sign the document. None of the worry that had accompanied me when it had come to the twins or Iman. None of this is right, Alice groaned. Jocelyn and I should be with the Moutons. We're princesses. We've ridden for longer than Nares. Which is why you should be defending the most valuable target of all, I lied. Me? Mother, said Iman. I turned to him. His eyes were serious in a way that made my heart skip a beat. Children as young as him, barely 11, should not be so serious. I forced a smile, but I suspected it was more of a grimace. You must remain by my side because you are my heir, I told him. He shook his head. I was not. He pulled a face and I wanted to reach out to him. I know I have to remain here. I know my duty. My heart skipped a beat once more and I forced another smile. I know that, I told him gently. I am proud of you. Of all of you. It was not pride I felt at that moment, but fear. Laner's sigh had me looking back to him. His eyes were on Jocelyn, her head bowed and even more hunched over than before. As if sensing my gaze, he turned to me, his eyes adopting an almost pleading look. Jocelyn, he said after a moment. Her head came up and she stared at him with red-rimmed eyes. The Moutons will be marching to secure Riverrun and I will be marching on Old Town. Once that is done, the Westerlands will stand alone. She nodded, a look of hope in her eyes that made my own heart ache. He glanced back at me again, as if fearing I may implode at him. I could guess what he was about to do, and if it roused my eldest from her grief and gave her something to strive for. Once the greens are done, I will send word to King's Landing for you to join a selection of men and strike into the southern Westerlands as I march to support Lena. She let out a long breath of what sounded like relief. Thank you, she croaked. I was quite sure that the solution to the reach would not be so neat or tidy, but Jocelyn had straightened in her seat and seemed almost cheerful at the thought, so I was willing to let it go. It was not war, not really. If the Lannisters knew what was good for them they'd surrender the moment the Hightowers fell. I wasn't worried. And you can send me to Lord Mouton, Alice said firmly. And take Nares with you. I opened my mouth, but Laner beat me to it, shaking his head and giving her a cool look that spoke volumes. She lapsed into a sulky silence. Alice, we have our duty, Iman told her quietly. I sensed the overtones of do not ruin this for Jocelyn in his words. A knock on the door prevented her from chiding him on the matter. A moment later, Eric leaned in. Your Grace, Sir Willem requests your presence. His tone was neutral but could not quite hide the worry. Go, Laner told me as I glanced back towards him. I rose and Iman rose with me, throwing his arms about my shoulders. I won't let you down, Mama, he mumbled. I know you won't, I told him before pulling back and brushing a few stray locks of his hair back into place. I will return soon. I waited until the solid wooden door had closed behind me, before sighing and turning to Eric and Garibald. What is it now? I asked. If I haven't enough on my plate getting my children to accept it doesn't matter. As strong-minded as their mother, Eric joked weakly before turning to Garibald. You'll get used to it. I resigned myself to strangeness the day I became a Kingsguard, Garibald answered, tone neutral and bland. No disapproval, he earned points for that, but I could not be at home with him in the way I had become so familiar with Stefan and Eric. What is the issue? I asked as Eric chuckled. At my words, his face became serious once more. Sir Willem would not say, he answered. Save that there had been an intrusion similar to the Vale intrusion. Fuck. My Saria. Fuck. What would she want now? What would she send now? Nares had been of use, but I did not wish for more mind games with Damon's supposed ex-lover. Evidently I had reacted physically as well because I saw Eric's keen interest. I was not aware of any Vale intrusion, he added. That is because I did not share the news, I told him. It was a warning delivered by an untrustworthy source. Was it correct? Asked Garibald. It hasn't been proved wrong yet, I replied. Which may be the problem. It may become incorrect at an inconvenient moment, he realized. I glanced back at him, noting the look of almost approval on his face. Even incorrect information can be useful. I remembered, with clarity then, that this man had slaughtered Kristen Cole as the man demanded trial by combat. By raining arrows down on him. Or rather, he had been involved. Somehow, I didn't think he had protested too much, if indeed the idea hadn't been his to begin with. You will get along with Sir Joffrey, I told him. Eric snorted. Garibald just smiled thinly, with some degree of satisfaction. I found myself wanting to change the subject suddenly. Eric, have you spoken with your brother? At my question, Eric seemed to wilt. Yes, he finally answered, glancing away in a manner most unlike his soul cheer. He will not have it. Mother being here has not helped. The woman accompanying Sir John. Eric nodded. She and Eric, she was furious when we both said our oaths. Eric left on bad terms. He was father's heir and, mother did not take losing him well. He pulled a face and then added. He is not taking her presence well either. I will make a note to speak with her. Perhaps she may have some insight on the matter. He nodded, looking morose, and I was saved from further upsetting him by reaching my rooms. The knights guarding it stepped aside at our approach with a respectful bow. Sir Willem and Sir Laurent were inside, their faces grave. As were Lena and Joffrey. As expected, clutched in Lena's hand was a letter with a familiar writing across it. I seem to have been the last one informed, I noted, waving off Laurent and Willem's bow. Is this from whom I believe it to be? Yes, Joffrey answered, his tone short and clipped. He was still pale, but there was some life in him now at the very least. I was close enough that I arrived before Sir Willem had dispatched Sir Eric, and I called Lena. Why? I asked, holding my hand out. She glanced to Joffrey first and I told myself it did not annoy me. Because of what the letter contains, Joffrey replied. We must assess the truth of her claims. Her last claims were correct, I pointed out. These are more fanciful, Laurent told me. They speak of. He seemed at a loss for words and instead gestured to Lena. My lover gave me a look, equal parts worry and triumph. Do you remember Helena's letter to me? She asked. I ignored the pang that brought to my heart and focused on her words. The one full of dire predictions pertaining to Damon and yourself. I asked. She nodded, eyes flickering back to the letter in her hands for a moment before returning to me. My Saria just gave us the last piece of the puzzle, she told me. How he did it. How he subverted Joffrey's men, why the slaves follow him, and why the legions of Volantis broke faith. A slave horn, Rhaenyra. A slave horn? I asked. She nodded. I held that fact in my mind, twisting it this way and that. A slave horn? I had not heard of such a thing. There had been a dragon horn, yes? One Euron had dispatched with his brother. A slave horn? It made a sick kind of sense for a society that had thrived on blood and slavery. According to Mysaria, he wanted control. He found it in the ancient instruments used to control Valeria's slaves, she explained. It makes sense. Too much sense. That's why he started with slaves and didn't just arrive. Lena, assume we don't understand, Joffrey told her sternly. I risked a glance at my white knights to find them grave and concerned to a man. The horn works best the weaker the man. A slave that has spent his life beaten and controlled is an easy victim. A knight well aware of its effect, less so. Her eyes were on the paper again. It's horrible. It's horrible. I can warn my men, I can prepare myself. Magic, Joffrey said slowly. Lena froze. Oh, she breathed. Magic. Is there some issue? Asked Laurent. Understanding hit me. Magic that I'm vulnerable to, I realized, suddenly cold. The room seemed to rock around me for a moment. A hand on my shoulder steadied me. Willem, puzzled but clearly trying his best to navigate the sudden bizarre conversation. I wanted to laugh suddenly. How odd it must seem to someone on the outside. A rogue prince attempting to enslave all of Westeros with ancient Valyrian magic? My sister, a seer of the future, unwillingly dragged into her visions as she dreamed? My chief lady, a sorceress? No, no, I'll come up with something. Lena stopped, looking aggrieved. Rhaenyra, I'll protect you. I'll find some way. Her eyes flickered to Laurent as she stopped again. You need not fear, Lady Lena, we were well warned by the king. Laurent paused. We were warned as to your talents. I was well aware I was verging on hysteria when my mind flashed to a dozen other secrets that I prayed my father had not known to warn Laurent about. Then the first giggle escaped from my mouth and everything after became something of a blur. Chapter 330, The First Battle, Chapter 290. Chapter text. Do you mind if I finish? Sira and I turned as one to find Lena leaning against the door, something close to apprehension on her face. Sira turned to me and I nodded. Of course, she said, turning back to my lover and directing a smile her way. Lena returned the smile, apprehension falling away into a pleased expression. It couldn't fully hide the worry on her face, though. She stepped aside to allow Sira to pass, then waited until the door swung shut behind her to move behind me, hands coming to rest on my shoulders, interlacing her fingers with my hair. You left early, I said after a moment's silence, in which it was enough that she was there. I missed you. I wanted to check a few things, she murmured. Harris Sir Garibald once more? I asked, turning to raise an eyebrow. She gave me a grin, but I could tell she was forcing it. Instead of answering me, she leaned around me, retrieving the comb Sira had put down not a minute or two earlier, and began running it through my hair. At least they are taking this seriously. If it were not for Viserys' belief, I doubt they would be. I swallowed the momentary wave of grief that his name brought and let my eyes close, letting her tease my hair straight and enjoying the rhythmic motion. Thank you for this. Think nothing of it, I answered as she began to wrangle my hair into its braid. Just come back to me. Always, she answered, quickly enough that I found myself nearly believing it. I can't run from him, not anymore. If I am ever to be safe, if Luke is ever to be safe. She trailed off, and I wanted to wince at the pain in her voice. Rennis will bring him home, I told her with the same surety that she'd had not a moment earlier. I know, she whispered. Then she cleared her throat. I may have had an ulterior motive for seeking you out. I take it from the tone it isn't pleasure. I asked, and delighted in the tiny snort that wrung from her. I opened my eyes and tilted my head back, in time to catch her tiny smile fade into a frown. As is customary for us now, I fear we must talk about something truly important before I leave. I sighed as she gently nudged my head back forward so she could continue with my hair. I suppose I deserve this, I answered after I realized she was waiting for me to reply. I was the perpetrator last time. She chuckled, although the sound had no joy in it. I waited as she continued her work. The situation is not as dire, she assured me as she finished my braid. But I fear I must say it, even knowing it will annoy you greatly. Go on, I drawled, half bracing myself for whatever argument she feared we were about to have. Gently, she placed the comb down and moved to sit on my bed. I turned to watch her as she seemed to consider her words. I believe that Alyssa may have been correct, she finally said, her words slow as if she had put great care into choosing them. I think you should send her in Nairi's place. Worry flooded my belly and I stamped on it before it could reach my eyes and show in my face. Instead, I drew a deep breath in. I would be curious as to your reasoning, I finally managed to say. She nodded. Alyssa is your best rider after Laenor and I, she began. Young as she may be, she has the biggest dragon and the skill to exploit that. I understand that, I told her. Which is why Laenor and I agreed to keep her here should we face an attack. If you face an attack, it would be Daemon, Laenor replied swiftly, and I refused to feel fear. I refused. I will have fallen. If he should take me in battle, I will sell myself dearly. He will arrive injured and sorely pressed should I succeed, or in fine form should I fail. In either case, there is very little advantage for the defense to boast Vermithor's might. We'll be revisiting that statement later, I warned her. I suppose you are about to inform me of the political considerations. I heard Lord Whaley's disgust at marching alongside Naerys, Laena admitted. Give him a royal princess and any offence is erased. I might also point out that Alyssa herself is correct. About what? I asked dryly. Naerys' loyalty. If we have misjudged her, we lose an army in one stroke. Then she would be free to rampage among the Vale and northern forces. I couldn't even scold her on that. My back still itched when I had it to the girl. Then there are the Vale Knights themselves, I sighed. Given her betrothal is set in stone now, it will benefit her to join the Vale Knights on their march after the Riverlands are secure. You do understand, don't you, she asked, but I could tell she knew she had me, a little smile on her features. Smiles were hard won from her, especially after her decision. If it helps, I was not that much older than she when I first flew to Bravos alone. It doesn't, I told her, letting my eyes drift closed again. It made sense. Too much sense. It still didn't mean I had to commit to it. I seized that thought like a drowning woman seizes an outstretched hand. But at my word, she tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. She is not my daughter alone. Laenor will not be so understanding. He will have to be, she told me sternly. You are making the same mistake again. And what's that? I asked, unable to keep the faint note of affront from my tone. She gave me an unimpressed look. Your love for those close to you is something I do love in turn about you, she told me. But that same love is leading you into the same trap as it led you into with Aegon. I will not snap at her. Gods, what did it say about our relationship that we only ever seemed to actually talk when one of us was heading off for an extended period of time? Nothing good, I supposed. Another deep breath. You are queen, Laena added. Tell them it is happening. Queen I may be, but if I overrule Laenor, it won't make for a happy partnership, I pointed out. Then ask father, she shot back. I went to argue, and then shut my mouth. I will discuss the matter with Corlys, I conceded finally. She nodded, a small smile returning to her face. If you will discuss selling yourself dearly to Daemon. She winced, color touching her cheeks. It's not like that, she told me finally. I do not wish to die. I don't wish to leave my son and daughter alone in this world. I don't want to leave you or Laenor, or even Joffrey. Some tension I hadn't realized was present bled away from me as she paused to take a deep breath. I am going into this outnumbered, she continued. The girl has that monster, the father only knows what Daemon has done to Caraxes. I can plan all I wish for them, but that does not address what they have been planning for me. I am the most logical to dispatch against them. Then take Naerys with you, I offered. Then flushed as she raised an eyebrow. Fine, a bad writer to offer. I am not going to throw my life away on some fight that cannot be won, she assured me. But this is war. He may not wish to kill you, I pointed out. He does not know you know about his horn. If my Saria is to be believed, Laenor replied. I want to trust her the way you do, it would be a coup against him. Yet, her own daughter fights at his side. And if I approached my brothers on the matter? I asked. It wasn't a serious proposition. More desperation born out of some need to be useful somehow. Still, something in my voice must have alarmed her because she straightened up, eyes worried. No, she cried a moment later. Father would kill you. We have them cornered here. Letting them go causes more problems than they solve. Peace, Laena. At my tone, she relaxed, shaking her head. Focus on keeping him in the Stormlands. The moment Aegon is dealt with, Laenor will come to you. If I could, I'd keep him from Daemon too, she told me wryly. Promise me you will not do anything foolish in turn. Like what? I asked. She rolled her eyes. Like ride out yourself? Send me a brother or two. Her tone was light but strained enough that I could believe she was genuinely worried. I stood, crossing to her, before kneeling down. She snorted softly as I was forced to rearrange my dress to do it. I swear to you that I trust you enough to handle this, I told her seriously. If you need Naerys, ask, but I will not send anyone, including myself, until you declare a need for them. No matter how much I might desperately wish to. She breathed out a sigh of relief, then stood, gripping my hands and drawing me up with her. Thank you. At the sheer amount of feeling in her voice, I rocked up onto my tiptoes and kissed her. When we broke away, she was smiling broadly and I found myself smiling in response, despite the worry still in my gut. Finally, she glanced away, her gaze finding the window. My men are mustering to leave soon, she told me. I need to attend the last of the briefings. I have to come and see them off anyway, I told her. Stay here a little while longer. A command from my queen, she asked, then laughed when I gave her a mock pout. I suppose I am not allowed to call you princess anymore. I might make an exception, I informed her. She laughed again and stepped around me. I followed her movement with curious eyes until she found the box containing Alisanne's crown. I'd half expected father to have you in Jaehaerys' crown by now, she told me as she opened it and lifted it free of the velvet lining. Although I suppose there is not much competition. Daemon with his mockery and Aegon with, the gods only know. Something in Hightower colors with Lannister jewels. I bit my lip. Not until my coronation, I replied finally. My true coronation. I'll have it when Aegon's lords and Daemon are brought to heel. Let everyone know who won. She hummed thoughtfully, making a show of examining the crown before turning to me. I look forward to it, she told me, before lowering it onto my head. Something grand, I think. Every lord and knight watching you claim your rightful throne. The emphasis she put on rightful made me shiver. Then it's up to you to make it happen, I told her as her hands fell away, leaving a weight I was rapidly growing accustomed to behind. She smiled. I'll have Viagar in attendance, she told me impishly. Let them argue then. Roasting the nobles does give a bad impression, you know. She laughed again, but this time there was the same edge of hysteria to it that my own giggles had possessed after I had learned of Daemon's horn. I reached out and caught her hand. I love you. Her laugh died off into a sigh and she reached out to brush away a tear in her eye before drawing me closer. And I you, she replied. I'll do everything in my power to come back. And I'll do everything in my power to ensure there is something to come back to. Chapter 331, The First Battle, Chapter 291. There was, I had learned, a trick to sitting on the Iron Throne. A way of sitting to ensure you did not get sliced to ribbons on its spikes and jutting blades. I had taken the time to practice, there would be no drivel about symbolism from this. The damn thing was a death trap. Never before had I believed the official story of Maegor's demise so ardently as the first time I had ever sat upon the throne. It was enough to make one long for, oh what were they called, oh yes. It made one wish for an angle grinder and 15 minutes of alone time. Mind you, with how full the throne room was with hostile knights at present, I rather fancied it wasn't the only death trap in the room. Riverland knights were in the minority. I saw one from House Cox, 2 wearing the colours of knights in service to House Tully and finally one bearing the colours of House Mallister. If it were only them, I might have the whole lot thrown out. Westerlanders made up a sizable majority after the River Knights. Baneford men, despite the air of that house's animosity with my brother. Craig Hall, Esteron, Jast, Farman, Pretzer, Lefford, Serret, and Plum. Some were heirs, like Cedric Farman or Gawain Westerling. Others were cousins or cadets, less valuable but no less dangerous because of it. Did they know they were being used as a shield? I caught enough discomfort, quickly but badly hidden, to tell me something was afoot in Aegon's camp. Mayhaps, like my own supporters, his Westerland men wanted war and action. It would be a sweet thing if that were true. Hightower knights were the most prevalent. The best armed and armoured too. I also very much doubted there would be any overt displays of unhappiness among the reach component of Aegon's men. Garman would not send anyone inclined to waver to Aegon's side. He'd lost his brother to this campaign, seen a nephew crippled and a niece made a laughingstock. There would be no Costains among their number, despite their public profession to Aegon's cause. No Peaks either. I hadn't met Onwin yet, but I imagined his blatant ambition made him a liability. I did see the Lagood Knight, Sir Rendell, who had struck down the old master of Whisperers. I saw John Roxton, orphan maker at his side, his lips curled into a sneer. And although I didn't see them, I did not doubt he had countless more men waiting to move should today's meeting become violent. Without thinking, I let my hand wrap around the hilt of one of my daggers, hidden by the folds of my dress. Long and thin, it would find a gap in any armor. I forced myself to keep my breathing level, to gaze out over the assembled men as if they were my knights. As if I had not had to line the gallery with gold cloaks or position a good few of my own fighting men between me and Aegon's greens. This was a challenge to my authority as queen, disguised as eager young men wishing to witness the gears of state turning. A paper-thin reason for their presence. Yet I had to swallow it because otherwise, my brother would not be lured from his rooms. I wondered when he had decided I meant to kill him. This show of paranoia was not his usual fare. Perhaps it had been Tyland. If Joffrey was to be believed, Aegon was furious that Tyland had been moved from his tower cell to a cell more befitting his slime. Next to me, Laenor shifted his feet, laying a hand on Dark Sister. With a pang of ache and loss, I recalled the other blade of House Targaryen. I would have to grant him black fire soon enough. That blade my father had worn. Had been wearing it when Garen's arrow went through his chest. If Garen lived when I had dispatched my uncle, he would sorely regret what he had done. My thoughts were forced back on track as Aegon finally put in his appearance. Flanked on both sides by white knights that should rightfully be mine. Rickard Thorne and Willis fell. Rick Cargyle stood behind my brothers, bringing up the rear. The low muttering that had been running through the room stopped and I fancied you might hear a pin drop as Aegon approached and his knights parted before him. He stopped well before the line of my own men though, gazing up at me with an inscrutable expression. No bow. I hadn't expected one, but it still annoyed me. I haven't given in, I willed him to understand. I won't give in. Not now, not ever. Diplomacy is past and I won't wait forever. Give in, you stubborn ass. Instead of screaming it all at him, I made a show of staring down upon him and hoped it irritated him as much as his defiance irritated me. His armor was a stark contrast to my own dress, all black velvets and blood-red satin with rubies and onyx strewn over it. He wore the traditional Valyrian-style armor, the three-headed dragon visible upon his chest. The sword he wore was no black fire, but it was impossible to miss the 3 massive rubies set into its hilt. I waited until his mouth opened and then cut him off. Brother, I called. His mouth snapped shut and I did not miss the annoyance. Keeping him off guard with my silent judgment was one thing, but allowing him to take control of the conversation was quite another. Despite the great love that I bear for you, it seems we have reached as far as diplomacy will take us. I fear, although it pains me greatly, that I must resort to blunt words and harsher methods yet. I am no stranger to blunt words, he replied. There was an odd quality to his voice, almost robotic. Speak them then, sister, and mayhap we will avoid these harsh methods you threaten. There was definitely an unfriendly edge in how he spoke. Enough that I felt, rather than saw, what Kingsguard had remained loyal to me tense. I have been named our father's heir, I began, ignoring the brief baring of his teeth and the way more than a few of his knights muttered in response. By our father. By the lords of this realm who swore oaths twice over. By the hand of the king, who is now my hand. By my father's counsel, that provided him with sound advice and great support. The laws of this land would dispute such a claim, Aegon answered. I would dispute such a claim. All I ask, sister, is that we allow the lords of this realm the vote. I beg of you one last time to stand aside, sister. For peace, so that we may fight our true enemy. A murmur of agreement ran through his men, whilst scoffs and jeering ran through mine. I took a breath. It had been an olive branch, one he had thrown back in my face. It will not be disputed. Not through counsel nor blade. At my words, I watched his jaw clench, his head angle away for the briefest moment before he seemed to swallow his response at that. He was calm again as I rose. I declare you a traitor, Aegon of House Targaryen. If any man stands with you after this day, they shall be named as such in turn. Are we traitors? I saw Aegon turn, surprised and annoyed as Durin stepped forward. Will you cut our heads off? Throw us in the cells like you did Tywin Lannister. Aemon stepped forward and laid a hand on his shoulder, but Aegon's men were already muttering alongside him. I am not in the habit of repeating myself, I told him coldly. Any man that stands in support of this traitor is a traitor in turn. As if to emphasize my point, Laenor laid his hand on Dark Sister once more. His stance changed ever so slightly, leaning forward as if ready to draw and strike. He could not miss that the entire small council, bar the former master of laws, were at my side as well. Nor that Crownland lords and men were conspicuously by my side. Neither would his men. Would they still fight for him when they knew my gold cloaks were reinforced with fighting men? So it is the cells for me. Aegon asked as Durin was dragged back into the line by Aemond. Will you escort me yourself, sweet sister? As if that were some signal, his men drew swords. The room filled with the din of metal, an inner circle formed around my brother. He had not drawn his own blade, but Aemond and Durin had. You are threatening to throw your men into a pointless and ultimately unwinnable battle, I pointed out. For honor, he replied. For what is right. For justice. I will not give you the satisfaction of a bloodbath, Aegon. He tensed as I spoke. For that is what you want here, it seems. And I have no desire to see you in a cell either. I'm an uncommonly unfettered traitor then, sister. It seems queens are a kinder breed. That made my teeth itch as a few select men chuckled. Not so kind as to allow you from my sight, I shot back. You are confined here until Daemon is defeated. Then we will revisit the matter of your quarters, brother. His face fell for a brief second before he managed to set his expression to neutral once more. I didn't blame him, it was a struggle not to send a venomous smile his way. It had taken me far too long to reason out that his strength was also his weakness. I could not fight his men in the narrow and confined areas of the keep, but neither could he. He might retain just enough strength to keep me from attacking without severe repercussions for my keep, loyal men and image, but neither did he have enough men to fight his way out. Trapped here, not under my power, but trapped all the same. A siege in all but name, especially because he would soon discover the kitchens had orders not to send food to his men anymore. He had supplies, he would be a fool not to, but he didn't have enough. I gave him just enough time for that to sink in before forging onwards. Speaking of arrests, brother, your men in the city will soon discover they do have their places in my cells. As will all the lords who damage and degrade the defense of this realm in the face of a mad prince who has come to conquer it. Your supporters may crown Riker, as you so threatened, but only until Old Town falls to my husband and then men that will follow him in my name. Do you think Helena will fight? Do you think she will prevail over Seasmoke? You go too far, he snapped at me, face pale and nostrils flared in rage. It made me giddy to see him this angry, to see me finally getting through to him that his game was over. He had played his stupid game, and now he would win his stupid prizes. You are very wrong, Aegon, because I intend to go much further. Lord Commander. At my shout, Laurent Marbrand stepped forward. He looked every inch the man simply doing his duty, but I was beginning to understand my Lord Commander. He was relishing this. He had not forgotten what had happened to his family, and he would bask in every moment. The King's Guard will honor the oaths we swore to the former king, he intoned grimly. Sir Willis, Sir Ricard, Sir Eric, if you do not rejoin your brothers in the White Sword Tower, your cloaks will be stripped from you and your pages in the White Book burned. The King's Guard have no place for those who do not know loyalty and honor. It is you that does not know honor, Eric answered, stepping forward. Aegon yielded the floor to him, still pale with anger. No oath that puts a daughter above a son can be said to be lawful. What knight follows oaths that bind them to unlawful action? One who shames his spurs and all of us by calling himself Seer. Eric began, but Eric rounded on him, teeth flashing yet somehow keeping his voice level. You do not see it, not when we were boys and not now. Women are unfit for power. They use it solely to bring good men low. They do not protect their lands nor fight for their people. They rely on others to do so through pretty words and manipulations. Anything they say is a lie, or a truth twisted to fit their plots and schemes. What does a woman know of honor and oaths? Eric might have replied, but Stefan laid a hand on his shoulder, pulling him backward. He muttered something to him and Eric subsided. He looked lost, adrift, and my heart ached for him. Then you are stripped of your cloak. When this traitor prince is brought to heel, I will burn it myself. Laurent had barely gotten to the end of the sentence before Eric had pulled the cloak from himself and tossed it into what little no man's land there was between my men and Aegon's. Take it, he declared. I am a knight of the King's Guard. I serve King Aegon. I'll take a white cloak from him. I'll not have any man say that the cloak I wear means I am bound to serve her. I watched as a muscle jumped in Laurent's jaw, his eyes on Eric and not the cloak. A moment later Willis fell stepped forward, his cloak joining Eric's. His glare told me more than any words that he agreed with the sentiment. You shall all receive a cloak from me, should you wish it, Aegon said indulgently as Ricard Thorne began to walk forwards. I name you my Lord Commander, Sir Eric. Thank you, your Eric suddenly stopped as Ricard Thorne did not deposit his cloak before Laurent as he and Willis had. Instead he stepped over them, his eyes meeting Laurent's as my knights bristled, ready to defend should he strike. In the gallery above, crossbows tracked him as he moved. I nearly keeled over from shock when he knelt. My brothers speak harshly, he finally said. But I see the wisdom in your words, Lord Commander. Forgive me for this lack of faith. I respected King Viserys greatly. If Queen Rhaenyra is truly to be his heir, then I will serve her as diligently as I did him. A trick, I thought faintly as Aegon went pale again. It has to be a trick. A trick to put a blade in my back. Yet, as Laurent accepted Ricard's words, I could not help but wonder if Aegon was truly that good an actor. He was shocked, his mouth agape and his face pale. Eric was furious, Willis baffled, they hadn't known. They continued to stare as my knights parted and Ricard made his way to the base of the throne and once again knelt. My queen, I give you my oath that I will serve you as I served your father. That I will fight for you and die for you if my oath demands it. Not a traditional oath but, well, nothing about this was traditional. I accept your words, Sir Ricard, and your fealty. Rise, and let it be known that you are a brother of the King's Guard in good repute and that no blame or taint is upon you. I lied as he rose. I will have recompense for this, Aegon promised as his knights began to fall back, enfolding him within their ranks. Nobody relaxed until the last of them was gone from the hall and we were alone with our thoughts. Chapter 332, The First Battle, Chapter 292. My office was cramped with all 7 knights of the King's Guard, Corlys, and Laenor, stood and sat inside it. Yet I would not risk pulling guards from their watch on my brother. Not when he had fortified his rooms in turn. He would take action, sooner or later. To cede this to me, to remain trapped but without the image of being unjustly imprisoned would force a response. Fight or surrender, it would come soon. But not today. Arise, Sir Harold, Sir Willem. At my command they did, and Garibald and Stefan stepped forward, passing them their new white cloaks. I did not miss the look of pride on Stefan's face. His former squire, now his brother? I risked a glance at Ricard. He had watched the spectacle without a hint of emotion. What did he think of his new brothers? What did he think of the old ones? If he sensed my interest in him, he did not respond, eyes fixed on the newest of my white knights. I apologize that this is not the public ceremony you deserve, I told them finally. You will receive your honors soon enough. I am honored to be chosen at all, Your Grace, Willem replied swiftly. I wondered if he suspected Rhea's true motives in bringing him to my attention. You both received glowing testimony from those I would trust with my life. Willem's expression didn't change but I saw pride on Harold Dark's face. I let my eyes meet Stefan's before allowing myself to smile. Do trust with my life. Your Grace, Stefan murmured as Harold swelled with even greater pride. I let the moment of levity hang in the air for a few seconds before pulling the mantle of Queen around me once more. Lord Commander, Sir Eric, remain please. Stefan, show your new brothers the White Sword Tower, if you would. The man who was arguably my longest-serving knight bowed low and turned. The rest followed with bows of their own, Ricard's just as respectful as the rest. I waited until they were gone, but Eric had evidently figured out why I had wanted him to be kept back specifically. Your Grace, I once again apologize for my brother's actions and words. He sounded dejected, clearly grieving. It is not your burden, I told him evenly. But I would ask for an explanation. As to his words, Eric asked bitterly. Watch your tone, Laurent said a moment later. Her Grace is the Queen of Westeros now. Eric swallowed, then heaved a sigh in response, shooting me a mournful glance. I did not allow any sympathy to show on my face, no matter how keenly I might feel it. Eric had never really entertained the thought his brother might not heed him. Now, he was being forced to face it, accompanied by all the whispers and distrust it brought him. Speak, sire, I added, in as gentle a tone as I dared. I did not want to undermine Laurent, I needed him as an ally. You have met our mother. Why do you think she brought Jon here, although he is my father's heir? Father is spineless and heeds her and her alone. Eric was his heir and mother, had a heavy hand in his raising. She treated him badly, I know that now, and he swore his vows to defy her. The words were rushed, almost falling out of his mouth. It sounded like a confession, there was an almost desperate quality to it. I thought it was bad form to steal an heir. I asked finally. Corlys snorted. I'd been half surprised he'd remained quiet until now. Your father has a small estate, yes. Eric nodded glumly in response to Corlys' inquiry, although I didn't doubt for a second that my hand had known the answer. He looked to me and shrugged. The heir to a landed knight was no threat to Jaehaerys, even in his late rule. Eric. At my calling of his name, his head jerked to me. I have made this offer once, to one man. I pray the Lord Commander does not take it as a mockery. At my words, Laurent stirred, his head tilting in curiosity. Do you still wish for your white cloak? I asked, ensuring my tone was level. There will be more pain to come in the future. Your brother cleaves to mine. He will fight for him. He may die for him. Can you truly stand behind the queen that may preside over your twin brother's death? Eric froze, jaw clenched. Stefan had taken the query well, but the moment I had spoken the last word, I knew Eric had taken it as an insult. Peace, Sir Eric, said Laenor, smoothly. This is not a declaration of mistrust. Is it not? He asked, sounding bitter. No, I replied firmly. Laenor laid a hand on my arm. We have fought together, trained together. Laenor began softly. Neither my nor my wife's trust in you has wavered. It is for you we ask, for my wife knows well the grief of a twin when one is torn away. Her own children are twins, Alice and Sira were twins. I understand, he replied, bitterness fading but not gone. Her Grace asked Sir Stefan before you, Laurent finally said. I will not ask why. I trusted that your offer was one like this, to avoid grief rather than shame upon our vows. I understand, Eric said again, sounding more sure this time. I swore an oath, and I will honor that oath, even if I must face my brother myself. My heart panged with that. Something in me. I would not, could not, let Eric end as it had before. I could not. Not that cheery man, always ready and quick with a joke. I forced a pleased smile. I am glad you see that I meant no insult, forgive me for speaking it. He nodded stiffly. I glanced at Laenor, who frowned. Trust me, I wanted to say. Instead I turned my gaze back to the two knights before me. I have a mission of great import for you. Your Grace, he asked. I glanced at Laurent, who frowned but did not look disapproving. I let my eyes meet his. I am sending Rena, Emma, and Viserys away, I told them grimly. Jocelyn and Iman will remain here. And Lady Naerys? Asked Laurent. Now he sounded disapproving. Will remain here as well, I replied. Still, she is not my first concern. My first concern is my son, daughter, and niece. I have already decided that Sir Eric will accompany my son, in secret, to White Harbour. I require a knight to watch over Emma and Rena in the Vale. Forgive me, said Eric. But what of Princess Alice? I shot a glance at Laenor. He gave me a sad smile in turn before taking a deep breath. My daughter will accompany Lord Mutin's forces, he confirmed. She will stay with them as they join our Vale allies and march into the Riverlands in order to secure our allies there. Of course, this relies on the Falcons and the Wolves preventing Aegon's Greens from becoming too entrenched, Corlys added, before catching the look Laenor sent him. Peace, son, it is a good strategy. Sir Willem knows the Vale, Laurent said finally. But it may be best to send him with Princess Alice. He is a fierce fighter and his blade will be a great help on a battlefield. I nodded my acceptance. I trust Sir Stefan's training of his former squire. Sir Harold with Lady Rena and Princess Emma, he continued musing. After a moment, he paused. Might I be bold, Your Grace? Be bold, Lord Commander, I told him, feigning slight amusement even as my guts churned at the prospect of sending my children away growing more real and solid by the moment. Sir Garibald to watch Lady Naerys, he told me. Of all my brothers, he could, do what needs to be done with the fewest qualms. Do what needs to be done. An odd way to put planting a blade in her back should she turn on us. I understand and accept your suggestions, Lord Commander. He bowed. Eric followed the motion a moment later. Thank you, Your Grace, he said after they had risen again. I will protect your son. See that you do, I replied. And if you find a way to drop that infernal drum in the ocean without him noticing, do it. The joke was weak, but he managed a smile all the same. Laurent dropped a hand to his shoulder, and Eric's gaze fell. My heart ached again and I wanted nothing more than to crawl under the covers and only emerge when this whole nightmare was over. Dismissed, sirs, I told them and they left as their brothers had. Well, most of their brothers. I spied Garibald in the hall, standing watch over my office. I waited until they left and then turned to my husband and godfather and let out an explosive sigh. Corlys chuckled and Laenor merely looked, unhappy. I suppose we must inform my sulky spymaster of this development. His relative silence outside of his usual reports over the past few days had been grating on me. Laner knew it too. If I went, as like as not I would argue with him. I should send Laner, or better yet Corlys. But I had to talk to him sometime, and today was better than not at all. Chapter 333, The First Battle, Chapter 293. Garibald followed as I swept down the corridor to the office Joffrey had claimed for his own. It was close enough to Gerald Redford's quarters for quick meetings, but not so close people might, whisper and wonder who my true master of whisperers was. Well, any more than those in the know already did. Since our argument over the topic of Ema and the Florents, we had barely spoken beyond what was strictly necessary. His comment still burned, to accuse me of being Aeneas come again, when in the same breath he advocated for actions that would see the realm label me as Mager in miniature. Still, Luke was likely a prisoner, his family had been all but wiped out, and those that had survived were still in the thick of danger as they fled Daemon's destruction of the coast of the Stormlands. I should have been kinder. That he had not fallen apart was a miracle in itself, I supposed. I hesitated when I reached his door, fist hovering a mere inch or so from the wood. A deep breath failed to reassure me. He would be angry, grouchy. I had made decisions regarding his daughter he had not approved of in advance, and that would only compound the issue in the long run. But I couldn't put it off. For all we clashed, he was my spymaster. One of my most trusted allies. My friend. There was no sound at my first knock and for a moment, I thought he must not be in. Movement put an end to that thought, the sound of a chair creaking and someone shuffling about. Leave me, he called at my second knock. There was a hitch to his voice that I could not place. It was enough to set me on edge and in turn, that set Garibald on edge. His hand dropped to his blade and he turned to me as if wondering what my command might be. The corridor, empty of guards, suddenly felt very unfriendly. Why had I not noticed their absence earlier? Joffrey, I began, then changed my mind, nodding to Garibald. My knight moved forward and brought his armored boot crashing into the door, sending it flying open. Joffrey was seated behind his desk, half frozen in horror at my entrance. It was not hard to see why, with the blade at his neck. Momentary fear stole my breath as Garibald cursed and Larry smiled at me. It was not a particularly nice smile, and contained entirely too much glee. Call off your dog, your grace, he said as Garibald advanced. Else my own hand might just slip and put an end to any hope you have of keeping your throne. As if to emphasize the point, he tilted his hand slightly and a drop of blood welled from Joffrey's neck, trickling around the blade. Sir Garibald. At my call, the knight halted his advance. He did not glance back at me, did not take his eyes from Larry's, but held firm, blade at the ready. You take instruction well, Larry's almost purred, and I didn't miss Joffrey tense at his tone. Get rid of him, your grace, and hand me your knives. My hand froze halfway towards where my knives were indeed hidden. He knew about that. I let my eyes slide to Joffrey, still in his seat. His eyes met mine and I could see the fury. Whatever had happened here had him riled up. He wanted Larry's dead. Ordering Sir Garibald to do so would be a swift end to a problem that had dogged me for a long time. But I would lose Joffrey, I had no doubt what Larry's would do out of spite. I forced the fear down. There had to be a way. Larry's was proud, obsessed and utterly convinced of his own cleverness. There was a way. Sir Garibald, please guard the door, I managed to say in a polite tone. For a moment, I thought he would deny the order. Then, slowly, as if he were being forced to, he lowered his blade. Your grace, are you sure? He asked after a moment. I looked at Joffrey again, his face a rictus of fury now. He must know what Larry's would do if I turned Garibald loose. He still wanted Larry's dead. Well, bully for him. He had a daughter and son that needed him. Laner needed him. Go, ensure we are not disturbed. And Garibald went, eyes unhappy and blade still unsheathed. And your knives, your grace? Asked Larry's after the door had swung shut. Larry's knew Garibald to be a threat. Yet I could not surrender my knives. Not if I were to retain any control over this situation. I'll keep them, I replied, and if I was not so stressed, I would be proud of the way my voice did not waver once. His frown sent a flit of fear through me and I didn't dare break eye contact with him to look at Joffrey. I gave you an order, he said a moment later, fixing his manic smile back in place. More blood welled at Joffrey's neck and my spymaster grunted. 1,000 lessons on public speaking, on posture and on etiquette saved me from losing it then and there. My hands still shook as I spoke. And I said no. My knight is gone, that is quite enough goodwill on my part. I would have you show me some in turn. For a long, terrifying moment, I thought I'd read it wrongly. Then the knife lowered. From Joffrey's neck, at least. It did not vanish, its blade still too close to Joffrey for comfort. Its wielder's attention was on me now, and his smile wavered down to an almost smirk as he examined me. His gaze was too intense, as it always was, but I refused to cower. You have her well trained. He finally exclaimed, turning back to Joffrey, eyes full of delight. I could never manage that with Alicent. So stubborn, so dense. If the situation had been any less dire, I might have found the frustration in his voice funny. I trained no one, Joffrey rasped. I serve at her grace's pleasure. There is no need for false modesty at this juncture, Larys replied, his tone mild. Given his eyes were on Joffrey alone, I took the opportunity to shuffle further into the room and gain a better angle for looking at them both. If Larys noticed, he didn't seem to care. Great men such as you and I remain in the shadows by necessity, but it does not mean none may appreciate our work. I am not sure what deeds you think I am responsible for, but I assure you, you are mistaken. Joffrey's tone was firm, and when he finished speaking, he clenched his jaw as if he were determined to say nothing more. My spymaster is talented indeed, Larys, I cut in, to Joffrey's evident anger. But he is humble, yes. Larys turned, moving the blade until it was pointing at me. Then he smiled, waggling it at me as if it was a finger and I was a naughty child he couldn't help but be amused by. I wanted to rip his face off. See, she knows. He laughed, as if I were not there. She knows what you have done for her. You gave her direction, you gave her purpose, you have given her a throne. They should call you Queenmaker, Sir Joffrey. Joffrey shot me a dark look, as if to warn me from encouraging him. Yet encouraging him was all I had at the moment. And if a few distasteful lies and flatteries kept Joffrey alive long enough to end this, I would speak them until my throat was raw. You saw what many did not, Larys, I continued. Most saw Corlys. The sea snake. He laughed. I suppose the man has a certain cunning, but no, I always knew it could not be him. He is a braggart, he could never keep having the future queen as a puppet quiet. Larys turned back to Joffrey, and for a moment, I wondered why he did not leap up. His leg was not so destroyed that it would be beyond him, especially given Larry's own leg problem. He had his sword stick, his darts, his fists if need be. Then I cast the thought from my mind as Larys began speaking again. No, only a man who has seen the farce of Westeros nobility could know how to manipulate the subtle pressures of court and rumor. It has been a great show indeed, to watch you turn their vaunted positions and titles against them. How amusing Alicent's rage and anger was when you failed utterly to rise to her challenges but instead chiseled slowly away at her weakest and most vulnerable points. There was something akin to worship in his tone, and although Joffrey's face remained a mask of anger, I could see disgust there too. You and I, we who lack the strength Westeros prides. He paused. Then he raised his blade at Joffrey again, not in threat, I was quite sure of that. I am most looking forward to seeing them bow to a queen. Strong men. Ha! Bowing to the weak woman. He stopped again and then peered round at me, his smile indulgent in a way that banished unease and brought rage coursing back through my veins. He had control of the situation again. Time to push once more. You won't live to see them bow to me, Larys, I told him. His smile fell and his lips thinned, a frown marring his face. That is not your choice, he sneered. I caught the subtext. Shut up, the adults are talking. Dismissing me, once more. I could not let him dismiss me entirely. I needed him angry, mistake-prone, and off-balance. And whose would it be? I think your unrequited love for Sir Joffrey has poisoned your mind. He won't have you, Larys. Just like every woman you've ever courted. That did it, his face contorting in rage as he took a half-step towards me. He didn't want to leave Joffrey's side. Yet as he moved, I saw what kept my spymaster rooted in his seat. Blood seeping through his fingers where his hand was pressed tightly to his leg. Larys had not hit an artery, but I could see why Joffrey wouldn't risk it until he had little choice. Damn! What is between us is not carnal lust, you brain-addled whore, he snapped. Pleasing the body is what he keeps your pretty husband around for, I challenged the mind. If you were anything more than your face you would understand. My mouth opened for a retort but Joffrey beat me to it, slamming his hand into his desk. Larys whirled, his head tilted slightly as Joffrey gazed at him, white with rage. You will not insult Laenor in front of me, he hissed through clenched teeth. I dared not even breathe as Larys absorbed this sudden anger. Then, to my surprise, he became almost apologetic. I understand, he said, solemnly. I am not some wooden-headed knight to deny you your love. I have no issue with it, truly. For all her insinuations, I have no lust for you. I only hope, of course, you allow me the same. I will allow you whatever you can find at the wall, Joffrey snapped. That is if her grace decides to allow you to keep your cock. Drop the knife and grovel and you may find me generous indeed, I added, and Larys turned to me as if he had just noticed I was there. Gods, he really was in his own world, wasn't he? He was barely listening to what Joffrey was saying, mangling the anger and disgust to fit his own dreamt-up narrative. How long had this man spent in his own head that this level of cognitive dissonance was even possible? I met his gaze as he stared at me. At first, his face was blank, and then, as if he were experiencing the 5 stages of grief, he cycled through shock, anger, thoughtfulness, and finally something close to grim acceptance. I was wrong, he finally murmured, his voice soft. The sudden tone took me off guard in a way I did not like. I had wanted him angry, but this was as far from anger as possible. Whenever will you cease surprising me, Sir Joffrey? You have outdone me again. Feel like explaining your new vein of crazy? I asked, but the insult slid right off him as he stared at me as if I were some rare and exotic creature he had never encountered before. From past his shoulder, Joffrey met my eyes, pulling apart his jacket to reveal the 3 darts nestled against his stomach. Forgive me, Larys finally said, still talking in that same unnerving and soft tone. I thought you without dignity, slavishly obeying for pretty gems, the throne, and the glory and veneration that went with it. Past Larys, Joffrey braced himself on the desk, pushing himself to his feet and then grimacing at the pain. His stick was too far away to help. I have more invested in my throne than the adoring masses, I told him, willing him to keep his eyes on me. I dared not reach for my knife as Joffrey struggled with his balance. I could not risk Larry's guessing. Did you not look into my college? I did, he told me. I did. I was a fool to miss it. Alicent was poor clay indeed, no wonder I could not bring her to heel. I should have listened to my idiot brother when he prattled on about you. I was given the answers, I refused to see them. Then he sighed as if some sudden realization had broken his heart. You really are good. As if I would not notice, he turned just as Joffrey freed himself and staggered backwards to brace himself against the wall. You really are making this difficult. If it were easy, you wouldn't be here, Joffrey gasped, his face pale. His wound was bleeding freely again. That's true, Larry said calmly, moving towards Joffrey. There seemed to be genuine concern in his voice as he spoke. Do you still truly deny me? I can place your lover's children on the throne. I can shatter the greens with ravens alone. I can have 1,000 blades pointed at Daemon's back by morning. Think of it. Westeros with its artist king, their dashing prince regent and us, ruling it all together. Do I not rank any more? I asked, hand moving into my sleeve, curling around the dagger while Larry's had his back turned. Larry spared me a smile, but it was a sad one. You have just enough cunning to be dangerous, your grace. Too proud, as well. You'd never bow, not truly. As he spoke, he continued his advance on Joffrey. I'm glad you hold me so high in your estimations, I told him, letting venom seep into my voice. He did not have a chance to answer as Joffrey leaped forward, pushing the dart he had concealed in the palm of his hand at Larry's face. For the first time that I could recall, I heard Larry's curse as Joffrey toppled into him, his blade clattering to the floor. He was barely keeping the point from his eye. It was happening too fast and not fast enough at the same moment. I could throw the dagger now, but if I hit his back and nothing else, he'd kill Joffrey before I could hit him again. The knife wouldn't kill him straight away, not unless I got his head. Would these throwing knives punch through bone? They weren't built for that. They were designed to pierce the softer bits, make an enemy bleed and slow him down. His neck then? Could I catch his neck at such an angle and miss Joffrey in that same moment? No, the whole reason I was entertaining this farce was to ensure I had a spymaster come tomorrow. I let my hand find the longer knife, the one designed for a last resort stab, and charged in, just in time for Larry's to kick Joffrey's wound and send him collapsing to the ground with a scream of agony. I barely had time to register Larry's turning to me, anger etched into his features. I did not hesitate, could not. He had no time to defend himself, not whilst he was still off balance from flinging Joffrey aside. I crashed into him, angling my own blade upwards through the soft skin under his neck and trying not to feel nauseous at the horrific gurgling sound he made as the dagger punched through the roof of his mouth. My momentum took us both to the floor, but only I was moving when I finally had the breath back to move away. Had he punched me? It felt like I had broken a rib or somehow bruised my lung, because it was hard to draw breath. I heard the door bang open, Garibaldi and what seemed like 100 more men stormed in. Good, so he had not been idle. I would have to remember that to Laurent. He deserved a commendation for the shitty position I had placed him in. Were they yelling? It was hard to hear. Why was it hard to hear? Stefan appeared above me, his face a mask of concern. With impossible gentleness, he lifted my head from the ground, and when I went to thank him, all that emerged was a groan. As my head was laid back down on something soft, panic began to set in. Had he stabbed me in turn? He had dropped the blade. I was quite sure of it. Had he kept a second one on him? No, I could not die here. After all I'd done, it was Larry's that would kill me? And now I was going to die, weeping like a child on the floor of a dusty office. Laurent's face appeared alongside Stefan's. My Lord Commander said something, but I could not hear him over the sound of my own ragged breathing and hacking sobs. Anger and fear bit at me until I felt some sharp pain in my gut. And I could breathe once more. The room rushed back to me, too loud in my ears and the light too harsh for my eyes. How had I not even noticed it dimming around me? I could hear the bells ringing in the distance, screams and yells too far away. It all hurt. It hurt too much. Your Grace? Laurent asked and I forced myself to focus. Yet the focus would not come and all I could muster was groan. It was Edmund that appeared next, his face grave and I wanted to object when he handed something to Laurent. The Grand Maester could not be trusted. Yet when Laurent forced a cup to my lips, I could not stop him administering whatever potion he had prescribed. I tried to turn my head away, yet neither he nor Stefan would let me, pouring some foul-tasting mixture into my mouth. It lay on my tongue, too thick, but when I tried to spit it out, Laurent covered my mouth. He was saying something, but in my panic I could not hear him, and without any other choice I swallowed it. It took him a moment to realize I had, and when he did, he removed his hand almost cautiously, as if he expected me to vomit it all back up. I did not fight the second time, my body felt like lead. By the time I swallowed that, my eyes were drooping shut. Sleep took me after the third. Chapter 334, Interlude, Sabitha. Her breath was ragged, each gulp of air sending spikes of pain into her chest. The tang of copper lay unpleasantly on her tongue. Had her lip split when the knave had struck her? Sab, Sira's terrified whisper broke whatever spell the man's death had cast and she choked out a painful gasp. Did he? The words wouldn't come and she bent double, gasping for more air. No, he was one of Larry's. She might have frowned, but her face still ached where the man's fist had struck her. Your brother. Rhaenyra had never trusted him and Maris, the less said about Maris. Why would he strike at you? There was a moment of deep and terrible silence and she finally dragged her eyes up to meet her friend's gaze. Her heart lurched at the lost and terrified look her eyes held. She wanted to reach out, to know. No good came from that longing. Maris said that his plots loyalities, Sira finally confessed. That he hates us. I did not want to believe it, but... This is why you have shut yourself away? Oh, Sira, words failed her for a moment. Thoughts of Patrek brought the taste of anger to her tongue, but she could not imagine killing him. Perhaps when she was younger, in the heat of an argument, with her blade close to hand. The man that had come for Sira had been a knight, hired and paid for. Had she not come along, determined to break her friend from her self-imposed exile from the world, what might have happened? The thought made her breath come sharp for a few moments. I did not want to believe, Sira murmured once more. Then her legs seemed to give out and she landed in a tangle upon her bed, her eyes moving from Sabitha's own to the dead man that lay in the middle of her floor. A moment of silence, broken only by her own attempts to bring her breath under her control. At least she did not feel as if there were 1,000 tiny shards nestled in her chest. Her hands still shook and so she gripped her sword tighter, so that Sira would not see. Not that Sira seemed to even be looking at her would-be killer now. Her eyes were fixed on something only she could see, in a manner that reminded her so strongly of Rhaenyra that she had to squash the momentary panic that thought brought to her breast. Rhaenyra had her king's guard. Not even a knight of greater skill than this one's could overcome those men. Maris, Sira murmured softly a moment later, and when she raised her eyes once more, they were wide with fear. Sab. Maris. My nephews. We have to. No, I'll go. I'll go. You stay here and bar the door. I will go to Maris. Maris would know if Larry's were truly behind this attack and what could be done about it. The thought was grounding. Yes, that would be for the best. Sira was holding her arms tight to her chest. Was it truly all right to leave her here in the presence of a body? I'll be back soon, she swore, and plunged through the door she'd nearly kicked down in her panic at hearing Sira's scream. She broke into a light jog as she left Sira's quarters, her thoughts running wild. It seemed so abrupt. That Larry's was a bastard was known to her, one couldn't spend much time in Joffrey's presence without learning as such, but to strike at his own sister? To kill one and try to kill the other? Again her mind conjured Patrek, sneering and disgusted. The bitter burn that she associated with the thought of her brother and father was soon behind. A kinslayer? Could he truly be? Sira seemed convinced. If Maris were too. Another thought struck as her mind wandered to Sira once more. Should she have checked her for wounds? She had not seemed injured. Was she the type to hide an injury? From Rhaenyra, perhaps. From the children. From her? Especially if she wished her to find Maris and her nephews? The thought almost made her stop right then and turn back. Maris had her guards, Sira was alone. The ringing of the bell sent her reeling once again. The bells. The bells that had last rung for a dead king. Bile surged in her throat and she gripped her blade tighter, torn. Run back to Sira, find Maris, or go to Rhaenyra. She cast the last thought out. Her blade had saved Rhaenyra's life once, but she knew she was a poor shadow compared to Sir Stefan or the Lord Commander. Lady Sabitha. She turned to find Sir Dennis flanked by more knights whose faces she knew not. A wild thought, fueled by fear, struck her that he seemed malevolent in that moment. Then his own face became one of concern as he spied her blade still wet with Syrah's would-be killer's blood. A man attempted to slay Syrah, she said as he drew in close. I seek Maris at her behest. Sir Dennis' eyes darkened, a look of frustration on his face. Sir Joffrey's men signaled an attack from the tunnels. The mud gate and the dragon pit also sent signals for aid. Bastard! This was Aegon's play, then? Men, reinforce the guard on our good prince. Dennis commanded. The wall seemed suddenly too narrow. Breath too hard to draw. Not exertion, but fear. What was this? Kill any who make the push for the city. Rhaenyra would grieve this greatly. Lady Sabitha, I will accompany you to secure Lady Maris. My queen would be well wroth if I allowed you to continue alone. He seemed sincere. She forced herself to swallow, her throat aching suddenly. All those days spent in the practice yard suddenly seemed paltry in the face of actual battle. Come then, she managed to bark out. Sir Dennis nodded, and his knights broke away from them, charging to where their fellows overlooked Aegon's men. Too proud, Maris had once jested. Too proud, she would die before she let the men see her fear. Lady Strong suspects Larry's, Dennis commented as they ran. Yes, she replied. How much did he know? He was Stefan's second amongst Rhaenyra's guards. It made sense they'd tell him enough to know Larry's was a threat, but she believes he slew Ali Strong and now seeks to strike at the rest of his family. Bastard, Dennis swore. Around them, the keep was coming to life. Men in Targaryen colors and those that had already come to answer Rhaenyra's call. Some ran to Aegon's quarters, others streamed towards the city itself. What is happening? She breathed as they crashed past another group. Sir Joffrey feared Larry's may attempt to use the tunnels and passages to free Aegon and his men. Dennis explained. She bit back the acidic retort. She had known that, but offending Rhaenyra's knights would not help in the moment, as much as she wished to. We expected a small force, but this. Did he bring an army? The knight that struck at Syrah reached her before the bells, Sabitha told him. No doubt through a passage we are as yet unaware of. She risked a glance over at him. His face was twisted into a frown. To strike at the Red Keep. Viserys' body was barely cold before Aegon sought to usurp Rhaenyra. Do you truly think he would hold the keep as sacred? She demanded. As if he has not pissed on everything else his father held dear. Hells. But it was not her jab Dennis was responding to, but the man outside Maris' quarters, dressed as one of Rhaenyra's knights. When he saw them, he straightened, opening his mouth, although he did not get the chance to greet them. Sir Dennis crossed the gap between them and slew him before the man could even draw his blade. Not one of ours, he hissed a moment later, nearly inaudible as the knight crashed to the floor. She forced another breath and raised her blade. Dennis took another look at her, then nodded and threw open the door to Maris' quarters. Despite the danger, she could not help the groan she tore itself from her throat at the sight of her friend slumped to the floor. Unmoving, unbreathing, and surrounded by a pool of crimson the source of which was a wound in her back. A coward's blow. A familiar dagger lay not far from her body, the blade stained just as red. Not far from that was a man, alive and breathing, but not long for the world if she was correct about his wounds. Good, she thought viciously as she stepped into the room after Dennis. Good, Maris had sold her life dearly. Help us! Help us! The boy's cry shattered the moment and her heart leapt in wild hope. She could still save Maris' children. She would save them. Dennis appeared to be of similar mind as they moved as one to the source of the call. The boy's room, the door to which was blocked by two knights who seemed to be in the process of smashing open the door. It felt like a dream as they charged. She felt strangely apart from herself as the knights turned at their arrival, panic writ large upon their faces as they hastened to draw their weapons. Suddenly, those days in the yards were enough. Enough to kill the men who had slain her friend. She stepped aside as his first strike whistled by her, stabbing at his face. As off-balance as that first strike had made him, his own subsequent dodge sent him tumbling backwards, the wall saving him from falling prone. She did not give him time to recover, renewing her attack as her dreamlike state faded and was replaced by a rage that made her hand ache as she gripped the blade. Knock aside his blow, strike at his arm. He howled as the blow struck him, the blade falling from his hand. Why the rage banked into hatred and his face exploded into red as her blade met his jaw. Gurgling, he fell backwards, alive. Her breath was coming hard again as she watched him writhe and groan and bleed. He tried to yield, said Dennis, his voice quiet, his own opponent already dead, blood flowing freely from the neck. I'm not a fucking knight, she spat back. Neither is a man who would strike a woman in the back, he said after a moment, stepping past her. She did not turn away as he put an end to him. Comfort the boys, they know you. I will. I will cover the body so they do not see it. It made sense. Why did it make her so angry once more? Not trusting her voice, she nodded. He stepped away and she forced herself to look away from the knight she had all but killed. In the silence that followed, she could hear one of the boys sobbing. Another talking quickly in low tones, trying for comfort, but even through the thick door she knew he was not achieving it. She swallowed. Boys, she called, out of breath and voice ragged and croaky. It is Sabitha. Auntie, asked the tremulous voice. Joffrey. The oldest. Yes, she confirmed. Yes. Are you unharmed? Will you open the door? A silence answered that, broken only by what she now suspected was John's sobbing. Her heart clenched painfully when he spoke once more. Mama said we were not to unlock the door until she said. Where is Mama? Words failed her. Twice she opened her mouth to answer him and twice she closed it, unable to say anything. Instead, the tears finally fell and she let out a shaky sigh, willing herself not to sob. A moment later, the lock ground and the door opened slowly. Joffrey's little face appeared from around it. He was pale, his hazel eyes filled with tears as he watched her. A moment later, he glanced down, choking suddenly as he took in the ruin of the knight's face. The sound of her own blade falling from her hand startled her from her fugue. She moved forward, aware she was shaking and trembling. He let her push him back into the room. Upon seeing her, Osmond and John rushed forward, wrapping their little arms about her as John's sobs renewed. Mama, is she? Joffrey's words failed him and one glance at his face told her that he knew. I'm sorry, she settled for saying. I'm so sorry. His face broke, tears running down his face, and she broke again anew. Fresh tears falling from her eyes as she pulled the boys closer to her. Gods, what would she tell Sira? That she had failed? That Maris was dead and Harwin was God's knew where. Gods, Harwin. 7 hells. That made her freeze, even the grief stuttered in her chest at the curse. Dennis was a man who had risen to command under Stefan. He would not curse unless. Suddenly, she regretted dropping her blade in the hall. It took her a moment to retrieve it as she ran, calling for Joffrey to keep his brothers where they were. In the next moment as she reached Dennis' side, a distant roar split the air and she crashed to a halt, following his gaze. The dragon pit, it was as if some giant of legend had smashed one of its walls apart. Fires burned around the wreckage of the wall. They watched in horror as a gout of green flame saw more of the wall collapse. A moment later a deep blue dragon tore free of the walls, ascending into the sky before wheeling about to the west, following 2 other already distant dragons. Chapter 335, A History of King's Landing. Excerpt from A History of King's Landing by Tommen Darklin, Master of History from the Academy of Dragonstone. It was determined afterwards that the escape of Prince Aegon from King's Landing occurred as part of a conspiracy between him, Jason Lannister, and the now infamous Larys Strong. The revelation that Strong intended to focus on assassinating the newly crowned queen himself in vengeance for the rejection of his suit all those years ago, explains the somewhat confusing nature of the plan and the sheer destructive effect it had on the Green cause. For it cannot be denied that this battle was a disaster for the Greens as a whole, and for Prince Aegon personally. Men arriving in the capital under the banner of Lord Oswald Wadd, ostensibly to answer the calls of their liege Lord Harwin Strong, conducted raids upon 2 targets timed to occur simultaneously. This strange bravery in the face of a vast difference in numbers was no bravery at all. Of the few that were captured alive and questioned by Queen Rhaenyra's men, most had believed their numbers to be much greater than the paltry forces that assembled to strike at the Red Keep and the Dragon Pit both. The preparation for the raid on the Dragon Pit was first to commence almost a week earlier with the highly dangerous material wildfire being smuggled into the Dragon Pit in small amounts, unnoticed amongst the pit's usual supplies. The detonation of these caches signaled to the Wadd forces that it was time to attack. The attacking Wadd men, although woefully small in number, drew the attention of the loyal black-aligned dragon keepers, whilst green-aligned keepers freed the dragons within the pit. This act was to their sorrow, for the dragons were agitated, able to hear the fighting and previous explosion. Most of the green-aligned keepers died to the claws and flames of the dragons they had just released. As this raid was occurring, the second half of the Wadd forces were breaching the Red Keep through tunnels and passages. There they clashed with Queen Rhaenyra's forces, who had been patrolling for just such an attack. When these men realized they were under attack, they summoned reinforcements. Although they were scarcely reinforced before Prince Aegon's own men joined the fray, intent on fighting their way out, they nevertheless managed to beat back both sets of attackers with only minor casualties, the most notable of which was her close friend, Lady Maris Strong. By the end of the day, the vast majority of the Wadd men and Prince Aegon's knights and retainers lay dead or captured, and although Aegon and his siblings had succeeded in their ultimate goal, escaping on the backs of their dragons, the prince now credited with the attempt on his sister's life was to now be blamed for such a disastrous loss and the death and capture of countless noble scions. At the end of the day, despite the wounds sustained by Queen Rhaenyra, the loss of one of her ladies-in-waiting, and the destruction to the dragon pit, Aegon left King's Landing with a damaged reputation as an attempted kinslayer and dishonorable man, no spy master, and many of his closest friends and allies dead or hostages, an ominous beginning for the Green faction. Chapter 336, The Dance, Durin 1. He ached. He'd never ridden so long nor so hard in his life before, stopping only to change horses, and only when the night was at its darkest and most impassable. His legs burned, his hips burned, even breathing burned. He felt filthy, his hair lank and greasy. His clothes had been fine indeed, a gift from his mother, when he had dressed that morning. Now they were ruined, caked with mud and dust and sweat, their color barely visible through it all. All he wanted was sleep and hot water. Lord Jason Lannister rode out from Deep Den to meet them alone, no lords or knights at his back. He was pale and his eyes spoke of a lack of sleep. He wore little fancy, which seemed odd to him, for when he had last seen Lord Jason, he had been a riot of color. At the sight of him, Aemon scoffed. Aemon did not approve of his future good father. Aemon did not approve of much. My boy. Aegon flinched at the words and he couldn't help but wonder why. Lord Jason's voice was full of emotion. A father welcoming back a son. The thought brought grief and loss to his breast. He risked a glance at Aemond. His older brother's face wasn't angry anymore, but he knew better to assume he had forgiven or forgotten. You are alive. I could scarcely hope, after news of the massacre reached us. Thank you for your welcome, Lord Lannister. Aegon's voice was scratchy. I can only beg for your forgiveness regarding your brother. Tyland, Lord Jason murmured, his eyes closing for a moment, before they opened and took in the ragged state of their party. You did all you could to rescue him from his unjust imprisonment at the hands of the usurper queen. Aegon stopped, whatever he'd been about to say dying in his throat. My boy, said Lord Jason, his voice gentle. You gave her every chance and more to do the right thing. Come, I gave orders for a meal to be prepared for you. No doubt you are famished from the long road. Aegon followed, and they followed him. What little knights left to them fell in even further behind them. Lord Amory Lyddon, dressed in a resplendent green doublet, and Sir Daemon Kenning, who wore plate, met them at the gates. Their guards had formed a line between their party and the crowd of curious onlookers that had formed. Did he truly slay Rolf Rain? Asked Aegon as they drew close. Lord Jason was silent for a moment and when he spoke it was in the tone of a man picking his words with great care. A mistake, he finally said. The boy slipped the knights sent to seize him. He alerted the Rain Knights and attempted to retake Castamere. Believe me, my boy, if I could have taken him alive, I would have. He tried to remember Rolf Rain. A tall boy with a shock of red hair. He hadn't liked him, he remembered that. Rolf Rain was too enamored with Jocelyn to ever be a boon companion of his. Both of them swaggering and so pleased with themselves, heirs above what they rightfully should have. They said nothing more as they reached the men waiting for them. His brother remained stiff-backed, but banished the uncertainty from his face. A king. Mother would want to be here for this, was the sudden thought that had struck him. He wondered if Aegon might let her, or if he would never forgive her. Your Grace, said Lord Amory, bowing low. Welcome to Deep Den. I am truly honored. The honor is mine, Lord Amory. The words were forced, he could tell. Sir Daemon murmured his own greetings, he looked almost unsure, as if he knew Aegon disapproved of his battle with Rolf Rain. Amory, his grace will need good food and rest before the lords are summoned. The change in Jason's tone, now one of steel, made him glance at his would-be good father. I understand, my lord, Lord Amory replied swiftly. Your Grace, Deep Den is yours. It grieves me, Your Grace, but we cannot rest for long. The massacre at King's Landing is not widely known of quite yet, but it will be before long, Jason told Aegon before stretching out a hand and laying it upon his shoulder. So many dead. We will have justice for them, Aegon. He wanted to turn and look at his brother. Would he be scowling? Aemond and Aegon had been at odds since they had left King's Landing. It will be a poor coronation, Aegon murmured a moment later. Then he screwed his eyes shut, shaking his head. Jason reached out, laying a gentle hand on Aegon's shoulder, his own smile pained, as if Aegon's grief grieved him in turn. As was the conqueror's first. I will see you crowned truly in King's Landing after you have won your rightful throne. Then he heard Aemond scoff. Lord Jason ceased saying whatever else he had to say, looking at Aemond with dislike in his eyes. He forced himself not to crane his head back once more. To keep his eyes on Aegon. Aegon, who looked as if he was bracing for a storm. Prince Aemond, Lord Jason said, tone like winter ice. It gladdens me that you survived the massacre to ride at your brother's back. He wanted to squirm. It was an insulting tone, he knew it. He should defend his brother, Aemond would do the same for him, but Aegon wasn't. He looked to Sir Daemon, to find his eyes rooted on Aegon, as if he could not hear them at all. Yet Lord Amory was still watching them, a furrow in his brow as his eyes flickered between them. "Whilst he wins his rightful throne?" asked Emond, and he could hear the fury in his brother's voice, and knew he was close to a rage. "Tell me, Lord Jason, what armies do we call on? 3 dragons fighting ready, and most in the kingdoms against us. Daemon at our shores and we make war on our sister instead. Perhaps my prince does not have the faith in his king that I do," Lord Jason snapped back. For a moment, when he heard Emond's indrawn breath, he feared they would brawl before the gates to Deep Den then and there. Yet in the next moment he was riding past them, his face mottled red in anger. Aegon opened his eyes and watched him go, his lips twisting as if he wished to call out but could not. "I will have him watched, Your Grace," Lord Jason said a moment later. He opened his mouth to tell Lord Jason he was wrong, that Emond was loyal and he was merely angry at his friends being cut down as they fought. He will find no opportunity to favor his sister here, I assure you. Yet Aegon beat him to it. "I will speak with him," he swore, then urged his horses onwards. Lord Jason fell in alongside him, his features placid. "He is not disloyal, he merely grieves for those we have lost and those we will lose." "As his grace wishes," Jason murmured. Aegon seemed to shake himself a moment later as the crowd began to swell, murmurs becoming shouts and cheers of his name. Jason's sour look faded as he watched, replaced by a small, proud smile that made his heart ache for his father all over again. Yet he could not weep before the crowd that was forming. "I do," Aegon replied, his voice a little more sure now, as he raised his hand to wave to the small folk. "How does the muster proceed?" Children were running alongside them, eyes wide as they rode through. He raised his hand to them and they shrieked with delight. "Excellently," Lord Jason replied, as if the crowd was not there at all. As if their cheering and shouting were merely the wind. "We stand ready for our king. They are ready to swear to you the moment your crown is placed upon your head." "How soon can it be done?" Aegon asked, finally lowering his hand. Jason's smile grew then, warm and pleased and even more proud. "As soon as you desire. Tonight, if you so wish." That seemed wrong. Too fast. He risked a glance behind him, taking in their ragged party. So many knights had stood with them in the keep, and this was all that was left. Barely 2 and 10, Aegon's Kingsguard included. The tunnels had been dark, dusty. The man sent to guide them had moved fast, but not fast enough they could not hear the screams of dying men. He'd thought for sure they would be caught and killed, his mother's words ringing in his ears. His mother's warnings of his sister's temperament. Yet they hadn't been caught, as more and more men left their party, seeking to delay their pursuers. It seemed like there were too many, how could they ever escape Rhaenyra's clutches? Then their guide had taken a hammer from where it lay propped up against a dead end. He remembered feeling confusion, horror, and then dizzying relief as the wall broke under the blows and the smell of the sea blew through the passage. He'd always cursed that sour smell, yet at that moment, he might have wept for the relief of its presence. He raised his eyes to the sky, Tessarion circling them overhead. Frost and Silverwing weaved in and out of the clouds. They were tired, he could tell. They had not stopped since the tiny ship their guide had arranged for them had deposited them on land again. He'd wanted to ride Tessarion all the way to Old Town, but he knew what his mother would say if he did so. His aches made themselves known once more, and he forced himself not to grimace. He was not a boy anymore. Duran. He jerked from his thoughts, hoping he was not blushing red. He met Aegon's eyes and his brother smiled softly. "Is something wrong?" "I was worried about the dragons." The life felt lame to him, but Aegon, Lord Jason and Lord Amory peered up a moment later. "You are right to be," Aegon admitted ruefully. "They have not eaten their fill since our flight began." "Have we anywhere to stable them, Lord Amory?" "Yes, Your Grace, I've assigned guards to a field not far from here. I have also given the order for freshly slaughtered food to be delivered to them," Lord Amory replied. "My thanks, Lord Amory," Aegon replied, favoring the Lord with a smile. Lord Jason followed suit, then turned his attention back towards him once more. He swallowed and straightened in his saddle, refusing the need to wince as his body screamed at him in turn. After a moment, Lord Jason smiled. "An excellent point, Prince Duran," he finally said. He did not know what to say to that, and Aegon gave him no hint, so he settled for nodding at the Lord of the Westerlands, sure his cheeks were aflame. They rode in silence after that, reaching the keep a few minutes later. There was no sign of Emond as they dismounted and handed their horses over to the grooms. He paused when his boots hit solid ground, having to lean on the flank of the horse to stay upright as his entire world swam before him. The next moment, Aegon's hand was on his shoulder, his brother's face radiating concern. He swallowed and tried to speak, but nothing would come out and suddenly he wanted to weep. He wanted his mother. He wanted Emond. He wanted father. "Stay strong, Duran," Aegon murmured. "A little longer, brother." He forced himself to nod and Aegon released him, watching him warily. He tested his balance and found himself able to stay upright, although the pain brought tears to his eyes. "Thank you," he mumbled, hoping Aegon could not see it. Aegon nodded, then turned to Lord Jason. Sir Damon had distracted him, their conversation being carried out in a low and hurried tone. Aegon frowned. "My lord, we will proceed to our rooms," he called. Jason glanced at them, looking torn between Aegon and whatever Sir Damon was saying. Lord Amory interceded then, moving to attend to them, bowing low once more. Lord Jason's frown smoothed and he turned back to his knight. "Allow me, your grace," Lord Amory told them. "I would be honored to guide you." "Again, Lord Amory, I am honored that you open your home to us in our hour of need," Aegon replied as they began moving inside. The two white knights followed in silence. Sir Eric had been in a fouler mood than Aemon, and Sir Willis had not been much better. Neither had spoken overly much with any but Aegon. Aegon would need to choose more to join the ranks soon. He wondered whom Aegon might select. Perhaps some of the men that had been with them as they fled? "It is my duty, your grace," Lord Amory replied modestly, snapping his attention back to their host. "To my liege lord, and to my king." Aegon gave Lord Amory another smile of approval and he seemed to swell under the attention. "I hope I haven't put you in too much trouble, my lord?" Aegon asked, a forced smile upon his face. "Not at all, your grace," Lord Amory replied quickly. "I had thought to give you my rooms, your grace, but Lord Jason was most insistent it would not be your request." The words were delivered with hesitance, as if he suspected that this was not the case and that Aegon might be angry. "He was correct, my lord." Aegon's confirmation saw Lord Amory almost sigh with relief. He might have laughed at the whole exchange but his aching body leached the humor from it. "We have arranged for your grace and the princess to be roomed close to one another," Lord Amory continued after his relief faded. "Lord Jason insisted you would wish your brother's clothes after such a trying ordeal." "Well, it will make it easier to talk to Aemond," Aegon muttered a moment later. If Lord Amory heard, he did not respond, instead forging onward with a pace that was starting to make his legs shake with the effort of keeping up. Finally, Mother's mercy, finally they arrived. Lord Amory bowed for a third time, evidently eager to please. "Hot water has been provided as well as a hearty meal, your grace," he practically trilled, putting him in mind of the knights and minor lords that used to counsel his mother. "You have been most diligent in your duty, my lord," Aegon told Lord Amory, although his smile was fake. "You flatter me, your grace," Lord Amory said, before bowing a final time and retreating down the corridor. The moment he was gone, Aegon seemed to slump in position, a tired sigh escaping from him. "How are you?" he asked before he could stop himself. Never before had he seen his brother look so tired. Not even in those terrible days after father had died. "I should be asking you that. Viserys would strangle me should you come to harm." Aegon was trying to jape but there was little humor there. Just a bone-deep weariness that had sunk into them both. After a moment of silence, he sighed again, letting himself lean upon the stone wall. "I am, okay." "Okay," he asked, the word bringing to mind his sister. He swallowed hard. "Okay," Aegon echoed back. "Durin, come to my rooms after you are bathed and fed. Help me with Aemond. He is angry, and I fear he will be angrier still before we are done." "Of course, brother." Aemond would calm down soon enough, Aegon would see. It was how Aemond was, quick to anger and quick to calm. Aegon knew that. Yet that didn't seem to be all that was bothering Aegon, the frown on his face remained. Some kind of guilt stirred in him then. Is there anything else? No. Yes. Perhaps. He had never seen Aegon stumble over his words so much before. "Forgive me brother, but I need to ask something of you." "Anything," he replied quickly. He meant it. When Aegon gave him a tired but amused look, he felt himself blush a fiery red again. So he settled for mumming, "You are the king." "I am the king," Aegon repeated. "Durin, Lord Jason will want to make good on our alliance as soon as possible." "I see," he replied, his heart hammering in his chest suddenly. Cyrell. Cyrell was nice. "I am to marry Cyrell soon. After my coronation," Aegon confirmed. "You deserve something grand, Durin, but we are at war, for all I wish we were not. We will wait for Viserys' ship to arrive, you will have her at your side for it." "I am not unhappy." Mother had always told him this would be his duty one day, and it wasn't like he was marrying someone awful. Mother had once laughed that grandfather had wanted him to marry Jocelyn, that would have been awful. Although if he were being honest, the prospect of seeing his sister once more pleased him more than thoughts of Cyrell. "Are you?" Then Aegon stopped, studying him properly, before smiling. A true, genuine smile. "Thank you, Durin. Now go, get cleaned up. I have decisions to make and I need my brothers at my back." Chapter 337, The Dance, Luke 1. The storage room of the carpenter's shop was dingy. Everything in the Shadow City was dingy and gloomy, especially in the morning as the sun rose and sun's pair blocked any light it might receive. It was made worse by the cramped feel of it, boxes and half-finished projects stacked up until they nearly touched the low roof. He eyed the stacks, eyes finding the spot he and Alyandra had hit as the soldiers had searched for them. He did not want to go back there again, trapped in the dark. He did not even wish to stay here. Yet he could not leave, not whilst Garen's men still searched for him and Alyandra both. They were arguing about him again. He could tell. The hushed whispers, quickly cut off when he appeared before them. Alyandra's glare, full of fury and resentment. There, hosts. He knew they had a right to be angry at him. Had his father discovered what he'd done, he would be furious, but he couldn't leave Skywalker behind. Moth grandmother would understand. He wished she were here. She'd make Alyandra understand as well. But she wasn't here. It was just him and Alyandra. He hoped she was okay. She had been gone from the palace that morning, called away by some report of Garen's ships. She had pulled him close, told him to be good, and ridden out with some of Arendane's men at her back to make sure Garen could not land and march on Sun's pair. She'd said she would be back soon. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying not to cry. If only he had mounted Skywalker and gone with her. It wasn't childish to not want to leave him behind. He was a dragon. Garen would kill him if he could. His heart lurched every time he thought of Skywalker alone and chained. He'd tried to get to him, he had. When the High Hermitage men had turned on those of Starfall, he'd run for Skywalker. He'd slashed and stabbed at those who had come for him. He'd gone to rescue him. If he could have gotten in the air, but the fighting had been thickest there and Sir Gawain had sent him away, knights pulling him along and away from his dragon. Then they had found Alyandra and her escort, men loyal to Starfall. The knights had left him then, more concerned for Gawain than him. At least Alyandra hadn't left him there, she had insisted they take him too and so they had smuggled them away as Sun's pair fell to Garen Martell. And then he'd ruined their plan anyway. Alyandra's angry footsteps made him jump. She appeared a moment later, an unhappy look etched into her face. They've doubled the guard on the gates. It sounded like an accusation. It was an accusation. He found himself staring at his boots, fighting tears as he felt her glaring at him. I'm not leaving. He sounded like a child, and he knew it. He could almost feel her disgust with him. Why, she burst out. As if they had not retrod this argument daily since Sun's pair had fallen. As if. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to give her what she wished for. She wanted to fight, to scream and yell, a distraction from where they found themselves. He forced himself to breathe. Father had taught him this a long time ago. He tried to picture his father now, calm and with a plan at hand, but he couldn't. All he could picture was the look on his face that night. He screwed his eyes shut, but that only made it worse. Answer me. Alyandra snapped a moment later. Look at me. He did so, suddenly unable to muster up any rage that she wanted. She wasn't dressed in the finery he'd become accustomed to seeing her in, favoring drab, rough-spun clothes. As if she were the carpenter's niece in truth, rather than the Princess of Dorne. He had been shocked at first that she hadn't pitched a fit at it all. She'd been scared when they'd fled, run from Dane soldiers and found themselves here, in the home of a man and a woman that Dane had trusted to keep Alyandra safe. She'd wanted to go back and fight in one moment and then run from it all and find her mother in the next. The couple had taken their clothes and given them garb typical of the local workers. They'd confiscated Alyandra's jewelry and his sword, giving them both a dagger instead. They'd also insisted on dyeing his hair. The paste they'd applied had smelled foul and made his head burn and itch, but he looked less like. He might pass as a stony Dornishman with the way the sun had tanned his face. His eyes, his mother's eyes, would mark him as anything but. What do you want? He asked, hating his sullen tone and hating the fact he couldn't change it. For a moment, she seemed to swell with indignation, then she just snorted in disgust and turned on her heel. You could have gone. At his words, she paused, shooting a hateful look back before storming off. He pulled his knees to his chest and hated himself for being a child. Why hadn't she gone? It wasn't like they cared about him. They only cared about her. He was a hanger-on as far as they were concerned. A hanger-on that had befouled their plans besides. Unwanted. He pulled his legs in tighter and tried not to cry. Why had he been so cruel to Papa? Papa would come and get him if he hadn't. Then he made himself stop thinking that because he knew it was wrong. He knew he loved him. He did. He stood, the room suddenly too small, his eyes stinging and his heart beating too fast. As if those soldiers were chasing him all over again. He needed to leave, to go, to do something. He made for the front of the shop, moving past Alyandra and the old woman that was hosting them as they ate at a low table. The sight made his stomach pang, reminding him he had yet to eat today. The carpenter moved to block him as he reached the front of their store. His face might have been the chiseled stone of the statues about the Red Keep. His dark eyes were disapproving, disgusted almost. Let him go, Mathos, Alyandra's voice came a moment later. At least if he's gone he won't ruin anything else. He hated the venom in her voice, hated how it made tears come to his eyes once more. Mathos, the carpenter, hesitated for a moment, then stood aside with a nod in Alyandra's direction. Stay out of trouble, boy, he growled as he passed. He knew what the carpenter wanted to say. That they wouldn't be along to get him out of it should the soldiers find him. It was cool in the Shadow City, a small breeze stirring the dust of the streets. The sun was still climbing, it would not be long before it would grow hot, though, and the crowds would head inside to eat and relax. He started down the street, heading anywhere but the store. His hand found his dagger, before he forced himself to look unconcerned, a boy out for a walk to avoid his duties in the store. That was all. That was all. There were 2 soldiers watching the corner, their gaze directed into the bustle of the market. Sons pairs, he would guess. They looked bored, their spears leaning against a wall next to them rather than clutched in their hands. Maybe that was important, that they were sons pairs. Over the last few days there had been less and less of the High Hermitage men and more of Garen's sons pairs. He forced himself not to stare as he passed them. Papa would say that was important. It had been the High Hermitage men that had taken sons pair, now there were no High Hermitage men and the streets were awash with Garen's men. He tried to remember his papa's lessons. Look, listen but don't be obvious. He let his feet take him into the crowd, moving amongst the stores as he watched the soldiers. Trying to ignore the way the smells made his stomach gurgle again and his mouth water. His hand went to his belt once more and he cursed aloud. Of course he had no coin with him. He forced himself to focus on the men and not his now painful stomach. The 2 men hadn't moved in the few moments since he'd seen them, talking to one another and casting disinterested looks about the market. They weren't Dornish, he realized. They must be men who joined Garen in the disputed lands. He fixed the nearest stall with a longing look, flatbread piled high with peppers, chickpeas and olives. Then he flushed when the stall owner saw his look and gave him a crooked grin, beckoning him over. Ho there, lad, he called. Luke went to him. If he ran now, or left, the man may call for the guard, thinking him a thief, and he did not want that. Hungry? I have no coin, he told the man glumly. Ah, grab a slice. You are Mathos's nephew, miserable man that he is, I've no doubt you need it. He eyed the food again. The man gave him a nod and he reached out for it. The first bite made his mouth nearly hurt with the flavor. It got an appreciative laugh, regardless. He earned himself another laugh when he managed to spill some down his front. Not much food like that out on the farms, is there? The man laughed as he finished the food, resisting the urge to suck his fingers for the last bits of flavor. Remember, my stall serves the best. He stopped with a quick gasp of indrawn breath, suddenly alert, and Luke whirled to follow his gaze. The soldiers. Papa would tan his backside if he knew he'd taken his eyes off men so dangerous to him. They'd moved from their post, spears in hand now. Before them stood a woman and a younger girl, quailing as they searched their cart. He felt the crowd's attention focus on them, conversations dimming to a low buzz as they watched. Something in the air so thick that he fancied he might taste it. Distrust. Dislike. After a moment, they stepped away from the girl and her mother, waving them on as they retreated back to their post. Another moment passed, and the crowd relaxed once more. He turned back to the store owner, who turned his head aside and spat into the dust. You'd best get back to your uncle, the store owner finally said. Then he frowned, and Luke realized with a thrill of horror that he'd met the man's dark eyes with his own. Would he know? Would he call the soldiers over? He froze in place, fear preventing him from even breathing. Mother's mercy, the man breathed a moment later. They spoke the truth. I don't. I'm not. Then he cursed his words because the weak denial, not even spoken correctly, had likely done more to confirm his identity than any lie he could have told. The man stepped forward suddenly, leaning in so close that he could smell the oil he used to cook. He quailed in the face of his intense gaze. Is she alive? Does our princess live? He whispered, a desperate note to his tone that took him entirely by surprise. After a moment more of being frozen, he managed to nod. The man let out a sigh of relief and leaned backwards, nodding to himself. There must be some Lysane in you, boy. I knew Lewin when he was a boy though, it shouldn't surprise me. Luke forced himself to match the man's chuckle, nodding along as if the older man was recounting some tale of his supposed father's past and not digging him out of the hole he had thrown himself in. After a moment, the man smiled again. Best head home, else Mathos will have your hide. The prospect of escape filled him with relief, but the man caught him once more as he turned to leave, his voice low again. Tell her there are yet those who remember their loyalties. I will, he promised, before cursing himself as the man drew back, looking pleased. Telling Alyandra would tell her that he had been discovered, and that there was at least one other that knew where they were and what they looked like. And then he'd be lucky if she didn't take her spear to him. Chapter 338, The Dance, Laner 1. Chapter Text. My Prince. The title, so new and unfamiliar, made him grimace for a moment. Rhaenyra had insisted before. He shook his head and looked to the man in Targaryen livery. A welcome distraction from figures and maps, but not a distraction he could indulge in. Speak quickly. My men march soon and I have little time for other matters. However much his heart longed to stay, it wanted to leave more. To show Westeros where their loyalties should lie. 7. Help him, a man was not supposed to taste fear in the way he had. Joffrey and Rhaenyra under threat, and he prattling away to his father unaware. He hoped the mother would have mercy upon Aegon Targaryen, because he intended to pay him back 1,000 times over for that day. It is your daughter, my prince. She seeks an audience. He closed his eyes, tried to bite back the sigh, the outpouring of grief he shared with her. He did not need to ask which daughter asked for him. There was only one daughter left to him in this city. Emma was gone, sent away in secrecy and haste in the days after the attack. Alyssa had left soon after, an army at her back, dressed in mail like Visenya herself. Send her in, he settled for saying. She did not need telling twice, storming into the room. Yet her eyes were bright, not with tears, but with something akin to excitement. For a moment, he feared she was ready to invite herself to war again, but then he saw the bundle clutched close to her chest. Papa. Tell them to let me see Mama, she demanded a moment later, before the greeting could even leave his mouth. Although more inclined to anger and rage than stubbornness, he saw Rhaenyra in that look she gave him. It made him smile and wish to weep in equal measure. He glanced back down to his figures, numbers, and scrawled notes blurring for the moment before he blinked away tears. You are aware your mother is supposed to be resting. She pouted at his words and he wanted nothing more than to reach for her, to draw her close and protect her from all that was to come. He settled for her smiling. But she would be well wroth with me if I kept you from her. Come, I will walk with you if you will tell me what gift you have bought. She smiled as he stood, then snorted as he groaned at the pain in his back and legs. Older now. 35, a man more than grown with 5 children. He wondered, as he fell in alongside his eldest, what a younger him might say. If the same magic that had taken Rhaenyra would take him. Laurent followed as they walked, and it made his back itch. As if he were not used to Rhaenyra's white knights, yet it had ever been Stefan at her back, not a stranger at his. He had not yet had a chance to broach the subject with her before Larys had struck. Did they know of their secrets yet? Bitter experience had taught him there was little he could hide from their household for long. Nerys and I were patrolling, Jocelyn began, cradling her bundle closer. He ignored the unease her words brought. They were a cruel reality. If Daemon were to come, if Lena failed to hold his attention for long enough, then his children would be called to fight. Morrigan has been in a foul mood these past few days. Now I know why. Then she moved, tilting the bundle so that he could see the eggs that laid within. 3 as far as he could see, Morrigan's first clutch. Perhaps once he might have felt joy, now they only warned of the danger his daughter was in, and his smile was forced. He hoped she had not seen the tremble in his hand as he reached over and plucked the top egg from her arms. An objectively beautiful one, deep and dark red laced with gold veins. His mother would be overjoyed, at least. When you have shown them to your mother, lay them close to the hearth in your room and command the maids to keep it always burning. He told her, placing the egg back into the bundle as gently as he could. He would tell Joffrey to make mention of it in his letters to Alyria. Do you think mother will like them? She asked. Sadness bit at him again. The painful reminder his children were not children anymore. That the twins would soon be 4 and 10 in but a few moons' time. She will adore them, he told her. Give her some pardon though, she will be tired. Jocelyn frowned at that, pulling her bundle tighter to her chest for a moment. He saw tears and wanted to chastise himself. She worried for her mother, and he had only served to remind her how close her mother had come to death. Healing is a tiring business, he settled for saying. Do you remember how you slept after you fell? At that, she straightened, a small smile returning to her face as she nodded. It felt like so long ago, that day his daughter had tumbled to the deck. Viserys was not even a dream then, and the twins were still so small. He remembered Alyssa smaller still, on the back of Vermithor, and Rhaenyra's fear as she realized just what their bold daughter had done. Aemon. At Jocelyn's surprised tone, he glanced up, finding his son standing there, the circlet Rhaenyra had given him perched atop his head, a guilty look upon his face. Is all well, son? He asked and his son blushed red. I wanted to visit my mother, he said, as if he were a child caught raiding the kitchens. I was supposed to be meeting with Uncle Joff, but I... He stopped, going redder. Worry for his son warred with worry for his wife, but it was Jocelyn that beat him to reassurance, rushing forward to show him her eggs. He settled for meeting Ricard Thorne's eyes, aware his gaze was cool. He could hardly send the man away or demand he not stand alone at his son or wife's back, no matter how much he might wish to. Willem Royce was gone at Alyssa's back, and Sir Eric and Harold Dark with Viserys, Emma, and Rena. Sir Garibald's watch was Naerys, his blade ready to punish any treason she should think up. Laurent and Stefan could not stand guard over them all the time, even with Stefan's knights taking up part of the burden. At least it was Stefan's knights that guarded his wife. He trusted those. He was not so sure he trusted Ricard with his son. Iman, he said, when he had finally decided on his course of action. Let me deliver Jocelyn safely to your mother and then I will see you to Jof, and defend you from his disapproval. From his son's sigh of relief, he could guess what had happened. Iman had fallen asleep. It was the intercession of the father alone then that Jof had not sent out knights to track Iman down then. Rhaenyra's sick room was warm and dark, and his heart twinged painfully as he beheld her upon the bed. Hair loose about her shoulders, her face pale as milk. She looked small and the thought was an odd one. She was small, barely reaching his own shoulders, yet there had always been a largeness to her. She took up space, one could never not notice her. Yet in her bed she seemed more mouse than dragon, and that was more wrongness than he could bear. His friend, his wife, this woman he had once thought to hate but had eased her way into his life until he could not be without her. She stirred when Jocelyn placed Morrigan's eggs upon the bed, eyes opening a crack before she winced and seemed to flee back into the multitude of pillows surrounding her. How long have I slept? She rasped a moment later, and that odd protectiveness in his breast saw him move for the water at her side. She thanked him for the glass and he wanted to wince when he saw how her hand shook. The venom on Joffrey's dart had been a cruel one indeed, but it was not the venom that saw this weakness take her. They had been careful, of course. They had cleaned the wound most diligently, yet infection had still seeped in. He might have blamed Edmund, rat that he was, but Girardi's men had tended to her as well, and he could not fault their skill or dedication. Not too long, mother, Iman told her. Her eyes barely open, she turned to him and gave him a faint smile. Joe has something to show you. Oh. Another turn of her head, as if the action pained her, and then. Oh. Oh, they are beautiful. His daughter beamed at her words. He smiled, but for another reason entirely. He stepped over to her, dropping a kiss to her head. She was warm, too warm. Was the heat of the room from her alone? I fear I must steal away our son, he told her. She gave him a sad smile. As long as you bring him back, my prince. Jocelyn giggled and he snorted, yet the words did much to lift his spirits. She could joke. She was joking, teasing. It was reassuring in a way that her current state was not. I will bring you the notes from today's council meeting, mother, his son promised. Carefully, his wife set her glass down and then held out her arms. Iman went, dropping his circlet onto the sheets as he did so. A dutiful son, she murmured. Do not let Joffrey bully you. He frowned, then felt guilty for doing so. He loved Joff, the seven knew he loved him so fiercely it made him hurt sometimes, but his love was a man who would walk through castle walls themselves if they were in his way. If he were being truthful, it was part of why he loved him so. Now, Jocelyn, tell me how you found these wonderful eggs. Rhaenyra began and Jocelyn moved closer to the bed, her cheeks already pink from the warmth of the room. Iman moved away, retreating with his circlet in his hands, before turning to look at him. His eyes were shining with tears unshed, and he wanted nothing more than to gather him close then. Yet his son, so desperate to be grown, would resent it. Mother was much better after days when Viserys was born, Iman told him as they left the room. Why is she not getting better now? It was a child's question, said in an almost petulant tone that he was entirely unfamiliar with when it came to his son. Your mother is strong, he told him. She has the best care available in all of the 7 kingdoms. She will conquer this, she will live. Girardi's has assured me she is in no true danger, that her body merely needs time to recover. Iman said nothing, instead his hand slipping into his own. All he could think was that it was small, too small for all of this. His son, 1 and 10, and responsible for what his mother could not be. Oh, said Iman a moment later. I forgot. Then he paused, his cheeks going red. Papa, will you speak to Uncle Joe for me? I have something I need to fetch. His son went redder as he peered down at him. What could he possibly need? Yet the boyish embarrassment set his heart at ease. Very well, I shall keep him occupied until you return. Iman nodded, smiling brightly as if he was suddenly quite excited. Iman threw his arms about his waist, pressing his head into his chest. The reminder was another bittersweet one that his son was growing. Then he rushed off, Sir Ricard at his back. Joff was not hard to find, sequestered away in his new office with 2 knights at the door, both on high alert. He had pointed out that Larys had found his way into Joffrey's last office unseen and surprised his lover before the guards had even noticed his presence, but Joff had insisted nothing of the sort would happen again. La was all Jove said as he let the door swing closed behind him. Then his lover went red and dropped his face into his hands, muttering a curse or two as he rubbed at his eyes. Iman. Off to fetch something, he says. Forgive him, Jove, he was visiting Rhaenyra. His lover froze at her name and his heart ached. So he drew the latch on the door and crossed to him and pulled him into his arms, basking in the warmth from his body. I suppose I have no choice to forgive, if you wish it that ardently, Jove mumbled into his shoulder. He smiled, although he knew Jove could not see it. Gods, I love you, Jove. At his words, Jove's head burrowed deeper into his chest, staying there for a glorious moment. Then he leaned back and kissed him. They stayed like that for a long and quiet moment, entwined before Jove's desk. As if they could protect one another from the entire world. I love you too. More than you know, Laner. Then he chuckled. My silver prince. The old nickname sent blood to his cheeks and a lightness bubbled up inside him until he found himself laughing so hard he had to let Jove go, or risk toppling him into the floor with the force of his laughter. Jove was smiling broadly when he finally recovered, and the sight sent his heart soaring anew because it was the most beautiful smile he had ever seen, especially given how rare a sight it was these past few years. All of Jove's grim work. The lying, the spying, the dishonor he shouldered so that others did not need to, even those sent to the strangers so that they did not strike at them in turn. All of it had taken his lover's smile, bit by bit. They stayed like that for a while, basking in companionable silence, just drinking the other in. How long had it been since they were alone like this, as if the worries of the world were not seeking their due. Then a knock sounded at the door and the spell was broken. Joffrey pushed himself away from the desk, using its edge to guide himself back into the seat. Come, he called as he fell into his chair. He crossed to the door, pulling the latch aside. Iman entered a moment later, grinning broadly. His grin only grew when he saw Jof's gentle smile, rather than a look of disappointment. Your father has told me you visited your mother, Jof told him, his tone gentle. How is she? Sleepy, Iman replied, a frown briefly marring his happiness. Then his face smoothed once more. You should see her, Uncle Jof. What my son means is dear Rhaenyra is terrorizing all who will listen for details of the Seven Kingdoms, he told his lover. Jof laughed along with Iman, but he did not miss the guilt there. Papa speaks truly, Iman mumbled, blushing red again. Mama hates not knowing things. Yes, I know, Jof murmured. Then he reached out to toy with the papers across his desk before sighing. I have an apology to make regardless. It was not your fault, Jof, he told him firmly. Blame Larry's strong for his crimes. Iman nodded along, the look on his face fierce. I intend to, Jof replied, his tone like steel. Then he softened. But there are other matters that need apologizing for. Things said that must be addressed. Dare I ask? It said much that those ominous words did little to summon worry in his gut anymore, there simply was not enough room for more worry these days. Nothing that cannot be undone, Jof assured him, flashing him a brief glimpse of that glorious smile. He returned it easily. Now, to more important matters. Has Rhaenyra made a decision regarding the traitors in the cells? The council will be pushing for one sooner rather than later. I haven't spoken on the matter with her, he admitted, thoughts of the work he had taken on filling his mind briefly. I cannot imagine she is feeling merciful. Not with a lady dead and a hole in her gut, Joffrey mumbled. Corlys wants them dead as well. Should we not keep them alive? They could be hostages. Joff smiled at Iman's question, but it was a sad smile. Perhaps a few, he offered. But if there was ever a chance now to show the world your mother is not a weak-willed woman but a queen with a fire in her belly, this would be it. Iman nodded glumly. Joff sighed and sat back in his chair, raising his hands to his temples. Joff must have a headache, he realized a moment later, wishing he could cross the room and soothe it away. What did you fetch? He asked, hoping to pull the room from its suddenly grim mood. Iman brightened and turned back to the door. Sir Ricard, he called. The White Knight entered, bowing respectfully before his son. Some of the unease he felt in that knight's presence left him then. It was clear he had some respect for Iman, even if he did not for Rhaenyra. Then in the next moment, he choked on his breath as Sir Ricard held out black fire. Sheathed of course, but there could be no mistaking the sword. He had seen it at the former king's side too often for that. The jet black handle, the two dragons' heads upon the crossguard, the giant ruby inlaid upon the hilt, so much larger and grander than Dark Sister's own. Unbidden, his hand found the hilt of Dark Sister, so familiar in his hand. Iman took the blade from Ricard carefully and he dared not breathe as his son approached, hope and the crushing realization he must deny it. Will you take it, Papa? He asked, eyes wide, earnest in their pleading. He swallowed, startled at how hard it was to deny him. Viserys meant for you to have it, Iman, he managed to say. Iman shook his head, smiling sadly at the memory of his grandfather. I'm not king, he said finally. You should take it for mama. If you go after Uncle Aegon. Jove laughed softly and suddenly. Somebody has been paying attention in my lessons. Aemon gave him a smile that might have bordered on cheeky, but he gave no thought to it, reaching for the blade of Aegon the Conqueror himself with a trembling hand. It was not much heavier than Dark Sister, although far longer. He'd have to practice with it before he used it in battle. You accept it then, he asked. To show our enemies that you are Mama's champion. I do, he whispered as he held it up, the ruby glinting in the light. As long as you know that I will return it the day you turn 6 and 10. Maybe when I am knighted, he suggested, smiling in a manner he'd almost call rueful. And I'd be happier with Dark Sister upon that day, Papa. We'll decide later, Jove promised, standing again and making his way over to where he cradled the sword. Lord Corlys will be ecstatic. Grandfather suggested it, Aemon admitted a moment later. Rhaenyra might have been wroth if she knew, but as he looked up from the sword and met Jove's eyes, he could not care less in that moment. Chapter 339, The Dance, Aemond 1. Chapter Text. The shouting and bawdy jokes swelled in volume before the crowds poured from the main hall, two figures held aloft between them, and their revelry began to fade into the distance as the two were borne to their marriage bed. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting himself lean against the wall now that there were few witnesses. For a moment he held his breath, then he let it out. Tried to let his anger go with it. Yet when he opened his eyes again, frustration still bit at him. Annoyed, he pushed himself away from the wall. They should be out there already, fighting. Yet thoughts of mounting Silverwing and heading out with or without Aegon's leave stalled in his mind. Asking himself that dreaded question, fighting who? Fighting his sister? How could Aegon have been so foolish? Yet that thought only brought anger as well, because it wasn't his fault either. Why was a council too much to ask for? Why did she have to be so godsbedamned stubborn? Their royal father had made a mess and the two could have set everything aside and forced him to attend to it. Yet even that thought only hurt because his father had tried, in his own way, he had tried. He had tried and now he lay dead, an arrow to the heart as his two eldest screamed at one another over that damnable throne. Daemon would not ever dare to step foot on their shores if they had united, as family was supposed to do. If they had set aside petty whining about a chair and a crown. Warrior grant him strength, Aegon could have had land, a future for his children and a place by her side. She could have had the same, each could have had the other's ear, a battle line none could breach. No, he needed out of here. He shoved himself away from the wall. The feasting room was near empty now, small groups of lords and knights milling here and there. No Aegon, no Lord Jason. He left, ignoring the calls of his name. He had no desire to involve himself in whatever they schemed. These were Jason's men, he'd made sure of that. What good had come from slaying the boy anyway? From letting Tyland rile their sister? What had it earned them all? Acel, though one was kinder by far than the other. He forced himself to take another breath. Anger would not serve him, not here, not at a wedding feast. Not when Jason lurked about, wanting the slightest reason to strip him from Aegon's side. If he ever had a reason to curse their mother's ambitions, it would be for bringing Jason Sodding Lannister into their lives. Not that he didn't have other reasons to curse her. Her and Otto and the whole fucking court of lickspittles that told her if she just kept pushing, no matter who stood in her way, she could have it all. Gods damn any who stood in her way. Like her children, or the realm. My prince, his grace calls for you. He slammed to a halt and bit back his instinctive answer of what his grace could do with his summons. He took a moment, forcing that anger back where it belonged. Show me to him then. He did not shout, he commanded. He tried not to think of what Lord Grover would say if he had heard him. He'd be furious, like as not. So he followed the man in Lannister livery and tried not to feel guilty about it. Or foolish, that man would tell his master everything and it would be more arrows in the quiver Jason would use to pull Aegon from his side. To rebind him as his puppet king. He would not allow it. He would not. Ah, Prince Aemond. Said smirking bastard said as he entered. I am glad to see you well. He bit his tongue but could not quite force the smile. He did not look at his brother, did not want to see the disapproving look on his face, as if he were their father and he'd been caught thrashing a squire again. The room was well appointed, a vast table dominating much of it. Aegon was stood at its head, but the chairs scattered about it told him clearly Jason had bought his lords here and Aegon. Aegon had only summoned him after the fact. Like a naughty child to be punished and chastised. I beg my leave, your grace, Jason said, favoring him with one last smug smile before he bowed in Aegon's direction. He clenched his fists, wishing he could land the blow. What had the snake whispered into his brother's ear? Bastard, bastard, bastard. He bitterly hoped the man fell down the stairs but dared not expect any such luck. Instead he swallowed and turned to his brother. His brother, his crown atop his head. 7 dragons wrought in heavy yellow gold, each bellowing jeweled fire with their matching eyes inlaid with diamond, ruby, sapphire, emerald, pearl, topaz, and black onyx. Aegon's clothes were hardly less ostentatious, all velvet and silk, his doublet a bright scarlet to offset his cloak. Black as night and lined with fur. It made him look bigger than he was. Some unkind part of himself wondered if that wasn't the point. "What is it?" he asked, forcing himself to meet his brother's eyes. Aegon's gaze was steady, none of his earlier grief there anymore. As if he had cast it away the moment Jason had placed that damned crown on his head. Aemond, he hated the tone, the almost pity it bore. Do not, but Aegon would have none of his rage, raising his hand before reaching up and pulling the crown from his head. He watched as Aegon placed it gently down upon the table. "I do not want war with you, Aemond," he finally said, lowering himself into his chair. "Brother, I beg of you." Aegon had Orys, "I need my own brother in turn as my strong right hand." I'd imagine Aegon had Orys in his meetings, he spat. Aegon rubbed at his face and he realized his brother looked exhausted. "Good," he thought viciously. "I was, reassuring the lords. There are rumors of dissent among my supporters. They must see me strong and unworried. They must see us strong and united." Guilt clawed at his throat. "I mislike Jason," he admitted. "I wish you did not," Aegon replied. "He is a good man. I don't doubt he plays the role to you, but I have worries. What will he expect for all this support?" Aegon gave him a tired smile. "You sound like Rhaenyra." He did not want to sound like Rhaenyra, his sister always with her focus on the court. What people thought about her. How she could use something to her advantage. It is not without cause, I confess. He is ambitious and he will press us sorely for recompense for his support. Us, he realized, and Aegon smiled again. There was less exhaustion in this smile and more joy. "My strong right hand, Aemond. Will you accept it? I would have no other by my side." Any anger he had been feeling was knocked away in the surprise as his brother held out the brooch. "Him? Why him?" He had not realized he had spoken aloud until Aegon rose and strode towards him, the badge of the offered office still clasped in his grip. "Jason, Garmin, all seek to use me, brother. You are my family, the only one I can trust with my life and the lives of my children," Aegon told him, and with a thrill of excitement Aemond realized he was serious. "Speak your terms, Aemond. I would grant them gladly." "You swear you will listen to me?" he asked. "That family will always come first." "I swear, upon my life, you will have my ear and my backing. You will be my voice in truth." He plucked the badge from Aegon's hands, running his finger over the work. It was not the original. He fancied that still hung on Corlys Velarion's doublet. "What are you going to do, Aegon?" he asked, the thought bringing sadness and a burn to his eyes. "With our sister? With our nephews?" "It is a difficult question," Aegon mumbled. "Gods, I wish." Then he took a deep and shaky breath. "My lords will not suffer her freedom, nor that of her children." The words made his blood turn to ice in his veins, and for a moment, he debated throwing the badge at his brother. If it weren't for the pain in his eyes. "I will not slay her, Aemond. Not if I have any other choice, but I cannot let her be free." He stared at the golden hand. To accept this, Rhaenyra would never forgive him. Yet what brother would abandon Aegon now? Family, duty, honor, but to whom was his duty to when his family was at war with itself? "She will not surrender," he whispered, and he heard Aegon laugh, although it was a bitter and small thing. "No. That is why I need you, Aemond. Do you think she'd trust Jason Lannister? Or our uncle? No. She'll trust you, though. She'll trust Helaena." He wanted to believe him, he truly did. "As for our nieces and nephews, they will cleave to her if she asks them to. If they know she is ours. It's a pretty tale." Aegon sighed at his words. "You leave out the blade at her neck. The blade we would hold. You leave." He stopped himself. Would it change his mind? Or serve to make him bitter and angry? Aegon should be king, he believed that. He believed that in his bones. Rhaenyra could squirm and point fingers all she wished, but he knew that she knew as well. If only father had not fouled it up. "Aemond," Aegon whispered, as if he feared his response. Aemond wasn't sure he didn't fear his own response, so perhaps Aegon was right to fear it. Family, duty, honor. He felt ill as he knelt before his brother, head bowed. What choice did he have? If he were Hand, Aegon would have to listen. He could keep them all safe, force them all to set aside their pettiness and unite. Jason Lannister would find him a vigilant protector indeed. "I accept, brother." There was a small silence that followed, and then he felt his brother's hands on his shoulder, half hauling him up to his feet. He followed and let his brother embrace him tightly, returning the action and trying to banish the ill feeling in his gut. Yet it would not leave him as Aegon pinned the badge to his doublet, a happy and proud smile fixed in place. "Thank you," Aegon laughed. "Thank you, Aemond. I thought you would refuse for sure." "You are my brother," he told him, and tried to smile. "You'll see, Aemond, we'll set this all right," Aegon promised, then raised his hand to dash at sudden tears. He looked away and Aegon composed himself. "Jason would have me march on King's Landing now, but I am not so foolish. Jason wants what is good for Jason." Aegon snorted at his bitter words, but they were no joke. Jason wanted Thailand returned to him. Jason wanted everyone else to bear the risks so that he could escape any dire fate his own actions may bring him. "We have no intelligence, no spies. For all we know, the North and Vale conspire to take the Riverlands from us. The Florents are hers, and it will not be long before they march on the gates of Old Town, likely with a dragon at their back." "I will be going south," Aegon told him, face becoming deadly serious. "I will rally my Reachmen, put to bed this reported unrest among them, and march on Highgarden." "Alone?" he asked, disbelieving. "She will send a dragon to oppose you." "I do not intend to fight him alone," Aegon argued. As if they both did not know she would not strike at their sister in truth. "2 dragons will give me the men I need in the meantime, even if Helena will not fight with me. Our sister will be holding back her better riders in King's Landing should our uncle choose to strike north from the Stormlands. I must simply avoid her rider until dot. She has already sent Viagar to the Stormlands. It will be smoke you face, Aegon, you cannot beat him alone." If only he'd claimed Vermithor. "You are not listening, Aemond. I will not be alone," he insisted. He bit back the anger that brought only a scant moments into his handship, and Aegon already strived to ignore them. "She will have told Laenor Helena will not fight." Aegon looked at him, puzzled by the almost begging note in his voice. "Aemond. I have little other choice. If I do not go myself, I will lose the Reach. Too many sons died under my banner for them to accept anything less." Aegon paused, looking suddenly tired. "And if I do not send you to the Stormlands, I will lose what support I have there in the same moment." "Hang the Stormlands," he told him, then wanted to take Aegon by the shoulders and shake him viciously as he directed a saddened smile his way. "No, I have more important tasks for you first," he told him. "You must see Durin to the Riverlands, you must marry, and you must pull our people away from the danger Daemon poses whilst Lady Laena faces him with her own host." "It seems cowardly," he whispered, an unfamiliar desperation taking hold of him. "Weaken Daemon's forces if you must, Aemond, but bring my men to the Reach to aid me." Aegon took a step back, hand rising to the badge he had given him. "I need you by my side, but I cannot lose my foothold in the Stormlands any more than I could lose my Reachmen. Jasper Wilde alone is important." "And in the meantime?" he asked. "I will march on Highgarden with Helena at my side and avoid whomever she sends to lead her own armies." It was reckless. Reckless and foolish. What could Rhaenyra do if he stuck by Aegon's side through it all? "We can do this, Aemond. Once Durin has taken the Riverlands, he will join us and we will march on King's Landing." What would he do if he stuck by Aegon's side through it all? Fight and kill his own kin? Could he? Why had all of this gotten so messy? Chapter 340, The Dance, Durin 2. Chapter text. "I fear for him," Osmond Derry confessed. Durin kept his eyes on the ale before him. These were Aemond's men, for all Aegon had given him command over them. That was an odd thought. He, not even a knight for a moon yet, and Aegon was sending him to the Riverlands. Aemond was by his side now, but he would soon be flying south to the Stormlands, and the knowledge filled his gut with fear. He curled his fingers around the tankard and tried to focus on anything but. He was a knight now. Aegon had knighted him before all the lords of the Westerlands. He had Tessarion at his beck and call. "There are dark rumors out of King's Landing," Harbut Piper murmured. The Rhaegar lord, older than all the rest, the one who had greeted Aemond in the same way Jason had greeted Aegon, snorted. "There are dark rumors everywhere, do not believe everything that spills out of the mouths of peasants and bards." There was a pause as Rhaegar drank deeply. "Our Martin will be fine. He is an officer in the Gold Cloaks." "An officer on sufferance under Harwin Strong," Osmund replied. He took a sip of his own drink, risking a glance at Durin's older brother. Aemond did not seem to hear their words, too busy staring moodily into his own mug. "They already speak ill of King Aegon. The bards are telling all who would listen in the 7 kingdoms that he sent men after his sister and her ladies. Do you green boys believe everything you hear?" Rhaegar scoffed. "Use your minds for once. The bitch needs some justification for the slaughter she instigated. She needs our king to be as guilty as she is in their eyes." He risked another glance at Aemond, watching the frown on his brother's face deepen at Rhaegar's words. A moment later, his brother's eyes flickered up to meet his own. The frown did not fall away. The gaze felt like a challenge, although what Aemond wished for him to do he did not know. When he did finally break his gaze, it felt like Emond had done so with a palpable air and disappointment. He turned back to his ale and tried to suppress the panic that brought to him. A few gulps of his ale later and it had settled into a pit of unease. What had Emond wanted him to do? He wanted to look back to his brother, but he dared not. Harbut Piper was speaking again now, his voice low and urgent. They say she has so many heads lining the walls of the keep that there is nary a room for more, he hissed. They say she gelded Tywin Lannister and then dragged him through the streets naked before feeding him to her dragon. No one has heard anything from Martin, what if? Gods be good, boy, shut your mouth, Ryger growled and Harbut sank back into his seat, looking as miserable as Durin felt. The woman may have crowned herself, but she has not the appetite for bloodshed as that. Why do you think her lie has her remaining in the capital and sending out her menfolk? Her daughter marches with Mutin, blasted traitor that he is, Osmond cut in. The one who rides the Bronze Fury. He refused to quail at that, to quail at the thought of Alyssa. He was a knight and Alyssa was a traitor. A traitor who had conspired to steal what was Emond's and had seen only praise for it. I hear that one favors her aunt, Harbut muttered darkly. 'Tis unnatural. Be careful, Harbut, I hear the witch knows when you speak of her. That she'll put a curse on you if your words are ill-chosen. Then Ryger collapsed into laughter, giggling into his ale as Harbut went white and the red. What of you, John? You've met them? Osmond asked, smiling as Harbut sulked. He turned his head to the last night at their table. John Mollister gave them a thin smile. I believe in keeping my mouth shut, sirs, on account that family of the ladies in question are present at the table. A moment later, the three men looked to them, varying degrees of embarrassment writ large across their features. He gave them a weak smile. It didn't help, and he chose to follow their lead, looking to Emond. That's why you are my favorite, Emond said, but his tone was sour, and Harbut and Osmond both flinched. My apologies, Emond, Ryger said. I spoke ill of your sister. 'Tis not your fault, Garrett, Emond replied. I fear my sister's tales may have more than a little truth in them. What? At Osmond's almost yell, the whole table turned to glare at him. Not that he seemed to care, gazing at Emond in horror. Emond raised his eyes, meeting his gaze again, and he felt himself flush, lowering his gaze to his ale once more. Tywin Lannister allied with Larys Strong to ensure our escape. I fear it is that bastard behind this attempt. I assure you that were he not already dead, or wishing he were so, Aegon and I would pursue him ourselves. The explanation was met with sounds of shocked disbelief. If you lot have half a mind you'll shut your mouths about it, Ryger warned. Let all good men think she's lying through her teeth until Larys Strong is in our hands. I have an entire mind, Garrett, John Mollister drawled. I know where my loyalties lie, Larys Strong or not. The Seven Kingdoms will not hear it from me. Nor me, Harbut said quickly. I've never liked him, declared Osmond. I knew there was something wrong with him. Mayhaps it was him she gelded then, Harbut added, grinning suddenly. Anyone for another. Send for that girl, Ryger replied. Harbut, you're a fine knight, but I fear a half-addled peasant could outwit you if he had a good story to tell. He tried not to smile as John and Osmond chortled along at the tease. There was a camaraderie to the men that he enjoyed just witnessing. It felt like the way he and Emond would joke at times, when his brother's mood was not dark and foul. Like it was now. I'll pay for this one, Emond told them, moving to drop some coins upon their table. He was rapidly prevented from doing so, however, by both John and Osmond. Come now. It's your last night of freedom before Humphrey Bracken lays his hooks into you. He felt himself flush like a green boy then, even as Emond grumbled some curses in their direction at their mirth. Memories of his own wedding night flashed into his eyes and he flushed red again, only this time Osmond Derry saw it and his face lit up with glee. Oh ho! Picturing your own lovely lady, young Durin. He wanted to deny it, but all he managed was to trip over the words. Emond smiled, the first time he had done that night, before shaking his head wearily. Leave him alone, he laughed. I swear the lot of you would be better suited as fools than knights. And if it pleases you, sirs, I have little complaints at marrying Jane Bracken. A scathing attack on our honor and an admission of naivety when it comes to Brackens, John laughed. At least you've ceased brooding. I thought for sure it would begin to rain indoors soon with the force of it. Perhaps your soon-to-be pretty wife likes that though, she's certainly been doing enough of it herself. He smiled as Emond flushed red at John's words. Jane Bracken. She had been one of Rhaenyra's wards. The better one, compared to Black Ollie and the spiky Dornish girl. Although he still preferred Cyrell, she at least was fond of him in turn. I did catch sight of a stormcloud earlier, sirs, Harbut added, sending them laughing all over again as Emond snorted. See what I mean, Durin, fools to a man. Emond was smiling when he said it, though, so he returned the smile. Prince Durin, but I remind you your brother is the worst of us for it. Emond shot Osmond a look when he spoke, but Osmond merely laughed. Our king made him hand, but I warrant a jester's motley would suit him better than any of us. He looked back at Emond, who directed a strained smile his way. Not a black mood, but hardly jesting along with them. He watched as his brother's hand rose to the clasp of his cloak. Hush now, before I rethink leaving my brother in your company, Emond replied, letting his hand fall. His gaze found his tankard, hoping Emond had not seen the fear on his face. He was no craven, a knight and dragon rider both, but how was he supposed to subdue half the Riverlands and Alyssa both? You need not worry, Emond, Ryger said. Nor you, Prince Durin. You'll have our loyalty, our advice, and our swords. It relieves me to hear it, Emond admitted. I would trust no one more to guard him. Especially given what is coming, John Mollister said, his tone grim. The Arryn girl is in King's Landing now, the Vale Knights marching for Rhaenyra. As like as not Cregan will march for her as well. And too many of our lords who ought to know better have raised her banners, Ryger muttered darkly. Nobody spoke for a moment as the serving girl arrived, placing fresh tankards on the table and collecting up their old ones. As if Cregan has the stomach for war, Osmond scoffed. Mark my words, he'll ape his uncle and send a few starving men south to die. No, it's the Vale Knights we must watch for. They'll make a great host indeed should they unite with Mutin. Which is why Lord Grover intends to bring the traitors here to order. With no enemies at our backs and the Lannister host Lord Jason has sent us, we will match them in men, Harbut told them. Although, I shan't say that in front of grandfather. He is angry he was ordered to let them pass already. Let Lord Peter sulk, Ryger laughed. We all know it's because Harbut chose to come to Riverrun against his advice. And why would I not? I met all of you, did I not? He sounded affronted. Ryger laughed again. And we met you. I'm not sure who came off worse. Then nearly spilled his ale as Harbut shoved him. The Piper Knight was smiling though, so he let himself smile at the joke too. Emond caught his eye then, jerking his head towards the door. For a brief moment, he felt he would come out of his skin as the others noticed, then averted their gazes. Emond rose, and after a moment of panic, he forced himself to rise too, following his brother into the cool night air. Although it was dark, Riverrun was still alive with activity. Soldiers mostly, working to support the vast camp he knew sat upon the opposite bank of the river. Osmond had said that it was lucky they did not have to cross to find cheap ale. Tell me truthfully, Emond finally said. Do you believe you could fight Alyssa? Yes, he lied. His words were quick, too quick, and Emond turned to him with a frown. I don't know. She has talent, he told him. But she is arrogant and a child besides. He waited for Emond to keep speaking, but instead his brother closed his eyes, a scowl making its way to his face. If you face her, keep Tessarion from Vermithor's reach. You do not need to fight to win, but fight to keep her from harrying your men as they fight, Emond finally explained. Harass her, pull her as far away from the fighting as you can. If you must, insult her before you meet her in the skies. Lay down a challenge. She'll take the bait if you know how to prick her pride. And how do I do that? He asked. Emond's eyes opened, and he gestured for him to follow, so he did. They began walking, soldiers moving out of their ways with respectful bows, maid servants blushing and then dropping into curtsies. All around them, Riverrun was alive. Not all of it was soldiers, though. Like his own marriage, it would be no grand festival, but Emond was a prince and now hand of the king. Grover Tully did not seem to be ready to let it pass by entirely without celebration. She nearly killed me once, Emond admitted, and the admission made surprise and fear cold in his lungs until he choked on the air he was trying to breathe. Yet Emond did not seem to notice, frowning at something only he could see. Rhaenyra was so angry with her. Start with that, lay down the accusation of kinslaying. Lay down the accusation of theft. No daughter of Rhaenyra would be angered by the normal insults. How? But then he stopped. Emond's frown deepened. She tried to tangle Silverwing and Vermithor, thinking Vermithor would triumph in close quarters. I was not prepared. She might have knocked me free of her. Understanding dawned then. The race, he realized. Emond nodded. Why did you not tell me? We could have. Could have what? Asked Emond, his tone mild, but that did not fool him not for a moment. Emond was angry again. Rhaenyra tore a strip or two from her hide. I rather think our father would have given her a lighter sentence were he asked to judge. Rhaenyra did, he asked, then felt like a child for how reluctant he sounded. Aegon had spoken well of her when it was not the throne they spoke of. Emond just seemed saddened by it all. She could not be all the awful things his mother had told him she was. Unbidden, he remembered Visera. Where was she now, he wondered. Arm in arm with Kermit Tully? The thought brought an ugly, angry feeling to his chest and he tried his best to ignore it. It was his duty to his brother, just as Visera had her duty in turn. You ought to have seen her, Iman snorted. Duran. He glanced up at his brother to find a troubled look upon his face. As if he wanted to say something but could not. Finally, he sighed again. I have something to ask of you, he sighed. A burden, almost. I will do it, he swore, and Iman shook his head. You are a knight now, you cannot make hasty oaths, Iman scolded, and he felt his whole face flush red. And this is a heavy burden I lay upon you indeed. He hoped Iman could not see his blush in the half-light. He felt like a child then and refused to look at his shoes. Should you succeed? Should Vermithor be forced to surrender, or if you are placed in a position to capture Alyssa? I ask that you not kill her. That you not allow Jason or Grover the pleasure either. What? He asked. Did Aegon know of this? It did not make sense that Aemond would ask him to save the woman that had already. Aegon wants Rhaenyra to surrender. Should we rout her Riverlanders and Valaman, should we threaten King's Landing itself, we can force her to the table, Aemond explained. Should a child of hers lie dead by our hands, that will never happen, and she will fight like a wounded animal to the last. That, did sound like something Aegon would desire, he admitted to himself. He bit his lip. Aemond paused and he nearly walked past him as he turned the request over and over in his mind. All I ask is you remember your vows as a knight. To be brave and just, to protect women and the young. His brother actually seemed concerned. But it was his duty to follow his brother, mother had always said that, and whilst Aemond had never said it aloud, he said it with his actions. He had cleaved to Aegon despite their anger with one another. I swear it, he said finally, and Aemond smiled. Chapter 341, The Dance, Luke 2. Chapter text. What is happening? Aelyandras grumbled. I cannot see. I don't know, he replied, more things he'd like to say dying on his tongue. Since he'd passed on the message from Mors, she'd changed. There had been less anger about her, instead she'd become almost quiet and thoughtful. Why did you come anyway? Mathos will be furious if he finds out. Their host cared little that he'd barely been in the shop since meeting Mors and his crowd, but Mathos had no desire to see Aelyandra out and about where any soldier might see her and drag her off to her uncle. Especially at an event announced by Garen's own men. Not that there were any signs of them yet, just a wooden stage erected in the middle of the square with the banners of House Martell flying above it. Mathos knows, she replied archly. They say Garen will be here, I cannot. She broke off as the Sun's pairs marched into view, 2 lines deep, forcing the crowd to break around them. He felt Aelyandra grab his shirt as the crowd moved around them, pushing them this way and that. Is it him? She whispered. If I had my spear, only to glare at him when he shushed her. Then her gaze softened slightly and they both returned to peering through the crowd. She spotted it first, movement in the space the Sun's pairs had created. More of Garen's mercenaries marched down the center now, 2 abreast, some moving up onto the wooden stage, whereas others circled around it, pushing the crowd back once more as they guarded it from all angles. Unease bloomed bright in his chest as he was jostled to and fro once more. What is this? Aelyandra murmured. A speech, he suggested. Some show of some sort. Mayhaps, she replied, but she looked more troubled by the suggestion than before he had spoken. Damn him. If father were still here, he'd... She paused then shook her head. He tried not to think about that. About his father. His true father. Aelyandra would surely kill him if she knew. Anyone in Dorne would surely kill him if they knew. He shook his head, as if he could banish the thoughts about him. His mother's husband was his father, no matter what others might say. That's what they'd said, they'd promised. Gods, he wished Papa were here right now. He'd know what to do. I think it's him, Aelyandra whispered. He swallowed, hating that his throat felt tight and that his eyes burned, before straining to see through the crowd once more. Garen Martell was not what he had imagined. To hear everyone tell it, he was taller than any man and twice as broad, able to fight 10 men at once and emerge without injury. The man that stepped up to the stage dressed in the colors Aelyandra had so recently worn herself was small and wiry, the sword he wore at his side shorter than any he'd seen a knight wield. His dark skin bore little evidence of the great battles he was supposed to have seen. He looked younger than he had expected him to, his dark hair showing no signs of age, his face bearing no signs of weathering or wrinkles. Yet when he raised his arms, a pleasant smile upon his face, and silence spread through the crowd, he could believe this man had led an army, had seen war. The way he stood, the way his eyes swept over the crowd, as if he knew he would be obeyed. He drew a deep breath, feeling suddenly shaky. Then he nearly leapt from his skin as Aelyandra wrapped her arm about his own, her gaze still fixed upon her uncle, worry creasing her brow. People of Sun's Pair. There was some ragged cheering when he spoke, but it quickly died as he waved his arms once more. People of Dorne. He must have men in the crowd, Aelyandra murmured. He could believe that, Papa had once told him he did something similar when he wanted people to shout for Aunt Rhaenyra and did not wish to risk the matter. They will be watching for us, he replied, and Alyandra's frown deepened from worry into unhappiness. There are those who will call me a usurper, he continued, moving about the stage as if he were some mummer. There are those that would name me traitor. I deny it. I deny it until my last breath. He's good, he told Alyandra. Her grip on his arm tightened for a moment, but she did not answer. I am loyal to Dorne. To you. To the memory of my brother who died to drive back the dragons at our gates, he called, raising his arms now. My niece, although I hold her dear in my heart for the love I bore Corin, cannot deliver you from this servitude. There were jeers then as the crowd agreed with him, yells of insults against Alyandra, and he felt her flinch next to him. The dragons raised her, not the sands of Dorne. My people, you could not know my grief when I came against her. Her lips had thinned now, until they were white, her jaw clenched tightly in a way that would make his own ache fiercely. Yet I had no other choice were I to set this great wrong right once more. The dragons took our lands once, I shall not allow them to take it once more. And make no mistake, good people, they would come for us again and again until we are no more. They would see our leaders bound to them. They promised a bastard to our princess. He felt his breath die in his throat then, fear making him dizzy, making his body feel too hot and then too cold at the same moment. He dared not look at her, he did not want to see the frown of confusion she no doubt had as she puzzled through Garen's claim. The slow realization of what he implied and the hate and anger that would surely follow. Yes, my good people, a bastard is all they judged us worthy of, he spat. And not just any bastard, but a bastard of the mad dragon, the very man that killed our beloved Prince Corin. The crowd's noise became a roar as the ground tilted underneath him until the only thing keeping him upright was Alyandra, her grip tight around his arm. Feeling ill, he raised his head to meet her eyes and found. You knew, he breathed. For a moment, that inscrutable expression, so much like his aunt that it hurt, flickered. Then finally, barely perceptible, she nodded. A disgusting proposition. Garen bellowed, his voice audible even over the roar. But I do not make these claims lightly, good people. Judge for yourself. Alyandra's eyes whipped back around as Garen spoke, and as he followed her gaze he saw yet more movement. More sons pairs dragging a man, bound and hooded, between them. Garen stood back as they dragged him up into the view of the crowd. Garen was smiling, he realized, although he said nothing as the men dropped the prisoner to his knees and took up part of the chains that bound him to secure him to the floor. Once it was done, Garen reached out and pulled the hood from the man's head. No. No, 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 whimpered Alyandra as Aaron Dane squinted at the light. His face was a riot of bruises, his left eye swollen shut. His sandy blonde hair was dark, and Luke thought he might be able to make out the red of blood dried to the side of his head. No, we have to do something. Anything, please, no. I give you Lord Aaron Dane, the true traitor. The crowd jeered as Alyandra's face became a mask of fury and hatred. Tell them the fate you condemned your niece to, my lord. Confess and I may yet grant you mercy. He did not hear what Aaron Dane said over the roar of the crowd, but Garen smiled, a pleased look on his face as he raised his hands for silence once more. With some difficulty, Aaron Dane rose to his feet. He'd half expected the sons pairs to kick his legs from underneath him, but they merely remained still, watching him with undisguised disgust. I did what I did for love of my sister and niece, he shouted, and Alyandra flinched, although whether it was his words or the ragged tone of his voice, he did not know. They sold us a marriage with a dragon, mayhaps he even is as Garen claims. He paused, as if he were struggling for breath. Garen's smile looked less pleased now, and Luke wondered what he expected Aaron to say. The betrothal was cancelled. Remember where your loyalties lie. Aaron was cut off as the butt of a spear hit him in the gut, knocking him backwards. A moment later, Garen was upon him, delivering a blow that knocked Aaron from his feet to the floor. I offered mercy, he snarled at the crowd. Remember that. I offered mercy. Then he pulled the blade from his belt and struck downwards. Half the crowd seemed to groan then, and around them people began moving. The men in front of the stage shifted their stance, as if they were prepared to lower their spears. My niece rebels even now, her armies gathering to march upon this city and hand us all back to the dragons. Fight with me. But his control over the crowd was broken, people shouting louder and louder. Some screamed for him, but more and more cursed him. They needed to get out of here. He moved, pulling Alyandra with him as they struggled even to stay upright, as more and more people decided they wished no part in the fighting that was sure to come. Somehow they cleared the square before the soldiers could move in to quell the crowd, and once they were free from its confines, the crowd began to thin as some took to the narrow alleys and others sought refuge in nearby buildings and shops. He ran, Alyandra following along beside, until he recognized the market Moore sold his food in. They slowed to a walk then, the burn in his lungs forcing him to. He wished he could say it was the promise of safety, but he knew after today, Dorne would be safe for him no more. Not after Garen had revealed his secret. Take me to your friend, Alyandra said after a moment. He looked at her. She was a mess. Tears still running down her face, her hair swept by the wind and her already drab clothes covered in dirt and sand. Damn you, take me. To my death, he asked and she flinched. When did you find out? Uncle, she stopped, taking a deep breath as more tears fell. Uncle Aaron told me. The cancelled betrothal? Was that true? He felt hollow suddenly. Dizzy. As if the floor had fallen out from under him. Alyandra took a deep, shuddering breath before trying to wipe her face free of tears. It didn't work, more fell. Yes, she finally breathed. Your side, not mine. I thought you'd kill me if you ever found out, he admitted and she laughed. An ugly, wet sound that he hated in an instant. I thought I would too, she admitted, wiping at her eyes again. But, he told me not to. So it was all just a mummer's farce. She laughed that awful laugh again but did not answer him. They stood in the market, alone but for the few brave souls who risked selling their wares whilst the soldiers were riled. No doubt they hadn't heard yet, but they would soon, and then he and Alyandra would be an easy capture. He should take her to Mathos. To tell him everything and hope he didn't get poisoned. He thought of Moors and wondered if that friendly man would kill him just as easily. I'll take you to Moors. Her head jerked up, eyes wide. Truly, she asked, her voice thick with grief. He nodded. If someone hurt my uncle, I'd want to hurt them too, he told her, picturing Uncle Laner and Uncle Martin. The king, then she stopped when he shook his head so violently he feared he would tip himself over. I am sorry. For what? He asked, and then hated the bitter tone in his voice. Especially when it seemed like she was trying. I am sorry too. Aaron Dane was a good man. He was, she whispered back, before straightening her back. Will you help me? I don't. I don't give a shit about your father. I want Dorn back and I want to hurt him for what he did. I'll get you your dragon back if you want, just, help me. Feeling still like he was walking towards his father's office after being caught doing something wrong, he began the short walk to where Moors and his friends were no doubt gathered. Had they seen Garen's display? His question was answered the moment he stepped inside and the man closest to the door, the man he had only seen once or twice in Moor's company, swung for him. He threw himself backwards but he still felt the fist on his cheek, sending him spinning to the floor. A moment later, a foot collided with his midsection and he found himself unable to breathe. Panic and fear made him dizzy, he had to move, to get away, yet his limbs did not seem to work. He screwed his eyes shut and did his best to curl up, to project his stomach, chest, and head. Papa had taught him that. Distantly, he heard Alyandra yelling for his attacker to stop. Enough, Timion. He wanted to sob with relief as Moor's voice rang out and the blows stopped. Enough, snarled his attacker. Enough? I lost a son to this bastard's sire. You won't find me arguing that the mad dragon needs putting down like a dog, Timion, but the lad isn't him. We don't do that here. Strong hands wrapped around him, hauling him to his feet and then clutching him until he had his legs underneath him once more. When he opened his eyes, he found Moors frowning at him, eyes searching his face. Was he looking for Damon there? He'd find it, and the thought made him sick. Sides, it's bad manners to kill a man that stands by your liege, Moors murmured. Timion shifted, hate still writ large on his face, but now he looked past Luke. To Alyandra. The princess, asked Timion, hate fading to disbelief, then to shock. Then he bowed low and Moors let Luke go to do the same. Why save the bastard? Timion asked as he rose from his bow, still looking dazed. After what his father did. He wanted to laugh, but feared that would make things worse, so he settled for peering at the rest of them, faces showing their agreement. Papa would kill him if he knew he had done this. Another crime to the pile, then. He is not his sire, Alyandra said firmly. Make no mistake, I raged as well when I learned the truth, but I am no fool. Even if we did punish children for the crimes of their father in Dorne, do you think the dragons would allow us peace? I know the queen, she would make Visenya and Aegon look reasonable by comparison, and she is not the worst of them. He wanted to smile at that. Auntie Rhaenyra would, wouldn't she? He paled to think what mother would do. Or father. I assure you that his mother is well capable of making Ghost Hill look tame in comparison, Alyandra continued. That is what Garen fails to understand. Does he think we can just ignore them and they will go away? I do not know, my princess, Moors murmured, but Alyandra wasn't listening to them. Or anyone, actually. He watched as she began to pace back and forth, and he knew well she was working herself into a fury. My uncle loved Dorne. He loved me. Garen loves only himself, and he would see all of you perish in dragon flame so long as he could claim the ash they would leave in their wake. There were tears in her eyes as she looked at them. She needs to be angry now, he thought, she does not want tears. You have my aid, he whispered, not trusting himself to try and speak louder. He felt as if he had just spent all day in the yards being drilled by Sir Stefan for some offence he'd given. He tried to breathe deep, but his ribs panged with pain and the world wobbled around him a little. And mine? Timion promised, shooting a nasty look his way, as if Timion resented that he was not the first to promise. All of ours, my princess, Mors told her. And not just us. There are hundreds of us waiting for your command. Good, she said, looking as lost as he felt for a moment. Thank you. I trust you have a plan. Mors continued. There are not so many of us that we can fight his men. At least there won't be any high hermitage men, he told them, and Alyandra frowned. How do you figure that? Asked Mors. Half the rumors we hear say so, but are they worth a damn? They guarded the streets and now they're gone. He can't be that confident. Mors was nodding as he spoke. Rumor has it that Lady Cosella is out of favor. They say she delivered him son's pair on a silver platter but failed to capture you, the princess's mother, and the princess herself. Alyandra edged further into the room then, looking thoughtful. Mors turned to her. My princess. Skywalker, she finally said. We get Skywalker and we get my army, and then we drive Garen into the sea. Chapter 342, The Dance, Laner 2. Chapter Text. The hosts of Lords Merryweather, Footley, Caswell and Meadows were a comfortable 12,000 men, swelling their forces closer to 15,000 marching under his wife's banner. Yet Laner found himself more interested in the lords themselves. He wondered, a tad ruefully if he was being truthful, if Rhaenyra and Joffrey hadn't ruined him for proper war. Deciding not to follow that thought to its end, he indulged in examining them as they clustered close to the central table on which a great map of the Reach had been spread out before them. Lord Arthur Footley was an average man with mud-brown hair and eyes, though he wore command well enough that Laner knew he was no green boy. That honor went to Lord Orland Caswell, a painfully young man. He could well remember being in his position, how lost he had felt being the youngest man in the tent as decisions about a great host were made and he was expected to input his own opinions to men over twice his age and experience. Lord Orland reminded him of Jove, just a little, before Criston Cole had killed the knight but left the man alive. Although he wore his brown hair a little longer than Jove had, kept no beard and his eyes were grey rather than hazel. Lord Harlan Merryweather was old. His face wrinkled, his hair steel grey. If he had not seen him drilling his men when he had arrived, he might have wondered if the man could even lift the sword he wore on his hip. His frame spoke of frailty, yet the way he had kept up with knights half his age spoke differently. At least he did not have to worry should Lord Harlan meet his end in battle, for the man had brought his son along. Mark was still young, but not as painfully young as Orland, and it was clear he had the respect of the Merryweather men. He would not see them panic and break whilst he waited for Harlan's replacement. The last lord of any note was Lord Garce Meadows. He had brought the fewest troops to the muster, bearing apologies and a message that Lord Desmond Florent was mustering at Highgarden. Gods, he wished Jove were here. You stated Lord Florent had news from Old Town. It was Garce Meadows he addressed, and the lord looked almost queasy to be receiving his attention. Yes, my prince. He stumbled over the address a little and the other lords shifted uneasily. He kept his gaze on the man, let them see him as unyielding. Still, when he returned to King's Landing, he rather fancied he'd spend a lot of time thanking Rhaenyra for the title. No man here would call him sir as if it were an insult twice. Lord Garman is massing his forces there. We believe he intends to march up to Rose Road and attack Highgarden. Lord Florent is confident our forces can hold the castle were it just men that Lord Garman can bring to bear, but he has a dragon. Lord Florent requests we march to meet them immediately. The lord trailed off and he turned his attention to the map. Beesbury, Tarley and Huntlands stood in the High Tower's path and that would slow their advance, even more so if they decided to target Brightwater Keep as well. Rhaenyra had seemed so sure that Helena would remain in Old Town. Dare he risk it all on her insistence? Moreover, would these lords trust him if his sole proof was his wife's heart? He let his eyes drift over the map, over the tokens that showed armies and their movements. Who commands Aegon's forces in the Northern Reach? He asked. John Roxton, my prince, Lord Arthur answered. If I may be so bold, we must deal with him before we make any other move. He is a bastard. They call him Bold John because any other name worthy of him should not be spoken in polite company. Lord Florent was most insistent but it was the young Orland who cut off Garce Meadows' whine. Lord Florent will survive, it is not your land that will burn if we leave Lord John at our backs, he snapped. Lord Garce went red and dropped his gaze to the floor. Laner tried not to smile as Orland kept his gaze on Garce a moment longer, as if daring him to try and speak again. He could not wait to bring this up to Jove and watch his lover blush and pretend to be stern. Then another thought. John Roxton had been with Aegon. How was he now leading his men in the ring? Or was his delay in attacking his neighbors caused by his men waiting for him to arrive? Lord Orland is being hot-headed, but he is not wrong, Lord Arthur said after a moment of silence. I've a pregnant wife back in Tumbleton, my prince, if we do not deal with the men of the ring, I must send forces back to guard my land. Amusement faded to anger and he stamped it down. Instead he let his gaze rise to meet Arthur's and watched the man swallow heavily. Good, he had not made the threat lightly. Still, it was worrying that fear of this Lord John would trump fear of him. Still, if John were not present, then mayhaps he had time. What of Golden Grove? He asked. Jove had warned him that the two vassals there were false, dancing around each other, waiting to see where the other would land. He'd also warned him that Thaddeus Rowan, even now, had less than innocent designs on his wife. Keeping him from enough glory to force his way into the capital seemed prudent, he would not have another Benyon Stark. Will Lord Rowan ride to meet John Roxton in battle? Lord Thaddeus is besieging Cold Moat, rumbled Lord Merryweather. Lord Edwin, up jumped blasted traitor, attempted an ambush as they mustered. Were it not for Sir Alan Osgrey, I'd warrant Lord John would be besieging Golden Grove as we speak. Well, he'd have to send a raven to Jove with that news. It would please Jove that he'd averted disaster. So Lord John has a choice. Aid his embattled ally or march on your unprotected lands. At his words, Orland and Arthur shifted uncomfortably. Garce had yet to even raise his eyes from the grass. He would have to soothe the man's ego later, forget Jove and Rhaenyra, he would have his own hide if he let his pride compromise his army. And given your low opinion of him, I feel safe in assuming he isn't a very good ally. You have the right of it, Orland murmured. Thaddeus commands a good amount of men and Lord John is many things, but not a fool, Lord Harlan pointed out. Were we to march on Golden Grove, he would have to prepare to defend the ring. I am not willing to bet my unborn child on whether John Roxton is a vicious idiot or a vicious genius, snapped Arthur, eyes blazing. No, no, this would not do. Enough, he called. Letting them get out of hand now, no. He had a duty here. Strangle the Greens in their cradle and then make for the Stormlands. His sister needed him, and wasting time on pointless arguments. What to do, it had been his intention to ride straight for Highgarden. Yet it seemed he would have to deal with this John Roxton first. Lord Florent would sulk and complain. A fine start to an alliance he had sealed with his own daughter. He clamped down on the anger. Jove had been right, they needed Florent. Yet he could not banish those covetous eyes from his mind. Desmond's son would have his daughter's hand, but if Desmond thought he was getting a child he could mold to suit his whims, he would find himself sorely mistaken. His daughter was as stubborn as her mother and he was twice over. Fierce pride overwhelmed the annoyance. As if he had forgotten, he marched under his wife's banner, but it was his children's future they fought for. He let his eyes drop back to the map, ignoring the lords, ignoring thoughts of Desmond Florent. What would his father do? What would his mother? And of those options, what could he live with? Truly, Rhaenyra had ruined him for war. This John Roxton will be defeated before we march on Highgarden, but I will not abandon allies to face the enemy alone. He reached out and tapped the cider hall. This will be our first conquest. Keep Ashford, Peake and Foss away from uniting and joining Lord Garmon's would-be siege, Lord Garce said, tone approving. Owen Foss away is loyal to Aegon, he's still young enough to be enamored with him, Harlan Merryweather warned. He will not yield. I will use Seasmoke to force a quick resolution, he told them, hoping that it would not be needed. That this Foss away boy would see that his defiance would win him naught but death. That he would not have to bring him, and countless others, those deaths. From there, we will split our forces. And be overwhelmed when Peake and Gerald Ashford march on Cider Hall to retake it, Orland snapped, jabbing a finger at Dunstan. Amusement at his similarity to Jove faded in an instant to be replaced by annoyance. Was this how Rhaenyra had felt when she had warned them and Jove had thrown it back in her teeth? Do you take me for a fool, my lord? He emphasized the question by laying a hand on Blackfyre and watched with no small satisfaction as the lord paled. Someone, likely Lord Harlan, bit back a chuckle. We will send a message to Lord Tarley to besiege Dunstan. It is the closest of Peake's castles to Highgarden and the greatest threat. Ashford and Peake will be unable to face his host, for Sir Alan Beesbury and Sir Lawrence Hunt will march alongside him. After his discipline of Lord Orland, they did not interrupt again as he explained. Lord Arthur will have command of the forces left at Cider Hall and will march on Appleton to clear the way to Highgarden. Lord Footley straightened at that and he hoped the matter of pulling men from the host to send back to Tumbleton would be forgotten. Orland would not risk offending him again, he was sure of that. Lord Garce would merely be pleased he was not defying Florent. As for Merryweather. Lord Merryweather, I would ask you march with me to aid Lord Thaddeus Rowan and then march on the ring. It would be an honor, my prince, Harlan intoned, bowing his head. He could not hide his small smile, however. In a morbid way, he could not wait to face John Roxton, if only to see how the man had earned the hatred of so many of his neighbors and peers. We will use the Mander to supply our troops as they move, we have no time for looting. We must put this rebellion to bed before Aegon reinforces the high towers with Lannister men or with his own dragon. The lords mumbled their agreement. Once we have secured Appleton, Dunstonbury, and Golden Grove, and the threat John Roxton poses has been neutralized, we will split once more. I will take the army to face Ashford, and what remains of the peak forces and the vast bulk of the host will reinforce Highgarden. An excellent and decisive plan, my prince, Lord Arthur told him. I am happy that Tumbleton will not be endangered with John Roxton taken into account. You have my full muster and my deepest apologies for doubting you. I have no doubt Thaddeus will be pleased as well. Never have I met a man so loyal to our queen than Thaddeus, Lord Harlan chuckled. Why, even when he was a squire. Well, that explained the closeness there. Lord Merryweather was looking out for a former squire. The realization made his heart hurt anew. He should not have sent him away. Rolf should have been here. He should be learning how to make proper war. The knowledge was bitter on his tongue that every lesson Rolf had learned had been one Laner had learned from the Dornish first. No, he should not have sent him away. Chapter 343, The Dance, Aemon 2. Chapter text. Sunrise was still a turn or two away, yet already his disquiet had grown into unease. It left him unable to summon up even his usual, familiar anger. Outside his tent, no bell sounded. There was no call, no rush of movement. Dawn came soon and Lord Samwell Blackwood had yet to strike his banners. He wished he could say that it was the thought of what would happen if Blackwood did not yield that was making him so restless, but he could not. For the Knight of Kenning had gone missing. Casting about for a distraction, he peered at his wife, feigning sleep. That thought was odd as his mood. Wife. He'd known he must marry. Aegon would not allow the heir of his heir to remain free for life. He'd just hoped he had more time. In truth, he did not blame Jane for it. She'd been as horrified as he to discover their betrothal. Perhaps more horrified, Lord Humphrey had been cursing Amos for sending her to Rhaenyra since she had broken into tears upon learning who she was to marry. He'd avoided spilling his own tears, more concerned with what Rhaenyra would do to him when she found out. If you could go anywhere, where would you go? He asked her, staring into the gloom of their tent. For a long moment, she did not reply, and he feared he had mistaken true sleep for deception. Then she stirred, although she did not look at him. King's Landing. The reply was short and clipped, and he sighed, reaching for the now warm jug of ale on his table and poured himself a mug. He'd have to be careful, he could not mount Silverwing drunk, but Father forgive him, he could not bear to wait without something to blunt the edge. He drank deep, trying to marshal his thoughts into something resembling sense. I'd go to Karth, he told her, grimacing at the sour taste of the ale. A resentful silence answered his words and he scowled at his drink. No, he did not blame her, but Crone's wisdom, he wanted to. It would be so much easier if he could blame her for his mood, for his ills. When his anger came back to him, when Raventree Hall was burned around him and he was able to hate Jason and hate Lord Humphrey for putting him in this situation. He finished his drink. Another excuse. It was he himself that should bear the blame. Hand of the king, and Lord Humphrey had outmaneuvered him as if he were a green boy. Jason had helped, he knew. His brother had made him hand, a position Jason had wanted for himself, and now he was Jason's target. Whatever struggle Jason had been engaged in with Lord Garman had fallen by the wayside, for their great-uncle was a kingdom away, preparing to receive Aegon and then march on the Florence. And he was to leave Durin to this, overly proud, poisonous lord. My prince. The call was soft, quiet. The man on the other side of the canvas did not want the camp to know he had paid Aemond a visit. Come, Sir Cedric. The man stepped in, and although he was Aegon's friend, and not his, he felt a pang of sympathy, for he looked as exhausted as Aemond felt. You may call me Aemond, if you so wish. I know how close my brother holds you. Thank you, Aemond, Cedric replied, his voice still low. He felt Jane's interest then, as if her gaze was drilling into his back. If Cedric noticed, he said little, lowering himself into one of the chairs with a sigh. I'd offer you ale, but it is long since at its best and I am not convinced it had much taste to begin with, he explained. Sir Cedric managed a small smile then. He had been quiet since their flight from King's Landing. Such is the nature of sieges, Cedric grumbled. Was it right to bring her? It was her father's choice, he replied. Tell me, what have you learned? Not as much as I wish, Cedric replied, a frown furrowing his brow. I did not wish to tip any to my mission, but, people who ought to know where the Knight of Kenning is, do not. That settled in his gut, and to cover his unease he reached for his ale again. He did not trust Jason, that his knight had gone missing with a handful of troops only served to deepen that mistrust. What was he hiding? Why had he chosen to send the Knight of Kenning away? They had slipped away before they had reached the Gold Tooth. Did that still mean they were in the Westerlands, or had Jason set them loose upon the Riverlands? Is there anything else? He asked, aware he was sulking somewhat now. As if Jason would make it so easy. Well, yes, actually, Cedric whispered and his heart leapt in wild hope. I sought out Harold Rutiger. They say he was up to his ears in it with Roland Rain and Reynard Marbrand. Lords Perrin, Rutiger, and Sarsfield. Roland promised them appointments and coin in Renera's name, he told Cedric. Jason had taken great pleasure in regaling them with the story of how he had fooled Roland Rain. How Adrian Tarbeck and Rupert Doggett had conspired to gain his trust and betray his plans. With Rain and Marbrand in chains, the three lords had been quick to swear themselves to the Lannister cause once more. Lannister cause? Lord Jason revealed too much in that argument. And what have Jason's would-be rebels to say, he asked, aware he was fixating again. He needed to keep his mind open. That Roland put up a fight and they focused on killing his boy, not his men. That half the Rain muster is still loose in the Westerlands, raising trouble in Lord Roland's name. He laughed as Cedric spoke, he could not help it. Well, it was something to hold over Jason's head, regardless. He rather fancied he'd wait until the Lannister lord got above himself, then he'd bring the matter up as if it were no great deal, watch it puncture his sails. You've done well, Cedric. The knight smiled and nodded. So the information is worth something, he asked, and Emond did not fail to notice the note of anxiety there. He reached for his coin purse, turning that over in his mind. How much do you owe? He asked, and Cedric paled. And to whom? And nothing, Emond, he lied. Somewhere in the gloom, Jane snorted in disbelief and Cedric went from pale to scarlet in a moment. You will not tell Aegon. I swear it. Cedric nodded at his words before his eyes flickered closed and he let out a great breath. When we were in King's Landing, I found myself frequenting a gambling den, he admitted, shame writ large on his features. Before I knew it, my allowances were gone and I thought if I could just. You took a loan, he realized. Cedric nodded, his features glum. More than one, he confessed. Father bought it out the first time, but he was not willing to when you repeated your folly, Emond finished for him. Cedric looked as if he would weep. I thought I could win it all back, he protested. Then flinched when he realized how loud he had spoken. Guiltily, he glanced about, as if he feared Lord Jason would crash through the walls of the tent and clap him in chains for merely speaking with Emond. I owe them nearly 1,000 dragons. Fool, he said, but even the revelation of just how stupid Cedric had been could not summon the true bite of his anger. I will arrange for your payment to be sent to you. When we return to King's Landing, you had better hope it is not in chains, because I'm the only one that will dig you out of this. I understand, Emond, he said quickly before rising and glancing warily at Jane. Then with a final, half-hearted bow, he fled. Why Karth? Jane asked the moment the breeze Cedric had caused as he'd all but run from them died. It isn't here, he answered, and she laughed. It was strained and lacked joy, but she laughed. Tell me, if I do end up in chains, will you save me? She snorted at his question and then sat up and the smile on her face was wrong. As if she were barely holding back tears. He felt his heart lurch and he was glad he had not blamed her for their predicament. I will be lucky if I am not in chains at your side, she whispered a moment later. He rose to his feet and strode across to her. She flinched backwards as he sat down next to her, then froze still as he reached out and brushed away the single tear that had fallen. As if my sister could, he laughed, although he did not feel the joy he forced into it. As like as not, she'll geld me and send me to the wall for daring to think myself good enough for you. If you are so sure, she mumbled. She was always kind to me. To me as well. He tried not to think about the stone garden. That had not been kindness, even though the blame had been his. Mayhaps she will let me make my home with the Black Cells with my family, rather than with the Black Brothers, he tried to joke. She laughed again before falling back into the pillows and peering up at him. I am sorry, she told him. For weeping. As am I, he answered, and she frowned, then smiled, as if she were trying to imagine his tears and could not quite do it. You have been kind, I had not expected that, she confessed. Will you grant me a further kindness? If it is within my power. Oh, he should not. He knew he should not, but that could go and hang. He would not inspire this girl's terror, he would not be a monster. And if any objected, they could go hang, for he was hand and he spoke with Aegon's voice. And if Aegon objected? Ali Ali's Anne. Lord Samwell's sister. He recalled her. The lady in one moment and a hellion in the next, always ready with some witty retort or a string of curses that would send most men red with shock. Durin despises her, he laughed and Jane managed a small smile in response to that. If you ask me to spare her, I must warn you that I never had any intention not to do so. I have no desire to slaughter women and children. That fills me with relief, but I would actually ask that you appoint her to be my lady. She paused then, flushing pink. She will be angry, but, my father will put her in a dark cell and I do not imagine the soldiers will be kind to her. Not if she treats them how she treated Durin, he agreed. It was unwise, Lord Humphrey would be furious, but he would do it. I will do all I can to see her by your side, then. Thank you, she whispered a moment later. In truth, this all seemed like a nightmare. Yet if you are kind, then perhaps it will not be so bad. I try to be kind, he replied, wondering if she would still think that the first time she saw his rage. Will you not sleep, my prince, she asked a moment later, as if she did not know what to say. He moved around her and laid down atop the sheets. She gave him a bemused look, and he realized he had not even taken his boots off. If they sally, I will need to be quick to Silverwing's side, he mumbled, hoping he hadn't turned as red as the heat in his cheeks would imply. She will not appreciate it if I mount her barefoot. Silverwing is a beautiful dragon, she said. Safe ground for a dragon rider, and he knew she would have learned that from Rhaenyra. Although, if he were being honest, he could not help but think it was the truth for his mount. Would he go back and change it if he could? Even he was not sure anymore. Perhaps he would send Alyssa away, little snake she was. Rhaenyra would not send her to the mount for years yet and she'd be stuck claiming a runt from the pit. That'd be a fitting punishment for her. He did not recall going to sleep, but he knew he must have because when he opened his eyes the tent was slightly bright, indicating dawn was fast approaching, and Durin was calling his name. He pushed himself to sit up and wanted to groan at the pounding pain in his head and the feeling of wool in his mouth. Perhaps he had indulged too much in the ale, then. Hold your horses, Durin, he called back and then froze when he heard Jane groan. He turned to her. She was fast asleep, curled towards the spot he had just abandoned. My lady. Not now, Alice Anne, stop being a beast, he smiled, despite the name she had uttered in her sleepy grumble. Let me sleep in for once. Emond. Lord Blackwood has struck his banners. Durin called again and his smile faded. So he would not burn Raventree Hall this day. Then. He left Jane sleeping and made for the front of the tent. Durin looked as if he had slept as well as he had, and he'd bet both of them had eyes dark with lack of sleep. What a pair they must make. His party is preparing to ride out, Durin told him, eyes wide and worried. Lord Grover is preparing to receive them. Then we'd better join them. Durin nodded and put on a spurt of speed. He wanted to groan. No, what he wanted to be was angry again. Anger was easy. Anger didn't require him to think. Anger would have seen Raventree Hall burn long before now. Yet Lord Grover was insistent, he would not have them saying he relied on Silverwing and Tessarion alone. He stifled a yawn as they came into sight of Grover's party. Lord Jason being nowhere in sight was a gratifying thing. He wondered if he had been excluded by Grover, or whether he had elected to stay out of sight himself. A horse was brought forth as he debated each possibility in his mind. Jason was clever, yes, but would he truly miss an opportunity to lord it over a defeated enemy? Especially when Emond would be there. Perhaps he should have Cedric watch Jason, rather than attempting to find Daemon Kenning. Did you get any sleep? Asked Grover, his voice gentle and low so that the others could not hear. A little, he replied, feeling like a boy again. Grover chuckled. An hour at most with the look of you. I understand, it is your first campaign. Just be careful you do not exhaust yourself, my boy. If you do not sleep and eat, your body will decide when to do that for you, and collapsing in battle may mean your death. Then Grover sat straight in his saddle and turned towards the two boys that sat among his knights. That applies to you too as well. Leave your carousing for more appropriate places. Kermit and Oscar Tully blushed red under their great-grandfather's gaze. Next to him, Durin tilted his head, refusing to meet his eyes. He bit his tongue and said nothing of the tavern in Lanny Sport. As they began to ride, he heard his brother sigh in relief. Well, he'd save it for later. For when he'd navigated this snarl between his new good father and his wife. Lord Samwell rode to meet them, Rhaenyra's banner and his own fluttering in the wind. He peered up at Aegon's that Grover's men bore, the red dragon on black with its border of green. Not like Rhaenyra's gaudy thing, he found he disliked the quartered sigil bearing the Iron Moon and Falcon, the Velaryon seahorse and their own house's three-headed dragon twice over. Lord Grover, I can only assume from your siege that you have chosen to forsake our true queen and the oaths you swore to her twice over. Samwell's voice was far too jovial for a man about to surrender his land and keep. So jovial in fact that his mind came truly awake in a moment, and he began peering about. Where was the trap? Rhaenyra might pretend to disdain it, but he was not Aegon, ready to believe her tricked and manipulated by those around her. He knew she employed those who were dishonorable so she would not have to dirty her own hands. Lord Samwell, our queen is Queen Helena, wife of King Aegon. You have risen for a usurper. I demand you swear fealty to the true king in this moment. Lord Samwell just laughed and shook his head. I had a great deal of respect for you once, he told Grover after his laugh had died away. But those days have passed. Any man who thinks themselves lesser for bowing to a woman is no true man in my eyes. There was the anger. That he should disrespect Grover so. As if Grover was not his liege lord. Then you leave me no choice but to order your arrest, Grover intoned, his eyes flat and unfriendly. Stand down your men. Then Samuel smiled and he felt the jaws of some trap he could not see snap shut around them. What had this lord done? He saw no sign of movement to indicate betrayal. No men arose from the battlements, ready to shoot a storm of arrows at them, no yells of alarm sounded from the camp. Durin was much the same, shifting uneasily in his saddle. Even the knights Grover had brought with him were glancing warily about. Men of Raventree Hall, lay down your weapons, as Lord Tully commands. The 10 or so men at his back dismounted their horses, following Samuel's own lead. Swords were drawn from their sheaths and dropped into the grass. Grover's knights reached the surrendering men moments later, moving cautiously. You will be taken to Stonehenge and imprisoned there. Your family will be escorted to Riverrun as hostages. Your muster will join our host, and should any man under your banner turn again, I will take your son's hands for it. Samuel's smile died then as he sent a look of flat dislike at Grover. You have something to say, Samuel? Speak up then. Your father would be ashamed if he could see you now. He had to admire Grover's calm, especially when he felt as if he might come out of his skin entirely. Yet he could tell the old man was on edge. He might be the only one there that could. Simply this, Lord Samuel began. My men will march for the true queen. All you have taken is a castle. For a moment, there was silence after the words. Lord Samuel merely waited, his delight growing once more as they puzzled through his nonsensical denial. Then it made sense and he urged his horse into a gallop, making for the gates of Raventree Hall. No arrow was loosed at him, no guard cried a challenge. His horse's hooves rang loud on the stone, echoing all the more because there was not a sound to be heard but for the sharpness of his breath. He wheeled the horse around, searching for movement he knew he would not find. Durin brought his own mount to a halt next to him a moment later, his eyes wide as he took in the same sights that Emond did. But how? He cried in dismay. We saw them on the battlements. We saw their cooking fires. A trick, he breathed, urging his horse to begin moving again, at a more sedate pace this time. He fooled us. Him and those men back there. As like as not his true forces are leagues away, and we've wasted 3 days here while they marched. We could take Silverwing and Tessarion, Durin mumbled. See how smug he is when we burn his men. No, it was a slow realization, but one he could not deny. No. I have already wasted enough time here. Aegon will be in the Reach before the month is out and I must be in the Stormlands soon enough. Let Lord Samuel have his empty victory. He fancied they both jumped as Grover rode up at their backs, his face grave. Burn this keep before you leave, my boy. No matter where his men have fled to, they will find themselves with nowhere to return to. Chapter 344, The Dance, Jocelyn 1. Chapter text. The sound of raised voices, a man and a woman, roused her from her mood. A glance at the window told her time had passed her by once more and that she was even further behind with her work now than she had been a few hours earlier. Guilt clawed at her throat, but the voices sounded once again and she forced herself to move from her chair, feeling strangely reluctant to move despite the ache. She ignored the state of her quarters as she moved. If Mother were able to see them, she would be furious. If I could just be allowed. The woman's voice was familiar, although she could not place it. The man's voice she recognized straight away. Sir Hugh Connington. Her mother's man, guarding her door. The princess is not receiving. He stopped his angry reply as she tore open the door. Ynys Euronwood's own angry retort also died on her lips at the sight of Jocelyn. My princess, she mumbled a moment later, bowing low. The action made Jocelyn want to squirm, to come out of her own skin. Emond and Mother were the ones people should be bowing to. Not her. She wanted to shake her head, as if she could shake the wool that had seemed to gather in her mind. She did not want to deal with this. She wanted to go hide under her covers until all of this was over. Until Rolf came and found her. Her father scolded her for sleeping in. Most of all, she wanted to cry once more. Over Rolf, over Mother, over Aunt Helena. She wanted to stay in her room until the world was right again. But she couldn't because Mother needed her. Emond needed her. They needed her close by to Morrigan, ready to fight if the war came here. They needed her. She opened her mouth to invite Ynys in, then cast a guilty look over her shoulder. No. But the words would not come. She swallowed, the act painful, and tried to will herself to speak. Yet a lump had formed in her throat and her eyes were burning. Forgive the intrusion, Ynys began. The words sounded unsure, small. Jocelyn hated it. I wished to discuss something of import with you. Important? I'm not. What was wrong with her? I'm not the best to speak to about that. She wanted to wince at how reedy her voice sounded. Ynys flinched, as if Jocelyn had threatened to strike her. If my princess would just. Sir Hugh raised his hand and began attempting to send her away once more. Yet, there had been an edge of desperation in Ynys' tone. She had never heard it before from her. She sounded, like Adam had. Come in. She'd said it and then felt she was just as surprised as Ynys was. Sir Hugh glanced back, his eyebrow raised in askance. Yet a moment later he stood aside and Ynys shuffled forward. It's a mess. I will pay it no mind, Ynys promised as they crossed into her room. Jocelyn wasn't sure she believed that, especially not with the way Ynys paused the moment she saw it. Nor the way she attempted to delicately pick her way over the mess. After a moment, Ynys turned to her, pulling at her fingers. She was biting her lip hard enough that Jocelyn thought she might draw blood and finally something close to worry burst through the haze of numbness and grief. What, I can listen. The offer felt lame, but Ynys' hopeful smile told her it might have been a lifeline to a drowning woman. That only hurt more. Ynys stopped, taking a deep shuddering breath. I trust you noticed my guard outside. She hadn't. Had there been one? She could not recall. Ynys did not wait for her to answer, though. They say they know which of those Dornish lords have raised Garen's banner. My father has not, yet. Her hands were shaking. Lady Dane, Lord Corgile, Lord Manwoody, Lord Blackmont and Lord Fowler have all declared for Garen, but not my father. She did not know what to say to that. So she said nothing, feeling like an utter fool when Ynys looked at her as if she expected those words to have meaning. My friends, Ynys whispered. Your mother's men came for them this morning. They say they are hostages to their family's good behavior. Understanding hit her like a brick to the head and the shame of not knowing burned at her. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Ynys. The words were nothing, not enough by half. Awkwardly, she picked her way over to Ynys. Yet despite the tears tracking their way down her cheeks, Ynys straightened once more. They are loyal to Aelyandra, I swear it. I am loyal to Aelyandra. They can't kill them. I'm begging you, I will give you any boon you wish. I will cast aside all dignity. Just Jocelyn wrapped her arms about Ynys' shoulders and she broke off with a choked gasp. It seemed the right thing to do. Alyssa and Aelyandra would know better. Seven hells, even Ali's Anne or Jane. For a moment, Ynys remained still, then slowly, she returned the embrace. Aelyandra said I could come to Alyssa if I should need aid, she mumbled miserably. But Alyssa is long gone. You are her twin, firstborn of the queen. You must help me. I cannot. She released her finally and Ynys seemed to want to remain clinging. She could understand that. Sometimes she wanted to remain clinging to Mother, hoping Mother would tell her it was all right and nothing bad would happen. She reached up, scrubbed at her eyes with the palm of her hands. Ynys remained silent, although she could feel her eyes watching her. Her head ached. Her body ached. Her eyes burned. She would take Ynys to her mother. If her mother had ordered this, Ynys could plead their cases. Then she could tell Alyssa she had helped. Ynys gasped again when she told her, pulling her into a tight embrace this time. It was uncomfortable, but she bore it until Ynys released her with a grateful smile. Thank you, she told her as they began their journey, trailed by Sir Hugh and a knight of her mother's she had never seen before. Since the death of the king, there has been little sympathy for us denizens of Little Dorne. I'm sorry, she said again. Maybe she should have invited them. Behind them, Ynys watcher huffed in disgust. She tried not to get angry at that. She'd seen plenty of that when Aelyandra had been with them on her mother's progress. It shouldn't be here. Words failed her on what she could do and Ynys gave her another smile. Her eyes were red-rimmed now and she seemed exhausted. Clarys and Mora would like that, Ynys offered. Clarys admires you greatly. The statement made blood rush to her cheeks, made her feel strangely pleased, even as she desperately tried to recall just who Clarys was. Was Clarys among those taken? They continued on in silence, Jocelyn's mind still turning over today's events. At least she felt alive now, even if the servants kept glaring at them. Not them, Ynys. Was this what it had been like since Grandpapa had died? I wish I had half the skill with the sword as you. Ynys actually sounded envious. It startled her. It was not often anyone was envious of her. Alyssa, maybe, but not her. You fight? She asked, feeling out of place. I prefer the bow, Ynys replied. I'm good with the bow. She nodded, not trusting her voice. She needn't have replied anyway, for they rounded the corner to her mother's rooms and found Stefan on duty. He looked surprised when he saw them, but the expression faded as quickly as it had come. Princess Jocelyn, Lady Ynys. His acknowledgement was weary. He sounded tired. Sir Stefan, she replied. He summoned up a smile for her and she felt guilty again, although she did not know why. Is Mother? Awake, Stefan replied. Lady Marya has brought her newborn. Do you wish for me to announce you? Yes, she replied, determined she would at least be of use to one person. Thanks. He did not reply, instead opening the door to her mother's rooms. At least the candles were lit today, she noticed as they stepped inside accompanied by Stefan's booming voice. Mother spent too much time sleeping, the candles were never lit. The drapes were still pulled closed though, and the room was still too warm. Mother was sitting up, cradling Marya's child in her arms with a look of wonder on her face, and Jocelyn wanted to smile at the sight. Mother's eyes were still dark with exhaustion, those slight winces of pain still bled through, but her eyes were alert when they met Jocelyn's and she wanted to weep and make an utter fool of herself. Jocelyn, she called, smiling, before grimacing as she shifted her body. Next to her, Jocelyn's aunt looked as well as ever. A smile on her face, her cheeks red with warmth from the room, but it was Auntie Marya. She wanted to run to her, have her aunt pull her close as her mother could not. The want stung her eyes with tears. Come meet my namesake. Little Rhaenyra Hastwick. Then her smile faded slightly, taking on an almost puzzled look. Something is wrong. At her words, Auntie Marya leaned forward and retrieved her daughter. Ynys. Your Grace, Ynys managed to say, before dropping into a curtsy so low that Jocelyn feared she would lose her balance entirely. I'm sorry too. But mother was waving her apology away. She was tense now and although her mother's afternoon was in tatters, she couldn't help but feel a strangled relief. No listlessness, no fever, no vomiting, just her mother. Her mother in pain, perhaps, but her mother whose mind was unclouded. I will leave you, Rhaenyra, Marya murmured a moment later. I have Sira to check in on yet. And maybe her husband, Jocelyn recalled. Sir Byron was at the Dragon Pit more than not these days. She'd heard whispers that mother wanted him out of the keep, but that didn't seem right at all. Sir Byron had been furious when he and Aunt Marya had returned and found. The reminder of Aunt Maris pierced her all over again. Her gaze found her boots. Maybe she should find Jove, Os and John. First she could help Ynys though. Of course, Rhaenyra replied. Send her my way, if she will. Of course, Marya replied. She paused as she drew level with Jocelyn, giving her a smile that was far from Auntie Marya's usual jolly flair. She peered at the babe named for mother and Auntie Marya pulled her into a half-hug, shoulder to shoulder. Be as brave as I know you are, she murmured. For your mother. She felt herself flush red and wished to weep once more. Then Auntie Marya drew back, a pained smile on her face. Jocelyn watched her go, wanting bitterly to reach out for her. Yet she did not and Auntie Marya left, the door closing quietly behind her. She turned her attention back to Ynys, who was attempting to curtsy once more, despite her mother's protests. Come now, Ynys. I hold you dearly as a friend to Alyendra, she was saying as Jocelyn forced herself to move to Ynys back. You need not grovel. Ynys wasn't helping, she realized. Just putting mother on edge. No, this would be much worse if Ynys were allowed to say it. They arrested the Dornish. At Jocelyn's statement, all color drained from her mother's face and Ynys' face became one of panic. What? Mother breathed. Ynys. They took them this morning, Ynys said, her tone miserable. Huger, Albin, Garibald. Mora and Clarice. Mother's mouth opened for a moment, moved as if she were searching for words and could not find them, before closing again. It was odd, watching her mother try and marshal her thoughts. She had no doubt her mother had not ordered it. Iman wouldn't have. Maybe Grandpapa Corlys then? The knowledge sat wrong in her chest. She'd hardly call the Dornish hostages friends, more like friends of friends, but they didn't deserve to die. They say that those are the children of the lords that make up Garen's forces, Ynys forged on. Her mother hummed in response, eyes narrow and focused on her sheet, running a too-pale hand over the silk. Once again, relief twisted through her. Her mother. Whilst that is the implied fate of the hostages, her mother murmured, face creased with pain. Damn them, they don't think I'll do it. At her mother's words, Ynys seemed to slump, as if they had been a physical blow directed her way. She raised a hand, half afraid the Dornish girl would fall backwards. Stefan, called her mother, suddenly loud enough that it made them both jump. Her teacher stepped in a moment later. Fetch me Iman, Corlys, Joffrey and Jane, and parchment, ink and my seal. Your Grace, he answered. She nodded as he left. Her mother's eyes were hard as they turned back to them. Here is what I will offer, her mother began in a tone so icy that Jocelyn had only heard it in her worst moments. I will offer them one chance to avoid their fate as hostages. They will swear their oaths as the now respective lords and ladies of their lands and work towards the overthrow of their families. Those of their families that have risen against me will be executed or sent to the wall by their own choices. That's why NYS tried to say something, but mother's look stopped her cold. They will do this, or they will die. She wanted to shiver. I am already offering a great deal by staying their execution, YNYS. They can do as they wish with the rest of their relatives, but punishment must be given, let the lords of Dorne experience betrayal as they have betrayed me and their oaths in turn. YNYS said nothing in response, her face paler than before. She just nodded. Yet mother was not done. And should your father decide that allying with Walter Will is an acceptable price to pay, YNYS Yeronwood, you will swear the same. Chapter 345, The Silver Falcon. Chapter Text. Excerpt from The Silver Falcon by Maester Godric written, 219 AC. Upon the commencement of the dance, Lady Jane Arryn would not be found wanting in her duty. Due to Lady Arryn's planning and skillful deputies, she was not needed to command the muster of her levies, leaving it to her trusted lieutenants, who accomplished it quickly thanks to the roads and infrastructure Lady Jane had created during the peace. The vanguard, meanwhile, was immediately ready to head out, thanks to Lady Jane's continuous upkeep of the Falcons as fighting force, and so set out to the Riverlands to meet with allies there. Lady Jane Arryn herself travelled south to King's Landing, taking up the post of Master of Laws for the Queen she had sworn to fight for. Alongside her came her children, Osgood and Aemma Arryn, as well as her dearest companion, Jessamine Redford, who was no doubt delighted to be united with her father, Lord Gerald Redford, oft abroad from the Vale due to his duties as Master of Whisperers. Although concerned for her kinswoman, grievously injured by a cowardly attempt on her life at the opening of the war, Lady Jane did not rest upon her arrival. She swiftly took to her role as Master of Laws, working closely with Lord Harwin Strong, commander of the City Watch. Under her orders, the neglected gates and walls of King's Landing were attended to once more, repairs carried out so that the mighty city could withstand siege should the worst occur. The city's depleted granaries were restocked, emergency laws drawn up and finalized, and a militia was formed to fight any fires that might spring up, as well as enforce law and order. It would be that final action that would prove almost prescient of the danger to come. Chapter 346, The Dance, Durin 3. Chapter Text. Harrenhal was a vast and twisted thing. It filled him with discomfort to even gaze upon it, to know it had been his ancestor that had wrought such destruction. He could see it even now, as the column of men marched on it. Would it be as the letter said? That Harrenhal was open to them? Or was it a lie, a trap in the same way that Samwell Blackwood had laid his trap? He had watched Aemond burn Raventree Hall until all that was left were cinders, he'd watched as Grover Tully made Lord Samwell watched as the furious lord had been bound and sent back to Riverrun with Bracken men and Aemond's Bracken wife for company. The lord had been laughing no more but promising retribution with his glare. Would his dragon be the second one to burn this ruin? The Strongs were Rhaenyra's but for Larys Strong. Aemond said that Larys had been their mothers, the letter said Larys would swear Harrenhal to them for the lordship. Yet Aemond had told them Larys was dead or dying. They say it's cursed. Durin tore his eyes from the ruin before them to look at his sister, a new discomfort taking root in his breast. He had not wanted to bring her, yet Grover Tully had insisted, and Aemond had acquiesced before leaving, a grim look on his face. At least he had managed to insist her knightly guard rode on his own horse and not behind her. He stopped himself from biting his lip as her words and his thoughts sank in. Grim described his brother well after Samwell Blackwood's grand jape had been revealed, although he would not reveal why he'd been so even when Durin had pressed him. People say a lot of things, he answered, realizing his sister had been watching him, patiently waiting for his reply. Above them, Tess Arian roared. Her gaze snapped away from him and upwards, fear echoing over her face for a moment, before she calmed. He tried to ignore the pang of something that brief moment of fear had brought to his chest. Viserys should not fear his blue queen. Viserys should have her own mount. Awkwardly, he laid a hand on her shoulder. Not too much force behind the grip, he knew she disliked that. It's not cursed, he told her and hoped he sounded more convincing than he felt. After all, if the letter they had received was true, then it seemed Harrenhal had brought down the Strongs as it had the House Towers and House Harroway before them, and the guest before even that. I know, Viserys replied, reaching up to rest her fingers lightly upon his hand. The lands of Lord Harroway shouldn't have been broken up. It's ruinous otherwise. Perhaps that's why they were broken, he replied, feeling vaguely out of his depth. Viserys had always known more about this than he had, but Viserys was 2 and 10 and he was a man grown with a wife. Aegon had said he'd grant him a lordship once the war was won, he should know this. It was the seat of a king once. He let his hand drop. Black Heron, Viserys murmured. Although what flags fly over its walls now. She was not wrong, he realized. What had Larys offered the man to turn against Harwin Strong? You should be at the front, Viserys said a moment later. He wanted to bite his lip again. She was right. Aemond would be disappointed if he allowed his good father and Grover Tully control, especially given the task his brother had set before him. If Aegon were to wrest peace from their sister, they had to triumph here and they had to keep Alyssa alive. He doubted Lord Grover, and Lord Jason saw that as their goal. Find Lady Melara, he told her. He thought she might have scowled at the prospect, but he had spurred his horse on before he could convince himself to stay by her side, his own guard riding forward to keep pace with him. Lady Melara meant well, he told himself, but she did not know Visera. She was too inclined to treat her like she treated her grandsons. That wasn't what Visera needed. She needed quiet and understanding, to be left to her own company. Knights paid him little mind as he rode past them, and he tried not to feel the sting of annoyance that brought to his breast. This army was not his, these knights were not his. Iman's companions had done their best, but it had become plain on the march that the growing tension between Lord Grover and Lord Jason saw him relegated to third in command, if that. A boy, barely a knight. Just how did Iman expect him to keep them from Alyssa? He glanced up once more, spying Tessarion, and he smiled, despite his mood. She had flown high now, circling their column, vanishing on occasion into the clouds. Ho there, my prince. He slowed his pace and called the greeting back to his future good brothers. Kermit gave him a smile, and he forced himself to return it. Riding to find my grandfather. He answered. We grow closer to Harrenhal. Grandfather has sent Oscar and I to fetch Aegon's banners, Kermit said, gesturing to his brother. Have you been with Princess Visera? Yes, she was quite impressed by Harrenhal, he lied. Kermit nodded. Most are, Oscar cut in. It will be ours soon, and then it will be the turn of our enemies to be impressed. Do you know what we are to do once we have taken it? He wanted to lie and imply that he did, but the truth was that whatever Lord Jason and Lord Grover had next in mind for their armies, none had seen fit to tell him. We must first determine that Harrenhal is not a trap, he settled for saying, and Kermit nodded gravely. After Lord Samwell, I suppose we should expect anything, Oscar replied, then added in a bitter voice. It seems many have forgotten their oaths, as if all it takes is a pretty woman. Do you think she bedded him? The rumors say she had strong, so why not Blackwood? Iman's face swam before his eyes, disappointed in him, as Kermit cackled at his brother's words. Sir Oswald swore to Lord Harwin, Kermit pointed out, chuckling merrily. Do you think Larry's strong bedded him? The two trailed off into guffaws, attracting the disapproving glances from the knights they rode past. He banished Iman's grim face and forced himself to breathe. Lord Harwin, he paused as the two brothers' gaze swung towards him. Lord Harwin swore to my sister. So did many lords, including Sir Elmo. They fell silent at that, sending guilty glances at one another. It could not have escaped their notice that Lord Grover had taken them along, leaving their own father to hold Riverrun. Oaths aren't everything, I suppose, Oscar finally mumbled. Especially those sworn to a rotten cause. My apologies, my prince, Kermit mumbled a second later. He was saved from contemplating what he had done by their arrival at the head of the column. There you are, boy, it took you long enough, growled Lord Grover from his mount. Unlike most who surrounded them, Lord Grover was not dressed for war, although he hardly wore the finery he had at Riverrun. Lord Jason Lannister was a study in both finery and armor, the steel brushed with gold and inlaid with brilliant rubies, although he could discern no particular pattern to their placement. Perhaps that was the point. My apologies, grandfather, Kermit mumbled as Oscar handed over his bundle and the men about them took to raising Aegon's banners high above them. You insult our prince, Lord Jason drawled, and a shadow passed over Lord Grover's face, as if Lord Jason's words were an unpleasant reminder of his presence. Do not seek to lecture me on propriety, Lord Grover warned. I am not one of your sycophants. I seek to win these lands for King Aegon, not play at war. I assure you, Lord Grover, I take my dedication to the true king very seriously. After all, my lands did not need winning. In response to the words, Lord Grover sat straight in his saddle, fury etched upon his face. Why is that, I wonder, he replied. Could it be because you ambushed those that opposed you? I arrested them, Lord Jason replied icily. And Rhaenyra arrested your brother in turn. Lord Jason choked on that, his face going from pale to red with rage. Durin forced himself to turn his gaze away. The other knights, squires and the Tully brothers were watching the exchange of words with aghast expressions as well as anger for whatever lord they had pledged their support to. He met Garrett Ryger's eyes, and the lord who had taught Aemon to ride a horse and use the lance raised a single eyebrow. My lords, he forced himself to call. For a moment, he feared as if he would be ignored and shamed before the audience. Then Lord Jason broke his staring match with Lord Grover and looked to him. Lord Grover followed his lead a moment later. Suddenly, he felt like he had on the first day he'd ever stepped foot in the dragon pit, the day that Viagar had been stabled there. The great dragon had opened one eye and gazed at him until he'd nearly been sick with fear. My lords, please set aside this arguing and unkind words. He sounded like his mother and wanted to take the words back the moment he said them. We all support the rightful king here. As does House Wad, if he should prove true to his pledge. My good son speaks truly, Lord Jason finally said through gritted teeth. Come, let us make peace, Lord Tully. 'Tis not I that started a war, Lord Grover growled. Peace for a while, then, but I warn you well, Lord Jason, that you should consider making peace with our hand in turn. Lord Jason said nothing to that, merely turning back to Harrenhal. An uncomfortable and awkward silence reigned after that until the horns rang out and the gates of Harrenhal opened to reveal riders bearing the colours of House Watt and the banners of King Aegon fluttering above them. He urged his horse on, following Lord Jason and Lord Grover as they led their retinues to where the riders had halted. Hail, my lord, called their leader as they came to a stop before him. I pledge myself to King Aegon, the true king of Westeros. Sir Oswald, I will praise your loyalty to my dying breath, Lord Grover responded. I require no reward, the knight responded, bowing in his saddle. Harrenhal is yours, my lord. He let go of a breath of relief that he had not known he was holding. Above them, Tessarion bellowed once more. How did you take the castle, sire? Asked Jason after her cries had faded away. There are yet those who are loyal to the true king here, no matter Harwin's lies to his false queen, Sir Oswald replied. 'Twas they that opened the gate for us. Treachery. Yet he could not say it out loud. Would Aemond approve of it? Harrenhal was a formidable castle, had a siege been forced they would have little hope of taking it before Rhaenyra's forces came upon them. And Larry's strong, he asked. Sir Oswald seemed surprised he was even there. We believe him dead, my prince, he finally admitted. When news of King Viserys' death reached us, Lord Larry's made for King's Landing. He believed King Aegon would be imprisoned by the false queen and that his knowledge would be needed to free him. They were, Lord Jason replied tersely. Along with my own twin and near 100 knights and second sons. I heard the news, my lords, Sir Oswald said quietly. A massacre, one she seeks to blame upon Lord Larry's. He wanted to open his mouth, to tell them what Aemond had told them, but he found he could not. Not as half the men were nodding along in agreement as Sir Oswald spoke. Lord Larry's freed us, he settled for saying. And now he is blamed for the massacre and an assassination attempt. Sir Oswald did not seem that outraged at the rumours. I hope that his name shall be cleared once King Aegon sits upon the Iron Throne. Even if he has fallen in service of our king, he has yet a widow and son that this false queen would see bear the burden of her lies. It will, Lord Grover assured him. Then let me welcome you to Harrenhal, Sir Oswald said, turning his horse. I have seen that what is left of Harwin's loyal knights are imprisoned, along with Sir Simon Strong. The man's a doddering old fool, but one can never be too careful. Indeed, our opponent is treacherous and lacks honor. Sir Oswald nodded as Lord Jason spoke. A charming snake, but a snake nonetheless, Sir Oswald replied. The disposition of our enemy is well known, it serves us no use to reassure ourselves of it before every conversation we have. What steps have you taken to secure Harrenhal? Lord Grover asked. Harwin had them tearing down one of the towers, we've used the rubble to reinforce the walls. We've enough left over for siege works should they be needed. Excellent work, Lord Grover replied. The whole thing sat like a stone in his belly as they passed through the gates. A fortress gained by treachery, treachery instigated by a man Aegon loathed, instigated in his brother's name in a manner that had ultimately done far more harm than good to his brother's cause. Was this victory poisoned as well? He thought back to Aemond's grim face. Have there been any sightings of the Black Armies, he asked, pulling his mind away from what his brother might say to these lords and knights. We have scouts, Sir Oswald replied after a moment of hesitation. We know Mutin is marching and that the Vale Knights will soon be upon us. As for the north, we haven't seen hide nor hair of them. Their forces will be the last to deal with, Lord Grover said. Mutin and the Vale Knights will be the true threat, for they march with a dragon. Vermi Thor, Sir Oswald said, then peered upwards. At least we have our own. I will ensure Alyssa is kept from the fight, you need only focus on routing the two armies. Lord Jason favoured him with a smile after he spoke. It will reassure the men greatly to know we have you at our sides, my prince, Sir Oswald replied, bringing his own horse and dismounting in one smooth motion. A groom hurried forward to take the reins. By the time Durin had clambered off his own mount, a welcoming party had gathered upon the steps before them. They were led by a woman in silk and fur, pale grey eyes watching them as they approached. Next to her stood two maidservants, one clutching a sobbing bundle and the other holding a pitcher of something, wine probably, for her mistress. Behind those, but still very visible, stood 4 armoured men with the bull of House Bulwer upon their livery. 2 of them clutched an old man by the shoulders, although they likely did not need to. The older man was hardly spry, instead trembling at the effort of remaining upright. Even from where he stood, he could see the man's eyes had clouded over. Sir Simon Strong, he had heard the man was old but Aemond's request he honour his knightly oaths echoed in his mind. Welcome to Harrenhal, my lords, called the woman. She had a warm voice, one he imagined would be wonderful for singing. In the name of my husband, Lord Larys Strong, the true Lord of Harrenhal, I pledge it to King Aegon. My brother would thank you, were he here himself, he called out before either Lord Jason or Lord Grover could reply. Loyalty such as yours will be rewarded. She curtsied after he spoke, a pleased smile upon her face, even as the two lords shot him annoyed looks. The true Lord of Harrenhal, he could already guess what they would ask for as a reward for Larry's loyalty. Would Aegon agree? Aemond? Did he agree? Sir Simon Strong, my lords, Sir Oswald was saying as the old man was brought forward. See what Harwin's love-struck idiocy has brought this house, Sir. Oaths were sworn, Sir Simon mumbled. By Lionel and by himself. Oaths sworn under duress have no binding power, Lord Jason replied smoothly. Twice I swore, and twice I swore because Viserys threatened my life and family should I not. Sir Simon flinched at Lord Jason's cold tone and Sir Oswald sneered. Take the man back to his cell, Lord Grover ordered, his tone just as icy as Jason's. We earn nothing with this show, Sir Oswald. If he survives his imprisonment, King Aegon will judge him. Survives? He looked upon the man again as he was pulled back roughly. Had he not been in the clutches of the men, he would have fallen. He thought back to Aemond and to the charge his brother had laid upon him. If killing this prisoner, through any method including his own frailty, were perfectly all right, then what did killing Alyssa matter to them? Halt, he called and the men stopped as an odd silence fell around them. Lord Jason and Lord Grover were peering at him now, concern and annoyance fighting for dominance in their features. It amused him, only briefly, that they should be so opposed and yet so similar in their reactions. Then his stomach pitched into panic as he realized the whole courtyard's attention was fixed upon him, waiting for him to speak. Imprison him in a room, he ordered. Feed him well and ensure he is warm. My prince, asked Oswald, as if he were not sure he had heard him correctly. Durin could sympathize, and it had been he that spoke. The knights glanced at their lady, who looked similarly dumbstruck by his order. Oswald glanced at Grover and Jason, as if seeking their approval. My brother will be wroth indeed if an old man is left to die in his name. There are already enough accusations of brutality. He stopped, aware his words were having little effect. So he tried a different track, peering at Lord Grover. Our hand would say the same, would he not? Grover's annoyance cleared, his features becoming neutral. The lad is right, Lord Grover affirmed, and he hoped his sigh of relief was not too loud. After the false queen's lie, we must let actions speak rather than her words. Do as the prince commands, Sir Oswald. Let the king judge him in trial, not the elements of Harrenhal's cells. Chapter 347, The Dance, Luke 3. It's slow going, my princess, Mors told Alyandra, his face a mask of sorrow. After Lord Aaron's murder, the bastard has been on edge. They were gathered in Tymion's tavern. The man who had beaten him so thoroughly when he had brought Alyandra to it had inherited it from his father, a man who died on bloodstone at his own father's hands. More soldiers than ever on the streets, grunted Mathos, before taking a long swig of ale. The man had done his best to persuade Alyandra from her course of action, but he'd failed. Luke could have told him he had little chance, he'd seen that look on Alyssa's face once too often to mistake it for the stubbornness it was on Alyandra's. His heart panged at the memory of his cousin, hand all bound up and face anxious. He wondered what she was doing now, wondered how Jo had reacted to the news of his mother's betrayal. He felt a pang of guilt at that. She'd be angry at mother and Jo being angry at mother would cut her deeply. It wasn't as if he wanted her to hurt, but maybe it didn't matter. Maybe they were all on Dragonback and fighting together would heal all wounds. Word of that bastard's war had reached even them. Garin could not stop the murmurs no matter how tightly his men tried to grasp Sunspear and its shadow city. There must be a way, Alyandra answered, a frown on her face. Uncle Aaron gave everything for me. I'm not letting. She stopped, grief echoing over her face. Then she shook her head. Find a way in, she seemed to almost beg. I never said it weren't doable, Mors smiled. Just slow. And we could be leagues from here by now. Mathos spat, and Luke did not need to turn to look at the man to know it was he that was the subject of the carpenter's glare. Your mother gathers men in your name. Needn't have a dragon with a few thousand spears at your back. He tried not to panic at those words. He knew Alyandra would not leave Skywalker there, all chained up. A moment later, he nearly leapt from his skin as someone, Alyandra herself, laid a hand on his shoulder, even if her gaze was on the two men. I have a plan, sirs, that needs a dragon, she answered sternly. Then she turned to him and gave him a small smile. Her mood had changed these last days, the anger had become a fierceness and he was no longer the subject of it. Instead, she had taken his declaration as, he was not sure, but she was not half as hostile these days as in the days before he had fouled their flight from the city. I need to speak with you, she said softly. Away from the others. They will not like my words. Sure, he replied, a pit opening up in his stomach. Mors and Mathos and Timion and the rest would happily eat any words Alyandra spoke. What would they dislike from her? What did she feel only he would accept? He followed her on unsteady feet into a gloomy storeroom. At least the tavern and its rooms were cooler than the carpenter's shop. It was probably why Mathos had taken to following them here. The thought cheered him for a moment, but Alyandra's grim look banished any levity. What is it? He forced himself to ask, hoping she could not see his apprehension. We have decided that you shall take me to my mother upon Skywalker's back. Yes, she asked, her grim look fading into worry, her hand coming up to pull at her hair. Yet, he answered and made sure he didn't show his feelings on that. We cannot go there. He blinked as her words registered. To your mother? He asked, uncertain he was understanding her. She pulled a face, releasing one lock of hair to grab another. I wish I could, she whispered. Uncle Aaron told me much after we arrived. Half of it made my head spin. Like my true father. A shadow crossed her face at that, and she nodded slowly. He killed my father, she whispered. And they'd have seen me married to you. She stopped and took a deep shuddering breath. I suppose we should both thank Rhaenyra for that. Yet. At his one-word answer, she scowled and then seemed to gather herself, shaking her head. Your father was part of it, she began. That my marriage would not happen was another, yet there was more. Much more. Enough to change things. He snorted but hoped she knew there was no mockery in it. He did not want to know what her reaction would be if he pointed out that she sounded like anti-Rhaenyra right now, all delicate words to deliver bad news. Rhaenyra once told me that the Greens and the Blacks led to those poisonings. Maybe even Daemon. That did make him frown. What poisonings? He asked. She shot him a look that suggested she thought him a cretin. He did not hold it against her, it was a common look she liked to adopt, let her think him an idiot. Father always said the greatest gift an opponent could give you was underestimating you. Poisoning. Lady Strong. Oh. Damn it, he should have known that one. The murder of Otto Hightower. So they weren't on your side? I figured as much. Entire Rhaenyra loved Lady Alice, to hear Auntie Sira talk about it. She'd have burned Sunspear to the bedrock if she thought you did it. Maybe it had been the wrong thing to say, for a moment later Alyandra half turned away from him, as if she wanted to hide her face but did not wish to be so obvious about it. Was it the thought of Auntie Rhaenyra hating her or Sunspear burning? He should find out. Her face was calm when she turned back. As if she hadn't been so obvious. So what does this have to do with Lord Aaron? He asked. It led to the invasion, she continued after a moment. To the conquest of my lands. Doing what Aegon couldn't do in 50 years, he boasted before he could stop himself. Alyandra scowled at him, but there wasn't the heat he expected there. King Viserys was allowed to conquer Dorne, she snapped. My uncle withdrew from every fight, had it not been for Ghost Hill, not a single one of my men would have fallen. A voice that sounded rather like his father screamed at him that this was important. Aloud, he asked slowly and she flushed red, turning her head away once more and drawing in a deep breath. My uncle wasn't a fool, she whispered. He didn't fight because he knew he could not. He let Garen's lords take the brunt of the fight, negotiated the best he could and let Targaryen gold rebuild Dorne to heights it has not been since before the wrath. Still conquered though, he pushed, mostly wondering if he could get her angry enough to yell at him once more. And under the dragon we have prospered. The words contained bitter sarcasm as she turned back. Do you think the war between Rhaenyra and Aegon was inevitable? He wondered if she actually wanted him to answer in the pause that followed, or perhaps she was thinking. He watched bitterness become something close to guilt on her face and she let out a long sigh. My uncle did. And it sounded like a confession. He believed that the moment Viserys died, war would erupt and Westeros would drown in fire and blood. He opened his mouth to tell her he had no clue what she was going on about, when suddenly he realized that was a lie, because he knew exactly what she was trying to say. Her words sounded like a confession, because they were. Half the kingdoms would be at war with the other half, and there is Dorne, unnoticed in the bloodshed, rebuilt and stronger than ever, with most of its forces intact. She nodded. You have the right of it, she admitted. It was his thought to declare freedom once more in the chaos. He saw how easy it was to catch dragon riders unaware. Will did it easily enough. It was luck that saved Rhaenys' life and he came close enough to Rhaenyra. So what? He demanded, needing to pace to step away from her and get out of the storeroom as her words sank in. He declares independence and sends 1,000 assassins for my family. Alyandra flinched at his words. It was not my plan, she protested, but the protest was weak. And if he hadn't died? If Garen hadn't come? A silence followed that and she could not meet his eyes, instead her gaze was on her shoes. He wanted to hit her quite suddenly, to take her by the shoulders and shake her until he got an answer from her. Something nasty tasting flooded his mouth and he felt dizzy with the force of his rage. After everything we did for you? You'd kill Auntie Rhaenyra? Alyssa. No, she burst out, her eyes wide. No. I don't know. Dornish, he spat. The implication hung between them and her head came up, eyes blazing with rage. You forget whom you speak to, she told him, voice full of venom. A woman who would slaughter my family after enjoying their kindness, he spat back. Not even Rhaenyra thought it a kindness, bastard. He did hit her then, and she fell backwards, clutching at her cheek in shock. The shock did not last long and she returned the strike a moment later, driving the wind from his stomach and making his ribs blaze with pain left over from Tymion's beating. He staggered back, panting as she cradled her face with one hand. Then she started laughing, her legs giving out with the force of it until she crashed down onto a barrel. It took him too long to realize she was crying as well, giggles mixed with sobs. The funny thing is that I asked you here because I wanted to change where you flew me, she finally managed to choke out between gasping breaths. To Rhaenys rather than my mother. What? He croaked, breath still not quite back in him. She did not answer for some time, bringing herself back under control and scrubbing at her eyes to banish the tears. It is to Ghost Hill I must go, she whispered finally, letting her head loll back against solid wood. He winced at the thump it made. It doesn't matter what my uncle wanted, perhaps he could have done it, but Garen laid waste to those plans. I wish I could tell him that before feeding him to Skywalker, he mumbled and Alyandra snorted again. A pretty picture, she sighed. But not as pretty a picture as a free Dorn. I want to give that to my people, Luke, I do. He did not scowl, although he wanted to. It was all people ever talked about here, as if their lives were unspeakably worse under Viserys. As if they didn't have it so good compared to everyone else. If father were to be believed, the Iron Throne would be paying off the cost of Dorne for decades to come. I can't, she continued. It hurts, but I can't. All that preparation, all that stockpiling and all those treaties formed, and it is for naught. Daemon has set the Triarchy ablaze and the weapons my armies would march with are turned upon our fellow men and women. So that is why I cannot tell you whether I would have gone along with the plan or not, because I will never have the chance to know for sure. He opened his mouth, although he was not entirely sure what he was going to say. Insult her maybe, but she cut him off, evidently not done with talking. I do like Rhaenyra, sometimes I believe I may love her, in my own way. I wish I could name her auntie as you do. Perhaps it would lessen the guilt I feel when I think of her as a mother of sorts. She fell silent, her eyes drifting closed. I half think Uncle Aaron sent me north so that she would love me in turn. I think she does. I don't know if that makes it worse or better. He saw her mood for what it was now, grief. When Auntie Rhaenyra found out what Aaron's plan had been, she would be furious, and Alyandra knew it. So would Grandmama Rhaenys, come to think of it. What would happen then? Would they crack down on Dorne, or trust Alyandra when she said it would never happen? We should spar, he finally settled. Make up an excuse for your cheek. He did not truly want to, of course. He felt like a rag that had been wrung out, all stretched and thin and twisted and wrung. Maybe she did too, she certainly looked tired enough for it. Mathos would take a switch to you if he knew you struck me, she snorted, opening her eyes. Come on then, for the sake of your backside, I'd better get my spear. Chapter 348, The Dance, Laner 3. Chapter text. The lands of Cider Hall were peaceful despite the war, that was his first thought. Rolling green hills, farms, and rich estates passed them by, well, they would remain as such as long as their master surrendered. He had no desire to set them against him personally, so he'd ensured his men did not ride roughshod over the fields and that what they took from the towns was paid for. His lords had grumbled, as had the men they led, but after a few hangings they'd understood the matter. Lord Owen Fossoway met them before the castle itself, its battlements lined with men. He could respect a man that did not flinch, even as sea smoke bellowed his challenge into the cool evening air. Aegon's banner flew alongside his Owen's own. It left him in no doubt that the lords of the Reach that had already rallied to his wife's side were correct. Young Lord Owen was Aegon's through loyalty rather than opportunism. That would be annoying. Yet Lord Fossoway stood alone in the defense of Cider Hall, no other banner flew alongside Aegon's and his own. As Owen Fossoway rode forth to greet them personally, he turned to Arthur Footley. Send out scouts. I would have expected Peake to have sent some men. If they are not in the castle then they are out there, and I will not be ambushed in the night. At his words, Footley bowed as best he could in his saddle and turned his horse, a light tap at its flank sending him off towards their men. His wife had known on when Peake and Jove had paid him some attention for it. A snake, had been the conclusion, and an ambitious one to boot. Peake doesn't have the spine, Lord Harlan Merryweather mumbled, but so loudly that he felt the need to turn on him. Lord Orland Caswell snorted in amusement as Owen Fossoway reached them. Sir Laner, said the lord, his tone icy but polite. He was young and handsome, he sat well in the saddle too. He met the lord's dark eyes as he appraised him in turn and held his gaze until the younger man turned away first. Lord Owen, he replied after Owen had banished his scowl. I see you fly the banners of a traitor alongside your own. I fly the banners of King Aegon, my rightful liege. Orland laughed again. Rightful liege? You can't even remember its high garden you're sworn to, never mind who should sit the Iron Throne. Owen went red at Orland's words, and Laenor knew he should rebuke the young man, or at least do more to hide the smirk. What he would give to have Joffrey meet the man. Am I to be insulted? Owen snapped. My banners will not change, I will not bow to a woman who has no right to the throne. I will not debate law with you, my lord, he told him. For all Orland's antics were amusing, he could not let this meeting get too out of hand. My wife's banners fly above my host. Come the morn, they will fly above your battlements too. Owen paled at those words, attempting a sneer to project confidence he clearly did not feel. Around him, his knights shifted at the threat. Good, not too many fanatics. Even Aegon's most diehard loyalists were not so willing to burn. I am King Aegon's, Owen said again, but his voice was fainter than it had been. I will not be swayed with petty threats. They aren't threats, boy, Lord Harlan told him, his tone dark. Look at the creature that now circles us ahead. That sea smoke, do you think your walls are strong enough to outlast a dragon? Cider Hall isn't Harrenhal, save us all the grief and strike your banners. It was Balerion that burned Harrenhal and sea smoke is no Balerion. He wanted to bristle at the implied insult, but he knew Owen's words to be nothing more than bravado. He forced himself to breathe, to remain calm, to not rage but project an inevitability to it all. Owen Fossoway would lose his castle tomorrow, one way or another. He met the Lord's eyes again and this time, there was no contest. The younger man flinched away almost immediately. Good. He knew it. And Cider Hall is no Harrenhal, he said. I will not waste words any longer, I have no need to win. Seasmoke will speak for me. If you have not surrendered by sunrise, I will burn Cider Hall and every defender in it. There was a deep and terrible silence afterwards as Owen tried to think of something to say in response to that. There wasn't much you could, he mused, even Rhaenyra would find it hard to have some witty comeback. Yet I am not an unkind man, he said after he had let them think over his threat. Nor am I one who enjoys cruelty. If you should desire to surrender, strike your banners. I hope you do so before I reach your keep, my lord, your castle is a fine thing. He pulled the reins then and his horse turned, a smooth motion he found himself glad for. His lords followed his lead and a moment later they were riding away from Owen Fossoway without a glance back. Hard-headed fool, Harlan said after they reached the edges of the encampment. 100 dragons he strikes his banners before Seasmoke rouses himself, Orland japed. A memory came to him then, a memory of ships in a bay and of Seasmoke's flame boiling the water around them. Of seeing those that had leapt into the water to flee what they had been sure of was their death disappearing under the waves as their struggles ceased instantly. At least the Dornish castles had contained no men. I'd take that bet, he replied, hoping his voice sounded easy. It made the young man flush at least, not expecting the friendly tone. He's hard-headed, as Lord Merryweather says. Half his keep then, asked Lord Harlan, shooting an amused glance at Lord Orland. I care little, so long as we take it, Garce Meadows muttered. Forgive me, my lords, my prince, but I intend to see to my troops and get some rest. They watched him go in silence, at least until Harlan gave a heavy sigh and the spell was broken. I'll lay a 125 on his walls and courtyard, he replied. He needed something to drink, to wash the sour taste in his mouth. My prince, Lord Arthur called, riding up to meet them. I've dispatched outriders under Sir Tom Flowers. None will take us by surprise. You missed our prince putting the wind up Owen Fossoway, Orland told him, grinning broadly. Ah, I should have gone with my brother. It'd be something to do that wasn't waiting. Youth, you have no patience, Harlan sighed. Laenor was somewhat startled to find Harlan had not included him in that statement and his wife's aggrieved tone whenever their children grew a year older came to mind suddenly. If my father had let me fight in Dorne, I might have more experience. Those words snatched him from his sudden preoccupation. Under Ormond Hightower's command, he asked. Arthur Footley raised a hand to hide a smile, even as Orland shrugged. He got half his damn men killed and set the other half to commit treason, Harlan growled. If it were just he we faced, I'd invite our prince to winter in Long Table. Put his feet up. Watch Ormond get lost and march his own men into the sea or some such nonsense. I'm quite happy having not involved myself in Ormond's Dornish glory, Lord Arthur stated airily, his tone making quite clear how much glory he thought Ormond had earned in Dorne. I dare say your sister should have fed him to that dragon of hers. Ha! Cruelty, laughed Orland. The poor thing would spit him back out. He had never heard Viagar described as a poor thing before, but he smiled along as the rest guffawed at Orland's jape. I fear I must emulate Lord Garce, my lords, he told them after they had finished their snickering. For I am an old man and require rest and good food before burning a castle. Of course, my prince, Arthur Footley replied. An excellent course of action, Harlan opined. I intend to set myself on a similar course. He left Arthur Footley and Orland Caswell there, talking amongst themselves. At least they appeared jovial with each other, he did not need the two younger lords setting themselves up as rivals. His tent was ready and waiting for him as he dismounted before it. Someone, evidently, knew how to run a camp. He handed the reins off to the waiting groom and stepped inside. It was not the height of luxury but it would suit him well enough. His chest stood at the end of a camp bed, both tucked away in a dim corner. A sturdy-looking table dominated most of the space and he groaned as he let himself fall into one of the chairs. Wine, he commanded, pulling the gloves from his hands. And some warm food. The servant bowed and departed soon after and he swung his feet up into another of the chairs, letting his eyes drift close. Yet every time he did, he saw the men in the water once more. He saw the flames dancing along stonework, saw the clunk of a full jug of wine on wood pulled him from that, thankfully enough. The wine was sweet, not his preferred vintage at all, but it would do. He drank the first goblet down in one gulp. The second he tried to savor. He was on his third when he realized his hands were trembling. It would not do, he told himself, and put the half-full goblet down. Instead, he stood and made his way to his chest, finding the secret compartment with ease. The little latch was fiddly, set into the wood so it was hard to see, but it soon came open. Joffrey. He wanted to sit on the bed and drink in his lover's words until he could pretend he did not have to do this terrible thing. Yet he could not, so he settled for allowing his hands to run over the parchment, as if he could draw the words into himself and armor himself with them. The servant returned then, a delicious-smelling soup and bread to accompany it. He watched as the servant laid it on the table, bowed once more, and left. His mouth watered as the smell filled the tent, but his stomach was suddenly churning, as if he were 7 again and staggering about on his father's ship for the first time. He did not feel like eating but he forced himself to seal away the letters once more and returned to his seat. He started with the bread first, hoping it would calm his stomach. After he had eaten as much as he could, he headed to the bed, feeling as if a leaden weight had settled in his stomach. Perhaps he ought to seek out the younger men, drink and carouse with them and pretend he cared little for the lives he would take. Perhaps he ought to have listened to his mother, he mused ruefully as he laid amongst the sheets and furs. She had warned him about what it was to be a dragon rider, about what sea smoke could do. He sighed. It did no good to revisit the issue again and again in his head, and yet he could not seem to drag his thoughts to anything else. Even thoughts of Joffrey, no matter what scenario he conjured his lover in, could not take his mind off the matter. And around his tent, the evening gave way to night and the sound of men going about to war became the sound of men carousing. He felt bitterly jealous of them, that they gave no thought of what would be done tomorrow. Perhaps they did, and he was the fool. He did sleep, although it was not a quiet one. He awoke many times, his eyes heavy and feeling almost ill. Returning to his slumber seemed harder each time he was roused from it, and when his servant awoke him just before dawn, he was almost grateful for it. Grateful, even as his heart seemed to leap into his throat. Even as he struggled to stop his hands from trembling as he pulled his gloves on. He realized, as he approached Seasmoke's position, that he had hoped Orland would be right and he the one that was wrong. Yet he did not need to peer at Cider Hall, straining his eyes in the weak light, to know that the Lord still flew Aegon's banner. Fool, he spat, feeling uncharacteristically childish. If any of them weren't fools he'd be by his sister's side right now and his children wouldn't be in hiding or thrown into the fray. He waited as they finished saddling Seasmoke. His dragon was as on edge as he was, but where he dreaded what was to come, he could see Seasmoke's almost eagerness. A chance to show them all. He tried to reach for the spark of triumph he could imagine being there if he were a different man. A man more suited to his mount, perhaps. As if sensing his efforts, Seasmoke bellowed a challenge at the dawn itself and the men saddling him nearly lost their nerves and ran. My prince. He turned to find Harlan Merryweather approaching. The old lord looked even more frail and light. I had hoped to catch you. I can spare a few more moments, he told him. Harlan nodded. Give Orland command once Owen strikes his banners. Ah, of course, Harlan murmured. Do you believe he will? There was none of the bravado the lords had held yesterday in that question. The old man seemed almost unsure. It was enough and he forced himself to straighten, to meet the man's eyes. He will, he told him. He believes in Aegon but he fears the death the dragon will bring. I admit, my prince, I have little desire to see the Reach burn. It was odd, he mused as he tried to figure out how to respond to that he should spend so much time fearing it and fearing what others would think of his fear, only to find out that they felt the same. He needed something else. Unbidden, Aemon's face sprang to mind. The solemn look his son had worn as he had waved him off the day he left. He pictured Jocelyn, striking at the straw target again and again. Alyssa in her leathers, her whip at her side as she listened to his sister's lecture. Emma. Emma with her books and that mischievous smile. He wanted to hold Viserys again, he realized with a want so sudden it made his heart hurt. I have little desire either, he croaked. But I will do so if my vows to my wife call upon such measures. Have your son take second to Orland. The sudden change of subject caught the old lord by surprise, but whatever he had been about to say died on his lips as he caught Laenor's expression. He turned his back on the man and mounted Seasmoke, pulling himself into his saddle and fastening the chains. He barely even needed to crack the whip before his mount was in the sky. The early morning air stung his face as they rose up. He could see them scuttling about, running to and fro as they saw his coming. He let them hang there for a moment, Seasmoke's wings fully stretched as they coasted through the air. Then he cracked his whip once more and Seasmoke dived. It was a queer feeling, like he'd left his stomach somewhere back there. A feeling that seemed to make his fingers and toes tingle. Laena had never gotten bored of that feeling, he recalled as they plummeted towards Cider Hall. His wife loved it even more, with her twirls and rolls and loops she would urge Syrinx into. Then the moment of nostalgia was gone and he took the memories and forced them away. Seasmoke flared his wings, flying close over the walls. He saw arrows, but none came close. Seasmoke bellowed at the arrogance and he cracked his whip once more. His mount turned in the air and he found himself facing the walls once more. The men closest were running, their nerve completely gone. Dracarys. He felt almost apart from himself as he said it. Like an observer watching as Seasmoke reared back and let forth a gout of flame. Those that had not run fast enough were consumed in an instant, and a moment later, Seasmoke was taking them both up again. He tried not to look, but his eyes found the corpses as if against his own will. The charred messes that littered the walls where defenders had stood a moment earlier. He turned his attention to a tower and Seasmoke's attention followed. He spoke the word again and the tower burned. At least there were no men in this one, but the wood within took light instantly, flames roaring through the arrow slits even after Seasmoke pulled away. Fa Soei's men were running for the keep now and he let them go, focusing his attention on the walls alone. 3 times he passed over the gatehouse, until the gate crashed down, the wood charred black and the metal melting until it could not even support its own weight anymore. The stone went black under the first gout of Seasmoke's breath, but after a while it began to glow a luminous red, chunks twisting away and dropping to the courtyard below. Not quite Balerion, he thought to himself with a vicious satisfaction as he took Seasmoke up again and turned his attention to Fa Soei's stables, yet Owen Fa Soei would be reminded of his folly for as long as Cider Hall had walls. The stables burned a moment later and bile flooded his mouth as he heard the agonized screams of the horses within. He watched, horrified, as some managed to kick their way free. The ones that came first were made hideous by their burns, parts charred black and others parts pink as the flesh beneath was exposed. He turned away as one emerged still aflame, screaming in panic as it twisted about, unable to extinguish itself. It was almost a relief when it collapsed to the floor, its screams ending as its body gave out. He was saved from deciding who would burn next by a loud and sudden cheer from his own men outside the castle, and he let his gaze find the banner. Or rather, where the banner should be, for it was not there anymore. Chapter 349, The Dance, Emon 3. Chapter Text. Moving through the Stormlands was a grim thing. Rumors and panic swirled, many small folk escaping the bastard's destruction fleeing to the Reach. They wouldn't find respite from war there, he mused bitterly. At least he could trust his good brother was not a lunatic, though, burning all he came across and driving those that were lucky enough to be able to flee. The lords he had been sent to were not much better, the thought came to him as sourly as his last thought had been bitter, and his eyes found Lord Eric Selmy. His fists itched. He was his brother's hand, and striking his brother's lords would see Jason Lannister take that position soon enough, but he sorely wished he could. It had been Harvest Hall that he had first sought as shelter for what little men could be spared for his own campaign. He'd been greeted with Aegon's banners, a far cry from what he'd seen elsewhere when he had scouted atop Silverwing. He'd allowed himself to hope that fighting his uncle, at least, would not be mired in pitfalls and traps. That he could simply face a foe that deserved it and fight as he had been taught, then return to Aegon with troops and a renewed spirit. Then Eric Selmy had opened his mouth with tales of murder and treason, insisting that Rhaenyra and Elenda had murdered his father. He, his men and Eric's muster had left Harvest Hall with a small garrison. Although not by Eric's choice, the man had tried to insist he stay and force Aegon's men to come to them. Lord Royce Caron may be away and fighting alongside Lady Laena, but his forces were coming for Harvest Hall all the same, the Lord had insisted. There had been no fight in him, though, and he'd given in when Aemond had declared his intention to march to Stonehelm with or without him. If he felt any kind of glee upon seeing the smoke rising from the idiot lord's holdings 3 days after their march began, well, he would deny it to any that asked. Still, the Selmy lord had started out obstructive and cowardly and had not improved with time. Whining and moaning and boasting, even as their forces had skirted around Dondarrion lands. It was a shame, truly. Uncle Garmin had held some hope the man may flip in war, yet the banners above his keep told him that Lord Ronald Dondarian had followed his liege despite his vocal misgivings. Now, as Stonehelm came into sight, his jaw ached with the force of his gritted teeth. He could not even send him away, for Eric Selmy had been a surprise addition to their forces, and if he chased him away by words and actions said and done in anger, his brother may throttle him. Stonehelm in sight. I see Lord Jasper's banners, Lord Hand, Eric observed cheerfully, oblivious to Iman's black mood and his own role in its cause. He grunted in reply, unable to spare even the slightest charitable thought for the man. The bigger hint as to Jasper Wild's presence, he thought viciously in the man's direction, might be the army encamped outside Stonehelm's walls. A veritable city of tents, the noise of which reached them even as far out as they were. It was not only Jasper Wild either, he would warrant, but Simon Mertine's forces as well. He took a deep breath to steel himself. Mertens and Swan had been at odds since the scandal involving Simon's brother and Manfred's only daughter. No doubt Jasper would have his hands full keeping them all in line. Aegon wanted him as his master of laws, as he had been for their father, a reward for the loss of his post as he returned home to lead Aegon's supporters in the Stormlands. He agreed with that, another man not subordinate to Jason Lannister. One strong enough to aid him in keeping the Lord of the Westerlands in line. It also presented him with a dilemma, one he was not entirely sure was Jasper's fault. He possessed a dragon and the title of Hand of the King, that much was not in dispute despite some lord's wishes. Yet Jasper had seen him grow from small boy into man, had counselled his father, it would be he these lords respected. It would force a balancing act he wasn't sure he was suited to play, and he was reminded of the troop of mummers that Grover had hosted one memorable feast. All the flipping and twirling, it seemed he needed to be their equal or more in it if he were to be the man Aegon needed. Yet he was allowed to muse no longer, for Stonehelm loomed. The soldiers around him let out a ragged cheer as he rode through their city of tents. This was not the atmosphere that Riverrun had held, not even the frustration after Raventree Hall seemed close. If even the arrival of scant few troops and a dragon could cheer them so. Lord Eric, see to settling the men. The last thing he needed was Eric sticking his nose in and inflaming tensions when he needed unity, a unity enforced by him and not Jasper. Here, the Lord asked, sounding faintly offended. The least he could do would be to house our troops within his walls. Yes, here, he grounded out the teeth gritted tightly once more. See to it. Eric hesitated for a moment, then scowled and bowed. He let himself relax a little as the man wheeled his horse about and called for their men to hear him, directing them to begin setting up their camp. Welcome to Stonehelm, my prince, said a knight in Stonehelm colours. I am Sir Byron Swan, here to guide you to my father and the other lords. Please forgive us the lack of true welcome. Forgiven, he replied, dismounting the horse and handing it off to a groom. What is the news? Bad, I'm afraid, Sir Byron told him. Good, he knew his mood was foul and intended no games. In fact, if it weren't for Viagar's rider, you might not have found us here. At his frown, the young knight elaborated even as he gestured for Aemon to follow him. Prince Daemon burns the coast. He started with Lynmouth Hall, but Tarth, Rainhouse Estermont, and Kingstown are all notable losses. Tarth, Estermont, and Kingstown were all blacks, but Rainhouse was Lord Wild's own fief. He nodded along as the knight continued speaking. Luckily, Lord Jasper had long left when Prince Daemon reached his keep, but the truth is, the land has suffered. Father feared our land might be next. If he intends to waste the coast so none could contest his crossing, that is the natural assumption. Yet Stonehelm stood. Had Lady Laena engaged him? He recalled her, a slim build, hair to her waist styled in a way he found quite ridiculous, the way she fawned over his sister. Could she really fight him? Even with Viagar? Perhaps he was being the fool, though, she had trained Alyssa, had she not? Little sought. Yet Prince Daemon has changed his targets now. It is Storm's End he intends to take. Back when news was still getting through, it still held. Father has no hope, it still does now. The knight paused and eyed him, as if trying to guess how the news had affected his news. How does Lady Laena play into this? He asked instead. Twofold, Sir Byron replied. 'Tis her arrival that drew him from the coasts, and when the black armies rallied to her in Haystack Hall, it lured away the Morrigan and Connington men. He didn't answer that. How many men did he have to command here? Barely 7,000 if he were to guess based on the rabble outside. He had no doubt that nearly twice that would have rallied to his sister's cause, unless Daemon had done more damage than he had expected with his raids upon the Stormlands. How many did his uncle have? His fanatics were numerous, if Aegon was correct. His actual soldiers were much less endless, but fierce and well trained to make up for their lack of numbers. Prince Aemond, my lords, Hand of King Aegon. He forced himself to focus as he stepped into Manfred Swan's solar, however much he wished to wallow in the realities of his own position. The lords rose, all older than him, and bowed low. Welcome, my prince, Lord Manfred began. We were discussing strategy. Please, take a seat. You there! Order some food and wine for the prince. He wanted to tell him he had no desire to eat and drink, but his stomach demanded otherwise and so he gave in, taking a proffered seat. Thank you, my lord, he said, remembering a fraction of a second too late. If Lord Manfred, or indeed anyone noticed, they said nothing. They were all too intent on the map. A map of the Stormlands was laid out across the impressively large desk. Little wooden tokens denoting where each army was reported to be. He wanted to scowl at those gathered outside Storm's End. His grace wishes for us to make for the Reach, he put forth. It went as well as he would have expected, dark glances thrown between lords who were being asked to abandon their own lands to a madman. Yet we have some leeway. Have we any reports on how well Lady Lena is harrying Damon? Well enough. It was Jasper that answered now, pointing towards a small gathering of tokens atop the home of House Fell. They have made their base in Fellwood after a clash with Damon near Haystack Hall. Right now they hold his full attention. The unsaid implication being that this was a prime opportunity to make gains from both sides. It felt wrong. If King Aegon would have us withdraw, Simon Mertens began slowly. Perhaps we should. And abandon our lands to whatever victor arises here, asked Manfred hotly. If the king has given a command, we must obey, Jasper told them, then turned his eyes to Emond, and he wanted to shudder under his gaze. Yet I would be curious as to what leeway is offered. Aegon wants Damon's armies weakened. Lady Lena will fold when my sister does, but Damon will need to be broken. His words prompted a fresh round of glances. How does Aegon intend to break the usurper? Asked Simon. She has the advantage in dragons. Usurper, the annoyance slithered through his veins at that. At least he had not called her a bitch or a whore. Eric had, many times. Leave my sister to those who know her. If he snapped, he would not admit it. His eyes drifted to the map once more. Lena was evenly matched, he thought, but her forces were split. She was spending too much trying to keep Damon in one area, hemming him in from the coast to King's Mountain. If Damon managed to force a battle, his own forces would overrun hers piecemeal. If he brought his forces up, he could defeat them piecemeal and from their rear too, he realized. It seemed an odd thing, just who commanded her armies. Surely they had not given the honor to her? She might ride the mightiest dragon of them all, but... He reached out and traced the imaginary line her forces seemed to have drawn. Spotted that, did you? Manfred grunted. Damn girl is going to kill herself and her men. This is what you get for giving women command, they have no head for it. Or training, drawled Simon, earning himself a glare from Manfred and a sharp look of rebuke from Lord Jasper. He could not attack Lena, that was for sure. If he wanted Damon broken and rooted, he would need her men and her dragon, if only the gods had seen fit to allow him the beast. The old hurt faded but never quite gone flared for a moment before he cast it aside. Breaking Damon here as opposed to letting Lady Lena do the deed alone, would it be enough to force Rhaenyra to the table, or would it serve to embolden her? If Damon were truly fixated on breaking Lena's lines. He reached for the tokens that represented their armies and lifted them from the paper, staring at the lines and landmarks. How much would Aegon tolerate? How well garrisoned is Blackhaven? He asked. Its knights are serving Lady Lena. We sent one of Jasper's many sons with a scouting force, also his sons. It's garrisoned with enough we'd need Silverwing to take it, Manfred explained. Lord Jasper smiled faintly and Emond was suddenly less sure that the little remark Manfred had slipped in had been a jab at Jasper's reputation and more sure it was a joke between the two. 29 children. Mother's mercy, he could not imagine having 28 siblings. He had enough with the 5 he did have. Iron rod, indeed. Yet the moment of levity was instantly banished by the nerves a sudden clarity had brought him. Without Damon bearing down on them, there would be room to breath, room to talk and to negotiate. He let the wooden tokens clack together in his hands. Perhaps it was a mistake, he knew Aegon would not be pleased, but it was a needed thing. He lowered the tokens to Blackhaven. Before the lords could express their opinions, he spoke up. We will make our base here, he told them slowly. And with it secured, we will request a meeting with Lady Lena's forces to discuss our cooperation against Damon. The look on Jasper's face especially told him all he needed to know about how well this would be received. Chapter 350, The Dance, Durin 4. Chapter text. Bad business, Lord Garrett Ryger grunted as they surveyed the small camp before them. There were just over 100, mostly men although spied a few women among their number, but there was none of the frenzied activity he might expect from any other crowd this size. How many per tent? Surely this could not house them all. Yet shelter would be the least of their concerns. They had no food from what he could see, no wagons, no livestock. The only water was a small stream not far from where they had stopped. Foraging would only take them so far and he had little clue on whose land they now stood on. Could he give them permission to hunt? Aegon had enough issues with his lords without fielding complaints about a prince approving poaching. They had not scattered when they had seen Tessarion, but the sight of her had brought no joy. It told him much that none had approached them since they had landed. Instead, they watched, weary and broken. Too many injuries, he realized. They had not fled war, war had made them run. Who? Rhaenyra's blacks? Mutin was still in the Crownlands with Alyssa, and by all reports the Vale Knights had yet to begin their march. Cregan, he managed to ask finally, wanting to wince at the croak his voice had become. Garrett shrugged, a smooth motion. Could be, Garrett grunted, his hand resting on his blade as if he feared trouble. Makes more sense than any other guesses. Had it been the girl, we'd be seeing more burns. He swallowed, eyes finding Tessarion. She twisted in the sun, as if sensing his attention. As if asking him why they were here. In truth, he wished to know himself. Reckless anger had driven him from Harrenhal, too frustrated with the deadlock between Lord Grover and Lord Jason where neither would acknowledge his words. They would have to acknowledge this, he decided. With that in mind, he squared his shoulders and stepped closer to the camp. Who here speaks for you people? He called. Silence greeted him and he began to feel very foolish indeed, at least until a man rose from where he had been crouched by a woman and approached. He was small, a lot smaller than even him, and rake thin. He wore rough Septon's robes and moved as if he expected to be struck, perhaps he did, for his cheek bore a long gash, as if some strike had just missed taking his head. His hair and beard seemed like it might have been blonde once, but blood and mud had stained it dark. The man's green eyes flickered from him, to Garrett to Tessarion and back. "'Tis I, my prince," the man said after a moment. "Septon Hojan, my prince. We had a reeve but..." Septon Hojan trailed off, tilting his head away as if in pain. "Where does your party hail from?" he asked, trying to make his tone soft. It would do no good to terrify a Septon. He recalled Eustace quite suddenly before shaking the thought away. Rhaenyra might not have killed the holy man, but he was far away now and would not help here. "The village of Kindle, my prince," the Septon replied after a moment. "Our liege is Lord Mallister." A moment later the man swayed on his feet and Garrett moved, catching the man by the shoulder before Durin had even realized the man would fall. "Steady now," Garrett told him before turning his head back. "I have a wineskin in my bag, fetch it for him, else I fear he'll collapse long before we can question him." Hesitating would be poor form, Eamon's words on knighthood hung in his ears once more as he went back to where his mount was basking in the sun. He found the wineskin easily enough and brought it back to the two men. The Septon demurred at first, but Garrett mumbled something low and urgent in his ear and after a moment, the man drank. "My apologies," Septon Hojan finally said. "Since Kindle burned." He closed his eyes and took a ragged breath. "We numbered twice this as we fled. They hunted us." "Who?" Durin asked. Garrett flicked him a warning look but finally let go of the Septon. Septon Hojan did not answer for a while, the wineskin hanging limply from his hands as his eyes drifted closed. He watched, barely able to breathe as the man seemed to murmur some prayer under his breath before he brought the wine to his lips with shaking hands once more. "Wolf banners, my prince," he finally said, his voice a little above a whisper. "The Northmen. They came so quickly, we barely had time to sound the alarm. They killed all who stood in their way. They killed those that fled, women, they burned the September." The whisper might well have been a physical strike for how it left his thoughts reeling. He had suspected, but to hear it confirmed? To know his own sister's men terrorized small folk? "How far is Kindle from Sigurd, Septon?" asked Garrett in what might almost count as a soft and gentle tone from him. The Lord of Willowwood had been gruff, even with Emond as they had parted, it seemed odd to hear the attempt. He left the Septon babbling and stepped past them to take in the camp. There was a little more movement now, sluggish and grief-filled. He saw no children amongst their number and it hurt. Cregan must have gone for the weakest, the slowest, anyone who had stopped had been cut down. In his mind's eye he saw a village ablaze in the night, heard distant screams, and then he shook himself free from whatever stupor had claimed him. It would do these people no good for him to stand there doing nothing. "Good man," he addressed the nearest peasant. The man fell to his knees, head bowed as if he feared violence, and around him the camp took notice. He felt the hairs on his neck prickle. Had he made some mistake? "Have no fear, Robert," Septon Hojan said from behind him. "There are no savage wolves." "Me prince," the man mumbled. "How can I serve? Have you any hunters among your number? If so, send them out." Robert glanced behind him as if seeking Septon Hojan's permission. "Forgive me, my prince," the Septon said, drawing level with him. "We feared arrest for poaching. I give royal assent in the name of my brother, King Aegon, the second of his name," he declared. Septon Hojan stared at him for some time before turning back to Robert and nodding. The man rose and shuffled away, glancing back now and again as if he feared it was some cruel trick. "My prince is a kind man," the Septon rasped, and he was startled to find the man seemed on the verge of tears. "The father has blessed you with judgment beyond normal men." I feared I would lose more to starvation before long. He cursed his flush at the compliment as Garrett gave him a teasing grin. I am not one to enjoy cruelty, I take my vows as a knight seriously, he told the Septon, although his voice sounded wrong and hollow. The Septon gave him a knowing smile. You are humble, Hojin observed. The mother will look kindly on your compassion, my prince. I may be a simple rural Septon, but I know that much. He flushed again and turned away. We will send scouts your way, Septon, Garrett said, sparing him the agony of the Septon's pleased gaze. To track the northern raiders and to protect you from bandits. Perhaps you may even find some we lost in our flight, the Septon told them, his smile now slightly pained. I will remember them in my prayers in the hopes they will be guided home. We will give your scouts what we can when we pass them. A kindness we will remember, Durin replied. The Septon gave him a small bow and nearly toppled himself again, although he caught himself without aid this time. Forgive me, he muttered. I find sleep hard to come by these days. We are safe here, but for how long? He wanted to reassure the man but caught Garrett's warning look. The knowledge sat like a stone in his breast. He wanted to curse and rub at his eyes until the ache behind them left. The truth was, there was very little they would be able to protect before long, if Cregan were truly setting the riverlands ablaze. If this were not a feint. Damn it, what could he even do? Aegon would surely wish him to do something? What would Aemond do? My prince, he glanced up to meet Septon Hojin's eyes. I beg of you, shelter us from war. We are barely 100 men and women, we are no strangers to a hard day's toil. We will serve your army as we served Lord Mollister, loyally and with no complaint. He opened his mouth as Garrett stepped forth and caught his arm. He let the Lord guide him a few paces away, aware of the anxious gaze of the Septon upon his back. We cannot bring them behind the walls, Durin, he murmured. Lord Grover will not allow it, I dare say Lord Jason would not be in favor either. My damn sister's men burn their lands, he replied. If he were Aemond he'd be pacing, instead he just wanted to stare at his boots until some answer presented itself. We need men to finish the work on Harrenhal, perhaps Lady Strong would be amenable. Perhaps, Garrett mumbled, tapping his chin thoughtfully. All Lord Jason and Lord Grover do is bicker incessantly. He regretted it the moment he said as Garrett's eyebrows rose. You are young, I will forgive the insult to my lord, he said coolly. Then sighed. It is not loyalty that I agree with Lord Grover, Durin. He has the right of it, it matters not who we reinforce or who we destroy if we do it with the Vances at our backs with the dagger ready to strike. Lord Jason insists we will lose Derry and face a reinforced Black Army if we do not aid them and take Nutton, he pointed out, feeling some loyalty to his good father. Nutton is no prize, Garrett sneered. Its walls will fall in days no matter the army in it. Especially with Tessarion, were the words unsaid. And if Mutin and Aran forces unite as we deal with Wayfarer's Rest and Atrintat, he asked. He was being contrary and he knew it. Yet their progress had stalled utterly as Lord bickered with Lord over their next move, each wishing to claim mastery over their combined forces and each unwilling to yield to the other on the matter. As if Aegon had not placed him in charge. He forced his fists not to clench at the thought, it would do him no good. He was not Aemond. You sound like Lannister now. It sounded like an accusation. It was. Aemond would not approve. Aemond isn't here, he snapped, feeling like a child before his mother once more. Garrett looked unimpressed. No, he would not act like this in front of a lord old enough to be his father. He was tired of being overlooked as the armies barely kept from each other's throats. I will speak to Lady Strong, he finally decided. For it is her castle, not Lord Grover's or Lord Jason's. It is her son's, Garrett pointed out sourly. Then the lord sighed and raised his hand to his brow as if a headache threatened. Still, she is his regent. We cannot stay in Harrenhal forever. Lady Strong has precious little loyal men, Septon Hojin will help her with that. Garrett scowled at his words. She has Lord Wad, he muttered, but it was hardly a spirited defense. Nobody would call Wad loyal before long and they knew it. Damn you, you remind me too much of Aemond. He taught me all I know, Durin pointed out, smiling despite himself. Garrett groaned. One of you two will be the death of me. Tell me, is your brother also, good-hearted? The question made him want to bristle. Then he forced himself to stop, Aegon would take it as a compliment, he knew that. That his brothers should care so deeply when their sister burned villages and slaughtered the small folk. He tried to reason with our sister, he replied softly. The massacre? I know, Garrett replied, heaving another great sigh. What is Westeros coming to? Damn it all, fine. Tell your Septon to prepare to move once his hunters return. I will stay with them to guide them to Harrenhal. You take the news of Cregan's movements back. Lord Yora will wish to know his lands are threatened. Thank you, Lord Garrett. Pleased by the Lord's words, if not his third or fourth groan of defeat, he returned to the Septon. I will fly back today, he told him. Lord Garrett will guide you to Harrenhal. If the gods are good, Lady Strong will accept your oath of fealty. I truly do not know how to thank you, my prince, Septon Hojan said, bowing low. I truly do not. Chapter 351, The Dance, Luke 4. Chapter text. He wanted to shout as he was jostled once more into the side of the barrel he was concealed in, yet he could not, so he settled for thinking up 1,000 curses for whoever had decided that this should be their method of entry into Sunspear proper. It did not help that at some point in the journey the hilt of his blade had shifted and was now jammed into his ribs in a manner that made it hard to breathe. Dimly, he could hear the men outside joking with one another, a particularly loud laugh made his teeth ache as he clenched his jaw. Not long to the gates now, Timion, called one man whose name he did not know. Then we'll head home for some wine. It wasn't for his benefit and he knew it, but he appreciated it anyway. He sent a quick prayer to the father to look kindly on the man that had spared him, not knowing. When the men had first spoken of their plan, it had seemed quite the jape, like one the story's auntie might tell. The reality of it had fallen short. The wagon slowed and any annoyance that remained fled, his breath stuttered in his chest and he had to force himself to simply breathe for a few moments. At least it gave him time to ease his sword into a more comfortable position. He strained his ears but could hear little of the conversation beyond murmurs. It did not sound like Timion was being friendly with the gate guard, although given he could make nothing beyond angry tones, perhaps the gate guard was not being altogether polite back. Father would say it was cunning, that no man carrying malign intentions would bicker with a guard. Grandfather would say that there were plenty, and any man bickering with a guard would see his goods searched for any infraction, no matter how small. The wagon shifted as someone climbed into the back. He closed his eyes and rested his hand on the hilt of his blade. If he were discovered, he would not be able to draw it in time, but it made him feel a little better nonetheless. It's all on the list, damn you. Timion barked. You dare accuse me of cheating the prince? I am Dornish. We do not cheat our own. You just wait, I shall make a complaint about this. In another situation, he might have laughed at the sheer affront in Timion's tone. Shut up, barked a man, the accent was unfamiliar. From the Free Cities, perhaps? One of Jaren's men then. Do all Dornish talk so much? It is all you people do. Another man spoke to him then in a language that seemed more fit for singing than the growled words Luke heard as he crouched in the darkness. Someone jostled his barrel and he raised his free hand to his mouth, suddenly terrified they would hear him breathe if he did so too loudly. Listen, carry on with this and I'm selling these goods to men that'll appreciate it. The fucking dragons laid waste to our lands, you can only live on olives and wine for so long. You'll be begging to apologize then. There was the sound of a barrel being thumped, one of the decoys, he would guess. Rice. One of the last shipments before Liss burned. There are thousands in Dorne that'd happily pay me for it. You threaten us, you threaten the prince, said the voice that had spoken the unfamiliar language. He was jostled again as whoever had been within the wagon moved past him to leap out. I know where my loyalties lie, bastard, and it isn't with some foreign soldier. I bow to Prince Garin, not whatever bullshit you decide to mess with good, honest men. He wished he could get Timion to stop. As if answering his prayers, another man, one of Timion's staff, spoke up. Come now, leave the poor sods alone. They've been stuck with guard duty, no man enjoys guard duty. Forgive Master Timion, good sirs, he's a temper on him and a mean drunk. Perhaps you ought to deliver his goods in future, one of the guards said sourly. I wish I could, laughed the man. Listen, I don't want to deal with him getting drunker and you boys have had to put up with him. What say you take this wine of his hands, For the brave men fighting for our prince when half our land would abandon him. If his father was here, if he could hear this, he would be disgusted. Get your cart through those gates, the guard finally said after a period of silence. And make sure the next time you deliver, you keep him away from the wine before you hand it to us. I'll send one of the boys with a jug or two next time I have the run of the place, the man said consolingly. Thank you, sirs. The cart jerked into motion again and he took the opportunity to sink into the side of the barrel, wanting to gasp in relief. Nobody was going to believe him when he told them about this, he realized with a sinking feeling, not even Joe. The cart rolled to a stop as he mused on that thought and it was not long before the cart was unloaded. Drop 'em all in the cellar, boys. Much obliged, another new voice called. No, not a new voice. Moore's man. He nearly yelped as his barrel was picked up, biting his lip to stop the noise from escaping. A moment later, his world spun violently before crashing to a stop. A spot above his eyes throbbed and he realized he'd have a fine bruise there before long. Throw those bundles in the corner, good masters, then come up to kitchens. I have bread and honey. His announcement was met with a groan of relief as Luke's barrel was hoisted up once again and dropped unceremoniously into place. He waited, listening as the last of the barrels were brought down and put into place and the cellar door was banged shut. What little bit of light was gone and he waited in the dark, his breath sounding unnaturally loud to his ears. The crack of splintering wood nearly made him leap from his skin. A moment later, his own barrel was cracked open and strong hands helped him out and to his feet once more. The ground tilted and tipped beneath him and he was glad Mors had hold of his shoulders. "Steady lad," the man murmured. "Get your bearings, I'll free the others." He did as the man said and gripped the barrel that he had been in for the past 3 hours tightly. He wanted to lose his stomach, from the sounds of it, whomever Mors had freed after him had done. He was glad for the light when Mors lit a torch. 5 men, not counting himself and Alyandra, stood in the gloom of the cellar. All armed with blades, even Alyandra, who did not favor the weapon at all. "7 hells, you didn't warn us about the ramp," whimpered a young man, barely older than he. From the way he wiped at his mouth, he would guess this was the second to be freed. "Keep your wits about you and stop whining," snapped an older man. "Enough," sighed Mathos a moment later, his hand resting on Alyandra's shoulder as she pulled a scrap of cloth over her face and hair. "Mors, are we in the right place?" "We seem to be," answered the other man. "I remember the path," Alyandra told them, her voice somewhat muffled. "We will proceed through the cellars from here and then to the courtyard." "This place really was not built to hold a dragon," Luke said, mostly for lack of anything else to say. "The moment we reach Skywalker, there is little Garen can do to keep us." "Pray your dragon still lives, boy," Mathos told him, eyes cool. "Else I'll leave your body alongside it." "You will not," Alyandra answered a moment later. "He swore himself to me, as did you. Now, let us go, else we shall bicker here until Garen himself finds us." He did not miss how her hand rested on the hilt of the blade when she said her uncle's name, nor the way her eyes narrowed. He would bet that were her face not obscured, her features would be set as if hewn from stone. Mors opened the door and stepped into the corridor beyond. It was better lit, but not by much. He took one of the torches offered and followed the man. Alyandra followed him with the rest bringing up the rear. Mors strode as if he had been born here, whereas Luke could only belatedly remember the doors and instructions that had been barked at him as they'd prepared to breach Sun's pair. A moment later, Mors stopped and breathed a curse. "Guards, standing watch over the corridor up ahead. Can we take them?" Luke asked, risking a peek. There were indeed guards in the corridor beyond. Not Sun's pairs, actual Dornish men. Each wore light padding and chainmail that seemed typical of the Dornish when they were on lighter duties. "There are 4, we could overwhelm them, but," Mors trailed off. "It'll be loud," Alyandra finished for him grimly. "Damn. They will not believe us servants, not armed as we are," one of the others pointed out. "What are they guarding?" asked Mathos a moment later. "Surely they are not so desperate for food." "We can find out after we have killed them," Mors growled. "Harmon, Cletus, to me. The rest of you stay on our flank and keep them from surrounding us." The 2 men moved to Mors' side, their faces grim as they readied their blades. Luke drew his own sword and took a shaky breath. He had spent years in the yards, training for just this. He pictured his father, his mother, even Rena. Mors and his retinue moved quickly and he followed. The guards let out cries when they saw them and 3 rushed to engage, the 4th began sprinting up the stone steps towards the door. Something else took him then and his legs started moving. One of the soldiers stuck out his leg to trip him, but it seemed as if it were happening in slow motion and he saw it coming. He vaulted over the outstretched leg and took the steps 2 at a time, rapidly catching the man ahead of him. He reached the top of the stairs as the guard began pulling at the door. A moment later Luke caught him, thrusting out the blade and trusting the momentum to see him through. They collided and the blade sank into the guard's shoulder, hitting bone, or metal, he was not sure. Something warm coated his hand as the man he had stabbed hit the door, slamming it closed once more, and Luke's shoulder drove into his back. The wooden door rattled in its frame. The man he had crushed against it groaned and seemed to brace himself before pushing backwards. Luke allowed himself to be pushed, wrenching his blade free and prompting another gasping groan. The guard staggered back from the door then and blood ran in rivulets down over the chainmail and soaking into the padding surrounding the wound. Not fatal, he realized as the man groped for his own blade with his remaining hand. With a cry, the guard threw himself forward and instead of raising his blade, Luke stood aside. The guard's cry became a wail of fear as he toppled past him and down the stairs, rolling to a stop before Mors and Cletus. Cletus silenced the guards whimpering a moment later and Luke realized that there were 5 corpses on the floor, not 4. Alyandra was crouched beside Harmon, murmuring something he was sure was a prayer. "Well done," grunted Mathos. "We might yet survive this madness. Is it the dragon you seek? It won't obey you without the rider." Mathos straightened at that, half bringing up his own blade again. Alyandra rose, tilting her head in puzzlement. "Sir Gawain," he realized a moment later, recognizing the voice at long last. "Mother's mercy," croaked the knight. "Lucius Valerian? You live? Thank the 7. The Reach Knight?" asked Alyandra. "Indeed, is that the princess?" I'm afraid the cells of Sun's pair overflowed with those that defied your uncle, we lowly knights did not warrant a place there, he coughed. Thank the seven you all yet live. Mathos, Cletus, go and watch the door, Mors murmured. My princess, what would you have us do? Alejandra paused and he'd bet real money that she wanted to play with her hair, it'd been funny to tease her about it once and then Auntie had torn a strip off of him for it. Sirs, are you able to run? Fight, she asked finally. We intend to reach Skywalker and fly to where Lady Rennis and my mother prepare my army. From his place by the door, Mathos jerked suddenly, shaking his head violently as Alejandra listened for Gwain's reply, seemingly ignoring her guardian's actions. A worthy cause. We can still fight yet, well, most of us. Luke doubted that the man did not sound well. Alejandra turned to them and he realized what she wanted a moment later. Mors followed his lead and together they went through the pockets and belts of the corpses until they found a key. He had been right in his assessment, what was left of Gwain's knights, and Gwain himself, were hardly fit for a light stroll, never mind battle. Yet they quickly armed themselves with what they could, one taking Harmon's blade, the others taking the spears, daggers and short swords the guards had held. We have to go, Mathos murmured. Damn it all, how long before they switch the guard? Not long, confirmed one of the knights. Mathos murmured something about being slow but none paid him attention. The air in the corridor was lighter as they limped along, although it did not help his mood, his heart beating wildly in his chest as he expected the alarm to be raised at any moment. Twice they encountered servants in the hall and twice those servants fled quietly rather than scream at the sight of them. It was almost a relief when the bell rang and shouts began to split the air. There were men outside the entrance to the courtyard but their group overwhelmed them quickly and the men fell. His heart soared as Mors fumbled with the belt of one of the men, producing a key and throwing open the doors. There his mount was. As if knowing he was there, Skywalker raised his head and bellowed into the night. He found himself grinning, even as the sounds of Garen's men grew closer. Keep him quiet. Mathos snapped. They aren't fools, Mathos, they know our aim. Stealth will suit us no more. Cletus, Samuel, drag those stone benches in front of the door. We will hold them here until you can get those chains undone. Then go, do not come back for us. The exultance that had begun upon seeing his mount again died as both he and Alejandra turned to the man. He gave them a sad smile. Get started on those chains, he told them in a tone that brooked no argument. Mathos taught you locks, didn't he, my princess? Yes, she breathed. Fight well. He nodded, then met Luke's eyes as Alejandra retreated. He swallowed, feeling a tightness behind his eyes. What could he even say? Sorry? Thank you. Reacher, go to the princess, I shall not have you delay their escape. Mathos yelled. Damn this, Gwain muttered. He watched as the man grasped his useless arm, then shook his head, his face screwed up as if he feared he might cry otherwise. Then, as if he were fighting himself, he thrust the sword he had picked up at one of his fellow knights. Take it, fight well. I'll make sure you are heroes and your families well cared for. The seven keep you, Sir Gwain, called one of the knights. Go, mumbled Mors. Keep her safe for me. He went and found Alejandra struggling with the lock. Behind him, Gwain limped closer. I nearly have it, she mumbled. Behind them, the doorway to the courtyard shuddered and the stone benches that had been piled before it shuddered. One toppled from the pile and broke upon the floor, sending a wave of dust. He turned back to Alejandra as the lock dropped away. By the time they had pulled the chains from Skywalker completely, the door to the courtyard was nearly open and already 2 or 3 men had squeezed through the gap. Damn it, go. Go, called Mors as 2 more men made it through. One held a bow in his hands, he realized. He turned away and scrambled onto Skywalker's back, Gwain following and Alejandra behind him, half shoving him ahead of her. He had never ridden without a saddle before and he found himself unsure as to where he should even grab onto his mount. As if sensing his urgency, Skywalker rose to his feet and let out another bellow before rearing back and letting loose a stream of fire. The gate went up in flame and he heard screams from beyond it. We need to go, he shouted, all commands flying from his head at that moment. The only thing he could think was that his grandmother would kill him. Yet Skywalker had understood and his wings stretched out wide. A moment later they were in the air, Gwain's arm wrapped around his chest and Alejandra's hand entangled in his belt. Below them, Sun's pairs poured into the courtyard, leaping over their fallen companions and surrounding their little band of rebels. Chapter 352, The Dance, Laner 4. The first night attack happened after they crossed into the lands sworn to the ring. It seemed Lord Harlan Merryweather had been correct regarding the disposition of the man those in the Reach called Bold John. Caswell cavalry under the command of the Bastard of Bitterbridge had seen them off decisively. The second night had seen no need for Sir Tom Flowers to rouse himself, for Laner had placed himself and Seasmoke next to their baggage chain. Instead of attacking, Lord John's men had pelted his mount with arrows, but had fled the moment Seasmoke had let forth a gout of flame that had lit up their approach. The third night they had attacked the head of their column and encountered Sir Mark Merryweather and pikemen from Long Table. After that, Bold John's raiders lost their appetite for night attacks, sticking instead to chasing his scouts and trying to render him blind. He would give the man his dues, he had clearly studied what it took to fight a dragon in the field. Yet what had worked for the Dornish did not work so well on flat, rolling plains with only villages and small copses of trees here and there to break line of sight. He hung those they caught as common bandits, no matter who they professed to be once they had fallen into his men's hands. It was a statement that he was sure no one would miss. Joffrey would approve. "We've made good time," Lord Harlan Merryweather observed as their small army sighted the ring. "It appears Bold John has decided against setting Lord Arthur's lands ablaze." "Nor my brothers," Sir Tom Flowers murmured a moment later. "At least he isn't a greater fool than he has already shown himself to be. He knows that had he laid waste to even one field of land that swore to the true queen, we'd have raised his own thrice over." "As bloodthirsty as our Lord Caswell," Mark Merryweather said a moment later. "Well, summon your riders. It looks as if Bold John wishes to greet us." The nerves came again then. Another castle that would have to fall too fast for a siege to be a viable strategy. Another castle he would have to burn. Yet it did not threaten to fell him as it had done before. John Roxton had been in the capital, it mattered not how he had escaped, but Laenor intended to right a wrong today. He prayed it would be like Cider Hall all over again, even as anger snapped to being in his breast. Burning John Roxton and his raiders felt like justice. "I suppose it's too much to hope he intends to surrender," he murmured, more because he felt he should than because he wished the man to. If Owen Fossoway had not, he doubted John Roxton would. Especially not if the rumors regarding his conduct were true. He seized the anger as John Roxton bore down on them, his golden hair tied back into a tail behind his head and his gleaming plate shining despite the evening gloom. He was a tall man, that much was apparent even as he sat atop his horse. His blue eyes regarded their party with a dispassionate look. He was not ugly, but the hint of a sneer that played out around his lips ruined his handsome features. "Lord Merryweather, Sir Mark and Lord John paused then, his lips curling into the sneer they had been promising. "The bastard of Bitterbridge." He clenched his jaw to bite back the insistence he be acknowledged. It would do him no good to appear to be offended at the petty provocation. That would give John control of this parley. Lord Merryweather saved him the trouble. "You seem to have forgotten to greet our prince," Lord Harlan pointed out, his tone deceptively mild. Dislike rolled off of the lords present, yet Lord John seemed unaware of it. Or rather, uncaring. "An heir to an unimportant island with a whore for a bride is of no concern to me," Lord John replied smoothly. "No matter what gems and crowns he should choose to dress her in." "You seem rather confident for a man without a dragon and a castle ripe for the burning," snapped Sir Tom Flowers. "If Lord Roxton will not recognize his true queen then he will be brought to heel," Laenor intoned, aware that his silence was allowing the conversation to shift anyway. "I will give you the same offer I have given to Cider Hall, surrender by dawn or be burned." "I am no fool to accept such terms, sir," Lord John replied. "Face me as the man you claim you are. Orphan-maker will well earn its name." "It will not," he replied just as swiftly. "You are a traitor, if you wish to request trial by combat, you may grovel at my wife's feet. Are you a craven, my prince?" The question was mocking and his blood boiled as Lord John smirked at him. "As my king so proclaims, what do you who would usurp the throne in defiance of thousands of years of tradition know of honor?" "Barely over 100, Lord Harlan interjected. "For that is as long as the throne has existed." "Allow me to be your champion, my prince," Tom Flowers declared a moment later. "I will cut the cur down if he so desires it." "Keep your dog muzzled, sir, I did not ride out to be barked at by a bastard," sneered John. "He believes there will have to be a duel, for honor if nothing else," Laenor mused as Tom Flowers bristled and Mark Merryweather placed a hand on his shoulder. Once, his wife had told him how Daemon had come to marry his sister. That the man had leveraged so many insults that the Sea Lord's son had had to face him. This felt like such a tactic. The same tactic Aegon had employed as well in his insistence for a council. Shift a battle you cannot win to a battle you can. Lord John could not stand against a dragon, but Laenor was under no illusions about his ability with the blade, even such a magnificent blade as Black Fire. He was average at best, and Lord John carried himself with the confidence of a fighter that rarely lost his bouts. "Odd for you to speak of honor and bastards when you have obviously lusted for Sherry's Footly," Tom Flowers finally snapped. "Did Arthur tell you he fucked a baby into her belly?" Lord John's posture changed from an amused lounge to ramrod straight within his saddle, his eyes blazing with fury and a snarl on his lips. "Your death will be slow," Lord John promised. Sir Tom merely snorted, looking a tad more smug now that he had broken the Lord's unaffected demeanor. "Lord Arthur did mention as such," Laenor observed mildly and with more than a little glee when his words caused an almost visible flinch from their opponent. "Lady Sherry's is said to be quite excited for her first babe." "More lies," Lord John snapped. It is I she loves and it is I that will have her when I have dealt with you traitors. Tell me, Lord John, what will happen when this obvious attempt to provoke our prince fails? When the ring burns around you. Lord John scowled, his eyes travelling from night to lord to night again. I am no fool, Lord John finally said, managing to wrangle some control once more. I have listened to my king. I saw what happened at the capital. Had the traitor not struck first, the killing blow never would have fallen. Even at Cider Hall you chose to burn the walls first until the fool Fossoway's nerve failed. You think I would not go further, he asked, as yet more anger flooded through him. He fought to keep it off his face, although he could not keep it from his tone. His hands ached briefly and he realized he was clutching the reins of his mount so tightly his hands were pale with the effort. I know you won't, Lord John crowed. I have not been merely gathering my men these past 2 moons but my people as well. Should you burn the ring, you burn thousands. Women, children. I think we both know that you have no stomach for that. It was as if the bottom had dropped out of his stomach and the anger had followed it, draining away and leaving him cold in the aftermath. He did not care that he knew he had gone pale. Did not care as Lord John's smirk widened and his allies shifted uneasily in the aftermath of his announcement. Then as quickly as his rage had left, it flooded his veins once more until he felt dizzy with the force of it. I'm going to burn your castle, he told the man. And when I'm done, I'm going to give Arthur Footley your blade. Lord John scowled again. It seems your bluff has been called, John, Mark Merryweather said, his hand still on Tom Flower's shoulder as if he still expected the man to go mad. Your prince is a fine mummer, but he has no warrior's heart, Lord John insisted. If he had, he would have accepted my challenge. Yet, never let any say I lack mercy. When the morn comes and your man's guts fail him, I will give my challenge again. Maybe one of you will not be so craven. I will keep that in mind, Laner told him, feeling as if his grip on his horse was the only thing stopping him from drifting away entirely. When your people die and your lands lie abandoned, I will ensure the history books know you as the man that hid behind women children, so great was his cowardice. Lord Merryweather snorted and then turned his horse in order to give Lord John no more time to respond to Laner's proclamation and he followed suit, his anger making his hands tremble as he followed. Sir Tom and Sir Mark fell in alongside him. When was the last time he had felt his rage? It did not leave him as they discussed the ring, it banked and burned higher when they discussed Lord John and his past actions, the way he had tried to murder Arthur Footley in a tourney, as he had decided he would marry Lady Sherries as a boy and had never given up the fantasy. As he lay in his camp bed, sleep far away, it boiled within him. The last time he had felt this way, his lover had lay broken and dying. What about Lord John had caused this so? His arrogance? His insults? He had met the arrogant before and the insults levied against him were old and uninspired. Weak. He closed his eyes and tried to recall his lover. Joffrey would tell him not to hesitate. That the loss of 1,000 small folk was nothing compared to what they would lose if they failed to resolve this battle quickly and turn to fight Daemon. Ah, now he knew why he was so angry. It was the challenge Lord John had issued. His own affronted pride that he now had to do as he had threatened to do or risk crippling his efforts in the Reach. And what would Roxton do when he realized his keep would burn? Run or stay and acknowledge his loss. He had raiders outside his walls, they knew that. Would he be so foolish? No, he was the fool. There was a way to solve this conundrum quite easily. He climbed from his bed long before dawn and sought out Mark Merryweather, who had once again set his pikemen to watching the lands around them, waiting for any sign of attack. He would not put it past bold John to sally or have his raiders attack. My prince, Sir Mark said, bowing low. When dawn breaks, seek out Sir Tom and ride to challenge Lord John, he told him, and Mark's mouth dropped open. My prince, he began to argue, only to fall silent as he raised a hand. As like as not he'll run if we do not secure him, he told the knight and Mark flushed red, as if humiliated he had not even suspected Lord John's words to be true. I have little doubt he has some way to avoid Seasmoke's wrath if he is so unaffected by the possibility of me raising his keep. Then he'll set about raiding Lord Footley and Lord Caswell's lands in recompense. And should he have slain you in combat, he would have taken his men to attack Lord Rowan, Mark mused. Damn that man to the 7 hells. Damn him indeed. To think Roxton could so easily fool him into slaughtering thousands and then escape all justice without having even the decency to die with them. You intend to burn the ring, then, Mark murmured. He gives me little choice, he responded, almost surprised he did not feel the heaviness he had before he had chosen to burn Fossoway. We cannot threaten to end sieges with a dragon if the realm sees I am not willing to back my words with action. It is a poor thing he has done, Mark sniffed. And a poor thing he seeks to make you do. Fear not, my prince, I shall challenge any that say you are not correct. He used his small folk as a shield, he cannot be surprised when they prove to be a poor one. My thanks, Sir Mark. Ride before dawn with my wife's banner displayed. When he stands before you, throw the banner to the ground and I will kill thousands. The thought finally broke through his anger and it was sobering. Yet too little, and too late. I will do what needs to be done. Chapter 353, The Dance, Iman 4. Chapter Text. The girl insults us, Manfred Swan muttered as they crested the hill and spied the group that awaited them for the first time. His scouts had told him the force was small but now, he could see the thinking behind Manfred's words. He brought his horse to a stop and wheeled his mount about to face the riders closest to him. Lord Manfred Swan. Lord Jasper Wilde. Lord Simon Mertens. Lord Eric Selmy. A pitiful collection when compared with the lords he knew Lena could call upon. Forgive me for saying, my prince, but Targaryens have oft put too much stock in their dragons. Jasper Wilde's observation was delivered dryly, without any implied bite, and so he refused to feel anger over it. He had yet to secure this man's loyalty, and if he were to be of any use to his brother he still needed it. Perhaps if it were Laenar Velaryon or my sister, I would agree, he settled for saying. But this is Viagar. Mern Gardner outnumbered Aegon 10-1 and we still call his defeat the Field of Fire to this day, Eric supplied, and then he had to clench his jaw so tight his teeth ached, even if the damn man were agreeing with him. He did not think there was one man in their party that had any shred of respect for the up-jumped bastard. We have more than 10 times their number, Manfred Swan snapped. She barely has 100 men. Father. He closed his eyes and Sir Byron spoke, his tone calm. In truth, the night had been sent by the Seven. If it wasn't navigating the hostility between Swan and Mertens, it was keeping Lord Selmy from getting himself gutted. It matters not how many we outnumber her by, if we fight her, we shall have Daemon at our backs within weeks, and that's if any of us survive Viagar's retribution, Simon Mertens said after a long moment of silence, and he let out his anger in a long breath. This meeting is a mistake, Manfred muttered, low and angry. He knew what the Lord had wanted. A surprise attack on Laena's forces, to roll up their line and then a swift retreat, to let Daemon sense her sudden weakness and then to simply destroy the winner. Come, he said finally. I would speak with her before nightfall. Byron, stay here and ready the men, should a fight break out, I want to know we have our backs protected, Manfred commanded. Would Rhaenyra allow their ambush? After Larry's, he was not so sure. His sweet sister could wield spite like an iron rod. He allowed himself a moment to feel the burning resentment for Jason Lannister once more. Then steeled himself. Lord Eric, aid Sir Byron in his task, he commanded. He had no desire to deal with his wild accusations. The bastard prickled immediately and Jasper Wilde's head swung around to face the Lord of Harvest Hall. Aemond could well imagine the expression on the Lord of Rainhouse's face. After a moment, Eric bowed in his saddle, although with a notable air of bad grace. When they began their approach once more, Eric stayed behind. He rather imagined he could feel the glare on the back of his head. Eric would not be an ally. With any luck, he might seek out Jason Lannister and then the Lord of the Westerlands could deal with the bastard of Harvest Hall. As they rode forth and the figures before them came clearer, he spied Laena at the head of them. As tall as he recalled her, much like her brother and mother were. She wore armor almost reminiscent of his. Beside her sat Royce Caron, whom he had come to know well after his public feud with Manfred Swan had played out across King's Landing, to the great amusement of the court and Aegon's frustration. He did not know the others, and the banners arrayed before, fluttering in the slight breeze alongside his sister's own, gave him little clue. He did recognize the griffins of House Connington. A haystack on an orange field he did not recognize, nor did he the three buckles on blue. A burn of self-recrimination hit his gut as he fought to keep his face steady. He knew he should, he was Aegon's hand, yet it had never seemed important before. He should have learned the heraldry writing here. He would not allow himself to make the same mistake again. As the men and Lady Laena drew closer, he saw that their faces may well have been carved of stone, and despite his assurance that he wished to discuss Daemon, they seemed ready to face ambush. Did Rhaenyra truly think him so dishonorable she'd allow this? Finally, the knights and lords at Laena's back halted and allowed Royce Caron and Lady Laena to ride on ahead of them. The bite of anger faded, but did not leave. Prince Aemond, Lady Laena said, in a tone laced with ice. To whom do you bow? He peered up at his brother's banner as Simon Mertens hid a snicker behind his hand, and even Manfred Swan managed a wry smile. King Aegon, he finally said as Lady Laena gazed at him, as if she had not seen his jab at her. The lawful heir of my father and true king of Westeros. And what are your thoughts of Daemon, boy? Asked Royce Caron. Faced him in the field yet? He swallowed hard at the jab. He had not, and it was because he could not. He refused to bristle. Daemon is why I have asked for this truce, he said, aware of the anger in his tone. Aware they would see how the Lord's barb had pricked his pride. It seems in both our interests to be rid of this plague upon our shores. Then he watched, baffled, as the assembled lords all seemed to relax and whatever tension had been between them cleared. What in the seven hells, murmured Mertens, and he had to concur. My apologies for the greeting, my lords, Royce Karen spoke then. Fighting Damon is a task harder than it would appear. Karen, you're selfing, up jumped shit of a man, but I never took you for a craven, Manfred Swan sneered. If you knew half of what Damon was capable of, you'd piss yourself and run, Swan, Royce shot back. And if we want to speak about cravens, let us talk about how your father left a child in a brothel than risk his hide getting her back. You dare? Yet he cared not for the two men continuing their feud, although he would have to take Manfred to task on just what Royce had implied. His eyes were on Lady Lena and in turn, her eyes were on him. She was exhausted, he realized. As if she had not slept for a week. She looked like he had after that terrible flight from King's Landing, when he had believed that Renera's forces would be upon them at any moment, where he believed all might be lost if he closed his eyes for even a moment. What did she see when she looked at him? Enough. Manfred stopped his retort and Emond realized it was he that had spoken. A moment later, he forced himself to break Lena Valerian's gaze and face his errant lord. Manfred inclined his head but did not look pleased about the matter. Your formation is a mess, he observed, turning back to them. His words had Royce bristling and Lena raised a hand, stopping him short. It looks as if you are trying to confine him to one area of the Stormlands. He has a dragon, so that cannot be it. Now you hint at worse horrors. Once, when she believed she had you in her power, Rhaenyra offered to send a brother or two with me to fight him, Lena told him. I told her she better not dare, but had she insisted, I would have asked for you. I thank you for the compliment, my lady, but I would thank you even further for an explanation. At his words, she closed her eyes and heaved a sigh that sounded as tired as she looked. What do you know of Gogossos? She asked. A dread place, Jasper answered for him, and he did not resent the man for it because he had no clue. Founded by the old empire of Guise, but your own ancestors took it in their wars. A house of horrors, in the most lurid stories, of course. After Valeria's fall, it was a slave city, until the Red Death left it empty except for the dead. It wasn't empty, Lena told them. For that is where Damon hid himself away. A good place to hide a dragon, you see. I could imagine that, Jasper replied blandly. But I fail to see how an empty island could inform your military strategy. Lena was silent for a moment, as if debating with herself, and Royce took the opportunity to speak. You said it yourself, slaves, he growled. That did not make sense. Damon frees slaves, he argued. He believed that although he had little doubt that the man's motives were pure. He merely needed bodies to fight for him and went for the most numerous and easy-to-please denominator. The fact that it allowed his revenge upon those who had so effectively barred him from his wants when it came to the stepstones would be an attractive bonus. No, he makes them, Lena answered. Gogossos thrived because it had access to the ancient magics of Valeria. Terrible half-breed of beast and man. Manfred laughed. Keep your mouth closed and ears open for once in your sighting life, Manfred, Royce snapped. You expect me to believe tales fit to scare a child? Manfred replied. A craven and fool, did you hit your head? Perhaps not, Jasper said, his face thoughtful. Before the stepstones fell, there were rumors. What rumors? He demanded and then forced himself to stop because he sounded like a child. Yet if Lord Jasper noticed, he did not give any indication he had. Reports of queer foreigners at his side, Jasper answered. I dismissed it at the time. All sorts of rumors spring up at times like those, and yet I recall it because... He stopped, looking suddenly shocked as if some great revelation had been made. Princess Rhaenyra drew attention to it. She believed it, implicitly. She was afraid of him even then, before this madness. Jasper looked up sharply and Emond followed his gaze. Royce still looked frustrated, yet Lena looked almost apprehensive. How long had she known of his predilections? She did not at the time, Lena answered quickly. We captured a spy who told us. No, Jasper said firmly. She knew at the time, I am certain of it. She was unable to mask her fear. Whatever magics he commands, she knew. Must you insist, she muttered. She did not know. He did not even have the magic of Valeria then, only a few scattered red priests from some obscure cult that venerated him as some savior instead of a madman. Enough speculation. What magics does he command that have even battle-hardened men fearing him? He asked, trying to push away the unsettled feeling growing in his chest at the idea his sister might have some connection to magic. Try a horn that takes your mind from you, Royce snapped. A slave horn of Valeria, Lena murmured. They used the more powerful ones to bind thousands of slaves to a single will. They kept countless wild dragons as docile as the meekest kitten, and now he turns such magics loose on us. You wonder what I seek to contain? The men and women of the Stormlands he has turned and sent after us. They don't stop attacking, even if you mortally wound them. They don't get tired and they'll still be trying to carry out his will even as they die of hunger and thirst, Royce Karen muttered. He swallowed and realized his throat felt tight. If you were telling us the truth, and not some tale, you'd already be fleeing from him, Simon Martins pointed out. You cannot fight an enemy that turns your own soldiers on you. There is hope, Lena replied. Knowing about it, for one. The horn was designed to be used on men and women who were already slaves, already beaten, if not entirely broken. I am no slave, Manfred declared. So simply knowing about it renders it pointless, he said. That seems too convenient. There were those among my own lords that thought the same until the lesser of their men turned, until their injured ignored their pain and slaughtered their fellows, until the hungry and desperate threw away all sense of survival and betrayed those they fought alongside, Lena replied with such a sense of finality that something seemed to give way in his chest, becoming a wellspring of fear, and he found he believed her. He believed every horrifying word. Suddenly, his plan seemed so foolish. A few strikes against Damon to give Lena the advantage and then he would race to Aegon's side having secured the Storm Lord's loyalty. How, stupid! He swallowed roughly. I came here to propose an alliance against him, he rasped. I had hoped you might, Lena sighed. It would have been a shame to fight you. I thought the same, given your reputed skill and Viagar's prowess. She smiled at the compliment before raising a hand to rub at the bridge of her nose. Still, it presents me with quite the issue. I did deny the aid offered to me by her back then because allowing you loose would be a greater danger. He wanted to scowl at the words but instead met her gaze again. I would accept your aid but tell me, Prince Aemond, what of after? A grace period, he replied. During which my men and I will quit the Storm Lands. He had been intending it anyway, yet the offer would look generous to her. The implication that he would return was still there, but she could hardly ask for more given it would win her one part of the war, if only for the nonce. Quit the Stormlands and ride to the aid of your king, whom my brother faces even now, she mused. You ask me for a hard thing. Yet an even harder thing would be to face you now and then face Damon all the weaker for it. If asked to choose, whom would my sister select as king of Westeros, he asked and saw her give in. Her shoulders slumped and she laughed almost bitterly. Who indeed, she asked. At least Aegon would not force her into slavery more complete than any in Essos could dream of. Stand down your men, Prince Aemond, you have your alliance. With your men, we could maintain the line and push into his territory. 2 dragons could see him off should seek to. A bellowing roar echoed over the hills and the fear in his chest crystallized, it felt sharp and seemed to pain his lungs as he drew breath in and out. For a moment, he remained rooted in his saddle, made unmoving and stupid by it. Then he turned and kicked his spur into the horse's flank, riding hard for his lines and for Silverwing. He could only hope Lady Lena was doing the same. Damon comes, make ready the men, he howled as soon as he believed Byron might hear him. Horns sounded across his men as he hunted past them to where Silverwing lay. He reached her as a creature flew overhead and let forth a gout of fire that struck none but left blistering heat in the air. Lena's lords had followed his own, their knights joining his own ranks. Not even Eric Selmy looked fit to make a complaint. Silverwing lashed back and forth in a manner he could not recall seeing from her ever before. When Damon's creature, surely that could not be Caraxes, began its turn and let out its third bellow, Silverwing screamed in response and it was all he could do to catch her to begin mounting her. Lena seemed to fare slightly better, Viagar launching into the air a moment before he managed to seat himself in Silverwing's saddle and draw the chains about himself. Lena wasted no time seeing off Damon's attack on the army, forcing Caraxes to veer off in order to avoid a jet of bright green flame that made his eyes hurt to look at it. Silverwing took to the air with another uncharacteristic scream and the moment they were in the air, he felt like he could relate to it. His stomach seemed to turn as they rose and as he got a good look at the thing that had once been Caraxes, he nearly lost himself and spewed like some green boy. Caraxes had whirled now with a speed that seemed at odds with its new size, bearing down upon Viagar as Lena pushed the beast to twist away from it. He cracked his whip and Silverwing shot forward, sending searing silver flame, forcing Caraxes to break off his attempt to grapple with the bigger dragon. Only just, he noted with a surprised daze as Silverwing took them both wide of the answering bleck of flame. Caraxes had not been so large when he had last seen it and even looking at it once more brought the taste of bile to his throat. Was it magic? Lena had mentioned nothing of any nausea magic and he had never felt as such on Silverwing's back before, even when he pushed her to imitate Cyrix's loops and rolls. He pushed her in again and darted out as Caraxes turned, allowing Viagar to come in close, the subsequent flame finding its mark on the creature's flank and making it scream as the heat registered. Even its scream was wrong, high, and unnatural. Silverwing and Viagar answered with furious bellows of their own. He flew to Viagar's flank, his eyes finding Lena upon Viagar's back. Caraxes flew up and Lena followed. He flew in her wake, keeping his eyes on their opponent as they breached the clouds, soaking him to his skin. When was the last time they had been so high? Yet he had no time to muse any further on that odd, stray thought because Caraxes seemed to twist in midair, almost falling towards them. He urged Silverwing to get clear but it was not Silverwing he should have feared for because as Viagar dodged gracefully to the side and turned to deliver another burning rebuke, Caraxes snapped its wings out and shot forward, and the two dragons entangled in the air. He heard Caraxes bellow once more and Viagar's pained yet angry shriek in response. Fear kindled again in his chest, and he urged Silverwing on, snapping his whip to direct her flame into the middle of Caraxes' exposed back. Yet Silverwing did not listen to his command, and he barely had time to register his shock and horror before she too collided with Caraxes, her back claws raking over Caraxes' flank and her head shooting forward to tear away at its armored side. Then all three were toppling through the air and he could barely draw breath. He wanted to scream the commands he'd learned so long ago, yet all that came out of his mouth was a breathy gasp as they fell through cloud once more, and he saw the ground laid out almost above him now. He wasn't just wet from the cloud now, but from the blood that rained down upon him as Silverwing continued her bloody work. From somewhere beyond Caraxes' bulk, he could still hear Viagar, just over the sound of the wind in his ears. Caraxes jerked suddenly and he saw Viagar pull away, wings flaring and flapping as Lena fought for space. Without its previous target, Caraxes finally seemed to notice Silverwing and the steadily growing injury she had inflicted upon it. As the creature twisted once more, attempting to reach her, she finally seemed to realize her predicament, and she too pushed away. As she did, he looked up and he saw his uncle. Streaked with blood, Viagar's blood, his lips were peeled back in wordless snarl. His once handsome face was marred by rage. In that frozen moment, he almost thought that the man may be howling. Then Caraxes turned and Silverwing dived. He felt heat behind him and then nothing. He looked back into time to see Caraxes break off the chase and turn, leaving him to continue his descent towards Viagar, who had also begun an almost terrifyingly fast drop towards the ground. He almost envied the skill it must take to judge landing at those speeds, and the thought seemed so odd that he wanted to laugh suddenly. That would be too much, even for him. His hands were shaking. How odd. Instead, he focused on Viagar once more, letting Silverwing follow. Why hadn't she obeyed him? He could see now why Lena was landing Viagar so fast though, and knew that some of the blood that streaked he and his dragon might well be hers. Suddenly disgusted, he reached up and tried to wipe the blood away from his face. It didn't work, and all he succeeded in doing with his shaking hands was to smear it into his own mouth. With the sour, disgusting taste on his tongue, he gave in to his stomach demands and just managed to lean free of Silverwing's saddle before retching. Chapter 354, The Dance, Jocelyn 2. Chapter text. She drew back the bowstring, almost relishing the burn in her arms as she did so. It was an easy shot, or should have been. It didn't feel so easy with 8 pairs of eyes on her back. She let her breath out slowly and let the string go, the arrow finding its mark a moment later. Far closer to the center than the other 3 arrows, but she couldn't help but feel the burn of disappointment in her chest. She should have made that shot. Oh, well done, princess, cheered Priscilla Roshby as she turned, fighting to keep a glum look from her face. She had no wish to endure their attempts to cheer her. Clarice Fowler took the bow from her and stepped forward to the mark. She let herself collapse onto the bench. They should be watching Clarice line up her shot, but she knew their attention was on her. Little Dorn and whatever Uncle Joffrey had unleashed on her in punishment. As if killing Albin and Garibald hadn't. She refused to think on that further, refused to remember it. After Mother had involved herself in the Dornish situation and overruled Eamon's proclamation, she had become the new Alyssa to the Dornish. Then it gotten back to her uncle as to how her mother became aware of the hostages being seized, and Lady Lily Bar Emmon, Lady Priscilla Roshby and Gendry Brune had appeared the next day, as if he had summoned them from the very air itself. She was kind of surprised he'd even had the time, given how furious Mother was with him and Grandpapa. She knew she should tell her mother where her new ladies and squire had come from, but Mother might actually explode then, or try to strange Uncle Joffrey, and she wasn't sure she wanted that. Besides, her mother had smiled so happily when she'd introduced them to her. If she knew her so-called friends were just hangers-on. She raised her hands to scrub at her eyes before glancing at them all. Clarice was taking her time lining up the shot, her face almost grim in concentration. YNYS and Mora were watching intently, seemingly ignorant of Miles attempting to draw Huger and Lily into whatever merriment he was attempting now. Priscilla watched the yard rather than Clarice, and Gendry's gaze was fixed on his shoes, his brows furrowed in thought. All 3 of the non-Dornish in the group were from the Crownlands, present in the city because their lords and kin were off at war. Lily was a hunter more than a lady, 6 and 10, and reminded her of Ali in some small way. It wasn't a good reminder, it just made her heart ache and made her wonder if Ali was okay, especially after the news from Raventree Hall. Gendry Brune was 4 and 10, tall with what promised to be a fair face. He was good in the yard too, she supposed that made sense as he had been Eric Cargyle's squire until recently. He'd shown her a lot of little tricks with the blade and she supposed he wasn't that awful to be around. Priscilla Roshby stood out from all of them. At 8 and 10 she was by far the eldest of the group that had been forced upon her. It was easy to see why Uncle Joffrey had sent Lily and Gendry, but Priscilla wore dresses and demurred at even light weaponry. At least until Gendry and Huger Dane had come within inches of striking one another, and then Priscilla had stepped in, and suddenly the violence had vanished. Sometimes, she wished she could do that. Other times, she promised herself she would never let Alyssa meet Priscilla because Alyssa with that power would be dangerous. She wasn't sure she'd call any of them friends, not the Dornish or the Crownlanders. It felt like court all over again, only now they were fighting over her, and not mother or father or Iman. Nice shot, Clary, although Jocelyn remains unbeaten. A quick peek at the target told her Miles wasn't wrong. The sight of her arrow, seemingly so far away from where she knew she could land it, made her want to scowl. Unfortunately, as she tore her eyes from the target, they landed upon Gendry Brune, who bristled in silent anger at Miles' familiar address, and she wanted Alyssa in that moment. Alyssa would know how to deal with this. You now, YNYS, you are our only hope of beating the princess. Clarice trilled, ignoring Gendry's scowling. Miles wouldn't, he'd poke him eventually, but she couldn't bring herself to care. She'd tried writing to her sister, struggling with the words she wanted to say, until she'd gotten angry and fed the whole letter to the flames. Part of her wanted to ask someone for help, but she couldn't ask any of her new group. Uncle Joffrey would know and she didn't want him to right now. She might ask Mother, but Mother was intent on making sure nothing like the Dornish happened ever again, and she had endless visitors now, especially when she dragged herself to her solar. Auntie Jane was supposedly helping and Aunt Marya was there to make sure she didn't overdo it. It made her happy to see her mother at work. She didn't want to disturb it with a letter. Miles' sudden cheer brought her attention back to the present, to see that YNYS had beaten her shot quite comfortably. It rankled, but she forced a smile to her face. They wouldn't care that she was a bad loser, because they were grateful she'd saved them. Maybe she'd feel worthy of that if Albin Blackmont and Garibald Manwoody hadn't died. The sudden memory of that weak dawnlight, as both boys had knelt, as the great axe had risen and then fell. The way Clarice and Mora had clung to her, and the way Uncle Joffrey had coldly reminded them of their potential fates. She felt cold, despite the warm weather. It's a good shot, YNYS, she managed to say, although she felt more like vomiting, and YNYS flushed, looking pleased at the praise. Clarice and Mora had scuttled over to wrap her arms about their shoulders. Even Huger was smiling, which was a feat in itself. They shouldn't be so happy. She tried to force a few deep breaths, tried to keep her breathing even. She hoped no one noticed. Indeed, Lady Euron wooed. She felt what breath she had regained stutter in her breast, as YNYS face flashed from happy to furious. Lily wasn't simple, she knew the connotation of what she'd just said. If even Jocelyn knew it, as tone-deaf as she was, then Lily definitely knew. Why, she felt like the old, frayed rope that Ronard loved to tug from her hands. Lady Euronwood remains Lady Mora, YNYS mother, Miles said coldly, a few moments later. Really, Lady Bar-Emin, you have been corrected on this so many times, I am left to wonder if you are slow-witted. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Kerr, spat Gendry a moment later, on his feet suddenly and bearing down on Miles. You dare speak to a lady that way? Dornish bastard. She watched, feeling as if she was removed from her own body. Why couldn't she move? Why couldn't she open her mouth to get them to knock it off? Why did she want to weep? For a moment, she wasn't sure if she was going to cry or rage, and then Lily Bar-Emin struck Miles with the flat of her hand. Miles caught her wrist, pulling her forwards with a violent yank. Gendry roared with anger and wrenched Lily's wrist from his grasp, and the two faced the one for a moment until Huger and YNYS came to Miles' side, faces defiant. Such behavior in front of a princess, Priscilla began, and something broke inside of her. Feeling as if she was a puppet on strings, dragged around by one not even particularly skilled, she rose to her feet. Shut up! Her throat hurt after her yell and all six of them froze, eyeing her like one might eye a dangerous animal. She wanted to cry. She wanted to rage. Why can't you all just leave me alone? She sounded like a child, she knew she did. So she turned on her heel and fled. Her mother's knight was probably following, but she didn't care. As long as it wasn't any of them, all ready to blame the others for the argument, as if Lily and Miles hadn't both provoked it. She wasn't sure how she got back to her room, she was just standing there, horrible rage boiling up inside of her until she needed to let it out somehow. She tried her mother's method, tried to take a few gasping breaths, but her failure to even breath and the tears falling down her face only served to make her angrier, and she seized the nearest solid object she could, her copy of the seven-pointed star printed from Mother's printing house, and slammed it into her desk as hard as she could. The impact made even her arms ache, but it helped, so she did it again and again and again, and then launched the damned thing as hard as she could at the wall. Then, even as she struggled to catch her breath, she crossed the room, picked up and threw it again. It seemed to shatter on impact, pages going everywhere as it finally failed under the abuse, and she became aware, quite suddenly, that her throat felt raw, her arms ached in pain and her lungs burned. And then she began crying truly. In truth, she wasn't even sure why. Just that the sobs kept coming and she couldn't seem to breathe properly. On shaky legs, she made her way to her bed and collapsed into it, burying her face as far as she could into her pillow. Everything ached when the tears finally stopped. Her head, her throat, her lungs, her arms, her eyes, and her nose. Clumsily, she kicked off her boots and brought the coverlet over her head, letting the darkness surround her. Mother was going to kill her when she found out about the book, but that seemed so very far away right now, in the gloomy sanctuary. She'd just gotten to the point where she was beginning to wonder why nobody had been sent when there was a quiet knock upon her door. The world came rushing back and her breath stuttered again in her chest. She didn't want to answer it. It would be Mother, or Uncle Joffrey, and they would have words for her. She screwed her eyes shut and hoped they'd go away. Instead, whoever it was opened the door and stepped inside. "Joe," came Iman's indignant cry at seeing the mess. The seven-pointed star. She curled deeper in her blankets, some of that earlier rage coming back to her despite her exhaustion. A tug on the blanket only served to infuriate her all over again. Why couldn't anyone just leave her alone? "Joe!" Iman cried again. "You can't throw tantrums. You are Mother's firstborn. You must apologize to your friends." She let the blanket go and felt some ugly satisfaction as he stumbled a bit. He watched her with an almost apprehensive look as she sat up and glared at him. "Fuck off, Iman." His mouth dropped open and his ears went red as he seemed caught between shock and anger. You, he fumed. "You throw a tantrum in the yards, you offend Mother's loyal supporters and now you tell me to." He stopped. As if he hadn't heard Ali say it as well. What would Mother say? She flinched at his words and then cursed herself that she should. She knew what her mother would say. "I'm sure she's used to disappointing children by now, Iman." He blinked at her return shot. "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked, sounding vaguely hurt. The reply stalled on her tongue. "Too much. Too far. Nothing, just leave me alone," she mumbled, rage dying. Iman scowled, crossing his arms. As if he were the elder. "You were going to insult me," he argued. "You can't keep doing this. Mother is queen now. Because you were so happy to respect that with the Dornish." The accusation fell from her mouth before she could stop it, and this time it was Iman's turn to flinch before he drew himself up, as if he could make himself taller. "That was a lawful order," he began. The anger returned full force and she found she didn't care about saving his stupid pride anymore. How many times had she told him to leave? Well, now he could have it and deal with it. "Not Mother's order," she spat back and he flinched again. "Haven't you got to go smile and nod and let Uncle Joffrey do whatever he wants, Iman?" He went red in a way she hadn't seen before. "Shut up," he screeched, his hands balling into fists. "Shut up. As if you know half of what I have to do." "Sorry," she replied as scathingly as she could, feeling as if she were falling, her blood feeling like it was fizzing in her veins. "You also sign all of Grandpapa Corley's proclamations like a good little boy." Seeing him recoil sent a wildly gleeful thrill through her and she clambered to her feet. He backed off a little, his face going a deeper red as he was silent for a moment, trembling, and she wanted him to swing for her. She wanted the excuse. And she didn't care. "At least they don't think me a usurper," he finally howled. "At least they didn't have to sit me down to tell me I wasn't heir and I best get used to it." She wanted to fling something at him. The glee had become rage again, rooting her to the floor, making hands shake as she curled them into fists. "Is that what you think that conversation was?" she finally managed to spit out. "You're a stupid child, Iman, it was for you. You are so jealous of me that even our parents could see it from Dragonback." He threw himself at her with another howl then, and she waited until he was in arm reach to punch him as hard as she could. She might have punched him again but a moment later she was reeling backwards from a blow herself as Ricard Thorne stood between them, seizing the front of Iman's tunic. She froze, and Iman did as well. "That is quite enough," the knight said in a low tone. After a moment, he let Iman go and her brother pulled back, tears filling his eyes as he turned away, trying to make himself look presentable. Guilt clawed at her throat suddenly. She'd hit him. She'd hit her brother. Chapter 355, The Long Shadow, How the Targaryens Shaped Westeros. Chapter text. An excerpt from The Long Shadow, How the Targaryens Shaped Westeros by Maester Demetrius. Many of my contemporaries expound upon the actions of Lord Cregan Stark, insisting that his acts of raiding and the driving of the small folk towards Harrenhal were the reason Lord Grover Tully and Lord Jason Lannister came to so public a split. Endless passages have been written that his tactical knowledge forced a confrontation between Lord Jason Lannister who wished to seek out Lord Cregan's Winterwolves whilst Lord Grover Tully wished to defend his lands and that when neither could convince the other that his chosen method was the better course the pressure Cregan's raids caused them to fracture. The truth of the matter is, that the split in the green forces within the Riverlands was entirely the weakness of Prince Doran Targaryen. His youth meant neither great lord was inclined to listen to his commands unless it fit with his predetermined course and Prince Doran had no desire to command his mount to force the matter as many of his own contemporaries urged him to do. Perhaps this is due to his own links with Lord Jason Lannister through his marriage to the man's daughter and his brother's reported love for the Lord of Riverrun. Lord Jason Lannister and Lord Grover Tully had borne open resentment for one another since they came to be commanded to ride together to secure the Riverlands for the then King Aegon. The reasons presented by scholars over the years are myriad. A common reason put forth is that Sir Tyland Lannister was held within the Black Cells after the Battle of the Red Keep, a battle instigated by Lord Larys Strong, who swore his allegiance to Riverrun. Others have written of Lord Jason's desire for the handship within King Aegon's administration that had already been promised to Prince Aemond, of whom Lord Grover was an ardent supporter, having fostered the prince as a boy. Regardless of the true reasons for the internal divisions, it remains that Lord Grover marched his river lords to Wayfarer's Rest, intending on besieging the Vance forces there. Lord Jason Lannister remained at Harrenhal for a scant few weeks before ordering his own troops to Derry with the explicit intent of destroying the town of Nutton. Contrary to claims that it was Lord Cregan that Lord Jason marched to lure out and deny Nutton as a foothold to, it was the armies of Lord Mouton and Lord Corbray, each of which bore down upon the Riverlands under Queen Rhaenyra's banner and were guarded by the second biggest dragon to take the field within the conflict, Vermithor. Chapter 356, The Dance, Durin 5. Tessarion touched down and Durin found Kermit was already there waiting for him, Osmond Derry at his back. Further back from them stood Cedric Farman and several Lannister knights. Once the sight might have filled him with reassurance, now it just made him want to sigh wearily. 3 months in the Riverlands and all they had to show for it was burned villages and 2 armies they had yet to locate. It did not matter how fast he flew, he could not find the northern raiders. Nor could he risk flying out to find the Vale or Mouton armies, although he knew they must be closing on Derry swiftly. Not whilst Alyssa flew with them. The thought was sour and he didn't bother hiding it as he slipped from Tessarion's back. Another village? Asked Osmond gravely. Burned, looted, and its people forced to flee, he replied, feeling as if there was a stone in his chest. It tasted like failure, no matter how much Jason Lannister might assure him that no one would consider it so. He had a dragon, why could he not protect people with it? They strike ever closer, Osmond murmured. It discomforts me. The closer they strike, the more likely it is Durin catches them, Kermit told Osmond angrily. The closer they strike, the closer Mouton and Waynwood are, came Cedric Farman's voice. Osmond shot him a scowl, then sighed. Our scouts are blinded and I like it not. It all seems deliberate. He wasn't wrong to feel so off balance. Ever since Lord Grover and Lord Jason had separated, Lord Grover marching towards Wayfarer's Rest to assault it, Lord Jason leaving for Derry, he'd felt wrong. Uneasy. And Lord Lannister continues preparing to assault Nutton, Osmond continued sourly, as Cedric bristled. We should be falling back and regrouping with Lord Grover, not staying out of position and practically begging Mouton to flank us. Peace, he said before they began bickering once more. He had heard their arguments 1,000 times over and he was tired. Tired of them, tired of the tension, tired of failing. Let us speak of other topics. Your sister asked to see you. He tamped down on the annoyance that Kermit had not told him that the moment he landed, and instead managed to smile at the boy who would marry her one day. He hoped they did not see how strained it was. He'd wanted Viserys to stay in Harrenhal and in the same breath, wanted her with him in Derry so that he knew she was safe. Lord Jason had suggested sending her to Riverrun, but Lord Grover had been quick to deny him. More of their bickering. Thank you, Kermit. It wasn't through gritted teeth. It wasn't. Where is she? The library, Durin, Kermit replied. He wanted to snap that they weren't friends. That Kermit was someone Grover had inflicted on him so that Grover did not lose influence in his absence and so that he had a reliable spy for when Lord Jason made his move. Thank you, Kermit, he said instead of all the things he wanted to say. Osmond, Kermit, and Cedric followed as he turned to seek out his sister. They trekked there in silence and when they reached the library, the 3 hangers-on stalled as if unsure of what to do next. He left them there and made sure to shut the door behind him. He hoped they would take the hint, though it wasn't as if he could claim monopoly over the library, especially when there was already the maester there, leafing through old scrolls. The man bowed politely when he saw him and murmured his obeisances. Then he turned back to his scrolls with a furrow in his brow that told Durin that his mind was on something entirely more thought-provoking than the appearance of a prince. He wasn't Rhaenyra, so he left the man to his scrolls. It wasn't hard to find Viserys anyway. The library wasn't so large that it had many areas that she would prefer. A corner, because she detested having her back to open space. A feeling of enclosure, she'd struggle to focus on the text if she did not have it. It took searching 2 such places until he found her in the third. She did not react as he sat down next to her. The heavy and dusty tome she was reading gave no hint as to the author or subject matter. He smiled. She could give you an accurate timeline of major battles and political upheavals in the time before the conquest, but ask her about Aenys the Craven's time as king and she'd have absolutely no clue, much to the despair of her tutors and their mother, who thought that the time after Aegon was the only time worth knowing. She turned the page, her nose wrinkling at the disturbed dust, before she frowned and glanced up. "You're staring at me," she said, tone full of affront. "Kermit said you asked to see me." She frowned at that. "Yes," she finally said. "About your septon." He blinked and schooled his features. If there was one thing that Lord Grover and Lord Jason had agreed on, it was that Septon Hojan should not be given leave to stay in Harrenhal. Yet the man had been so comforting, his knowledge of the seven-pointed star was extensive, and he was always happy to share passages he felt were helpful. He offered no real advice. He suspected that both lords would have had the man murdered if he had done, but he knew many were uneasy that a low-born Septon had earned a place at a prince's side, especially when he'd been allowed to follow him to Derry. After all, had his sister not inflamed the faith, whipping them to a fever pitch not seen since Magur's days? Her men had seized the Great September in King's Landing, and father, who should have defended the faith, had done nothing. Septon Hojan was not one of Rhaenyra's though, he could tell, although he spoke of mercy and forgiveness. He praised Aegon Winder and told him how Aegon wished to end this war without hurting Rhaenyra, and he disdained Rhaenyra's own spiteful nature and the destruction she had wrought in the massacre. What about him? He asked carefully. In truth, he had not even realized Viserys had been speaking with Septon Hojan. The Septon had not mentioned it. "He knows a lot," she said finally. "I want to take lessons with him." That made him balk. If his mother were here, she'd be fit to throttle him on the spot for even entertaining the idea. Lessons from someone so low-born? Septon Hojan knew how to read, although given he had memorized the seven-pointed star, he had no need to, but he lacked education in other areas, not a fit tutor for a princess at all. "He has been teaching me about the coming of the Andals and how the faith of the Seven was spread throughout Westeros," she finally said, when he did not say anything to her request. "He is very knowledgeable about the history of the faith." "I see," he managed. If Viserys sensed his discomfort in his words, she did not react to it. Merely watching him, happy that she had said her piece. Any other would push on, sensing his hesitation and seek to convince him whilst he was off balance. He doubted Viserys even knew his gut instinct was to say no, despite it being writ large upon his face and heavy in his tone. The silence stretched out, and after a moment, her gaze found her book again. He followed her eyes and found himself nearly squinting at the tiny text upon the page. "A log of some kind? What are you reading?" he asked finally. "A record from a maester of Derry who saw the Battle of Widow's Ford," she answered simply. He didn't know where the Widow's Ford was or who had fought in a battle of it, and so he remained quiet. Mother would disapprove of Septon Hojan. Would Aegon? Maybe he was thinking about it all wrong, asking himself endlessly if Mother or Aegon or even Aemond would approve. Aemond had said he needed to remember his oaths above all, and a knight's oath did not include asking one's mother about everything. Although his mother might have something to say about that. It wouldn't even be the first time a humble Septon had achieved greatness under a Targaryen, he recalled. Hadn't Septon Barth been the greatest of Jaehaerys' advisors? Everyone always praised him endlessly for his rule. But that didn't mean he should be foolish about it. "I will allow the lessons," he finally decided, and she smiled happily. "But you will be supervised by a knight at all times." That didn't seem to diminish her happiness at being told yes, and he found himself smiling in turn. She turned back to her book and silence fell between them. He didn't mind. Silence was a common thing when they sat together. He'd used to play with his toy soldiers and she'd have him set them and move them around in imitation of long-ago battles. It was the one thing that had surprised his brother, that he'd been half-decent at strategy before he'd been sent to the maester for his lessons. Not that it seemed to matter out here, with Lord Grover and Lord Jason overruling him at every moment. Splitting their army. With their scouting situation as it was, they would have little to no warning should Alyssa leave her men and seek out Grover. It was merely hope that she would fear him discovering her absence and stay by Muden's side that Grover cloaked himself in. Yet he could hardly blame him. Lord Jason had grown near unbearable before Lord Grover had marched away. He'd received dire news from the Westerlands, although he would not share what news it was. It had only further inflamed the breach in their ranks. He could have pushed the matter and ordered the Lord to show him the letter, yet had Lord Jason demurred, then that meant he would have to enforce his command, and that would involve mounting Tessarion. It would be a poor thing to imprison his own good father not even a year after his marriage. "My prince." Next to him, Viserys had gone still. She was pretending to read, but he knew she was focused on the interloper. He turned towards the man. "Boy, really? Even younger than him, in Jason's colors." "Speak," he told him, the weariness and dread of earlier finding its way back into his gut. Could he not even have a few hours? "Lord Lannister summons you," the boy said, bowing low again. "There is news from the Riverlands." He was too tired to even care about the disrespect. Had he not been lamenting the lack of news earlier? He glanced back at Viserys, who shifted her hand from the book to his, her small hand wrapping around his fingers. She didn't want him to leave. But he had to. "I will find you when I have spoken to Jason," he told her in a low tone, hoping the boy that had been sent to fetch him could hear it. "You can tell me all about the Widow's Ford." After a moment her hand released his and a small smile quirked over her lips. Pleased with himself, he rose. To his credit, the boy wasted no time with babbling pleasantries and simply led him to his good father, who had taken over Morgan Derry's solar after the Lord of Derry had departed with Lord Grover. Ah, Lord Jason said as he entered. His good father seemed in good cheer for their current situation, and he felt some tension bleed from him. I thought I'd inform you first before I called my lords, we have Mooden's location. We do? But the scouts, in response to his shock, Jason smiled. My boy, I simply looked to other methods. Those Riverlanders of yours we brought from Harrenhal, the hunters? They proved adequate in finding our quarry. Mooden did not account for that. Then he gestured at the map before him on the desk. Feeling strangely out of depth, Durin looked over to it. Lord Mooden's forces were heading for Nutton. It seems I was in the right, Jason all but preened. Had we laid siege to it a week ago, as I wished, Mooden's army would be stranded now. As it is, we can still easily prevent him reaching the town. An ambush headed by Tessarion will see to our victory. He swallowed as his stomach began fluttering unpleasantly. But Alyssa is not with the army. Jason smiled. Little fool. Given the absence of the Vale troops, we can only assume she has flown to support them. Or she'd flown to rout Grover's army, he realized. Another thought chased that one, making the unpleasant fluttering become cold dread. Jason wouldn't care what happened to Grover, he only cared that he was right. Splitting the army was a fool thing to do in the first place. Then he shook his head. Lord Grover had not been wrong to not want a force as large as the one Vance could call upon at his back. Yet he could not deny, it seemed that such a choice would spell disaster for the river lords either way. Would Aegon blame him? Would Aemond? They will not be so vulnerable again, Jason warned, mistaking his silence for hesitation. The Vale no doubt marches to Nutton as well. We must push the Advan. Summon your lords, Lord Jason, he told his good father. It was a testament to his good cheer that the man did not scowl at being interrupted, instead smiling in a manner somewhat reminiscent of a cat that had just caught a bird. As you command, my prince. Chapter 357, The Dance, Luke 5. As Skywalker landed, his grandmother ran out to meet him, outpacing the Toland guards that hurried after her. The moment he was free of Skywalker's back, sorer than he could recall being in years, he sank into her embrace, wanting to sob. He didn't, though. Just barely. Instead, he pushed his head as hard as he dared into her shoulder. She held him tighter still and they stayed like that for a perfect moment. Nobody to call him names, nobody to threaten him, nobody to glare at him or accuse him of messing everything up, no, they were all dead because they'd left them behind. Alyria! Alyandra cried out, and the moment broke. He pulled back to find Alyandra and the other girl in an embrace of their own. His grandmother was not so keen to let him go, instead examining him with a critical eye. He wanted to squirm, aware of the guards around them, staring at him and at Skywalker. What have you done to your hair? She asked after a moment and he laughed. Her concerned look fell away into a grin and she tugged him close to her side once more. My princess, I am overwhelmed to see you safe and sound, Alyria mumbled, trying to free herself as Alyandra clung to her. What happened in Sun's Pair? We thought you were with your mother, princess, Rhaenys said, her hand still curled around his shoulders. He did not want her to let go. I suppose this explains her hesitation to march on Sun's Pair. I was to escape Sun's Pair, Princess Rhaenys. Yet she stopped, her eyes flickering to Luke. There were complications. We became stranded. We had to seek another route out of the city. Many perished to give us the chance. I see, his grandmother said after a moment. Then her eyes flickered up and he felt tense as Gwaine finally managed to climb from Skywalker's back. He felt a flicker of alarm then, to have thrown himself clear so fast that one of his passengers had been left there. Skywalker might have thrown Gwaine free, or worse. Sir Gwaine, his grandmother said, tone slightly chilly. Princess Rhaenys, the man replied. He sounded exhausted. Luke could sympathize. House Hightower rebels against the Queen, Alyria Toland told them all. Whom do you follow, Sir? Gwaine was silent for a while, his brown eyes going from grandmother to Alyria and then Alyandra and the Toland guards that even now moved closer, as if sensing they may be needed. I cannot lie and say I am not loyal to my nieces and nephews, he finally admitted. Alyria nodded and made a gesture with her hand. We will have the maester sent to you, Sir, said Alyria as two guards took Gwaine by the elbows. And you shall be given house arrest, rather than Ghost Hill's dungeons. When this war is over, and the rightful queen crowned, you will be escorted to King's Landing to face her judgment. Gwaine nodded as though he didn't trust his voice and the reminder of his aunt's judgment made a pit of cold open up in his stomach. He glanced at his grandmother, only to find her peering at him with a frown on her face. He must have tensed up and she'd noticed. What is wrong? She asked in a low tone. Without thinking, he looked at the princess. Alyria was fretting over her as if trying to catch her in a lie about injuries. Aaron Dane planned to betray Auntie Rhaenyra, he whispered, and he felt disloyal for saying it. Grandmother let out a long breath. I see. She said nothing more after that, her grip tightening on his shoulder as she turned to Alyria. Her brow was furrowed into a frown, though, and he saw the moment Alyria saw it, the girl straightening. To the solar, I think, grandmother called in a tone that made him shiver. That was a tone she only ever used when someone had done something really wrong. Usually him. Of course, my princess, Alyria said, her hand still lingering on Alyandra's wrist. The Princess of Dorne was looking at him and he flushed, wanting her to look away and not wanting to give in himself. Her eyes went from him to grandmother and then back again. And then she paled, freezing even as Alyria attempted to tug at her sleeve. Come along, said grandmother, in that same terrifying tone. Had Alyandra ever had it directed at her? He did not remember, but she clearly knew it well enough. Alyria finally succeeded in getting Alyandra moving and he and grandmother followed, her hand still clenched tightly around his shoulder. Not painful, but, as if she expected him to run off or vanish. Nobody spoke until after they had reached Alyria's solar and servants had been dispatched for food. His stomach gurgled as it was laid out before them. Go ahead, his grandmother told them both. I will dispatch the maester to Gwain's rooms, as I swore I would, Alyria said as he loaded food onto flatbread. Alyandra gave her a wan smile and Alyria dropped a hand to her shoulder. Eat. She didn't eat much, but picked at some olives as they waited for Alyria to return. His grandmother said nothing and he forced himself to pay more attention to the food than the oppressive silence. It felt like that terrible time after his parents had told him the truth about his sire. The air had been heavy with things he couldn't bring himself to say, and the things he had said. Twice Alyandra seemed like she would speak, and twice her nerves failed her. Alyria was not gone for long, at least, and she returned with a small smile on her face before seating herself behind the wooden desk that dominated the room. So, something has gone wrong, she said. It was a statement, delivered as matter-of-factly as she could, and for a moment, she reminded him of his father in the way she laced her finger together and gazed at them all steadily. Betrayal, it seems, grandmother said, in a tone like ice. Alyria nodded, then turned to Alyandra. My uncle, Alyandra began, in little more than a whisper. My uncle sought our independence. How? Asked grandmother and Alyandra flinched. Food, weapons, he told them when Alyandra would not speak. They bought it from Lys. They were going to kill us so we couldn't bring the dragons to bear on them. Only those that survived the war, I'd bet, Alyria said as if it were no more serious than a conversation about the weather. I did wonder what Lord Dane had planned. He was not one to fight impossible odds, but he was also not one to roll over and show his belly. Luke dumped the remains of his food onto Alyria's desk, his appetite fleeing him as he felt his temper flare. He wanted a free Dorne. Alyandra protested. Let's not get into that debate, Alyria said hastily, forestalling his attempt to argue with Alyandra about the matter. What matters is that plan still in place? The righteous indignation fled from Alyandra's face and she slumped back into her chair. He stopped, peering at his grandmother, whose expression might have been carved from stone, except for her eyes, burning like Malay's fire. He didn't ever want his grandmother to look at him the way she was looking at Alyandra right now. As I expected, Alyria murmured. Garen fouled it up. If my brother were still alive, I'd rub his nose in it. This is serious, he snapped. She raised an eyebrow. Undoubtedly, she told him. Something in the way she fixed her look upon him made him shudder and then flush as he looked away first. Yet the plot died with Aaron Dane. Did it? Asked his grandmother. Or is there yet one who could command it to be done? Does it matter, Rhaenys? Asked Alyria. Can you prove she arranged any part of it? Can you prove she knew of it before she returned to Dorne? Alyandra is not yet at her majority, no matter how close she is. If we are to be punished for the actions of our regents, then I am more a traitor than she is. She said she didn't know if she'd do it. She said she didn't know if she'd kill Auntie Nyra and all the rest. Alyria glared at him again but he didn't care, climbing out of his chair. Grandmother rose beside him, her hand on his shoulder once more. That's treason. Luke is correct, grandmother said. Again, said Alyria, with all the appearance of someone choosing their words wisely, causing tears to prick his eyes. He wanted his father. Alyandra was a young child, raised in a hostile foreign court. Upon her return home, as someone still not at their age of majority, she was informed of a plot in her name by her regent. She had no chance to expose the plot before Garen's attack and indeed, even telling us it existed now after the fact shows how highly she values loyalty. You speak like a snake, Alyria, grandmother snapped. How does this prove loyalty? She told us. Alyria shot back, rising to face his grandmother, despite how small she was compared to her. And in doing so, may have condemned her mother to death. Alyandra let out a low moan then, her face paler than ever. Tears gathered in her eyes. He had not seen her like this before, even after Arendane's death she'd been more angry than scared. Grandmother stared at Alyria for a while and he didn't dare speak or interrupt them as some unseen battle was fought in their eyes. Take Luke to my rooms, Alyria, grandmother finally said. I will question the girl myself, without you there with your silver tongue. She is my liege, Alyria said. I swore an oath to stand by her. Alyandra had started talking but it did not seem like she was able to continue. Alyria moved around the desk, kneeling before her and taking her hands. Please. At the breathy plea, Alyria nodded and then rose to face grandmother once more. I will defend her to the queen with every skill my silver tongue possesses, she promised. Grandmother snorted. She's a soft heart, but not so much of one she'll forgive this, grandmother told her. Perhaps, said Alyria. If you'll follow me, Master Lucerys. He didn't want to go, he wanted to stay, but then his grandmother looked at him, turning towards him fully to rest her other hand upon his shoulder as well. You've done everything you can for now, she told him seriously. I will not harm the girl, but I must have an accounting. Right, he mumbled back, feeling torn. Had he thought grandmother would harm her? Now the anger was fading, he wasn't sure he wanted that to happen. He wanted his family safe. Alyssa would be angry, but he wasn't sure who she'd be angry at. Him or Alyandra. He left them alone and followed Alyria out into the hallway. She said nothing to him as he trailed after her. At least until they were alone, no maid or knight in sight. Your father will be pleased to know you are free and safe, she murmured. His neck ached with the speed he whipped his head up. Less pleased to know that Alyandra may lose her position. He did not understand. She said. Alyria waved her hand. I probably shouldn't tell you, but your father saved my life more than once. I correspond with him often. The realization of what her words meant hit him like a blow to the face, and she smiled as he gaped at her. Then, as he reached for words, she laughed. It feels a relief to tell anyone, she chuckled. Rennis knew, of course, else she wouldn't have come, but I can hardly tell anyone here. Support for my brother is long gone after his actions, but many would support Arendane's plan, or at least sympathize. Do you? He asked before he could stop himself. She shrugged, the motion seemingly carefree, and it was enough to annoy him again. I feel sympathy for Alyandra, right now. Yet my defense will be remembered. I will grow ever closer to her. If she is at end, your father's investment in me is wasted. He didn't know how to feel like that. It felt like an excuse. You aren't answering me, he pointed out, and she laughed again. It's a question only a northerner could ask, she snorted. Of course, I want a free Dorne. Unfortunately, such a thing isn't possible. I know it, and so does Alyandra, else she wouldn't have come to Rennis first before her mother. She said she didn't know if she'd kill Auntie Rhaenyra. He repeated his earlier statement sounding whiny to his own ears and Alyria grimaced. Yes, I know. Given her closeness to the queen, that surprised me. It's damning. I don't suppose you'd refrain from testifying as such. Then she waved away his answer before he could even open his mouth to tell her where to shove that offer. Never mind, she's likely spilling everything to Rennis as we speak. Do you even care about her? He asked finally, his head spinning as she seemingly moved from defense and care for Alyandra to an almost callous disregard for her over the course of a few sentences. Alyria stopped walking. Of course I do, she told him, and it seemed genuine. But I would be dead if I hadn't made a deal with the queen. I may still be murdered, I cannot afford sentiment. No matter how much I wished to. So why are you defending her? Because you like her, or what? At the very least his father would want to know the answer, just how cold was she? Can't it be both a genuine like and a more mercenary reason, she asked, her tone strangely neutral. Had he gotten to her? That might satisfy him. If I am to survive regime changes, I need to have use. I can either have use as a close confidant of the princess or... She paused, then chuckled again. You are a free man again, how do you feel about marriage? It was like being punched in the gut. The way that smile had simply returned. He'd get out of Dorne and tell his father about this, about how twisted she was. No, he managed to say through gritted teeth. Shame, she murmured as if he had done no more than decline a walk in the gardens. Follow me, sire, else the princess will have my head for misleading you. And didn't that sound like an odd thing to say? Chapter 358, The Dance, Laner 5. Chapter text. It has been a day of bad news followed by even worse news. How many had perished when he'd burned the ring? A good amount had simply fled, overwhelmed the guards and run. Too many had not. At least the bastard of Bitterbridge had made Lord John watch as his own keep burned. He was being unkind. For all Highgarden seemed normal, he could see the furtive glances, the fearful faces. They knew the war was coming. He resented them solely for the regent's actions. How petty he was being. He hadn't lost a man taking the ring, even if taking was a generous term. Cold Moat had surrendered the moment he'd dragged Roxton before the walls. Lord Thaddeus' accident aside, they'd had no great loss there either. It seemed a damn fool thing, to lose a lord to a fall from a horse and the churned mud of charging Lord Weber's forces as they'd sallied. A damn stupid, fool thing. The men of Golden Grove would follow Lord Robert as well as they'd follow Lord Thaddeus, and at least he did not have to worry about the man making a fool of himself over Rhaenyra. Another thing to lay at bold John Roxton's feet, even if the man had no hand in it himself, his actions had led to the Lord of Golden Grove's death in the siege of Cold Moat. Laenor raised a hand to his eyes and lets them flicker closed. They were burning. He needed sleep, but whenever he tried, whether it be the cot he had slept in as they travelled or the generous rooms that had been set aside for him in Highgarden, he saw the ring ablaze once more, and fancied he could hear their screams. He shook his head, focusing on the present. Highgarden was much as he remembered it, even with the signs of everyday life stripped away and replaced with the grim faces of its defenders and their preparations. He marched later than expected. My men shadow him along the road. It will not be long now. Another annoyance. Lord Desmond Florent. He was fretting, and Laenor could almost not blame him. Florent had been to learn that the only threats that remained were the Peak forces and Aegon's main thrust. Less pleased when he realized that Aegon now marched up the Rose Road, directly for Highgarden, with everything he had at his back. Everything. The events of the past few days brought bile to his throat, not just the ring but... Laenor tried to distract himself from that thought and the pain it will wreak on those he loves, and found himself almost happy for the bitter reminder that he had sold his daughter to this man, who cares little for her beyond the dragon she'll bring to his family name. His sister and his wife had some ideas on how dragons may be controlled. They've assured him that Emma's Dreamfire will remain hers, and that the Florents will have no more claim on her than her marriage. A small part of him wants to weep that his grandchildren will be denied the skies as penance for the greed of their father's house. The distraction is fleeting and thin, and he forced himself to raise his gaze across the battlements of Highgarden to the horizon. They couldn't be seen yet, but they were coming. Aegon was marching here, and all he could do was drown himself in bitterness over Desmond Florent's politics. He burned, he wanted to shuck himself out of his skin or something. He was angry at the wrong things, and he knew it. Shying away from the true cause of his fury because accepting it means accepting he'll be breaking his wife anew soon enough. His wife, who must be barely out of her sick bed now. His children, gods, his children, he hurts for them already. How naive he'd been. When he'd first arrived at Highgarden he'd been shocked that Aegon had not beat him there. The ring had slowed them down, Cold Moat even further. He had feared he might find the home of House Tyrell aflame. He'd have expected Aegon to have marched already. What could the boy be waiting for that he had only now gotten? Well, Desmond had given him that answer. A lie, had been his first gut reaction. He'd believed, in that split second, that Desmond was lying to him for some, as of yet, undiscovered reason. He remembered Helena's grief, remembered his wife's grief, and knows in his bones she couldn't possibly, that the child she had been wouldn't betray her word, that the woman she had become wouldn't hurt his wife so. The realization that it was Helena that Aegon waited for, that he risked his campaign for, did not hit him all at once like some great blow. It had been a slow realization. It had crept up on him like some slow nausea, an awareness that grew and grew until his hands were curled into fists and his jaw clenched so tight it had ached. He lets it out in a deep, slow breath. The anger is still easy to call. It's almost enough to banish the lead-like feeling in his limbs. Lord Desmond, with your permission, I will withdraw to take my command. Arthur Footley, orphan maker strapped across his back. He's come to like the man on their travels, enough to give the man the blade and let him flaunt it, and Lady Sherry's Footley's pregnancy before Roxton as they journeyed here. It seems petty now, the action bringing no delight anymore. Of course, Lord Footley. Orland and the others left with ardor, the important roles of the siege having long since been handed out and agreed upon. From his place, ready and saddled, Seasmoke bellows as the men around take on an almost frenzied pace to their tasks, and he spared a split second to glance back at his mount. A horn blows and he snaps his gaze back to the fields before Highgarden, cleared of anything that the invaders might use. He can see them now, on the horizon. The tiny shapes of two dragons. Scouts put his numbers at 20,000 or so, Desmond mumbles. We have him in numbers with ease. He's trying to comfort himself. Laenor can understand that. He takes pity on the man that will be his daughter's good father. Aegon is no rider, he tells him. Helena is slightly better, but neither has practiced dragon-to-dragon combat. I can manage them both, I trained with my mother and sister after all. All I need is for the ground forces to repel the siege. Perhaps siege was too generous, it will be a bloody assault if they attack. It's foolish, really, to even have the armies clash. Either he will drag Aegon and Helena from the sky and they'll lose, or Aegon and Helena will defeat him and Highgarden will burn. Perhaps he will show some sense, Desmond replies. He's lost too much to keep this foolishness up. That does not seem like a force marching with a man that is attempting to surrender, Laner observed, and Desmond could only grunt in reply. He was back to fretting, Laner could tell. At some point, the waiting became too much and he stalked from the battlements, despite his gut screaming that he should be up there, watching as the army closes in. Men offer him food and water, but he wouldn't be able to stomach it. Instead, he finds his mount and lets his head loll against Seasmoke's snout. Seasmoke curls around him as if sensing his distress. Well, he probably did, Laner thinks, given what Lena's research has uncovered. Around him Highgarden prepares, men screaming and bellowing, the sound of men in armor running back and forth. The noise is a blessing as well as a curse as he stands in his little island of calm. If it were half as noisy, he might actually give in to temptation and try and sleep. Frost flies over Highgarden, turning once, and he is halfway in Seasmoke's saddle before he realizes there is no gout of flame, no aggression from the younger dragon. Frost disappears and a moment later a squire appears before him, flushed and panting. My prince, the dragon landed before the gates. He calls for you. Just Aegon? His mind does not immediately jump to some trap set by the prince. It's only when Desmond sends the newly made Lord Robert of Golden Grove and Mark Merryweather to his side that the thought occurs. He's being foolish. Oh, so very foolish. His heart feels like it may beat his way out of his chest when the gates open and he rides through. Aegon does indeed stand before the gates, frost curled about him. The would-be king looks calm, with no hint of emotion on his face. He's wearing his crown, his kingly best, and it's enough to get his mind moving once more. Prince Aegon, he calls, halting his horse. At this distance, he'll see Frost uncoil before the flame comes, and it'll be inaccurate enough he has a good chance of dodging. If you wish to parley, send your dragon away. Aegon laughs, a bitter and small sound that sends chills down Laner's spine, and he finds his hand resting on Blackfire's hilt. Lord Robert's horse shifts beneath him and he hears the Lord of Golden Grove curse for a moment. I suppose I deserve that, Aegon shouts back. A moment later, Laner hears the crack of a whip and Frost leaps into the air, the earth almost shaking as he flies over them, turning before he reaches Highgarden's walls. He doesn't leave their eyesight, though. Behind Aegon, he can see the men still supporting him have come to a halt and Frost is happy to rest in the no-man's land that lies between them and their king. Sir Laner, Aegon says as he walks closer. I apologize for what was done in my name. Prince Laner, King Traitor, Mark Merryweather says coldly. My sister is generous, Aegon murmurs and Laner almost misses it. Something is wrong with his good brother, and Laner does not know what. Raising his hand for his escort to stay, he swings himself free of his saddle. The lord and the knight obey and he is glad for it. Aegon watches him with wide eyes as he closes the distance between them. Prince Laner, Aegon amends as Laner stops before him. I don't suppose Larys still lives. No, he knew in his heart that Larys was not Aegon's. Alicent's, maybe, and perhaps Larry's mad plan had traces of her approval in it, but he did not believe it was ever Aegon's. Did Aegon stops and closes his eyes. Then he lets out a breath. Laner wants to take him by the shoulders and shake him, demanding from him just what this war has cost him that it hasn't cost Laner in turn. He acts as if it were he that burned the ring. Laner forced the anger down. My nieces and nephews. Larys wanted Rhaenyra above all. He poisoned her, but she lives still, he answers, and Aegon sighs in relief. The same cannot be said for countless men and women, Maris Strong included. He really was a bastard, wasn't he? Then, even as Laner dropped his hand to Blackfire, Aegon's hands rose up and gripped the crown, removing it from his head and bringing it down, holding it out between them. Laner wanted to knock it from his hands. You and I are both men of honor, Aegon says, his eyes fixed on the crown. You are a knight I have long respected, and I have always upheld the oaths I took. Others that I have placed my trust in, have not, but I always have. I believe that, Laner tells him. The flattery is empty. Whatever Aegon wishes of him, he will not get it. Aegon raises the crown to his head once more and lifts his chin, sets his jaw and meets Laner's eyes. There is no need for innocent blood to be spilt this day, Prince Laner, Aegon begins. 2 honorable men can settle this upon Dragonback, and spare the world so much grief and pain. He laughs, he cannot help it, but he does. Aegon looks almost taken aback for a moment but he schools his expression as Laner's instinctive disbelieving mirth fades. You are asking for death, he tells Aegon. Am I to believe you'll sacrifice the one advantage you have and face me where I am most powerful? Aegon sighs like a man with the world on his shoulders, and he wants to shake him again. As if he had not. Old Town burns, Aegon says bitterly and Laner's mind goes blank. I left because Helena swore she would fight for me, but she lied, Prince Laner. She simply knew we could not face, what do they call it? Megan, he guesses. It could not be Caraxes, not when Daemon still menaces the Stormlands and his sister. Magan, Aegon snorts. The Ironborn and that monster both, and my sister, who swore to me she would defend the high tower, and then swore she would ride at my side, has forsworn both her oaths and now urges me to bend the knee. There is fury etched into his face now, and it occurs to Laenor that he's never really seen Aegon this angry before. It reminds him of Viserys. So, Aegon continues, taking a shuddering breath. Face me in the skies upon the great mounts of our house. Give me some way to reclaim my honor. Give me an honorable death, he means, Laenor realizes. This realization does feel like a punch to the stomach. Chapter 359, The Dance, Aemond 5. Chapter text. Aemond did not know whether to be horrified or not that the village they were encamped in was empty. It was jarring, to walk its single street and find the houses left as if their occupants would soon be back. Tools, clothes, food, even toys, all were strewn about as if dropped where their former owners had stood. There is another mob massing at High Barrow, said the Storm Lord, pulling Aemond from his thoughts to examine the man. Morton Morrigan was the name, his mind supplies him moments later. The man whose house gave his niece her dragon name, although he still wonders just what Rhaenyra was thinking the day she did that. It seems to be too on the nose for her, and why such a great honor for a minor house that had already been hers. But if he spends all day wondering why his sister does anything, he'll still be wondering when Daemon's slaves find him. He lets his eyes fall to the map. Lady Laena's line was still maintained, and now that they have their small force abroad in what is ostensibly Daemon's claimed land, the attacks have dwindled and instead his uncles, creatures, turned their attention to them. How many? He asked. Lord Morton glances at him, momentary dislike echoing over the man's features before they smooth over into studied neutrality. Their alliance hangs by a thread, and he isn't about to push the issue now. So he grits his teeth and breathes until the anger has lost its bite, returning to a low simmer beneath his skin. Scouts say about 1,000, perhaps half that again, Morton tells him. Aemond closes his eyes and breathes deeply. He cannot even take pleasure in his enemies' deaths, not really. These ensorcelled people were so reduced, they were more animals than men. They hurled themselves endlessly into the shield wall, relying on sheer numbers to break through. What a waste to burn them all. Those that did not fall to Silverwing or the knights in the wall were soon laid waste to by Viagar. The dragon may still be grounded, but that had not stopped Rhaenys in the conquest, and it was not stopping Lady Laena. Even if it should. I'll alert the men, Merrick Wilde says, his voice sounding as weary as half the lords that stand before him look. Nobody moves to stop Merrick as he rises from his chair and leaves. They've set up their command in what had been an inn once, before Daemon had spirited the people of this place away. The memory of their bickering over the rooms, over their status, only further frustrates him. My lord hand. He stamps down on the anger and turns, finding himself face to face with Sir Byron Swan. He's keenly aware of the hostile attention the address has brought and swallows the urge to turn and yell at them all. Instead, he turns and meets Morton Morrigan's eyes. The man looks away first and he moves to the next, Lord John Fell and then the next and the next. It's Royce Caron that is the first not to yield, but by that point, he can almost feel the tension in the room. Daemon is a coward, he says. He throws your own people at you whilst he cowers in Storm's End. He watches as they glance at one another, they agree, but they are wary of his reasons for saying it. Remember your true enemy, he finishes. The man who has burned your fields and slaughtered your people. Pretty words from a green boy, says Lord Cledan Errol. White-hot fury claws its way into his throat as the old man stands, rising to his full height. Aemond doesn't let himself move, doesn't let himself show the anger at being spoken back to. He meets the man's blue eyes. Daemon killed our lord, but your brother would have done so just as gleefully. He did not, Aemond answers, tasting copper on his tongue. Daemon did. Punish deeds, not some fancy that never happened. The lord snorts and drops back into his seat, making it clear he is dismissing him, and for a wild moment he nearly stalks over to him. Then Sir Byron coughs and he breathes again. It's easier to find his footing in the bright light, even if it feels wrong. The weather should be grim and ugly, for a grim and ugly war. News arrived for Lady Laena, Sir Byron mumbles as they walk. Lord Jasper, acquired it on her behalf. Is he a fool, he hisses. If Viagar's rider discovers it. He is not. Sir Byron's whisper sounds almost offended. We have the numbers here and their dragon is fearsome, but grounded. We need them as they need us, he snaps the moment they enter the house that serves as the informal green safe house. Indeed. They both freeze to find Jasper Wilde waiting for them. But I fear the blacks are about to become further divided. What? He asks. He wishes people would simply say what they mean instead of dragging it out, enjoying knowing what the other does not. Orys Baratheon is dead. For a moment, he does not recall the name. He has not ever seen or spoken to the boy ruler of the Stormlands, reportedly wounded in the flight from Daemon's attack. It seems our black allies were less than truthful when they assured us he would make a full recovery. Like the seven kingdoms when Viserys died, the Stormlands will further shatter, Jasper continues when Aemond does not answer. We must plan for it. He bites his tongue. How do you think it'll happen, he asked. Jasper shifted, then inclined his head, accepting the change in tone at least. Until Ori's death, Royce Caron held considerable sway among the Storm Lords, partly due to himself and partly due to his daughter's influence as Boros Baratheon's wife and then Orys Baratheon's mother, Jasper told him. That influence will not be easily shed, and many will cleave to him. Lady Elenda is Cassandra's mother, Sir Byron points out. Jasper shakes his head. We have the princess to thank for their split, he explains. Cassandra wished to marry the boy yet Maris gained the prize. Cassandra, protested. Caron's loyal lords will dwindle, Tarth, Connington and the Linmouth boy. There is meaning in the way Jasper says that, but Aemond cannot divine it and so instead, he waited, ignoring Byron's uncomfortable shifting. Cledan Errol is where those wishing to ingratiate themselves with Cassandra will cleave to, Jasper continues. I know my fellow lords. Men like Morrigen, Penrose, Buckler and Fell, those who swore to follow Cassandra before Orys' birth, they will form the bulk of her faction. And if they do not accept a woman? Aemond asks. Stedman, Dondarrion, Jasper pauses. We may boost the support for King Aegon, Byron realizes. Jasper raises a hand and grips the bridge of his nose between two fingers, and Aemond empathized with him. The next male with a strong claim to the Stormlands is Sir Laenor Velaryon. I suspect Caron's lot will follow him should Cassandra not prove amenable to their goals, Jasper said finally, before turning to look at Byron. Estermont has the next claim. If he does not accept their entreaties, it will be Manfred Swan. Your father. Their entreaties, Aemond realized as Byron took a sharp breath inward. You do not agree. Make no mistake, Lord Hand, I believe King Aegon is the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms because of the law. The law that King Jaehaerys himself laid out. Jasper's tone is forceful, and righteous in his conviction. Yet the law of the Iron Throne is not the law of the Stormlands. Men have inherited Storm's End through their mother's claims before. Argella would have been Argillac's rightful heir, the king himself placed it into law. A law that Jasper cut Byron off with a wave of his hand. A law that still stands, he said firmly. Lord Boros himself confirmed it to be so. I must once again ask, when we will be departing the Stormlands? Jasper asked when neither he nor Byron answered his assertion regarding the law. You know we can't, else Daemon will break loose. Damn it all. With respect, my Lord Hand, defeating Daemon was not our task. He can't answer. Visions of thousands of charging men and women who have no place on a battlefield danced across his mind's eye. Lady Laena is no longer capable of felling my uncle, he told Jasper, knowing his tone is too angry and that he was risking every bit of goodwill he has with the Lord. Do you truly wish Daemon loose in the Reach? Jasper did not answer, his eyes going back to the letter he held. Aemond turned on his heel, stalking from the house into what might be charitably called a street once more, his boots sinking into the mud as he stood there. The sky remained blue, refusing to match his dark mood. Where to go? What to do? His feet evidently knew before he did as he stomped away from the assembled lords and past the boundary of the village. The sight of Viagar, as always, fills him with jealousy and relief in equal measure. The sight of Lady Laena, by the great dragon's side, fills him with even more mixed emotions. She doesn't look up as he stands before her, too busy comforting her mount. Viagar's wound is grave, even he can guess that. He's heard tales of Balrion's gash and privately thinks this is comparable. It has grounded her, regardless. She should not be here, and yet she is, desperate he not gain any traction among the Storm Lords. Another risk taken for the sake of politics rather than stopping their uncle. He needs to calm down. Lady Laena is not so accommodating to allow him a prickly demeanor when speaking with her, but damn it all if he doesn't want to scream at her for her foolish insistence. Orys is dead, he said, the only thing he could say that was not an admonishment. Lady Laena froze, her hand on Viagar's scales, before she slowly withdrew it, standing to face him. I was not aware you would be informed of such. She knows and he doesn't see why he shouldn't tell her. Not if Jasper he forces himself to take a deep breath. There are 3 possible heirs, he sticks to saying and Laena sighs. Cassandra, she asked. I confess to not following the Stormlands lineages well enough to guess the rest. Your brother, he said and she swears. As she gathers her thoughts, he wondered briefly, if they wouldn't have gotten along well under different circumstances. That she is frustrated as he cools his temper a little. That'll improve Cassandra's mood, Laena muttered. Fuck all of this. Fuck Daemon. Fuck your Aegon. He bristled and she stopped. They are both breathing too hard, he realized. He opened his mouth, ready to let it all loose, ready to tell her just what he thought of the matter and then the horn sounds from the village and they both whirl around as one. Fucking hell. Laena screamed. Go, I'll bring Viagar. He's already running towards the village though, uncaring as mud splashed up his legs. He can hear the horde but he cannot see them yet, he has time to get to Silverwing. Around him, men rushed to their positions on wooden barricades. Long spears are passed out and spear lines and shield walls are formed. He knows their enemy will run right into those spears, their fellows using the bodies of their fallen comrades to shield themselves as they push forward. Silverwing is roaring her challenge when he reaches her, throwing himself at her side and climbing into the saddle. He's barely secured himself with the chains before she's moving, furious and deadly, under him. He can see Viagar's spurts of flame in the distance as they rise into the sky. Men and women are attempting to swarm her, but any that make it through the heat are swatted aside with contemptible ease. More attackers have gone around the dragon though, running for the village. No noise, no screams of defiance or cries of pain. It's eerie. They do not even scream as Silverwing dives and lets out great gout of flame that burns 100 of the mindless slaves to a crisp. Dozens more have already run into the spears, and some have already gotten past to batter against the shield line. He motioned Silverwing to rise again and she does, at least until he sees the main mass of the attackers moving down across the fields. He is not sure who initiates the dive then, as Silverwing twisted through the air and swooped in. They do not scatter, they just let themselves die. Even those that escaped the worst of it and are merely horrifically burned carry on the charge at the village defenses. He never wants to see a man aflame again after this. He isn't sure he ever wishes to ride Silverwing to battle again after this. Chapter 360, The Dance, Durin 6. Chapter Text. From outside the Crimson Tent, Tessarion bellowed her challenge at the grey skies. The lords assembled around the great table in its center barely seemed to pay her mind. All had their attention on Lord Jason. We have them out of position, Lord Godwyn Esterin boasted. I mislike it, Lord Humphrey Lefford muttered, earning himself dark glances from the other lords. Where are the rest of the men? If we commit and rout a mere vanguard. We shall not be committing men, Lord Jason stated, looking to Durin. Will we, my prince? Tessarion and I will destroy the force here, he stated, although he doubted it did much to improve Lefford's mood. The man had been nervous and on edge for as long as Durin had known him. Should Alyssa appear, I will keep her from the bulk of our forces. Then where is the rest of the army? Lord Lefford asked. The scouts report 3,000 men, Lord Moodin marched from Maidenpool with nearly 15,000. How have our scouts lost so many? Lord Jason frowned. Now that they were closer, Durin could tell he was worried. The army was much smaller than reported. Although his scouts had sworn they'd seen the full host, they'd yet to see any evidence of such. Lord Lefford is not incorrect in his assessment, Lord Westerling murmured, bowing his head slightly as Lord Jason shot him an angry look. 12,000 men is not an insignificant number, not with a dragon potentially among their number. If it is their intention to lure us here and then assault Derry, Lord Lefford began, but Lord Jason raised his hand and the angry muttering that sprung up around them fell silent. We are not blind, my lords, he said after a moment. Our scouts saw no evidence of Lord Moodin's main force, nor the traitor princess. Then where are they? Lefford asked sharply. You men say they marched with this force not a sennight ago, now 12,000 men have vanished and 3,000 sit just beyond the ford, mocking us with the numbers they do not have. It all comes down to where that traitorous bitch is, opined Lord Louis Craig Hall. Should these missing men lay siege to Derry, they will not break through before we can enforce, but if they have a dragon with them. Had they marched upon Derry, we would have known, Lord Godwyn snapped. It's 12,000 men, you simply cannot hide the movement of so many, especially if they are supposed to have crossed our paths. Then where are they, my lord? Lefford yelled. For they do not stand before us and I sense a trap in the air. We should retreat immediately. Enough, Lord Jason called. Lord Godwyn is correct. 12,000 men are not marching on Derry. Princess Alyssa's whereabouts do not matter for she was not with them a sennight ago, and she still isn't with them now. Even if she herself were to attack Derry, she could never hold it. That thought brings a chill to him, and he has to fight with himself not to shudder. He'd made arrangements for Viceroy to be safe, even if such an event should come to pass. Septon Hojan had sworn it. We will break Lord Moodin's force here, be it a true force or simple bait, and we will destroy every force we come upon after that, Lord Jason continued. My Lord Lefford, recent events have been grave indeed. Roland Rain's betrayal cuts deeply, even now. I understand trust is hard, but I must beg of you to extend it. To me, to our prince and to our king. Lord Lefford's face twisted. My liege is right, he finally mumbled. Finding one's garrison full of traitors has unsettled me. Lord Jason smiled benevolently and nodded, turning back to his lords. Durin didn't miss some of the quickly hidden discomfort, the scowls, more lords than not agreed with Lefford, even if they were unwilling to admit it. Durin could understand why. Something was wrong, he could feel it. My lord. My lord. Rider across the ford. Lord Jason discarded what he was about to say and turned as the page entered the tent, bowing hastily. Interesting, he said after a moment. It seems they know the direness of their plight. Come, let us prepare to meet with them. Lord Farman, Lord Brax, and Lord Bainfort, come with me. The rest of you, prepare your men. He followed Lord Jason as the man strode from the tent, his chosen lords at his heel. His stomach churned and he found himself agreeing with Lord Lefort as they walked. There was a trap here, he was sure of it. The enemy had shown themselves to be dishonorable in the extreme, sending thousands of men, women, and children fleeing east as Cregan had set the riverlands ablaze. He saw Kermit watching their delegation and his stomach twisted. A nod later and the boy has scrambled to his side. Fetch Sir Osmond and Sir Harbert, Kermit, and do so quickly, he commanded. If Lord Jason noticed or cared, he did not give any indication. Durin wanted some men of Iman's clothes, some protection that is not his good father's. The knights had joined him by the time their horses were saddled and ready, looking grim as he and Kermit pulled themselves into their saddles. Prince Durin, asks Harbert. He looked worried. 12,000 men have gone missing, he murmured, and Harbert and Osmond sucked in harsh breaths as they began to ride, several more knights falling in at their side. There is some trap here. Harbert's eyes go wide at the word trap and he glanced about, looking around as if to see it. Osmond's merely darkened and Kermit gave them all a wide-eyed look. For one wild moment, Durin wished he could have left Kermit at their encampment. They reached the ford, making good time, and no one truly spoke until the men they were to meet with came into view. The man was standing alone, despite the crowd that brought up his rear some distance away. The banner his entourage carried was not a salmon, though, but a grey wolf on a white field. It could only be one man, then. Cregan Stark. That's impossible, cried Harbert Piper. That would mean that this is the force that has been burning the riverlands as merrily as they please, Lord Jason hissed. I have been played for a fool, they never intended to meet with the Vale Knights at Nutton. Mutin's forces have likely circled around us, intending to meet up with their Vance allies and march on Riverrun, whilst their Vale and Northern allies kept us busy. And Alyssa? He asked, feeling dizzy. Lord Jason shot him a look, but he refused to flinch. The Lord scowled at the defiance, even as his horse shifted underneath him. Likely with them. They need to break Harenul in some manner, he admitted. Still, we have Tess Arian. We outnumber them. If the Vale forces and Mutin are still split, we can still bleed them piecemeal. The loss of Lord Tully's men will be regrettable. Losing my great-grandfather is not regrettable. Kermit barked. Osmond was quick to lay a hand on the boy's shoulder, shaking his head even though his own expression was grim. Your Lord Father is safe at Riverrun, Osmond murmured. Lord Grover knew the risks when he departed. It is why he left you here and your father in command of the defences. Keep your squire under control, Prince Durin. His words represent you, Lord Jason said icily. Now come, I intend to see if something can be salvaged from this. Durin's stomach dropped and he peered at his good father. Lord Jason gestured to Alan Bainfort. Alan, ride back to our men. Tell the lords to prepare for a battle and ensure Tess Arian is unchained, Lord Jason continued. Lord Alan Bainfort bowed and wheeled his horse around, urging it into a gallop. Durin's blood turned to ice. Unchaining Tess Arian could only mean Lord Jason expected battle soon. He took a deep breath and recalled his brothers, Eamon's practical advice and Aegon's gentle comfort. A reasonable way back behind Cregan lay a group of men in cloaks and chain mail. Their honor guard, Durin thought bitterly. As like as not, these men had distinguished themselves with their rapes and murder. They rode on, crossing the ford, until they came face to face with Cregan Stark, only 10 paces between their party and Cregan. Cregan was smiling, although there was no joy in his eyes. Lord Jason did not dismount, peering down at Cregan, looking unbothered. Durin found himself unimpressed. He expected the man to be taller and fiercer, instead, he looked to be barely older than Emond, with only the effect of his cloak making him seem broader. You have the better of me, my lord. I congratulate you, Lord Jason stated. Cregan's smile widened. His lips pressed together so tightly, it was not a smirk, but Durin knew it came too close to being one, and the thought made him itch. Murderer, he thought to himself. He did not look away when Cregan met his eyes, sweeping past him to look at the rest of their party. You are a hard man to gain the attention of, Lord Jason, Cregan said finally, his eyes shifting back to Jason, almost gleaming, as if with satisfaction. It makes a man wonder, why my attention is desired at all. You have 3,000 men and no dragon. Either this is an inventive way to die, or you have some purpose here. At Lord Jason's words, Cregan nodded. Indeed I do, he answered simply. I suspected as such. The false queen, she is a tricky girl, is she not? With one hand she delivers you a poisoned gift, designed to indebt you to her, and in the other, she holds a knife against your neck. Durin frowned. Cregan scowled briefly at Jason's words, but Durin did not know to what his good father referred, and that rankled. Would Aegon know? He forced himself to straighten in the saddle as Cregan's gaze passed over him again. Her glass has been beneficial, Cregan replied. Winter comes, and many more will survive than die as they should. My own wife and son live due to her midwives. Her gifts do not feel poisoned. Come, my lord, Lord Jason said genially. Her glass is second-rate compared to true Irish fare, and you'll pay and pay and pay. Once her hook is within you, she'll ensure the prices keep going up. As for her women, talented, but give me a maester, not a spy. He knows Rhaenyra has other things too, things father and even Uncle Garmin had been excited about. It feels wrong to dismiss it so, even if she was their enemy. My lord sees things differently than many of my lords, Cregan says. The knife is sharp indeed, Lord Jason replied. Perhaps you simply require something to blunt it. I have long sought such a thing, Cregan said, frowning. No solution has readily presented itself, and my uncle remains nestled in her bosom. Likely literally, Lord Jason laughed and Cregan laughed with him. So do two Jason's lords, and even Osmond snorted. At that moment, he understood. He wanted to rage, to draw his blade and run the man through now and have done with it. A murderer, a liar, a rapist, and Lord Jason sought to make him an ally? You seem a reasonable man, Lord Jason, Cregan said after the laughter died away. It truly does pain me to do this. It need not, Jason grinned at him. As you say, I am reasonable. I have daughters aplenty, one for your son, Rickon, perhaps? I also gold aplenty, a promise of aid should your lord's object. The phrase have risen for the false queen as well, perhaps land can be gifted to remove the sting of betrayal. Cregan is still smiling when he raises his arm and brings it down, the men behind him pulling out bows, filling the air with arrows. It's so sudden, with no warning, that he doesn't react until an arrow strikes Jason's horses and the creature goes down screaming. He turns his own mount and urges her back to the line of knights behind them, only to lurch forward in his saddle as something heavy strikes his back. An arrow, he thought desperately as he urges his horse onward. If they can reach the knights, they will be safe. He hears the screams of horses and the furious bellowing of men. Where is Kermit? He turns his head in time to see an arrow piercing his squire's throat. Kermit looks almost puzzled as he reaches up to touch it, and then he topples from his saddle into the wet grass. The knights were urging their own horses forward, shields in hand to protect them from the arrows. He wants to scream as another volley rains down upon them. His own horse falls and he does scream then as its weight comes down on the leg. His back burns and he grips handfuls of mud and grass to pull himself free, managing only to send white-hot pain searing up into his hip. An arrow lands close enough to his face to pierce the skin. Another strikes his arm, and he sobs with pain. Two knights reach him, one holding his shield out over him and the other pulling the horse, too slow, too painful, off of his leg. Once he is free, his rescuer seized him under the arms, pulling him upright, and he is finally able to see the carnage. His arm screams at him as the two knights begin dragging him to safety. He had run, but Jason and his lords had not. Cregan stood among those that had not fallen to the arrows, a huge great sword in his hands, dark and smoky, flashing this way and that. Harbord Piper had made the knight's line, bellowing commands. Osmond Derry had fallen, two arrows protruding from his chest and Kermit. Kermit! He screams again as the knights increase their speed. Harbord is yelling. The prince is your charge. Harbord screams. Go, take him. Get him out of here. He wants to protest but blazing pain makes him wordless. I swore, Harbord says to him and then the knights lift him up onto the saddle, another climbing up behind him. Knights. To me. Shields. And then his horse is moving and he can only sob in agony as the knight behind him clutches him close. He cannot even see the colors of the knight that holds him. He wants to go back, he needs to go back, and yet at the same time he fears it so bitterly. Hate enkindles in him then as he pictures the Lord of the North. As he pictures his sister. Cregan was her creature, and he would make her pay. Moments later, still barely in sight of the army, Tessarion flies overhead and his heart leaps into his throat. She had come for him. He tries to scramble from the knight's saddle, but the man's grip is too strong. Tessarion drops to the ground and screams in fury and he feels it in his bones, he agrees. She wants to burn and he will let her. The horse they are on rears and screams in its own fear, and the knight curses angrily. My prince, we cannot, he insists. I am charged with bearing you to safety. Yet in the next moment, the knight himself leaps from the saddle and then pulls him off the saddle. His leg burns the moment Durin tries to put his weight on it and he leans gratefully into the knight's chest. Cool metal against his burning cheek. Why does he feel so dizzy? My prince, the knight bellows. He needs to get to Tessarion, he needs. He cannot speak, but the knight seems to understand, dragging him to his mount, and he wants to weep although he isn't sure at what anymore. It's the worst pain he has ever felt as the night drags him, inch by inch into Tessarion's saddle, and he is bitterly glad Lord Jason had possessed the foresight to unchain her. His blue queen. She doesn't wait for him to be chained to his saddle before she pushes off from the ground, rising higher and higher. He lets himself fall against the leather. Somewhere, someone is yelling. Maybe it is the night. Maybe it's him. We need to burn them, he tells her. His tongue feels too large for his mouth. Wind whips around him as she climbs higher and higher and some annoyance slivers through the pain. No, burn them. Burn. Talking is so tiring. Is he weeping? With a shaky hand, he touches his face and finds blood. That was right, wasn't it? An arrow had struck his face, and his arm. He can barely feel his arm anymore, and he glances at it. Soaked in blood, why had he not worn all of his armor? Ah, he would not need it atop Tessarion, he was supposed to be burning them. Tessarion dives and he sees smoke rising from Derry. That's not right, that can't be right. They would have seen an army approaching Derry, yet there is no army surrounding it. Why did it burn, then? Panic. Visera. How could he have forgotten? How could he? He raises his hand to his face again. The blood there was already slowing to a trickle, such wounds should not make him so muddled. Poison? What madman poisons arrows meant for an ambush? Rhaenyra? Why did she hate him so much? Why did she love Aegon and Helena and Aemond and not love him? Why did she want him dead so badly? He slips and falls from Tessarion's back when she lands, and chokes on what tastes like blood. That seems right. He is dying. The realization fills him with panic, but it is the dull kind, it feels too far away. He can hear screaming, yelling, and the clashing of blades on blades. It takes all the strength he has to prop himself up against Tessarion's bulk. It leaves him breathless and panting, his throat raw. Where is the night? There had been a night, had he imagined the night? Called up a man from the depths of his mind? When had he closed his eyes? He opens them and the light hurts. Men are running towards him, a small figure at their center, and his heart sings when he sees Visera. She looks wild with fear and he reaches out to her, wanting to comfort her. She stops when she sees him, devastation writ large on her face. Vis, he manages, his tongue not cooperating. Vis. Durin, she whispers, then kneels at his side, tears flowing down her cheeks. Cregan, traitor, why is it so hard to speak? Why is he wasting his time on the unimportant? I know, she whispers. Hojan was his. She's in pain? Is she hurt? Why is she crying again? He will kill the man that made her cry. Ah, no, he is being foolish, he made her cry. And he will soon be dead. Hojan? Hojan, the Septon, had been Cregan's? How many of Hojan's men were here? He knows what he must do, then. Tessarion, he tells her, reaching out for her through the pain. She flinches, but he grips her face. She tries to pull away, she hates such overwhelming touch, but she needs to know. She needs to understand. Tessarion. Her lip trembles and she glances backwards. At what? He does not know, his world is narrowed to her. She turns to him and nods. I swear it, brother, she says after a moment. He wipes at her tears with his thumb, smearing blood across her cheeks. There was something important about his blood, what was it? When had he closed his eyes again? Tessarion is warm underneath him, Visera is warm against him. Perhaps he can afford a small sleep, then. Chapter 361, The Dance, Luke 6. Chapter text. Aelyandra. Maria Martell cried and flung herself from the small gathering of men to meet her daughter in the middle, pulling her daughter close and sobbing into her hair. Danemen glanced at one another. Others in colors he did not recognize looked no less at ease. Luke risked a glance at his grandmother and found her expression as hard as flint. She had been like that since she had returned from her interrogation of Aelyandra. Coldly furious, although she would not discuss why with him, nor what Alan-Adra had said. In fact, the only change from that mood had been when he'd told her about Alyria's offer. She had laughed, sharp and loud. There had been no joy in it, only scorn. She'd approved of his instinctive refusal, at least. They'd kill you here just as they'd kill you in Sun's Pair, grandmother had said, that anger returning to her features. Keep clear of both the ladies of Dorne, Luke. And so he had, training with his grandmother's nights in the morning and spending the afternoons by her side as she moved about Ghost Hill as if she were its lady and not Alyria Toland. And then Maria Martell had made contact, a meeting had been set, and they had left Ghost Hill as unceremoniously as they had come to it, leaving poor Gwaine Hightower behind with Alyria's guardsmen and only 2 of grandmother's guard. And now they were here, the Dornish sun beating down on them, far away from Alyria's men or Maria Martell's army, the one she had raised in Aelyandra's name. Each of them with only a scant few men on each side to guard them. My daughter, oh, Mariah sobbed, seemingly clinging to her daughter. One of Mariah's ladies stepped forth, placing a hand on her shoulder. Mariah drew back. He wasn't sure if surprise or decorum made her, and Alyandra wriggled from her hold, cheeks darkening. It made his heart ache. What would he say to his own mother when he saw her? Or father? Sorry? Did he feel sorry? He knew he was still angry, but when he thought of standing before them, not even able to tell his mother he loved her before he left, what if he never saw her again? Grandmother made him jump when her arm touched his shoulder. It was as if she sensed his thoughts. Mother, Alyandra said, her tone full of emotion. Her hands still rested gently on her mother's arms. For a moment, Mariah just gazed at her daughter and then she straightened, her eyes flashing with dislike as she took them in. Princess Renis, Mariah said coldly. You lied. Your daughter arrived in Ghost Hill on Dragonback, grandmother said coldly. But if we wish to speak of lies, let us speak of lies. Mariah went grey at grandmother's words and went to clutch Alyandra closer, but Alyandra wouldn't let her, pulling back. Mariah looked at her, panic writ large upon her features, and Alyandra shook her head. I see, Mariah said after a moment. She was shaken, he could see it. Even as he was forced to squint in the bright sun. Mother, Uncle Aaron. Alyandra's voice broke as she tried to say the words. Uncle Aaron's dream is dead, Garen killed it the day he ordered Casella's betrayal. Alyandra, don't. Alyandra cut her off, shaking her head violently. They know, Mother, she said, her tone seemingly firm. He knew her better than that though, he could see how tightly she gripped her mother's arms all of a sudden, the way she trembled. Dorne will not be free whilst I rule it. He looked to his grandmother when Alyandra said that, her face still stony and cold. Furious. Her jaw clenched, her lips nearly invisible. He wished he knew what had been said between them at that meeting he had been banished from. Sweat prickled uncomfortably beneath the cloth that covered his head. Dorne surrendered to the Iron Throne. The statement, delivered by Alyria, made him jump. The Lady of Ghost Hill stepped forward. Alyandra turned to her and smiled. He hated that smile. He hated that Alyandra trusted her. He hated that he doesn't know why. He hated the guilt that surged in his throat whenever he saw Alyria return Alyandra's grateful smiles. Alyandra was a traitor, would have been a traitor, he amended. Why not feel some victory that she clutched a traitor close? Why did the knowledge taste like ash? Ah, Mariah said. Lady Toland. Mother. Mariah flinched. Alyandra's tone contained a sharp rebuke and he watched as she flushed as she realized. When she spoke next, he could see Alyria's influence in her words, in the way she hesitated over each one. Lady Toland speaks correctly. We must be loyal to our queen. None are left alive that plotted betrayal. She will see that. Grandmother chuckled. Only he heard it, he knew that because she looked down at him. Alyria misunderstands why the queen will be angry, she told him. He wanted to ask her what she meant, but Mariah began to speak again. Are you sure? She asked. Alyandra took a deep breath and he thought she might actually be shaking as she let it out slowly. It has to happen this way, she said firmly. It has to. I'm sorry. Mariah pulled back from her daughter in one sudden movement, stalking away from her, back towards her own party. Alyandra cried out in dismay and the woman who had previously laid her arm upon Mariah's shoulder did so again. Mariah stopped, glancing up at her and he saw fury in her face. Mariah, the woman said sternly. Lady Sylvena, Alyandra called. The woman, Sylvena, looked to her. Alyandra swallowed, her mouth opening. Nothing emerged and Alyria lay a hand on her back. Lady Sylvena turned her attention back to Mariah, whose hands curled into fists. Have mercy on your mother, princess, Sylvena said after a moment. Long has she awaited your return, only to have it snatched from her by Cassella Dane. Snatched from me by Rhaenyra Targaryen. Mariah shrieked. That bitch who stole my daughter. Raised her, kept her from me. And what has she delivered me? A baby dragon. I curse that woman to feel the same pain I do. Let her lose a daughter as I have. Let her find a stranger wearing a beloved face. His own sharp breath surprised him, heat made it harder to breathe. The air felt thick. Mother. Alyandra cried, fear and something else in her tone. You can't. Let her speak, grandmother called, stepping from his side. Mariah tried to move past Sylvena but Sylvena seized her shoulder and hisses something into her ear. The queen will be most interested in her words. You may use a mother's grief against her, Alyria called. You are not among friends here, Princess Renis. His hand found the hilt of his blade, the action felt unconscious, needing barely a thought as blood thundered in his ears. Alyria's look shifted to him, like she was trying to tell him something. He didn't know what it was, and so he ignored it. The dragons know, Sylvena, Mariah hissed. They know, they simply toy with us. If our spears raise their queen up, that same queen will burn us to nothing. Maria. They know because we were betrayed. Maria screamed, pulling free of Sylvena's grasp finally and staggering backwards. Lady Sylvena, please escort my mother away. She is not well and I will not have her grief used against her. Alyandra sounded like a condemned woman as she spoke. He gripped his sword a little tighter and then noticed half his grandmother's guards do the same. That is a cruel thing, Sylvena whispered and Luke barely heard it. Sir Andres. A man in what must be Sylvena's colors stepped forward and caught Maria about the shoulders. She shrieked, turning to attack him but he was swift. He pulled her off balance before her blow could land and from there he makes it seem easy to push her ahead of them into his fellow knights. My maester will attend to her when we return to the army, Sylvena said gently. Then she paused. We will be returning, princess. Will Dorn follow me? Alyandra asked after a long silence. Half of it, Sylvena drawled dryly. Myself, Lord Euler, Lady Dalt, Lord Jourdain, Lord Wells, Lady Vaith, Lord Gargallan and Lord Euronwood. Others too but we make up the bulk of your forces. He tried to match those names with faces from Little Dorn and failed. Alyssa would be able to do it and he knew she'd told him 1,000 times. Will Dorn follow me without its freedom? Alyandra asked. Half of it, Sylvena said again. Alyandra went to reply and then grimaced as Maria shrieked somewhere close. Instead, she settled for nodding. Then she turned to face them. Dorn rises for the rightful queen, she said and he could hear Alyria in her words again. Once I sit in Sun's pair once more, my spears will be yours to command. Whether against the mad dragon or the green dragon. I swear this upon the old gods and the new. In the name of Queen Rhaenyra, first of her name, Queen of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, I accept your oath. Grandmother said, filling him with surprise. Her tone bore no hint as to whether she was angry with the offer or not. And in her name, I offer my own aid in retaking your city. Then she smiled in a way that made him look away as Alyandra flinched and looked to Alyria for aid. The Iron Throne is ever generous to its Dornish subjects, Sylvena said when Alyandra did not respond for a little too long. First its aid in rebuilding our lands and now its aid in retaking them. Indeed, I am thankful, Alyandra managed to say when Sylvena finished. Alyria stood behind her now, discontent writ across her face. Had she made some play he had missed? His grandmother's face again gave no hint as she smiled, there was some kind of disbelief in there. Maybe scorn? He wasn't sure. So, Lady Sylvena, as we prepare to depart, tell us what Dorn before its spears can march. Something eased then, although not enough, there was still raw tension in the air. Two armies, had they joined together, they might have rivaled us, Sylvena told them as movement began around them. Her own guards were standing down, as were grandmother's. He realized he was still gripping his sword and let it go, flushing even though he knew hardly anybody was looking at him. Thankfully, Kausela fouled up her plot, Sylvena continued. Had she not, they would have been given time to join before we marched to prevent it. Had she succeeded, you wouldn't have marched at all, Alyria interjected. She would have delivered everyone but Lady Rhaenys to Garen. Indeed. More good fortune strikes us as well, Sylvena explained. For the new Lord of Will did not heed Baratheon's call but one of his own. A new hunt, one that has been far more fruitful than the past. Stark is loose in the Red Mountains, asked his grandmother, some note of disgust in her voice. Damn Daemon to the seven hells. He wanted to, he isn't sure, do something at the name of his true father. What had the man done now? Just the thought of Daemon made him restless. You said Lord Euronwood joined us, Alyandra asked and grandmother frowned in annoyance at the interruption. Yes, Lord Kyle has decided he could not stomach allying with Walter Will. It is a tenuous alliance but he has shown no sign of betrayal. Sylvena stopped, her face going as dark as her tone. Believe me, we have been watching him closely. It is not too late for you to join your daughter in her fight against the Mad Dragon, Princess Rhaenys, Alyria said and Luke's heart nearly stopped in his chest. His mother? Against his father? Alone? And leave you without an ally in this dangerous time, asked his grandmother, tone sickly sweet. We'd have Sir Lucerys, Alyria reasoned. Has he not proved a leal servant to our princess so far? Enough, Alyria, Alyandra interrupted, raising a hand. Do you wish my oath that I will go to King's Landing? No, because I will see you there myself in chains if I have to, girl, his grandmother snapped. Princess of Dorne, Sylvena warned in a tone of ice. Have we not shown the greatest respect for your title? Or do you prefer the other one, queen who never was? Enough. Alyandra called before his grandmother could retort with the fury he could see in every inch of her stance, etched into every line of her face, the fury that blazed in her eyes. A wrong was done in Dorne's name and that wrong will be judged by the Queen in King's Landing. Until then, we are allies and we shall act as allies. He wet his lips with his tongue and glanced about. Alyandra's words had little effect on the dislike in every little glance. He felt a fool when she met his gaze, defiance fading into a pained grimace he was pretty sure only he was meant to see. Fighting had to be easier than this, he thought to himself as his grandmother turned back and began stalking past him. Chapter 362, The Dance, Laner 6. Notes. Apologies, the tenses are a little mangled. I didn't get it done in time to get it beta D. Chapter text. He stared at the boy in the crown, the one who has his chin lifted in defiance, his face set in such a way that for one brief and aching moment, he is reminded of his wife. Laner drew in a breath and let it out slowly, disturbing the quiet that reigned over their small meeting. He made up his mind and waved away Lord Robert and Sir Mark. He can feel their gaze on his back as they retreat though. You ask for death, he told Aegon finally, and Aegon's jaw clenched, a muscle jumping there. Unless this is a trap. You insult me, Aegon replied, and he did look genuinely grieved. It only adds to the storm of confusion in Laner's breast. This man is his enemy, this man who raised his banner in defiance of Viserys will because he was selfish and angry at being passed over. His wife's brother, the one she loved despite it all, may well have condemned Laner's own sons to death. Maybe even his daughters. It was this boy's fault that his sister fought Daemon alone, that his mother was stranded in Dorne and that his nephew was imprisoned. It was his fault his wife lay poisoned in her sickbed and his daughters were forced to lay their lives on the line for the realm when they should have been protected, and kept safe. The thoughts overwhelmed him, anger rose in his breath until he felt wild, his skin itched and he tasted copper on his tongue. Fury. Not since he last faced Criston Cole has he felt this. It built and built and built as Aegon stared at him, that damned defiant expression. Even now he will not kneel. Him and his damnable pride. Kneel. The word feels more like it escaped him than he said it. Kneel, and for the love I bear my wife, you will live. The offer tasted like ash on his tongue and he hated that he even had to say it. Aegon tilted his head. He's unsure, Laner realized. Helena would have me do just that, Aegon said quietly. Perhaps if I were a better man, I might be able to. You have children, you have her, your mother, your siblings, Laner argued. Kneel. Kneel and have done with this. You want a way to reclaim your honor? Kneel, damn you. Damn me, Aegon repeated, and a quick smile danced over his lips before his face fell once more into a pensive expression. Damn me because I still want it. Laner stepped forward then, pushed to do so by some need that burned within him, although he didn't quite know whether he meant to strike Aegon or shake him. Aegon stepped back and Laner halted. He can't be wildly angry. Not here. Not now. Not if he can end this. The throne is mine. Aegon called, his voice rising slightly. I am my father's oldest trueborn son. It is mine. Laner swallowed hard. Replying to that, letting out what he wants to say to the boy, yet if Aegon sees his anger, he doesn't give any indication. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was supposed to have a council. We could have united. Yet the time for diplomacy is over, Sir Laner. When that time ended, I do not know. When she stripped me of Ricard Thorne. When Larry's played us both so excellently. He tasted copper again and realized he was breathing hard, his vision narrowed until all he can see is Aegon and his bloody stupid crown. You are just whining. Aegon flinched at the sudden bellow. Whining. Poor me. My poor pride. You want this to be over with no more bloodshed? The Prince Aegon who might have been taken from the tales. Only it doesn't sound so good when all you've managed to do is get people killed. His throat is raw as he yelled. Aegon took a few more steps back, his face pained. When Laner spoke again, his voice was raspy. The truth is the throne was never yours. You were never good enough for it. Your politics were childish and unsubtle. You got your friends killed. Your loyal knights killed. Your mother's town is burning. Now you cry that you wish to end this without bloodshed. Aegon flinched at every pronouncement. I say you are a craven who merely wishes to avoid the consequences of his failures. A man who can't admit he got it wrong. You want to convince me you do not wish bloodshed? Surrender. Aegon answered that with a small and bitter laugh. You insult me again, he muttered finally, so low that Laner barely hears it. Behind him, frost uncurled. Aegon took a deep breath once more. Whatever he means to say though died in his throat as Morgul launched from Aegon's camp, circling their meeting once as they both watched in silence. Another kind of resentment clawed at Laner's throat then. Traitor is his first angry thought as Helena's dragon lands. Yet it is not with the dragon's usual grace. She was harmed by her. Aegon doesn't need to finish. Laner can see she is not well from the way she staggered as she clambered from the back of her mount, the way she paused for a brief moment to brace herself against its bulk. Can you believe I did not suspect a thing? Asked Aegon, bitter and angry, as they both watched her approach. Even after we left, she refused to see me for days. It cost her and she knew I'd know what she'd done. I suspected nothing. A fool for a king, am I? Laner isn't sure how he couldn't have known given how unsteady Helena was on her feet when she finally reached them. She's pale with dark circles beneath her eyes. A lot thinner than he recalled as well. She seems almost waifish, not the hunter and rider he remembered. Aegon, she begged, her arms outstretched. Don't do this. Aegon ignored her, his jaw clenched tight again as he gazed at Laner. Helena turned to him instead and he met her gaze with his own stare. She flinched, words failing her for a moment. Laner, don't let him do this. We can all go home. We can all be happy. Rhaenyra would want that. This isn't about what she wants. Aegon screamed. It's about what I need. Need? Asked Helena. You need to be there for Riker. For Viella. For Aemond and Doran and Visera. For me. You betrayed me. You and your dreams. Damn you, you have ruined me. To think I rejoiced when you chose me. Perhaps I should have left you to Rhaenyra, perhaps you would have been as much of a curse on her as you are to me. Laner watched, enough anger beating in his breast for the both of them, as Aegon rounded on Helena. She took a few stumbling steps back in response. I should have taken Jocasta as a lover. I should have chosen happiness. I chose duty. To you. To the throne. You rewarded me with a knife in the back. That's not true, Helena mumbled, shrinking into herself. It's not. I've only ever wanted peace. Fuck your peace for it at my expense, Aegon hissed. Sir Laner, fight me or I swear to the old gods and the new I will burn Highgarden and all those within. I will have my army slaughter any who escape the blaze. Do not listen to him. Helena urged. He is lying. I'm not. Helena begged with her eyes. Aegon's face turned defiant once more and the rage within him boiled over. Hang them both. He turned without another word. No. No. No, Stow he doesn't flinch when he hears her cry of pain and fear, nor when Morgul rumbles in anger and Frost hisses. Seasmoke watched him as he approached. As did Lord Robert and Mark Merryweather. My prince, asked Sir Mark. There will be a duel. Aegon's forces will surrender with his loss. And if you should not prevail. Lord Robert flushed as Laner turned his gaze to him. Aegon's forces will surrender, he repeated. She doesn't seem happy about it, Sir Mark said. Laner turned. Helena is tugging on Aegon's doublet now. Not that Aegon cared, he had turned on his heel and was making his own way to Frost. She wouldn't be, he replied. In some way, he hated her more than Aegon in this moment, if only for the pain she will bring his children. Ride and inform Desmond Florent of our agreement. Yes, my prince, replied Lord Robert, bowing in his saddle. The two left without further word, their faces grim. He turned back to Aegon. He has turned towards Helena now. Laner can imagine the sharp words he is speaking. He mounted Seasmoke, feeling his mount move beneath him, anxious and ready. Does he feel Laner's anger? Good. They are in the air a moment later and he flew high, watching for Aegon's own flight beginning. He is not far behind Laner, as Frost launches himself into the air a few minutes later. Laner can already taste victory. Aegon should have stuck to his knightly virtues. He may be a match for him with a blade but on dragon back? Then he reminded himself that this was the point of Aegon's request. And he hated him for it all over again. He cracked the whip and Seasmoke dived. He leaned low in the saddle as Seasmoke closed in on Frost, the wind screamed around him. Frost wheels away. Too slow and Seasmoke remains on his tail, letting loose a loud bellow. Frost answered with a scream of his own before twisting, attempting to throw off Seasmoke's pursuit. Seasmoke needs no instruction and a belch of flame follows, Aegon only just avoiding the flame as he banked hard. Seasmoke followed and it was easy, too easy. Frost was already slowing down, he was already tired. Seasmoke let loose another flame, this one did not come close to Frost but it was enough to spook the younger dragon into twisting again. He strained under his rider and Aegon's lack of control was glaring. He urged Seasmoke to fly faster until he drew level with Frost. He could see Aegon on his back, his whip cracking as he bellowed commands to his mount. Commands his mount refused to heed. The smaller dragon dropped suddenly, avoiding Seasmoke's attempt to tangle him into a grapple his own, larger mount would certainly win. Laner almost found himself feeling guilty, anger pushed aside by the pounding of his heart. He dived again. He did not feel guilty enough that he would not end this here and now with all of those lords who dared defy him watching. Their duel was over a moment later. It was a simple thing, and only his sheer muscle memory from 1,000 lessons drilled into him by his mother saw him capitalize on it. It was barely a thought and Seasmoke obeyed, sinking his maw into the joint of Frost's wing and body. The dragon screamed, higher and panicked now, pulling this way and that desperately. Seasmoke tried to pull the smaller dragon in but Frost had yet one trick to play, pulling itself free in a shower of flesh and blood. Then he plummeted, unable to keep himself in the air any longer. Seasmoke did not dive this time and Laner suddenly found his anger gone, his own breath coming in harsh pants as Frost tried to slow its own descent and utterly failed too. It wasn't a mortal wound. The dragon would not die. But a fall from that height at that speed? He would have to make sure. His hands were trembling when Seasmoke landed. In the distance, he could hear the roar of Aegon's men. They had seen their king fall. He drew black fire, ready to respond should this prove to be the trap and not the dragon fight itself. Frost was not hard to find and he approached cautiously and carefully, his nerves singing, waiting for the betrayal. Yet none came and then he beheld Aegon. The boy had managed to free himself from his saddle. He'd fallen from Frost's back, soaked in his own dragon's blood. He'd propped himself up on Frost's flank but there was no fight in him. Not with how pale he had gone or the way his breathing hitched and crackled. He laughed, all bitter and angry once more when Laenor approached. Frost hisses softly but makes no move to attack. Seasmoke is flanking him and maybe Frost knows his rider is doomed. Black fire. Fitting, he gurgled. Make sure Frost is attended to. He should not die for want of a better rider. For want of a better man. He doesn't want to waste any more words on this princeling and so he ends it. A clean stab to the chest, as much as he wants to take his head and stick it on a pike for all to see. He has his army to barter with now and disrespect may be a line too far. So he gives Aegon the clean end he does not deserve. Chapter 363, The Dance, Emon 6. The Stormlands well earned its name. Rain lashed the ground and the great castle they watched. Wind turned the rainfall nearly sideways, rendering their canopy nearly useless and forcing them to rely on oiled leather coats clutched close. Unsettling, Jasper Wilde said. Unsettling indeed. He can force the siege, Lord Cedric Connington murmured. Why is he not? Why does that bastard do anything? Asked Cleoden Errol. Aemon did not answer any of them. We may not have the numbers, but we have 2 dragons. Aemon clenched his jaw until the muscles ached. He had not missed the way more than most paid attention to the old lord. Jasper Wilde had been correct, and it grated at him. He risked a glance at Lady Laena. Her face was a mask. That served to sting him more. With the storm overhead. Lord Dondarrion sneered. Do not be a fool. If the prince cannot fly, then neither can he. We should. Lord Manfred began. Damn it all. Enough, he called, and tried not to let his fury bleed through. He knew the moment they directed their startled glances at him that he had not been successful. He flushed like a green boy as Lady Laena turned her gaze to him, as if seeing him there for the first time. Was she as discomfited by their changing allegiance as he was? Lord Ronald is not wrong, she finally said. Yet neither is Lord Manfred. Prince Aemond, I would confer with you. It felt like a command but he had already made enough of a mess of this, what had he to lose now? He would have to face Aegon soon enough and explain why he did not obey his brother's command. Perhaps keeping his temper around Lady Laena would earn him some goodwill back if she related to their sister? The thought was bitter. Did he already believe his brother's cause to be in vain? Perhaps. Perhaps he always had. They should all be here together. How many times had he thought that now? Enough. Enough self-pity. Had he thought the canopy little use? He regretted that now as they stepped into the rain proper. Lady Laena strode ahead and he made sure to go to her side. He would not follow like some lost puppy. He knows where she's going anyway. To Viagar. To Silverwing. The great old dragon shifted as they approached, a long groan issuing forth from her maw. Welcome he'd reached them. He knew Laena wanted time with her dragon and for a brief moment, spite warred with practicality. In the end he gave it to her, retreating to Silverwing's side. She was awake and annoyed. She had never been fond of the rain. Not when it kept her from the air. He knew his dragon well by this point, she would live in the air if she could. Guilt clawed at him momentarily. Did she know he took no joy in their flight now? It felt like it had been tainted, made wrong by Daemon and his mindless hordes. She doesn't have long, Laena finally admitted, her tone raspy with grief. It was a strain to even hear her over the storm and the dragons. I'm sorry. The answer was a reflex. Was he sorry? Even he wasn't sure anymore. Viagar had always been their biggest fear, after all. If there is a war after Daemon's defeat, she should spend her last days on Dragonstone, not here. Another crime to lay at his feet. I intend to get satisfaction for each one. Lady Laena stepped back from Viagar's bulk, stepping closer to him. Her flame can render those gates into ash, that is not in doubt. Yet an army stands between her and Storm's End, he pointed out. They were outnumbered, they had pushed ahead relying on their dragons. Caraxes had been injured badly, even with Viagar grounded, he could launch little meaningful attack. The storm would ground them all and the advantage belonged to the greater army. I will cover the approach with Silverwing, I may be able to fly low and avoid the worst of the winds. It was not a solid plan but he did not intend to falter now. That is a risk not even I would take, she told him, a small smile on her lips, for all her gaze kept finding Viagar. He might have gotten angry, but it wasn't derision. Or if it is, it wasn't directed at him. Viagar can take the center. Even grounded as she is, they will struggle to do any real harm unless they are given time to surround and climb her. Let Silverwing hold one flank and our men the other. She smiled again as he spoke. It's a good plan. Better you pitch it to the lords. It took Lord Royce to bring them into line before your arrival. He understood the bitterness in her tone, even if part of him resented it. What right did she have to upend the order of the 7 kingdoms and then be bitter at the consequences? The lords were silent as they returned, little glances between them further inflaming his annoyance and the frustration that bubbled under his skin. We cannot fly the dragons in the storm, he told them. For a moment, Lord Cleoden's face becomes mutinous. He wanted to charge the man, yell, and scream at him. Yet this man was the new power in the Stormlands now, and he has to keep his temper for Aegon's sake. But we cannot wait for Daemon to come to us. An impossible situation then, Ronald Dondarrion said, glancing at Manfred Swan. If they were anywhere else than the foot of Storm's End, he'd have rejoiced in it. Another ally. The gods mocked him. We will march on the gates. Another last storm. Silverwing will hold one flank, Viagar the center. If we can keep the dragons from being overrun, the siege will be over before it begins. At his command, the lords erupted into objections and dissent. Silence. A full half of them ceased. Then, as if responding to his rage, Silverwing bellowed and Viagar answered, and the rest fell quiet too. We will be overrun before we reach the gates, stated one lord. They outnumber us greatly. They know no fear and will not rout. Any advantage we gain with the dragons, we lose to those facts alone. Are you a craven, Penrose? He didn't know who said it, but Penrose's hand dropped to his blade and the yelling began anew. He had to fix this. He was Aegon's hand, he could not keep looking to Lady Laena for help, not if he was to be of any use to come. Lord Cleoden. The lord in question turned, his dislike writ across his features. Lord Celoden's eyes no longer flickered to Lady Laena for confirmation, but he was under no illusions that the man did not like him, and if he were honest, Aemon did not like him in return. Still, it could not be denied that the power of the Stormlands rested with him in this moment. At least until Lady Cassandra exerted her rights as its ruler. He had not met the eldest of the 3 storms, but he had gathered they did not gain that nickname due to their peaceful nature. Storm's End must be recaptured. We cannot allow the man who killed Boros Baratheon and his son to keep it. Pride will not allow it. Pride, the man grunted. From the man who would not honor his oaths. You mock me. Yet he is not wrong, Jasper Wilde stated as rage howled in his ears making him dizzy with the force of it. Nor did Aemon swear any oaths to support the queen. Lord Cleoden, we must retake Storm's End. This is our best moment, for all things look grim. If we wait, if we allow Caraxes to recover from the damage dealt to him, then we will be left with only Silverwing to defend us. At Laena's words, Lord Cleoden frowned. The rest had gone silent again, their gazes turned towards their small group, and only the hiss of falling rain could be heard as the old lord frowned in thought. What was it Lord Jasper had said? After Cassandra, the closest male relative was Sir Laenor. The implications of that would not escape Lord Cleoden either. Very well, he finally said with the tone of a man surrendering. Gather the men, we attack before the storm clears. Let the last storm come again. It earned a ragged cheer from the lords, but there was no real enthusiasm. There was no enthusiasm that he could see in their lines either, as he urged Silverwing to move into line with Viagar, on her left. Lady Laena was tiny on the dragon's back, her gaze fixed on Storm's End. He doubted she had heard any of the planning that had followed Cleoden's small speech. What men they had formed up before the dragons, the bulk of them on the left flank. Even if they weren't enthusiastic, they were determined. Royce, Swan, Wilde, Penrose, Errol, Connington, Dondarrion, Buckler, no man had brought his full muster, leaving the majority to the lines that even now advanced, hacking through Daemon's mindless slaves to form a tighter trap around the heartlands his mad uncle had taken for himself. It made for a less than impressive army as they advanced. The fields before Storm's End were waterlogged, mud churned under them, and he could see their line failing in places where men became bogged down. The dense wood on either side would soon bracket them. In the storm, with the light gloomy even at midday, those woods felt malevolent and wrong. He wanted to be down on the ground, fighting with the men. There was something honest about that. Daemon's army made no sound, but something must have changed. Some unseen line crossed. They had barely cleared the tree line when his men responded. His best, his legions stolen from Volantis, moved to form up. That surprised Aemond, although he knew he should not be. Daemon had guarded them jealously for a reason. Lady Laena had not said tactics were impossible with the Horn, after all. It made sense their uncle would throw those he cared little and less for to their deaths in the hopes they might weaken his enemies, even slightly. Yet even as Damon's best began their movements, more of the very mindless slaves Emond had come to hate exploded from behind the enemy lines, running at their own lines in a manner oh so familiar. Brace! Brace! He could hear someone yelling, just barely, as the storm rose in pitch. The Stormlanders did so, coming to a halt and tightening the shield wall moments before Viagar let out a great gout of flame, searing the fastest of the first attackers. Dracarys, he bellowed a moment later, and another 10 or so vanished into the flames. It felt so pitifully little as the horde hit the Stormlander lines. For one wild moment, his anger became fear as the line shuddered and gave ground under the weight of Damon's slaves, and then it held, bending but not breaking, and Emond bellowed his command again. Viagar's next flame followed a moment later, providing a moment of relief for their lines before more of the mindless piled in, uncaring that they ran through the burning remains of their comrades. He could see now that the mindless ones were much less than they were used to, and most appeared to be peasants, unarmored and lightly armed. The sum total of their usefulness was to crash into their lines, biting and punching and snatching at the men, attacking them with reaping hooks, axes and even fists. Yet the men that held the line were no mere levy but knights, armed and armored as such. Hold! Hold, damn you all to the seven hells! The call from Cleodon Errol had his attention back on the lines closest to him. The Stormlanders were being pushed back ever so slowly towards Silverwing. Even as swords and axes and maces flashed forward and struck down man after man and woman after woman, they still came, silent and determined, shrugging off injury and burns, the only way to stop them being death. Silverwing's own aid was helping, for all it felt like for every one that was slain, 10 waited to take their place. The horde was thinning, or at least that's what it seemed from his vantage point, and yet it still seemed to be beyond count. He watched as a man was dragged from the line. His fellows did their best to hold him, but there were at least 5 of Damon's men working in perfect harmony, and it was not long before the Stormlander was pulled free. Then they set upon him. Silverwing delivered another breath of flame then, and the bright light obscured his vision and he did not see the knight again, lost under a mass of bodies. Viagar's attention had swung from the vanguard now. He could see Lady Lena urging her attention to the left, although he could not see over the bulk of the dragon. Were the men on the flank there pressed? It would make sense. No one would think that the flank with the dragon was the weakest. Advance, called Jasper Wild, and the Stormlanders did, tightening their shield line once again and pushing back what remained of Damon's peasant horde, moving forward slowly to avoid losing cohesion. In the mud and the fighting it was painfully slow going. He urged Silverwing to begin their move with them, and she did, trampling over the bodies of the men and women that had been ensorcelled and sacrificed to them. Through the sheets of rain ahead, he could see the true foe waiting. The silence from the Volantens unnerved him more than the roar of an army. As one, they reacted to the Stormlander approach, shield locking together as they braced. The movement was wrong, all done as one, and he wanted nothing more than to smash those unnaturally neat lines asunder. The trees! The trees! Shouted Eric Selmy all of a sudden, and for once he didn't feel rage at the shrill tone but alarm. He twisted in his saddle and then cursed as he saw what Eric had seen. A trap, and they had walked right into it. Perhaps 1,000 men, Damon's best from their dress, advanced from the tree line at a steady pace on their right. If any normal men had attempted such a maneuver, their lines would have fractured as one man outpaced the other, but it was not so with Damon's, as the force moved in to outflank them. Dracarys, he bellowed as he bade Silverwing to turn, and this gout of flame brought him satisfaction when so many had not. It barely touched Damon's lines as they began wrapping around his Stormlanders, and those that remained did not flinch, but these were no peasants. Ensorcelled still, but they were soldiers, had always been soldiers, and at least there would be no shame in their slaughter. Defend the dragons! Jasper Wild called as the men under his banner fell back, keeping their shields up, to follow Damon's men, trying to turn to face the flanking force. The mud and the fighting made that a hard task, and countless were taken by Damon's force before they could reform, their line bending ever more to prevent being caught in a crush. Yet even as their flanking force advanced, the main force was not idle, charging forward with a sudden movement he might have missed if it weren't for the fact that Manfred Swan began screaming orders, followed by the rest of the Storm Lords. Viagar's roar split the air, louder than the wind itself, and the massive beast heaved herself forward. The last storm, Emond recalled, as the first of Damon's troops came within spitting distance of their lines and vanished in Viagar's flames. He directed Silverwing to do the same, and she did, not to be outdone by the elder dragon. 100 must have died in that first pass. Then the lines met again and the screams began. This was the true battle, and he would not be found wanting. Silverwing breathed her fire again, over where the fighting was fiercest and into the mass of men that waited silently for their turn for the slaughter. Although perhaps waited was the wrong word, for even now they were still moving, seeking to surround them utterly. To charge and overwhelm the dragons, was Damon behind this sudden strategy? As battles went it lacked finesse, but what finesse would his uncle need when he outnumbered them 10 men to every one they had, and that was without counting the 1,000 or 2 he had so casually sacrificed not a turn ago. Silverwing moved under him and he knew what she wanted as much as he knew himself. She did not wish to be on the ground, she wanted to be in the air and hang the wind and rain. If he could fly, he could end this. Yet only a fool would fly in the storm when they had little clue of where their uncle lurked or if Caraxes were even able to fly and fight. Yet, he thought as more and more Stormlanders fell, it may soon be needed. For all that Viagar's flames and Silverwing's own lit up the dim sky and turned the falling rain to steam, his men were falling. They were falling too much and too fast, and from the ground they could only torch the very front lines. Against a normal army that would have been enough, but against one unafraid of walking through flames, it was not. Jasper Wild's men were at his rear now and were being pushed hard, constantly trying to reform, many falling in the process, and he urged Silverwing to turn to give them some relief. He spied more than a few lords' banners alongside Wild, and wondered if those men hearkened to him because he had kept control, or because their lords were dead. They were losing. It was an icy thought. He was warm, despite the rain, but that thought made him cold at that moment. They were losing. They were losing, and if Daemon won, here and now? Their lines that tightened ever so carefully every day around Storm's End, containing the worst of his ensorcelled creatures, they would become sport for him. Caraxes would fly again, unchallenged, and Silverwing would be torn to pieces by 1,000 spears and 1,000 swords as his best overwhelmed her. And in the next moment, rage made him seize his whip and crack it loud. It was a calm rage, which he realized as it descended, was odd for him. Normally, thoughts clamored in his head until the rage overtook him and he beat those thoughts away with his fists on some other man. Now he felt as if everything was too fast and too slow all at once. Silverwing rose with a great flap of her wings, rising higher than he would have dared take her otherwise. The wind tore at them, tore at him, and he sat back, letting her take control. She knew what was to be done and a moment later she dove, letting out a great bellow of flame into Daemon's lines, and she must have burned 100 and then 100 again to their deaths in that moment. The pressure on the Stormlander lines eased as the sudden gap saw the soldiers break off their attack in places and shuffle to fill it. He smiled as vicious glee touched him then. A commander wouldn't have ordered that. Daemon must have pre-planned it. Had he expected the storm to ground them, or had he expected to overwhelm them with numbers before the dragons could destroy them? He did not know and he did not care. All that he wanted now was to see them burn. They had scarce reformed when Silverwing swooped in again, this time on Lena's left flank, consuming more and more in her flames, now unleashing her full might. He heard the Stormlanders cheer as he flew in close and Silverwing's claws raked through the men that rushed to fill the new gaps. The force with which he hit them sent a dozen or so into the air, coming down further in their own lines. She delivered them more flame next, and he was forced to veer at the last moment as the Stormlanders in the vanguard broke ranks and set upon the soldiers that assaulted them. It didn't annoy him as much as it should have. Instead he directed her into another dive, tearing up those that attempted to force their way towards the broken lines. The other flanks, left and right, told a similar story and perhaps Lady Lena's own response to the change in their plan was the only thing that kept them from disaster. Viagar let loose another mighty bellow and ploughed forward into a mass of soldiers, flame and claw tearing them apart. Some attempted to scramble atop the mighty dragon, but Royce Caron's men barred the way, only his and Jasper Wild's men had yet to break formation. Lord Jasper's men had fallen back to protect Viagar's rear. How many did they still have? Half? Slightly less? Daemon's army was missing ragged chunks now, and any strategy they had once had was gone as they flung themselves at Viagar or, oddly enough, attempted to track where Silverwing was and followed her. Those were easily cut down by the now emboldened Stormlanders, and the ones assaulting Viagar? They were just as easily felled. From that moment, with one dragon on the wing and another tearing and burning with, what felt like to him, a glee he shared, the fight was over, even if Daemon's men kept coming to the last. He had expected nothing else, and he felt less guilt than he had for the last month or so as Silverwing schemed low to the earth again, fire consuming the slowest stragglers. This at least, he could do. The calm rage didn't make him stupid, as his other rage might do, and so he waited until Royce Caron and Viagar were moving to Storm's End once more to direct Silverwing towards it. It seemed to take an agonizingly long time before Viagar was before the walls, although he knew she made quick time. Lord Royce's men lagged behind her and Aemon circled her as she moved. Lady Lena did not seem to care for her guard. They were still halfway out from Storm's End when Viagar let loose her flame at the gatehouse. He watched as Silverwing circled. The wooden gate blackened and charred and then burst into flame, the stonework glowing a deep red and finally, the whole thing buckled and sagged. Viagar crashed into it a moment later, and the outer defences of Storm's End fell. He brought Silverwing in for landing and dismounted as swiftly as he dared. When his feet were finally beneath him, the world swayed and pitched for an alarming moment. Yet he could not rest and get his balance, because no sooner than Lady Lena was out of her saddle, she had a spear in her hand and was charging towards the keep itself. He followed in her wake, drawing his own sword. The smell reached him first and he almost stopped as his eyes watered and bile rose into his throat and mouth. Even Lady Lena staggered as she first reached it. Yet she did not stop, and neither could he. It did not take long to find the source of the stench. Storm's End was a charnel house. Its courtyard, and then its halls, littered with corpses. Most were bloated with age, defenders of Storm's End and its other denizens, cut down as they fled. Betrayers? Ensorcelled by the horn to open the gates? He'd bet on it. Blood pooled across the cobble and flagstones, weaving its way into cracks where it had congealed. There was not a single surface that did not contain flies or maggots, and he found his gaze on Lady Lena's back after a while, fearing that if he looked anywhere else, he would shame himself and vomit. Even his anger failed in the face of the slaughter. He did not dare check who they were or why they might have died this way. It seemed senseless, mad. What purpose did all this serve? Yet it got worse for the newer corpses, never had he seen such wounds. Metal melted to flesh, eyes popped, and hair burned, yet the flesh itself seemingly untouched. They had burned as if from the inside out. He could not mistake that smell, not after he had been the cause of so much of it these months past. The great feasting hall of Storm's End was a reprieve and a new horror. Food lay rotting on the tables, more flies and maggots here too, crawling in the remains of a once great feast. The smell mingled with the burned flesh and the older bodies outside. Yet there was corpse rot in the hall too, for Damon had ensured there were some guests at his grisly feast. Lady Lena had stopped before the table, panting, and he crashed to a halt beside her and nearly shamed himself once more as he took it all in. The head of the table lay empty, that pride of place that was presumably their uncle's had been abandoned. To its right sat what had once been Boros Baratheon, his flesh sagging and gaunt as he rotted where he sat. There were more that surrounded him, knights perhaps, or his household guard. Next to them sat strange priests, as dead as those they feasted with, their red robes doing nothing to hide the scarlet of their slashed throats. Movement behind him had him turning, his blade coming up, and Lady Lena followed his turn, falling into a more defensive stance with her own spear. But they were not threatened, he realized a moment later, for the movement came from a slowly moving unarmed woman. Well, barely more than a girl. Her eyes were blank as she moved towards them, and his heart twisted when he saw her feet and hands. They were black as she stumbled on them. Her fingers were much the same, torn and bloody and black with rot on a still living body. Yet they still had strength to grip a silver tray covered in cloth. As she staggered towards them, Lady Lena's spear extended and for a heart-stopping moment, he thought she might kill the girl. Perhaps that would be a mercy, but after the slaughter outside and what he had witnessed within, he did not wish to see more of it. Yet she didn't slay the girl, instead, the blade of her spear snagged the cloth, sending it toppling from the tray and onto the dirty floor. The girl stopped as they beheld the crown atop the silver platter. Aegon the Conqueror's crown was Aemon's first thought, and then he knew that he must be wrong because Aegon's crown had been within the Red Keep, jealously guarded by his sister and her men. Aegon, his own brother, had wanted that crown, before all of this. There was parchment beneath it and Lady Lena stepped forward and seized the fake crown and hurled it away before seizing Damon's message. He stepped close and she did not stop him, her eyes drinking in the words his uncle had left. The handwriting was spiky and hurried, at odds with the words on the paper. He had never seen his uncle's writing, but he would lay a bet that his uncle had written this by hand. Dearest Lena. I loved you once, and still love you now. I would weep that I could not welcome you to Storm's End personally, but we both know the time for tears is long past. I hope you enjoy the feast nevertheless. I hope my nephew enjoys the crown I have left for him as well. I thought it would make me a king once, perhaps he will have better luck with it than I have. I leave it to him gladly. As for me, the throne is beyond me now. Perhaps it always was. Perhaps if I had realized that I might have you still. I might have a son and a daughter. Yet my niece put an end to that long ago, and I will not die before I have paid her in kind for what she has done. As for you, dearest Lena, I will see you in your nightmares. Farewell. Damon. Chapter 364, The Dance, Jocelyn 3. There is news from Prince Laenor. Her mother freezes and it takes Jocelyn a moment to realize that the grimace of pain isn't from her stomach, but from bracing for whatever news father has sent. Auntie Jane stops, peering at her mother, a brief look of worry appearing on her face. Go on, her mother says finally. He met Prince Aegon in the skies above Highgarden. Then Auntie Jane stops, her tongue darting out to wet her lips, and Jocelyn feels like she will come out her skin waiting for her to continue. Is her father okay? Did he get hurt? Then, feeling guilty, she wonders about Uncle Aegon and Aunt Helena. She misses her aunt, even if she can't tell anyone that. She catches Aemon's glance and feels herself flush, even as her brother quickly glances away. I see, her mother whispers, closing her eyes as she had when Albin and Garibald had refused her offer. Understanding hits her, and she feels bile rise to her throat. She must make a noise because Uncle Joffrey glances at her sharply. He's sat at Mother's left, and Jocelyn knows it's because Mother had not made him master of whisperers as everyone had said she would. But he was still there, his face grave. It is more complicated than that, Auntie Jane says. Old Town burns. That sends a murmur of shock through the room and Mother sits upright, her grief gone and her eyes sharp. What? She breathes. And what of Helena? Alive. It seems she marched with Aegon, but failed to aid him in his duel against Prince Laenor. Mother and Uncle Joffrey glance at one another, as if that explains everything, and she frowns. Grandpapa Corlys, who has been silent until that moment, holds out his cup for wine and Jocelyn rushes to obey. The greens are finished, he pronounces gravely. What remains is to agree on what is to be done about those who supported them. Prince Aemond allied with Lady Laena in the Stormlands, and we have received little news of the Riverlands, save for that Prince Doran is dead, Lord Bryndamere stated. Alyssa was in the Riverlands, but Mother had said she hadn't seen fighting yet, save for when they had taken back Harrenhal. Aegon's queen and children lie in our hands, as do the Hightowers. Our attention should be Daemon, we can sort out who deserves what justice when he lies dead. Justice will not wait, neither should it. Jocelyn is sure she would shrink under so many sharp gazes, but the Grand Maester doesn't wilt. Her Grace must show the realm she intends to proceed with mercy. Pardon your siblings now, and unite House Targaryen once more in the face of Daemon's invasion. So we may face them again and again and again, snapped Uncle Joffrey. You advocate for 100 years of war. Some solution must be found, Grandpapa intones after taking a sip of his wine, and Jocelyn's heart leaps into her throat. Something more permanent. No man is more accursed than the kinslayer, said Lyman softly. Jocelyn swallowed her alarm. Lyman wouldn't let them hurt Auntie Helena. No woman, either. There are limits, Lord Lyman. Do you think he would offer us the same mercy? Asked Auntie Jane. Enough, her mother calls, and Jocelyn's heart twists. She looks so very tired and small. Gerardis wanted her back in the Maester's tower, and Edmund had agreed, but Mother had refused, even now when she looks so pale. After the Dornish and her own problems, she risks a glance at the White Knight on the far side of the room as her mother begins talking. His gaze was fixed ahead, not a twitch on his features. The next time you lay a hand on my daughter, Sir Ricard, will be the last time you have hands. She needed to say sorry. She had hit Aemon, even if Aemon had started it. She hadn't even hit Alyssa before. Although Aema had, and it's a grim reminder her little sister isn't here either. She misses her and Alyssa and Viserys, and even Rhaena and Lucerys. At least Luke is okay, not in some dungeon somewhere, rotting. If Uncle Joff had known Luke was okay, would he still have tried to kill the Dornish? She almost misses Auntie Jane's gesture for wine and hastens forward, nearly spilling it all over as she begins to pour. Her aunt gives her a small smile, though. Lord Bryndamere is annoyed by something, but she has no clue what as she retreats. However, Aemon jumps as the Lord of Tarth slams his hand on the table, and she snickers at his expression, earning herself another filthy look from Uncle Joffrey and a warning glance from her mother. Aemon shrinks into his chair as she feels her heart twist again, and she wants to say sorry. She settles for mouthing it at him instead, and he turns away with a grimace on his face, making her feel even worse, even if the bite of annoyance follows it. She hit him, but he'd tried to hit her first and he'd followed her to her room and acted like he was the eldest one, and not her. We argue in circles, her mother says testily, and the tone is enough to break her out of her thoughts, only to realize a whole conversation has passed her by again. We need more information in the Stormlands. The last we heard was that Lady Laena and Prince Aemond were closing in on Storm's End. If they have not besieged it by now, they will do very soon, Lyman told them. Gods be willing, this might already be over, and we fret at nothing, Lord Bryndamere groaned. The gods are never so kind, Grandpapa Corlys says. And I am not willing to trust it. When my son returns, he must be sent to the Stormlands with all haste. Nobody says anything about Alyssa, who rides Vermithor, who is bigger than even their father's dragon. She feels the familiar want, the need. The words stall on her tongue, but her mother has already heard the strangled protest. She expects rage. She gets a tired smile. You will have your Westerlands campaign, Jocelyn, worry not. Casterly Rock still stands, even if its lord's head will soon grace my battlements. She flushes and feels the child as she earns herself a few indulgent smiles from her mother's lords. As for the Stormlands, I am inclined to agree with Lord Corlys. But the reaction to that is cut short by the bells of King's Landing ringing for the first time since her grandpapa had died. The death of a king, or an incoming attack. For a wild moment, she thinks they must ring for Uncle Aegon, and then the room explodes into noise and she realizes, with a sudden pit of dread, that they are not. Escort her grace to safety. Sir Laurent calls. Sir Ricard, see the prince to safety. Sir Stefan, see the princess to her mount. Lady Jane, are your militia prepared? Auntie Jane has barely begun nodding before Stefan's hand is on her shoulder, dragging her back towards the door. She hears her mother cry out and wants to go to her, she wants to be held by her and told that everything will be okay. Suddenly, her stomach churns and her legs shake and she burns with shame. Without thinking, she reaches out and catches Iman's hand in her own, and he directs an almost startled look her way before it crumples into something that makes her think he feels the same. That helps. Let me see them off, Iman protests when Sir Ricard attempts to take him away. I want to see her go. Let me. My prince, the Lord Commander, but Jocelyn could have told him that he's already lost from the look on Iman's face alone, though all that comes out is a strangled laugh and no words. Iman clutches her hand tighter and she wonders when he had started holding her hand instead of her holding his. Very well. Sir Ricard sounds worried and frustrated in equal measure. Iman's face doesn't light up in victory, she had almost expected it to. Then Stefan urges them into a run and it all seems like it's happening too fast as the keep explodes into crying and wailing, and it's too much like the day Uncle Aegon left and the dread hits her stomach again and she thinks only Stefan's hand on her shoulder keeps her from running. Nerys is already by the dragons when they arrive and she looks defiant and fierce, and Jocelyn feels ever so small as she directs her determined look to them. Princess. Morrigan is ready, my prince. And her confused tone only filters through Jocelyn's terror when Iman strides past her towards his own Vermax and the dragon preens, raising its head and peering at her brother. My prince. Sir Ricard calls as both Stefan and he begin moving and Jocelyn feels like the slowest person in the courtyard once again, her feet nailed to the ground as her brother begins mounting Vermax. Take care, sirs, he is on edge, Iman calls. I will not hide whilst my sister fights. Tell my mother that I am sorry. My prince, cease this at once. Stefan yells and she knows that yell. It's one of genuine fury, and that, combined with Nerys' hand on her arm, is enough to get her moving, to get her thinking. With shaking legs and shaking arms she mounts her own bad-tempered mount and Morrigan, perhaps sensing something, bellows her defiance. Vermax matches the sound, although Grey Ghost merely flares his wings wide and pushes himself from the ground. Sir Garibald is beside Stefan and Sir Ricard as Vermax follows Grey Ghost, pushing them back as they stagger in his wake. Then she remembers she is supposed to follow them both. Her mouth is dry as she watches them fly higher and higher. Her arms feel as if they aren't hers as she fumbles with the chains that will bind her to the saddle. The whip crack that sends Morrigan into the air barely feels as if it came from her whip. She can admit it's mostly Morrigan that sees them both reach Iman and Nerys so quickly, and in the back of her mind she remembers the race and how Morrigan had tired herself out chasing Tessarion, and how lucky she'd been to even beat Cyrux. It seems such an odd thing to think. Durin is dead now. Is Tessarion dead too? Nerys sees her approach and the tiny figure atop Grey Ghost waves at her to take her left and she does, the whip crack bringing Morrigan into line with bad grace, even as Iman takes the right of her. Hasn't she drilled this with Nerys 1,000 times? Stay out of the way, only harass when you feel safe. A moment later and the nausea of fear swirling in her gut seems to settle in her bones and Morrigan feels it too, her mount restless and unhappy underneath her. The bells still ring, where then is Damon? She's too slow, like a dull sword. She needs to be faster, needs to be better. How could someone hide a dragon in the air? She gropes in her memory for half-remembered lessons and finds one, her grandmother, smiling broadly as she leans on Malay's flank. Go high and keep to the Sunday. The sun. She opens her mouth to bellow to Nerys but the wind snatches the words away and so she cracks her whip and Morrigan turns with a bellow. She hopes Nerys and Iman are looking as she waves her arms like a madwoman. They must understand, because they turn too. For a moment, the world seems to slow down. The nausea is worse than ever now, but the moment hangs despite it and then, squinting into the light, she sees Caraxes and the momentary victory of having soured the ambush before it could happen dies as his bulk closes in faster than a dragon his size had any right to. Caraxes charges towards them, screaming his challenge, and Grey Ghost flies to meet him head-on. For a wild moment, Jocelyn thinks they might clash and tangle in the air, a grapple the greater dragon would win, but then Caraxes seems to dance in the air, twisting away and instead delivers a great gout of flame to Grey Ghost's shoulder. Grey Ghost turns away at the last moment, saving Nerys from the flames but that lets Caraxes pass easily. Vermax sends a flame his way but he is too far away and Jocelyn raises the whip to make Morrigan add her own, only fear makes her hesitate a beat too long and then he is past them entirely and the moment is lost. Caraxes dives for King's Landing, and she's now aware that the fires are already rising. Grey Ghost chases him but Caraxes has earned too great a lead and the Grey Dragon cannot reach him fast enough to stop him delivering a belch of fire at the Great September. Seconds later, it doesn't matter, because Caraxes has turned toward them again. Much closer now, she can see scars along its flank and underbelly, and she wonders for a brief moment what could have done such a thing. When he flies for them again, she doesn't hesitate and this time her flame and Iman's cause Caraxes to jerk away. Grey Ghost flies towards it, heading for a collision and Jocelyn's heart leaps into her throat again. Why does Nerys keep trying to grapple him? Caraxes was monstrous and she could not imagine any outcome where the smaller dragon prevailed. Unless that was the point. Understanding hits her. That is what Nairis intends. Give the beast an easy kill, and whilst they tangle and she takes the brunt of his fury, Iman and Jocelyn would be freely able attack. Caraxes would be helpless to stop them. She feels a grin on her face as they resume the chase. Twice Grey Ghost snaps at Caraxes' tail, drawing blood on the second bite. They circle over the city as Damon tries to put some distance between them, but Nairis is relentless, and so instead of flying fast, he banks upward sharply and they follow. Grey Ghost's flame, bright even in the midday sun, lights their path, and Caraxes bellows in pain each time the flames touch him. Nausea and a vicious glee make her dizzy in the saddle, but Morrigan has the scent now and does not need the whip to keep up the chase. Then Caraxes dives and Grey Ghost follows. Too slow, and Caraxes gains a little distance and she curses him and curses her unearned confidence. Stupid, stupid. Worse still, he is pulling ahead slightly now, Caraxes more falling than diving, whereas Grey Ghost cannot afford to be so reckless. A moment later, fear drives all thought from her head, because Caraxes heads towards the keep, already bellowing his victory, and it feels as if the world stops when the dragon delivers a great belch of flame into Magur's holdfast and plumes of smoke rise in his wake. Mother! Uncle Joffrey! Her aunts! Smoke stings her eyes and she tells herself the tears are from that and she is not a child fit to cry at everything. Caraxes has lost that distance and Grey Ghost is even closer now. Caraxes bellows in pain as flame licks his side, barely managing to protect his rider from the blast, turning to take the heat on his flank rather than his back. Nairis does not allow him any quarter and Grey Ghost goes to grapple again as the two finally tangle, toppling through the air. She doesn't hesitate this time and neither does Iman, but even then they are too slow, for Caraxes rips himself free, trailing blood in his wake. He flies hard for the water, and she knows he is looking for space and a way out. Nairis chases, unwilling to give it to him. Jocelyn follows even as she wants to turn back and land and run into the fire to find her mother and uncle. They would be safe. They would have prepared for this. She was sure of it. The insistence feels flat. Yet the chase is still on and she cannot afford to cry as they pass above the docks and over the bay. Caraxes begins another climb and this time, Vermax moves alongside Grey Ghost and she pushes Morrigan to do the same. If he attempts to loop back around now, he will not manage it, she thinks. They'll kill him and fly back and find her mother and her mother will be furious with Iman, but... Caraxes stops in midair. Not even a dive, but a graceful fall backward, and had she not seen it with her own eyes she would not have believed any rider could manage that upon dragon back. Caraxes stops and Vermax, Morrigan and Grey Ghost keep going, and then they are exposed, horribly, and Caraxes lets out a bellow and the heat reaches her and she has to turn away as it stings her eyes anew to simply see. Grey Ghost has twisted away, but she can see that some of the flames have reached him. She turns her eyes to Vermax and finds Vermax twisting away similarly. Yet Morrigan has not. Her dragon is moving sluggishly and slowly, and she realizes that Caraxes' flame had been meant for her dragon. Caraxes rears back once more, ready to strike and kill, and then Vermax is there, flying dead at Caraxes. She can see her brother on his back and imagines he might be yelling, although she knows that must be a fancy because she would not hear him over the wind and the bellows of dragons anyway. And then Iman is gone, Caraxes' flame striking Vermax head on. Vermax screams. She screams. Her dragon moves under her, screaming just as she screams, and then Morrigan hits Caraxes and the impact sends her reeling in her saddle. Her claws rip into Caraxes' flank and shoulder and the two begin to fall. She sees her uncle atop his dragon, lips peeled back into a snarl. For a moment, she thinks she is about to die the way her brother died. Dizzy and in pain, she can barely focus on that. She sees a flash of gold and Vermax is there, her brother not on his back. Caraxes lets her Morrigan go, and Jocelyn knows this is the end. Idiot. Idiot fool who couldn't save her brother, and she'll die and she deserves it for this, for being so stupid. Fire. Heat. Blinding pain. She can't see, she can't. Then a wrench and Morrigan screams and the two are dropping much too fast, much too quick. The air whistles by her ears and she is screaming again, begging her dragon to try and fly. It's too fast and too slow all at once. She can't do anything, and she has too long to know that. Then Morrigan hits the water and all the air goes from her lungs and she's left reeling and whimpering, even as Morrigan doesn't attempt to right herself. Her dragon is dead, she realizes. Her dragon is dead. Her brother is dead and her dragon is dead. She reaches for the chains, for the clasps that will release her from her saddle. And finds them stuck fast. She grabs and yanks, but the water is up to her chest now and Morrigan will not stop sinking and there would be no one brave enough to sail the bay whilst dragons fight above it. She braces her feet against the leather and pushes herself up. The chains bite and pinch into her skin but she manages to keep her head above the waves for a few precious moments longer. Forced to look up, she sees Caraxes turn once again, bloodied and defeated. Yet Grey Ghost is hanging back and she can't help but cry out as the waves lap at her face. Follow him. Kill him. She tries to will Nares to do so, but Grey Ghost is circling now, as if confused, and she wants to weep. The last thing she sees before Morrigan finally drags her under is the shadow of Cyrix and her mother as they race past, hot on Caraxie's tail. Chapter 365, The Dance, Nares. Smoke twists and turns as the wind changes. It carries the sounds of a city ablaze to her, screams and the sound of ringing bells. She urges Grey Ghost lower. Nares does not wish to lose sight of where Morrigan sank. Don't think about Bela, she tells herself as the dragon circles lower over the waves. Don't think about how much the Queen's daughter reminds her of Bela. It's not Bela beneath the waves. Bela is elsewhere, not here. Don't think about what here may mean either, for the Queen has lost a child this day. The girl could still be alive. Even if the boy was not. His dragon is gone now, soaring east and trailing blood as it went. Dragonstone, Lady Lena had told her once they flee home when they lose their riders, or go berserk. She supposes Vermax did both. She cannot see Cyrix anymore. She should follow. She knows in her bones if she lands now they'd throw her in a cell. Yet she knows people, or likes to think she does. The WIRM always praised her for that, and right now, that sense is telling her if the girl dies, she won't be able to save Bela. She loosens the chains on the saddle and swings her leg over, and fear makes her pause. The waters around Lys did not stink like this. They were clear and blue. Then she jumps before her nerves can stop her. It's even worse as she hits the water. It's cold and she nearly gasps. A layer of grime floats atop the surface and she dreads to think what might be beneath it, but she can't stop now. So she takes a breath and dives. She had not realized how loud it was until she was alone in the quiet water. All sound ceases as she goes deeper. Even as dark as the water in the bay is, the dragon is visible, not sinking fast, not yet. Maybe they'll haul her out before she sinks to the bottom. She doesn't deserve to stay here forever. Neither does her rider. She swims lower, following along in the dragon's wake, clinging to her side. It's easier to use her scales, and eventually parts of the saddle, to pull herself along. By the time she sees Jocelyn, bound to the saddle still, even if she is half floating out of it, she knows she doesn't have long. If she doesn't have long, Jocelyn doesn't, not enough time for her to go up again. She can't get this wrong. Not for the girl, and not for Bela. She's glad she still has the knife the knight had given her. It's bright and sharp. She likes the knight. He's honest. He'd be the one to swing the sword, he'd told her. She likes that. She hopes he survives the fires. She doesn't bother with the chains, they must be snagged or stuck, else Jocelyn would have pulled herself free. Besides, she doesn't want to fumble with them in this light. Instead she saws at the saddle. It's already in bad shape, she cannot see it, but Morrigan's wound must be closed because the leather is warped and weak from the heat. She hacks at the loops and straps that hold the chains with wild abandon. Better to lose a saddle than the rider. The last strap comes free as her body screams for air. She grabs the girl and braces against the dragon, pushing hard for the surface. The chains snag briefly, nearly pulling Jocelyn from her arms, but then they unravel and they're both free. The surface shines and shimmers. She nearly sinks again as they break the surface, the sudden brightness making her dizzy. Grey Ghost bellows in warning and for a moment she panics, her eyes in the sky. Has the mad bastard returned? Lass! Lass! There is a boat. A barge, really. Men dressed in blue. She can't remember which one wears blue, the woman she thinks, but she knows they're friendly at least. Strong hands pull her from the water and then pull Jocelyn from her grasp. Seven hells, murmurs a knight. Medic. She lays on the deck. She cannot remember what the medic is, hopefully some sort of healer. Lady Lena had explained it once. It made her head spin. A healer's a healer, except in Westeros, where they have 7 of everything. The barge tilts as Grey Ghost approaches. It's a reminder that tastes bitter in her mouth. Right. She saved the girl. Now she has to save the queen. She's on her feet, if only barely, when the girl coughs, retching sea water all over the deck of the barge. Thank the 7, murmurs the closest knight. Maybe the one who pulled her out. The world still spins, but she can't wait. The girl is breathing and the queen chased the mad bastard off. As mauled as his damn beast is, the queen should have any fight won, but he's always been nasty. Especially when he's lost, if the WIRM is to be believed. My lady, are you flying to the queen? Asks the knight. Please, allow me to come with you. We are kin, she and I. Kin? Fuck if she can remember who is related to who, except she thinks the woman in blue is the queen's cousin because she's heard them call each other as such. Maybe he isn't lying, then. If the mad bastard landed, she'll need all the help she can get killing him. Get on, she tells him and then winces because her throat is raw. Between the wind and the water, she won't speak for days. Maybe it'll be a blessing later on. She can't drop her fool self right in trouble when tempers are high. The knight doesn't say anything more and she's glad for it. He even makes the jump to Grey Ghost without toppling in the water. She should check the saddle, make sure the same blast of flame that had destroyed Morrigan's saddle hadn't damaged her own, but she doesn't have time. How long since the Queen had gone after him? Too long. Grey Ghost bellows as he pushes himself from the water. The barge is pushed back, its front dipping below to water, and for a moment she wonders if she saved the girl just to drown her again, but then it rights itself, water flowing off the deck, and she turns her attention to the last place she'd seen Caraxes. In the air too, the sound of the city is gone, replaced with her ragged breaths and the knight's too. I am Sir Joffrey, he calls as the clouds begin passing them by. My thanks, my lady. She ain't no lady, but she ain't telling him that. Watch for Caraxes, she tells him instead. And for Syrax, he promises. His arm curls about her waist and she nearly barks at him for getting familiar, until she realizes he's lifted himself up and is peering below them. She doesn't have the heart to tell him she hasn't chained herself again either. If Caraxes hits them now, they're both dead, but at least only she will see it coming. There. I see the beast. Sir Joffrey calls a split second before she sees it herself, heart leaping to her throat. Caraxes is grounded and she dives for him. He doesn't move on the approach, and she knows he's dead. He'd come to their fight wounded. She'd burned and sliced him as they fought. Vermax had torn chunk after chunk from his neck. That he'd even fled Syrax was a blessing from the gods, whichever ones looked after dragons, anyway. Grey Ghost plowed into the ground and the knight flings himself free of the saddle before Grey Ghost has stopped moving. She's impressed. Rode before, she asks as she lands next to him. His sword whistles free of his scabbard. Once, he answers, grim-faced. Viagar. She remembers what it feels like to ride that monster. Then she pulls her mind back to where the mad bastard has gone and draws her knife again. The way forward is clear. Syrax had followed Daemon on foot, smashing and snapping her way through the wood. She can see the deep gouges the dragon has carved into the forest floor. Ahead, scorched brush and still smoking trees told her the dragon had let loose her flame, more than once, she would guess. The mad bastard remained as eel-like as ever. Seems nothing gets him. Sir Joffrey nods to her and sets off, blade out in front of him as if he expects the man who sired her to leap from the trees themselves. She can understand that. Mysaria said he was 2 parts skill and 1 part luck once. She hadn't understood until now. Any other man would be dead 1,000 times over. They explode into a clearing and Syrax turns, ready to bite and tear. For one horrible moment, Naerys thinks she might even do it. Then the dragon seems to lose interest, bellowing again as she turns back, and they are free to round her side. Her father, if you could call him that, is a sight fit for a tale of horror. He's holding his sword, although she thinks that it's merely holding him up now. He's braced himself against the blade that seems too large for him. She thinks of him on that beach in Lys. Tall, proud, and strong, with a confident and easy smile. He'd worn that blade he now leans against then too, except it had fitted him then. That man on the beach is dead and gone now. One side of his face is twisted and burned, the other seems gaunt and sunken. He's as tall as she remembers, but he seems lesser. Too thin, as if he hasn't eaten, and too pale, as if he hasn't seen the sun in years. Daughter, he croons, and she winces as the burned part of his face cracks and weeps. That is not a new injury, and she wonders who did it. Shut your mouth, filth, barks Sir Joffrey, and Naerys realizes he's been edging past her, putting himself between the Queen and Daemon. Should she have done that? The Queen is pale, leaning against Syrax and gripping her stomach with one hand, a long straight blade in the other hand. She's breathing heavily and Naerys doesn't know if it's pain or if she's simply too angry to speak. She always did find plenty of men willing to do her dirty work. Daemon laughs, although it is a breathless laugh filled with malice. More fitting than his old one, the one that had her convinced he wasn't crazy, however briefly. I said, silence. My queen, are you unharmed? Sir Joffrey isn't getting it. Her father is smiling. He's smiling. Which means he doesn't think he's lost. That smile makes her more scared than the idea of him angry does, and she makes sure she's got a good hold of her knife. The queen hisses something, she can't hear it, because her blood is pounding in her ears and her hands are sweating. Even fighting him hadn't scared her this much. One of his hands leaves the hilt of his sword, coming down to brush a horn hung on his belt. The touch leaves blood streaked in its wake. She doesn't like that horn, knows in her bones it's something to fear. Hadn't Lady Laena said something about a horn, a slave horn? The realization has her shuffle closer, but if he sees her movement, he doesn't care. Then his hand travels further, pulling something from a pouch hung next to the horn, and she's too busy being relieved to think about what she'd prefer over that horn. A small, glass vial. I have to thank our Dornish friends for this, he murmurs. Who will inherit your ill-fitting crown, dear niece? Now I have taken your heirs. Then he flicks the stopper on the bottle free, tilts his head back and downs the contents before she can even move. No, howls the queen, moving and falling. Sir Joffrey catches her. Daemon's sword falls to the floor and he smiles at her one last time. The strength leaves his body and she can't look away as he falls back into the tree. The queen makes some inhuman sound, a cry of rage and pain and anger, and pulls free of her kinsman. She covers half the distance before she falls, and Sir Joffrey cries out in dismay. Daemon slumps against his tree, smiling up at them, his eyes seeing no more. And the queen reaches him, scrambling on her knees with that blade outstretched, and sinks her blade into his neck. There is no spurt of blood, just a steady flow of it over her hand, and she howls again, sounding more like an animal than a woman. Then she rips the knife free and brings it down onto his face. Then she does it again. And again. And again. She doesn't stop screaming, and Naerys can only watch as she reduces his face to a bloody ruin. Dimly, she is aware of Sir Joffrey retching. He had been wrong, though. Had been wrong. And the queen doesn't know. Dimly, she is aware of her grasp on the knife failing, of it falling into the grass. The queen continues her bloody work, and it occurs to her that nobody will stop her. Not Sir Joffrey. Nobody else is coming. She won't stop herself. Her legs are shaking when she finally gets herself to move forward. The simple act of catching the queen's wrist nearly unbalances her, but it's enough to get her to stop, to stand, and to round on her. She's coated in her uncle's blood, whatever fine dress fit for her status utterly ruined between that and the flight. He's wrong, Naerys croaks. Wrong, the queen whispers, that blade held disturbingly still and too close. It would be too easy to strike Naerys here, and both of them know it. She is Daemon's daughter, after all. Jocelyn lives. The queen stares at her, as if trying to ascertain any falsehood. I swear she does not lie, Sir Joffrey says weakly. He's trying for gentle, and the tone makes the queen flinch. Upon my honor. Upon our shared blood. Lady Naerys pulled Jocelyn free from Morrigan's back, and the medics brought her back. As if she doesn't hear him speak, the queen turns away from them both to look at the ruin she has wrought. Naerys doesn't look. There is little identifiable left. Just meat and bone. She will spew, as Sir Joffrey did, if she looks. There is a dull thud, and that knife is no longer in the queen's hand, and she knows in her gut where it is now. She isn't going to look. What is she going to tell Bela? Jocelyn, the queen murmurs, and then falls like a puppet with its strings cut. Sir Joffrey catches her, grunting as he does, and then turning pale as his gaze presumably catches sight of the corpse once more. Will Syrinx follow if you fly her home? He asks, trying to haul her up. Both of them are a bloody mess now. I don't know, she replies, because she genuinely doesn't. Grey Ghost followed, but what does she know of dragons, really? It all been about the fighting. Take her back with you. She needs Gerardis and she needs safety, Sir Joffrey says. I will. I will watch the corpse. And the dragon, if Syrinx does not follow. The dragon doesn't need watching, she nearly says, but then Sir Joffrey manages to get a good grip on the queen, swinging her into a carry, and she gives in. She doesn't look at the corpse when she leaves. Better to remember the man on the beach. Chapter 366, The Dance, Grover. Chapter text. Sudden light spilled across the page as the opening of the tent was pulled aside and one his household knights stepped in. My lord. Riders on the road bearing Tully banners. Sir Endry told him, slightly breathless. He paused, quill hovering above the page. That was odd. Alert my lords, but do not rouse the camp yet, he ordered the knight. And have my horse saddled. Sir Endry bowed low and left with less fuss than he had raised when entering. Grover Tully placed his quill down, the half-finished words less important than what these riders boded. His knights were with him, with his grandson or with Kermit. Riders from either of those spoke of something going wrong. Kermit rode alongside Tessarion and Prince Durin himself. If Tessarion were defeated, then this campaign was over and the heights he had sought to reach under King Aegon would be denied to him. His gamble would have failed, and he would have incurred the enmity of his son's son for nothing. These knights being under Elmo's command boded even worse than that. Worse enough that he stood, rather than dwell on it. He had little and less time to waste in his own thoughts. Vance's defiance had already seen his progress grind to a halt, and his men had only scouted a Trintas so far. By all reports, Zhoteric had amassed her own forces there, and any siege would be just as difficult as this one had been. It rankled. Your horse, my lord, murmured a groom. Good. He approved of the efficiency. A fallback, something to hide in. Funny, he would not have labeled himself a coward before he set himself on this path. Years and years of watching and waiting for any opportunity to raise his house to its rightful place, throwing aside anything and anyone to achieve it, to sacrifice the goodwill of his son's son. Who was more foolish, he wondered. Family, duty, honor. His grandson had not thrown those words to the wind, but he had. The taste of failure was making him melancholy. Sir Andry joined him, more of his fellow knights at his back, two abreast as they rode behind him, King Aegon's banners and the Tully's banner held high and proud. Evidently they had not realized yet what he felt in his heart. He urged his horse forward and he and his knights streamed from the encampment. It was as Sir Andry said. The men on the road waiting were his men, perhaps 100 and then half that again. No challenge to the might of the Riverlands assembled before them, and that only made his heart sink lower. Kermit would have kept riding. Elmo would not challenge him unless he was assured he would win. The ride there felt like agony as the meaning of it all sank in. House Tully would survive under Elmo, who even now believed he had betrayed it. But he was a proud man, he would acknowledge that, and loss tasted bitter on his tongue. He imagined this must be what a man heading for the block would feel. A sense of finality, an odd peace because the struggle was over. All that was left now was the reckoning. There was not much distance between them when he called a halt to his procession. Elmo. His grandson was drawn and pale, he could see that even across the distance between them. His coup must weigh heavily on him. Would the knowledge that he had been allowed to succeed alleviate that or infuriate him? His grandson rode forth, covering half the ground between them. "Grandfather," he intoned. His heart hurt for the boy. He'd given him a great burden to bear, and he had not even told him that he was given it. To feel the bite of rejection, it was necessary, he assured himself. The victors must see that Elmo never wavered. "Elmo," he replied. "I bade you guard Riverrun. Riverrun is in Blackwood hands now. I pray that Lord Samwell will treat it more kindly than you did Raventree Hall." His grandson's voice was empty of emotion, but he could see the hatred in his eyes. He swallowed, a sudden lump in his throat. "Then we do not have much time," he told him. "You must listen to me and listen well, the survival of our house depends on it." "Hang our house," his grandson hissed. "Hang your games. My son is dead." The words knocked the wind from his lungs and the thoughts from his head. Kermit. Kermit, dead? No, that could not be. How? How could such a thing happen? Elmo's position should have saved him. "All your damn schemes, your games, your pride," Elmo snarls. "It's all led to this. You lose, grandfather. My son is dead and you have lost. It cannot be." What can he say now? He has killed his own kin as surely as sliding a knife between his ribs. A sacrifice too far. What good has he done House Tully, with his lands aflame and his great-grandson dead? There is only Oscar left now. Oscar and Elmo, for he will bear no more sons. Fool. Pride-addled fool. It seems almost fitting that this is when the bronze fury flies overhead, plunging them into shadow. It's a vast creature. He'd seen it as a boy when Jaehaerys had rode atop it, and it had made his mouth dry then. It's bigger now. Regret bubbles within him. His pride had killed Kermit. Better have let this girl marry him. At least then he would be alive. Yet he hadn't, because of his damned pride. What right has he to weep? He watches as the dragon flies over the camp, he can hear horns and shouts in the distance, then it wheels about in the air and returns, and the shade covers them once more as its bulk blocks the sun. Elmo watches in silence as the girl swings herself from her saddle. Dressed in mail in a way women should never be. At least she isn't the half-wild thing her twin is and carries no sword. His mind, his guilt, taunts him with the image of her in Tully colors, of that dragon enforcing Kermit's rule. It will never be. It can never be. "Lord Elmo," the girl calls. "Have you told him the news?" "I have not," Elmo replies, and his grandson sounds exhausted. "Prince Aegon is dead, grandfather. Slain in combat by Prince Laenor. Princess Helena has surrendered on behalf of her children and now pleads with Prince Aemon to do similarly. Prince Durin is dead." The realization of what must be done comes with a dreadful clarity. He cannot tell his grandson what was done. He must be the villain that Elmo has defeated, because to be anything else will destroy his son. Cast aside pride, it will be Elmo that saves House Tully from his own mistakes, and Elmo needs vengeance, or he will shatter beneath the weight of it all. He must be the villain. "And what of Princess Visera?" he asks, and Elmo's gaze flickers to the Princess Alyssa. "Is she also captured?" "She will not be rescuing you," Princess Alyssa told him with a sour note in her voice and a frown on her face. "She is in flight. The girl must have taken her brother's dragon. That would have infuriated him not an hour ago. Now he is glad for it." "I see. And he does. A failure on their part. There must be a story there. The villain would needle them about it. Did you allow her to get away, my princess? Your woman's heart on show for all. Or did you fail to catch her?" The look he receives is mutinous. She is a tiny thing, and he does not fear tiny things, but knows if he was ever to start, it would be her. "Peace, my princess," his grandson murmurs to little effect. Vermithor rumbles and he feels it in his bones. Silence reigns after that. There is little one can say when a dragon has spoken. They cannot remain here for long. In the camp, his lords will be debating what to do. Surrender in the face of the bronze fury or attempt to fight. Surrender is best. It would be pure idiocy to be caught between a dragon and the walls of Wayfarer's Rest, yet some of the lords that heeded his call. Yet it must be his grandson's victory. The girl must see it. His grandson must feel it. He could not surrender now, and he could not let the girl do it for him. He urges his horse forward until it stands next to the one his grandson rides, making sure he shows the girl his back. It blocks her from view, but nothing could block Vermithor from it, and it is the bronze dragon he fears his grandson will be cowed by. Throw aside this damn fool nonsense now. Stand with your family. Stand with me. If you are so concerned about a dragon rider, Oscar will have Princess Visera now. King Aegon may be dead, but he has a son still, and a brother free. If we take the girl, their queen will come to the table. King Aegon was certain of it once, as was Aemond. The plea will not work, but he needs Elmo to believe he believes it will, and so he pours the desperation he feels into it, and hopes Elmo mistakes it for the desperation of a man on the verge of loss. He hopes his grandson sees his weakness and is emboldened by it. Even if it still stings his damnable pride. You grow addled in your old age, Elmo snaps. How many knights do you think will charge the mistress of the Bronze Fury? Perhaps it is for the best that I have come to claim the lordship of Riverrun from you, if this is your last, desperate ploy. The relief does not show on his face, but it makes him shake with the force of it. It is betrayal, then, he asks. His pride screams at him and he casts it away. He will not sacrifice another of his family for his own failures. What can he say? What can he do? You cast aside our family words. You throw everything I have done into the flames. You cast aside our family words long ago, grandfather, Elmo snarls. It's true, it is the only blessing left to him that Elmo does not know how true it is. Perhaps I am a traitor, but I'll cast aside honor and duty 1,000 times over for my sons. Then he corrects himself in a soft voice, son. He nearly wavers then, grief and regret biting at him again. He wants to break down and beg and apologize and hang his pride. He's an old man with too many regrets. An old man that put his house above his family far too many times. But some part of him knows he's come too far to not do so one more time. Perhaps he has not cast aside all of that pride. A bitter old man clinging to what little of his legacy that he can. If he had time, he could plot a course through this storm. He doesn't. So he raises his head and meets Elmo's eyes, and tries to show pride he does not feel. You'll bow to a woman? She'll never allow a strong Riverlands. Vance, Strong, Frey, Blackwood, she'll empower them all. House Tully will fall even further from grace, and you'll wake one day to find we are no longer the masters of the Riverlands. It's a warning, and he hopes Elmo remembers it. We shall see, Elmo murmurs. But I will awaken each morning. Kermit will not. I would tear apart Riverrun brick by brick with my own bare hands before I follow you again. You and your madness killed my son. What is a fall from grace, compared to that? The hatred hurts. Time to end this. If that is your final word on the matter, do I have your assurance my lords will be treated well? His words finally prompt the princess to move from the shadow of her dragon, still angry, but cautious too. Your lords will be judged by my mother, she declares when Elmo does not answer. It's somewhat reassuring she waited. They will be treated better than you treated the Blackwoods. Which is not saying much, Elmo spat. Well, grandfather? Are you going to yield? Will you make them yield? Or must Princess Alyssa burn them all? The girl swallows thickly at that. It's reassuring, he tells himself. His grandson will accomplish what he cannot. There will be no field of fire today, he manages to say, as if the words are being pulled from him. In a way they are. We will yield to you. Chapter 367, The Dance, Rhaenys. The horseman rode into camp at dusk. He'd ridden hard, his mount lathered from the exertion. She watched him ride with a curious kind of disgruntlement that had come to dominate her dealings with the Dornish. It was hard to take joy in their fall when it would cut her grandchildren to the quick. It was hard to give the matter her entire focus when her grandson was there and safe and free from harm. Let Rhaenyra handle the traitors. She would look to her own. Which did not mean she intended to be foolish about the matter. Luke, remain with Sir Giles. Her grandson paused, and it was a testament to the skill of Giles Euronwood that he did not lose an eye for the lack of attention. Now if only she knew where the man's loyalties truly lay. Grandmother, he asked, uncertain. She snorted and offered him a smile. Of course the scowl that tended to reach her face whenever she thought of the Dornish would unnerve him. She rather thought he was second-guessing his decision to reveal the plot now. The girl certainly would. Her leg ached as she stood. She dared not clutch at it, dared not show weakness. Not here, and not now. They were wary of the dragon for now, but if they saw she was wounded they would strike sooner rather than later. And if she fell, so too would her grandson. Princess, asked Sir Giles. Do you require an escort? Not of Dornish knights. A younger, more callow woman might have snapped it. She was wise enough to bite her tongue. Dornish eyes on her back made her shoulder blades itch. There would be a knife in it, sooner rather than later. Best watch herself, rather than trust the untrustworthy. A slow start had her moving properly by the time she reached the girl's tent. It was a gaudy thing, a riot of orange and yellows that would house more than a few small folk families. 2 men stood guard, each wearing martel colors. They glanced at one another when she approached, but stood aside smoothly to allow her entrance. Inside was not as crowded as she'd feared. The horseman took center stage, standing before the girl. Sylvana Ladybright had taken the girl's left, and that infernal Toland girl had Alyandra's right. Maria Martell had been relegated further back, a watcher by her side at all times. There was an iciness between mother and daughter now. Good, she did not trust the woman not to further inflame tensions. Especially after the Dornish reaction to Alyandra's support of the Iron Throne. There were grumblings afoot, and whilst she wanted little and less to do with them, if Alyandra fell to intrigue before she and Luke had left. Princess Rhaenys, the girl said, actually startled. I had just sent for. Then she broke off, embarrassed. There is news, it seems, Sylvana Ladybright continued. Begin, my good man. I was sent to scout the city, my princess, but we found Garen's lot first. At the statement, muttering broke out. Then we must prepare for an attack, Alyandra said gravely. No point spending men on a pointless battle. If he intends to give fight, he'll meet malaise. And the more Dornish spears she could have committed to Rhaenyra's cause, she'd leave them no escape. He is fleeing, my princess, the man cut in as Alyandra opened her mouth to retort. His men are in disarray, they flee. Did the Shadow City rise in rebellion? Alyandra asked quickly. Rhaenys snorted. She could tell her the answer to that. What did small folk care, as long as their rulers were not cruel or stupid? No, the man said. They fled a dragon. It was so big it blocked out the sun. It delivered a great belch of flame into Garen's men and wheeled and returned to the city. Bigger than Malaise, she asked. Hadn't some mention been made of a monstrous dragon? Megan, that damn traitor's daughter. Yes, my princess, he replied breathlessly. Perhaps twice, no, thrice the size. At least. Damn. Damn and blast it. That man better be resting in the 7 hells when she returned, otherwise she would make him regret all he had done. If that dragon was here, then it was not bearing down on her daughter. Or son. She could rejoice in that. So Garen is not allied with Daemon as we feared, Alyria Toland mused. His retreat in Lys was most fortuitous for the Mad Prince. We have not ruled that out yet, Alyandra said quickly. Did you not say she set her dragon on her own men? There's a difference between rooting an army and base cruelty, Sylvana Ladybright drawled. No, it seems we have some luck. It does not mean she won't attack us, Rhaenys stressed. The last thing she needed was any of these lords or ladies thinking that a bigger dragon would enable any foolish decisions. If the dark looks she received were any indication, more than a few had considered it. We cannot allow Garen's men to rout wherever they wish, growled one lord. She did not know his name and she did not care. If a good number of his men join with Fowler, or, 7 forbid it, will. That earned a few shudders. Good. Remind them that this is not their only fight. That if they rebel now, they rebel at half their strength with no food nor supplies. Aaron Dane had been a damn fool. It might have been worth the delay in returning home if he still languished in the dungeons of Sun's Pair. So we send out our cavalry, harry the deserters. Ensure they cannot form once more. We create an unbreachable line across the desert and when we are ready, we shall march upon the traitors and destroy them, called Sylvana Ladybright. It earned mutters of approval. Of course, a very Dornish plan. Don't fight, harass, and then call it a good job and go home. She wanted to go home very bitterly in that moment. She wanted Driftmark. She wanted her husband and her children. She wanted her grandchildren and Viamon's grandchildren. She wanted safety. Nobody got anywhere by wishing hard enough. Will Sir Lucerys be willing to commit to aiding our Har? Asked Lord Kyle Euronwood. The looks she got told her enough were happy that he had been the one to ask rather than them. No, she would not let the boy go off on his own again. Dornish trickery had relied on separating them once, she would not be the fool that allowed it to happen once more. A wise decision, Alyria told cut and smoothly. We will be a tempting target to a dragon. 2 riders here to defend us against that monstrous thing? I'd take that over 1. She did not like the girl, but Joffrey had chosen his snake well, that much was undeniable. We are agreed, then, asked Alyandra suddenly. We will ensure our enemies do not join each other, and our dragons will remain here, ready to defend against this new threat. Which ones did not look happy? She would need to watch those the closest. The girl, if she was to be a threat, would not turn until her enemies were defeated, and the reality of the coming revelation sank in. Her fingers lingered on her knife as the rest of the lords and ladies present in the tent glanced at one another, before realizing no one else intended to voice any objection. The tension held for a few moments more and then the first of them broke, a lord at the back breaking away and moving for the entrance, and once he had, the rest began their retreat as well. Princess Rhaenys. Alyendra called, and interest stirred briefly. How many wanted to stay and listen? Would you stay a moment? Princess. She would not make obeisances to this girl, they were far past that, but she was not so willing as to allow her criticism in how she had been treated. It would be too easy to twist that into legitimate grievance. She would not give the girl what she needed to twist her way from trouble. I wanted to ask. The girl stopped, hand twisting in her hair. Ask, girl, she half snapped, and the girl flinched before drawing in a breath. Should the dragon come, will you be able to defeat it? She asked like a child would, all fear and unhappiness. This girl was older than Jocelyn, and she could not imagine Jocelyn asking thus. But the question was a fair one. By all reports, this Megan dwarfed Viagar in size. Could she beat her daughter? She was not so sure anymore. Perhaps that was the wrong question. This child that sat atop Megan was just that, a child. If Daemon's bastard spoke truly, she had never been trained, not properly. She sat atop a monster, yes, but how great was her control truly? It could not be too great, else she suspected the thing wouldn't be eating supposed allies. But the advantage size gave was not to be underestimated. There was a reason Balerion had inspired the awe he had, and it was the same reason her daughter's claiming of Viagar had inspired such fear in Jaehaerys court. It was not just because both had been a conqueror's dragon and therefore a symbol. Well, mostly not, anyway. Her thoughts wandered. When had she started thinking about things? Corlys, that old rogue, would never let her forget it if he knew. After all these years, she missed him all over again. I do not know, she finally answered, and the girl flinched again, looking towards her mother as if unsure and looking for something there. For a moment, she thought the Martell woman would be cruel enough to look away. Then the woman's gaze softened and something seemed to pass between them. Behind them, Mariah Martell's watcher, the Dalt woman, let out a sigh of relief. That is not encouraging, Sylvana Lady Bright stated. We have learned, perhaps more than any other kingdom, that man can do little against a dragon. Unless you attack the rider, she reminded them, her leg briefly aching at the reminder. She wanted to wince but she refused to. The girl had gone pale again, but Lady Sylvana gave her a thin smile. Indeed, she drawled. But I doubt this child will abandon her mount willingly, and in Dorne, we have little stomach for the execution of children. She doubted that. The Dornish had not shown any particular respect for taboo before, not if it would earn them their win. They liked to think that accepting dishonor in return for serving their kingdom was the more noble route. It was why you could not trust any Dornishman, when you truly got down to it. Too loyal to an idea, even if they starved or burned for it. Let Alyendra find that one out on her own, she intended to look to her own family first and foremost, and Luke had been extracted from this mess long ago. Thank the Father Viserys had listened when he had. Then what do we do, hissed Alyendra, pale and worried. I will fight the girl. I will either triumph or die. If I die, you can vanish into your desert. I'm sure she will leave Dorne eventually to go to her father's side if not else. The words were no comfort and they all knew it, but the girl at least tried a nervous smile. The rest glanced warily at one another. I must go. Luke must be told of his role in this. Let them think her willing to throw her grandson into the thick of the fighting. She had promised them herself and Malaise and none other. Somehow, she was not terribly surprised to find Luke outside, waiting for her with an anxious look and Sir Giles at his back. Find somewhere else to be, she told the Dornish knight sternly. He did so, though that did nothing to assuage her suspicion about the man. Grandmother, he asked. She shushed him. She had no desire to speak where they could be overheard. Unfortunately, there were little and less places they could speak without someone attempting to report all they said. The desert had ears. Speak in the wrong place and Alyendra and her little court would know what she had said within a turn or two. So she took him to the dragons, her Scarlet Queen and his own mount, basking in the heat of the sun. Daemon's bastard is in Sun's pair, she told him bluntly. There was little she could do to make the delivery easy, and she would not fret as Lena had, it would only outrage the boy more. The invasion of Dorne may have put his mind from the truth he'd learned, but she had no doubt the problems it had caused would reappear upon their return home. There was little she could do about that but refused to add to it. Funny, he snorted, then continued in a bitter tone. I thought Daemon's bastard had just left. Luke, she started, but he shook his head, glancing at the ground before moving to place his hand on Skywalker's flank. The dragon shifted and groaned and then fell still again. She's my sister, he finally said, swallowing hard. Nerys wants to save her. And I do not wish to die by dragon fire, she told him, alarm flickering through her. It only made her more certain in her decision. I am not asking you to face her. Then what? He asked, looking at her and frowning. If she comes here, Luke, you must run. Mount Skywalker and run, put as much distance as you can between this place and yourself. Go home, avoid the Stormlands if you can, but go home. Warn them. He nearly knocked her from her feet a moment later. He'd gotten taller, when had he gotten so tall? He was nearly a man grown now, it felt like only a few years ago he'd been a babe in her arms. No, he gasped. No. Luke. He flinched at her tone. Had it been too harsh? It did not matter. I can't lose you, I can't. Mother, Uncle Laner, they wouldn't. He stopped and she returned the embrace, holding him so tightly and wishing she could hold him tighter still. You are a good boy, she told him fondly. And that is why you must run. The deed would break you. Your mother would never forgive me for that. Nor would his father. Nor would she forgive herself. After a moment of silence, he pulled back, tears streaking his face, and she caught his face between her hands. Promise me you will run should we face battle. He did not answer for a moment. Promise me. I promise, he replied, more tears following their fellows. If she comes here, I'll run away, I promise. Chapter 368, The Dance, Aelyandra. Aelyandra stares at what remains of her meal. In the other, room is too generous, in the alcove, separated by only a thin layer of cloth, she sees the shadows of Mariah Dalt and Mariah Martell opposite one another, each a picture of fury. She wants to go home. She wants her mother to not hate her. The girl made a mistake, Mariah, says Mariah, her voice sharp and low, and she wants to shrink into herself again. And so did you. If Aaron were still alive, her mother starts, and her heart twists. She doesn't want to hear her mother's anger. If her uncle was still alive, if he hadn't died for her, would he be furious too? Would he hate her? Would he think her a traitor? Why couldn't she have kept her mouth shut? Why had she even told him? What had it helped? Nothing. Nothing at all. Now everyone knew and her mother hated her, her uncle was dead and Rhaenyra was probably going to chop off her head. He is not, snaps Mariah. Aelyandra is. I suggest you realize that, sooner rather than later, lest you lose her as well. She does not hear her mother's reply, because a hand is laid on her shoulder and she nearly leaps from her skin until she sees Sir Giles. He gives her a soft smile, raises his fingers to his lips, and tugs her away, gentle but unyielding. She rises and follows as her mother sobs and mumbles something too low for her to hear. It'll do you no good to listen, he tells her when they are out of earshot. She hates me. She knows her mother does not truly, but it is hard to keep that certainty. She hadn't betrayed her, she hadn't. Yet that was what her mother said it was, a betrayal. She picked the dragon over Dorne itself. As if it were that easy. As if they knew what a dragon was. If she put their plan into motion, she'd be the woman who burned Dorne, and she wanted it to be better than that. Targaryen gold had made it better than that in places, and worse in others. She could fix the bad parts, she could, but she needed time, and thanks to her own stupid big mouth, she wasn't sure how much time she had left. Even if the thought of freedom filled her with a strange longing. She had been the princess of a free Dorne once. Her father had died to keep Dorne free. He'd understand, he would. He had bartered with Bravos and worked hard to make Dorne better. He'd been loved by his lords because he'd cared about Dorne, rather than sacrificing it for little and less than little. She wasn't a traitor. Not to Dorne, not to. Rhaenyra's face flashed briefly in her mind's eyes. She ignored it. Thinking about Rhaenyra, about the North and about Alyssa, Jane, and Ollie, it made her feel wrong, it made her breath come too quickly and her heart beat too fast and her skin prickle and her stomach turn. She hated it, so she didn't think about them. It was dusk, she realized, as Giles guided her from her tent into the open air. Your mother is not well, Sir Giles finally said as they stood there, the camp a riot of activity around them. Lord Kyle was sending out her men who fought in her name, to find and kill as many of Garen's men as they could find. Maybe even her uncle. She could give him to her mother, maybe that would give her time. Time to rile my lords against me, she grumbles. Sir Giles snorted. She'd have to escape Sylvena and Mariah first. Trust them to keep her safe. Trust my brother, dolt that he is, to keep your enemies from joining. There was a very conspicuous absence of desired trust there. She might have mentioned it, but she did not dare. Did he think her a traitor to Dorne, too? The question slips out, quiet and childlike, and she hates herself. She isn't a child, given to tantrums, she is a woman grown. She is the son of Dorn. He sighs. No, princess, I do not. Neither does my brother, for what it is worth. He lowers a hand to her shoulder at that. He means it, she knows he does. It should help, but it doesn't. As if he senses her doubt, he sighs again. Keep your eyes on the true traitors, princess. Let those that waver be reminded what happens to them. If she will even judge them. She doesn't like the cold stab of fear in her gut, and she doesn't want Sir Giles to see it on her face. She turns away and tries to stand tall, to straighten her shoulders and not bow in the face of the enormity to come. She's got as far as standing straight when she sees Luke, furtive and quick, moving from the shadow of a tent to another shadow. He stays still in the gloom, waiting to see if anyone has seen him, and then darts forward again. She turns to Sir Giles. The knight has not seen him, he only has eyes for Elyandra. What is that fool doing now? Alyria had pressed her to go to him, to talk with him, persuade him not to give testimony. She isn't sure what good it'll do, given she confessed all to the princess, but she believes Alyria has a plan, and she trusts that Alyria wants to keep her safe. They'd been through the Stormlands together, after all. She bites her lip. Thank you for your advice, Sir Giles, she finally says. The knight smiles easily. You are quite welcome, my princess, he says with an overly dramatic bow, and she smiles despite herself. She sees YNYS in him, even if telling him that will make him splutter in denial. I wish to take a walk, sir, she tells him. And desire some solitude. He hesitates, but she knows Luke won't talk to her with Giles there, just like she wouldn't talk to him if Rennis or the Velaryon knights were present. Please? No further than the boundaries of the camp. Your mother will have my head, he groans. Fine, go. Tell no one I allowed it, scamp. She almost feels bad as he waves her off, but she doesn't stick around for him to change his mind, and sets off at what she hopes is a normal pace. Luke hasn't gone too much further, he's crouched just out of view of some of her off-duty camp guardsmen. She doesn't know if they have just come off duty or are preparing to relieve the current guard, and she doesn't care, not at the moment. He is going for the dragons, and that is enough to send a spike of worry into her gut. She does not want this to end as her nightmares often do. She cannot be a coward. Unbent, unbowed, unbroken, she murmurs. It is a lie these days, in its most literal form. Something she has heard her mother lament frequently, whilst directing a glare her way. When Luke moves, she follows. Alyria had always told her that the best way to get somewhere unnoticed was to walk around like you were supposed to be there, that sneaking just attracted attention. The idiot rolling around in the sand like some demented fool would draw the guard's eye, but the Princess of Dorne out for a stroll would be dismissed. So she breezed past them, favoring one with a royal nod and another with a critical eye. She watches them straighten at the realization of who walked among them, and slowed her pace a little, so they did not think her in a hurry to be somewhere. Luke has stopped rolling and is staring at her. She can see him in the corner of her eye, a thunderstruck expression on his face as she makes her way towards Malaise and Skywalker. She has barely left the torchlight when he appears at her elbow, filthy as usual and that terrible patchy mess of a beard still gracing his face. She wishes he'd just shave already. Might as well shave his head whilst he's at it. The brown dye has lightened in places, leaving his hair as much a mess as his face. Best throw it all out and start again. Perhaps he could work on his attitude whilst he was at it. What are you doing? He demands. I am taking a walk. Are you stating I have no right to walk where I wish in my camp? She asks and he snorts. I wouldn't dream of it, princess, he snaps back. But I am not helping you if Malaise decides to eat you. I'm sure you'd be thrilled. All full of righteous anger at her, as if he wasn't the one betrayed. He was the son of her father's killer. And they'd intended to see them marry. The thought of it. Alyria's cool tone and placid features impose themselves in her mind, speaking of manipulation as if it were no more than remarking on the weather. It's not as if you haven't already doomed me. That's too bitter, she realizes as his face twists in annoyance and his mouth opens. Then it snaps shut and he glances back at the camp, guilt clear as day upon his face. Whatever, he mutters. I have things to do. Like what? She asks sharply. Another fine idea? Like how you stopped our flight from Sun's Pair. It's a stupid idea, he grunts as they reach Skywalker, already saddled and ready should the enemy come. But I have to do it. She wants to slap him. Fathead, what trouble are you getting in now? He glares at her as the insult slips out. You wouldn't understand, he snaps. Just leave me. You can sneak off and pretend you didn't see me. Or go running to grandmother. I don't care. This does not improve her worry. Tell me what you are doing, she demands. And when he ignores her she seizes him by the shoulder, only to be shoved backwards, barely keeping her balance. I am Daemon's son, he hisses. I hate him. I hate that I'm his. I don't hate. After I found out, Naerys gave me hell for it, Said I was selfish, stupid, not to realize I had it so good. There are tears in his eyes and she swallows hard. She's never seen him like this before. Not even when Lady Lena had left. That's my sister, he half yells and half sobs. Nayri's tried with me so I have to try with her. He doesn't get to keep breaking people. She sets her dragon on her own men, she protests. She knows that, had been in half a dozen briefings where it was mentioned. What if she just rips you apart, then comes here? Then you get to say I told you so as we both roast in the seven hells, he says, and it is supposed to be defiant, but the effect is ruined by another choked sob the moment after he finishes speaking. Why am I crying? His sister has a dragon, a very large dragon, her mind supplies in a voice that sounds like Aliria's. Dorne requires protection from dragons, something a large dragon could provide. Could she not offer to protect this girl and her dragon? Make them both grateful? Princess Rhaenys would be furious, but Princess Rhaenys was already furious, already knew enough to destroy what meager protection being Rhaenyra's ward could offer. It was desperate and stupid, almost as desperate and stupid as flying directly into danger, leaving behind no note or word as to your intended destination. Would her mother approve? Or would she see it as another betrayal? Could she even keep this girl alive? The daughter of Daemon and Dorne? She needs something, she can't just keep drifting along and hoping everything works out. Luke has turned away from her and is climbing into his saddle. She makes her decision and wonders what it says about her that she's going along with Luke's idea of all things. If she dies, he'd better hope he's already dead, because she'll kill him. He almost shouts in surprise as she darts forward and begins climbing up beside him. What are you doing now? He demands. Get off. Go away. Idiot. You couldn't sweet talk a whore with a full coin purse. At least with me there you are less likely to get set on fire. Mentally, she thanks Ali for the phrase. It's an odd thing to think of when atop a dragon, about to do something so monumentally foolish that the whole thing had been thought up and planned out by Lucerys Velaryon, a boy who'd rolled in camel dung, from the smell of him. Gross. She is still debating just where to grab the stinking garment when Skywalker flaps his wings wide and sends them skyward in a sudden motion that pitches her face first into his back.